Chapter 1, A Cataclysmic Start. My turn. My turn. You've been kissing me. No, you've been doing this for so long. Give me a bite too. A soft touch came from between the lips. Su Chen's consciousness gradually awakened from the chaos. Immediately afterwards, a strong feeling of suffocation came from his lungs, and Su Chen coughed up a mouthful of water. Cough, cough. His eyelids were heavy, and he struggled to open them a crack, only to see a gray sky. With the back of his head pressed against the hard ground, the cold dampness seeped into his skin through his clothes, causing him to shiver involuntarily. It's very noisy around here. It was all chattering, all women's voices. Hey, he's awake. He's moving. Move aside, don't crowd around him, give him some fresh air. Young man, how are you feeling? Is anything bothering you? Countless concerned gazes were cast upon him. As Su Chen's vision gradually cleared, he saw unfamiliar female faces, their eyes filled with a mixture of worry, curiosity, and an indescribable fervor. Where is this? Just then, a sharp pain shot through his brain. Countless fragments of memories that did not belong to him flooded his mind like an information storm. He, time traveled? I was transported to a world where women are superior to men. In this world, there are far more women than men, with a male-to-female ratio reaching a terrifying 1 to 1,000. Men here are a more precious protected species than pandas, yet they have lost their basic human rights as a result. Many years ago, in order to stabilize the birth rate, the state issued a special decree: all men who were 18 years of age or older had to complete the task of being paired with 1,000 women before the age of 25, otherwise the authorities would send people to enforce it, and the men had no right to refuse. Su Chen is currently facing this very problem. He didn't even complete one pairing task. He recently turned 23, and has less than 2 years left until he turns 25. If he fails to complete the pairing task as required within these 2 years, he will be forced into pairing. When that time comes, he will lose the right to choose for himself and will be randomly assigned by the system. Regardless of his height, weight, or appearance, he will have to accept it unconditionally. 2 years. 1,000 times. On average, twice a day. My God. After settling the score, Su Chen felt dizzy and almost fainted. Isn't this going to kill someone? Even if he has the stamina and nutrition, kidney bro can't keep up. Even if your whole body is covered in kidneys, you still can't withstand this kind of abuse, right? Despair overwhelmed him instantly, like icy seawater. Just when he felt that the future was bleak and his life was over. A cold, mechanical electronic voice suddenly rang in my mind. Host strong will to survive detected God-level enhancement system is activating. Activation successful. Phase 1, spend money to exchange for attribute points. 500,000 coins equal 1 free attribute point. Attributes that can be enhanced include physique, ability, and intelligence. System? Su Chen's heart skipped a beat, and the gloom in his heart vanished instantly. The introduction is very simple and straightforward. Money can make you stronger. Su Chen couldn't help but smile, and hope rekindled in his eyes. A mission to complete 1,000 tasks in 2 years sounds outrageous, but with the system now, anything is possible. Hello? A slightly roguish voice interrupted his thoughts. Su Chen turned his head and saw 2 slender girls with smoky makeup and pink and yellow hair squatting in front of him. The 2 women were soaking wet, their skirts still dripping water. It seemed they had rescued them. And when I was unconscious, the sensation I felt in my mouth, could it be artificial respiration? The girl with pink hair had her hair in pigtails, a lollipop dangling from her mouth, and waved it in front of his eyes. Ha! Has he gone mad? Has his brain gotten waterlogged? She nudged the blonde guy next to her with her elbow. The blonde-haired guy rolled his eyes and slapped her on the back of the head, sending the lollipop crashing to the ground. Shut up, don't scare that young man. What's your name, young man? Where do you live? Do you want me to take you home? The women watching nearby also began to speak up. What's wrong, young man? Why are you thinking of jumping into the river at such a young age? What could be so disheartening? This little boy is so handsome, he must have been bullied. Which damned woman did this? Tell us, and we'll stand up for you. We will never tolerate any bullying of men and must punish it severely. Tell us who it is, and we'll stand up for you. Yes, we'll back you up. The older women were all indignant and agitated, as if their own sons had been bullied. Su Chen was a little uncomfortable with this sudden enthusiasm, so he quickly got up from the ground and patted the dirt off his body. Thank you for your concern, sisters. I'm fine, I just accidentally slipped and fell. He flashed a bright smile at everyone. Upon seeing his handsome face and sunny smile, the women present instantly fell silent, several even displaying infatuated expressions, their cheeks slightly flushed. Are you really all right? Should we go to the hospital for a checkup? I'll give you a ride. It's on my way anyway. You drive a taxi, what route are you going? Young man, I'll give you a ride. Hey handsome, take my ride. Suchin declined each offer and politely said goodbye. Amidst the lingering gazes of the crowd, they hurried away from the riverbank as if fleeing, squeezing onto a hover bus heading home. As soon as he got on the bus, everyone's eyes were immediately focused on him. The carriage was almost entirely filled with women. Suchen found a seat by the window and pretended not to notice the stares. A woman in a business suit subtly moved closer to him. Another girl wearing glasses secretly looked up, glanced at him quickly, and then quickly lowered her head, her ears turning red. Forehead. Although he had expected it, Suchen was still surprised by the women's reactions. A 1,000 to 1 ratio is truly impressive. Thinking about his next plan, he silently closed his eyes and pretended to rest. As time went on, the people in the other 2 carriages also began to casually move closer to him. 2 of the 3 carriages were instantly empty. Even with his eyes closed, Suchen could feel the burning gaze sweeping over him. He could even hear the sound of someone taking a deep breath. Suchen estimated that if it weren't a serious crime to molest a boy under the age of 25 in this world, these women would probably tear him apart alive. That's terrifying. I'm home. As soon as I opened the door, a strong sense of oppression came from the kitchen as I approached. You still know how to come back? Just as he was about to change his shoes, Suchen froze on the spot. Chapter 2, 2 Mothers at the Start. Soon. A woman wearing an apron, holding a spatula, walked towards Suchen with an angry expression. I heard you skipped class again. Did you go to the internet cafe to play games again? How many times have I told you? That place is filthy and polluted. Is it a place for a little boy like you to go? The people at the piping center called me today. They said if I don't take any more orders, they'll arrange for me to go to a men's health sanatorium. Suchen's voice was filled with suppressed anger. Seeing Suchen in a daze, she raised her voice a few decibels. You brat! I'm talking to you, didn't you hear me? Don't you know what kind of place that sanatorium is? Do you think you can get out of there once you're in? Yes. I know you don't like girls, but is that something we can decide? Even if you have to grit your teeth and do it, you have to get through these 2 years. Do you understand? Or do you want to become a madman like those men? Her words were forceful, her voice trailing off with a sob, and she turned away as if wiping away tears. Faced with this extremely oppressive atmosphere. Mom, I know I was wrong, I won't do it again. Suchen lowered his head, his attitude sincere. Humph. You'd better know. Suching said sternly before turning and heading to the kitchen. Suchen let out a long breath. Given this upbringing, how could someone not become depressed? Their family must have hired a master to help them. After changing his clothes in his room, Suchen lay on the bed and turned on his phone. Before we knew it, half an hour had passed. I'm searching for information. Suddenly, I heard the sound of a doorknob turning behind the door. Almost the instant the door opened, a gasp of surprise suddenly came from the entrance. Son! Suchen was so startled that he almost dropped his phone in his face. Before he could even see who it was, a slender figure, carrying the rich scent of gardenias, rushed in like a gust of wind, heading straight for Suchen on the sofa, and giving him a tight hug. Come here. Let Mom give you a kiss. I've missed you so much since we last met. Mwah. Warm, fragrant lips pressed against Suchen's cheek without warning. He froze instantly. This must be his other mother. She's dragging a suitcase, so she must have just returned from a business trip. Suchen in this world has 2 mothers. One is his birth mother, Suching, and the other is the woman in front of him, named Zhang Wanru. His family is a Les family, and there is no father in the traditional sense. Ha! Seeing his reaction, the woman let out a soft "What's wrong?" Why aren't you hiding today? She said, reaching out to ruffle Suchen's hair and smiling indulgently. Did you miss Mommy too? He's such a grown man, why do you still treat him like he was when he was a child? At this moment, Suching also walked in. Seeing the mother and daughter snuggling together on the bed, she couldn't help but complain. In my eyes, he will always be a child. He. Jiang Wanru retorted defiantly, rubbing Su Chen's cheeks vigorously with both hands as if she were dealing with a child. Snap. Su Cheng slapped Jiang Wanru on the bottom. I think you're just a kid. Go wash your hands and eat. Hey! You dare hit me! Jiang Wanru angrily pounced on her. The two soon started playfully fighting. Su Chen stared blankly. It's hard to imagine that these are two women who are almost 50 years old. How come their way of getting along is almost like that of a young couple? But thinking about it, it makes sense. The technology in this world is far more advanced than that on Earth, especially in terms of facial sculpting, where it is far more advanced than anything else. Although these two are over 40, they actually look like they are about 30 years old, or even younger. After dinner, Su Chen returned to his room. I casually turned on the computer on the table, and a virtual screen appeared before my eyes. The most urgent task right now is to make money as soon as possible. With each attribute point costing 500,000, he only has a few thousand yuan left for living expenses. It seems like it'll never happen. As for how to make money, he has no idea yet. Go to work at the company? The meager salary he earns isn't even enough to cover his monthly maintenance costs. Besides, men in this world don't need to work. Doing business? He has no capital, and given his business acumen, he'll most likely lose money. Su Chen's fingers moved unconsciously across the screen, proposing and rejecting ideas one by one. Is the only way to slowly accumulate wealth by taking on orders? Wouldn't that be exhausting? Ding dong. Suddenly, a clear and melodious bell rang out. A message popped up on the phone next to me. His gaze shifted over there. Heart signal, you have a new appointment request. Su Chen frowned and picked up his phone. After unlocking the screen, tap on a small pink app. An electrocardiogram scan appeared, and a pink heart slowly lit up on the screen. As the romantic and sweet background music played, countless photos of handsome or sexy boys flew onto the screen like drifting willow catkins. The next second, the words heart signal slowly appeared in the center of the screen. This is a software specifically designed by the government for men and women to make friends online, primarily for men to match and accept orders. The process is very simple. Women pay to use the service, find a guy they like, and click to book. If the guy accepts the booking, they are successfully matched. After that, the two just need to agree on a time and place to meet in person. The software has a strict hierarchy. Different levels of males correspond to different price ranges. The highest level is S, followed by A, B, C, D, E, and F. The factors influencing the rating are divided into 5 categories: appearance, physique, health, ability, and most importantly, service evaluation. If all 5 ratings are S, the system will automatically upgrade to SSS level. A 3S level man is rare even in the entire country of China. He is a top-tier, high-quality man. Su Chen opened his personal information. Appearance, A, figure, F, health, D, ability, F, service rating, F, overall rating, D, which is below average. Next, let's look at the cost per service session. 9,860 yuan. Less than 10,000. Chapter 3, Transmigrating as a cow or horse, worse than a cow or horse. The next morning. As dawn broke, Su Chen was awakened by the jarring alarm clock, and he struggled to get out of bed. After a quick wash, I changed into a gray casual outfit, put on a baseball cap and a mask, and hurriedly went out. He's going to the piping center for class. This is the daily routine of the original owner of this problematic boy, who spent 5 years in a pipe fitting center due to a physical defect. However, for Su Chen, this might be the last time, because he will no longer need to attend classes. The Pairing Management Center, officially known as the Pairing Management Service and After Sales Center, is a department specifically established for male-female pairing. It is located in the most prosperous area of Tsunyun City. The entire building is made of a special pure white material, with a streamlined exterior that exudes a futuristic and technological feel. It was only 9 o'clock in the morning, and there were already many small suspended vehicles carrying female staff in uniforms shuttling around the building on the elevated tracks. Su Chen walked into the hall. We took the elevator to the training classroom on the 3rd floor. The moment I stepped inside, the noisy chatter in the classroom abruptly stopped. Dozens of eyes turned towards them simultaneously, a mixture of sympathy, disdain, and undisguised schadenfreude. The video of Su Chen jumping into the river yesterday was uploaded to the internet by someone. Although his face was blurred, people who knew him well recognized him at a glance. After all, there are only 1,000 or so boys in the whole city. Now the entire training center knows about his failed suicide attempt by jumping into the river. Su Chen ignored the stares and walked expressionlessly to the window seat. Just then, a sharp gaze fell upon him. A burly young man dressed in flamboyant clothes, his face adorned with gold and silver, was shaking his leg and looking at him with a contemptuous smile. Su Chen glanced at him indifferently and said nothing. This guy's name is Wang Zihan, and he's a notorious troublemaker at the piping center. Because of his irritable personality and violent tendencies, he was repeatedly complained about by the female partners he was paired with, so he was arranged to receive education and rehabilitation here. In fact, none of the boys who come here to take classes are normal. Sitting in my seat, Su Chen couldn't help but recall the original owner's memories of being bullied. The disturbing scenes played out like a movie. You're Su Chen? I heard you've been here for 3 years and haven't taken a single order? Is that true? An arrogant voice echoed in my memory. It's Wang Zihan. He placed one foot on Su Chen's desk, looking down at him with a mocking expression. Hey, I'm telling you, you're not actually gay, are you? You could go to jail if you get caught. Zhang Jian, the follower next to him, also joined in the commotion. How could it not be? Look at his delicate skin, he's more womanly than a woman. Haha, how about I take a loss and place a deal with you? I guarantee you'll have a comfortable experience. The language was foul and obscene. The original owner huddled in the seat, her body trembling slightly with fear, her face pale, her lips tightly pressed together, unable to utter a single word. Those taunts were like sharp icicles, piercing his heart. That's strange, I've never met a man who likes men before, hey? Tell me what it feels like? Look at me, don't be shy, look at me. Turn your head. Are you getting a reaction? He. Let me touch you. Su Chen's fist clenched quietly under the table. He could clearly feel the resentment and bitterness that the original owner still harbored in this body. Sigh, there's no shortage of bastards everywhere. Su Chen sighed deeply. Why should men make things difficult for other men? Jingle. The school bell rang. An intellectual woman dressed in a white business suit and wearing gold-rimmed glasses walked into the classroom carrying her lesson plan. She is Su Chen's training mentor, Ling Wei. Quiet. Class is starting. Ling Wei spoke gently, then raised her hand and pressed the remote control. The next second, the wall at the front of the classroom instantly transformed into a giant high-definition screen. As the sound rang out, a pair of computer-generated CG models of a man and a woman begin to demonstrate various positions for procreation from all sorts of unbelievable angles. The monotonous AI narration echoed in the quiet classroom. Su Chen rested his chin on his hand, staring at the screen listlessly. He has watched these videos no less than 100 times. The class ended quickly. Su Chen, come to my office for a moment. Ling Wei packed up her lesson plans and called out to Su Chen, who was about to leave. He paused for a moment, then nodded and followed Ling Wei. I arrived at my supervisor's office. Ling Wei looked at Su Chen, sighed deeply, and looked at him with deep sympathy. Su, do you know that the higher-ups have issued you an ultimatum? If you fail to complete a pairing task this month, you will be forcibly sent to a men's health sanatorium. She tried to make a last-ditch effort. Teacher knows you have something on your mind, but some things are beyond our control. You're still young, you have a long road ahead of you, don't let a moment of weakness make you. Stop talking, Teacher Ling, Su Chen interrupted her. I'll go take the order right now. The office was silent for a moment. Ling Wei's prepared words stuck in her throat, and she looked at the boy in front of her in surprise. His eyes were calm and firm, completely devoid of his former timidity and inferiority complex. It's as if he's become a completely different person overnight. We left the piping center. Su Chen immediately opened the Heart Signal app and went to the reservation page. Because of his relatively low rank, only 5 girls made reservations. Open the first one. The photo shows a burly woman with dreadlocks and a fierce look. Her nickname is Invincible Iron Fist, and her profile indicates that she is a boxing coach. Su Chen shuddered. Given his current physical condition, if he were to book this appointment, he probably wouldn't be able to get out of bed tomorrow. Skip over it. The second one is quite good-looking and dressed fashionably, but the background of the photo is a brightly lit nightclub, with a naked old man dancing passionately in the background. It glides past again. The third one. Isn't that too old? She still wants to have children at this age? Looking at the woman in the photo who was older than his grandmother, Su Chen looked like an old man on the subway. Pass. The fourth girl, whose nickname uses her real name, is named Zhao Xiaoya. The photo is a selfie, and the picture is very clear. It shows a girl wearing a t-shirt and overalls, raising two fingers at the camera. Her skin was a healthy wheat color, with a few freckles on her face, and behind her was a large, neatly arranged vegetable garden. She wasn't particularly beautiful, but she looked very clean, and with her sweet smile, she gave off the feeling of a girl next door. Bai was slightly taken aback when he saw her profession. Farmer? Are there still such young farmers in the world? He expressed his surprise. He then looked up some information and realized that the farmers here were very different from the farmers he had imagined in his previous life, who toiled in the fields, barely making ends meet, and who ultimately earned less than those who carried a few bricks. They are actually staff members of the Vegetable and Grain Planting Center, responsible for the management and maintenance of various automated mechanical equipment. You're the one. Su Chen raised his hand and clicked to accept the appointment. A pink heart effect appeared on the screen. Match successful. My phone vibrated, and a second later an address message arrived. It was the meeting place the girl had reserved. After getting the address, Su Chen immediately hailed a taxi on his phone. Less than 5 minutes later, a single-seat driverless car, shaped like a shuttle and painted orange-yellow, slowly stopped in front of him. The car door opened automatically, and an AI voice came from inside the car. Hello, DD Chauffeur Service is at your service. Chapter 4 Nationwide Flight Capability. The interior of the driverless car is spacious and exudes the distinctive leather smell of a new car. There was no driver inside the vehicle, only the smooth electronic sound of its operation. Su Chen leaned back in the soft seat, watching the city rushing past the window. The towering buildings were gradually replaced by low-rise buildings, and finally, rolling green fields stretched out before our eyes. This was his first order. Nervousness, mixed with a hint of indescribable anticipation. The journey of over 50 kilometers takes only about 10 minutes at the top speed of the hovercar. The vehicle landed smoothly next to a huge, white, semi-transparent building complex. Your destination is on your right. Thank you for your ride. Goodbye. The car door slid open silently. Su Chen got out of the car and was shocked by the scene before him. This is no farm. It is clearly a showcase for future technologies. The enormous transparent canopy, like an inverted giant bowl, envelopes the endless green plants. Below the greenhouse, countless robotic arms are shuttling back and forth on tracks, carrying out watering, pruning, and harvesting in an orderly manner, which looks quite spectacular. The air was filled with the fresh scent of earth and plants, mixed with the faint hum of machinery in operation. The level of technology in this world is far more exaggerated than he imagined. Just as he was looking around, a small door opened and a petite figure in blue overalls walked out. Hello, are you Mr. Su Chen? The girl's voice was somewhat timid, tinged with nervousness. Su Chen turned his head. The girl in front of him was the same as the one he saw on his phone. With healthy, wheat-colored skin, 2 simple braids, and no makeup, she looked clean and refreshing. She looks more down to earth and even cuter than in the photos. Especially her big, bright eyes, which were now secretly observing him with a mixture of shyness and curiosity. Yes, that's me. Su Chen nodded and offered a friendly smile. My name is Zhao Xiaoya. The girl's cheeks flushed slightly, her gaze met his for a second, then quickly looked away. Well, how about I show you around first? Okay. Su Chen nodded. A 3-hour date was a basic service, and he had no right to refuse. Zhao Xiaoya led Su Chen into the planting center. The interior is even more breathtaking. Rows of neat cultivation racks extend deep into the sky, where various vegetables and fruits thrive under constant temperature and light. Small drones patrol the air, monitoring the growth data of each plant. These are all areas I'm responsible for. Zhao Xiaoya pointed to a cherry tomato growing area, her tone carrying a hint of pride. From seedling cultivation to harvesting, everything is automated. I only need to monitor the data in the control room and handle some unexpected failures. As she spoke, she skillfully operated the tablet a few times. A robotic arm immediately and precisely reached out to a tomato plant, picked a ripe fruit, and handed it to Su Chen. Su Chen looked at the girl, who was only 19 years old, with a hint of appreciation in his eyes. Although she is young, her focus and confidence when talking about her work make her radiate light. Very impressive. Su Chen took the tomato, popped it into his mouth, and gave it a heartfelt thumbs up. Zhao Xiaoya blushed slightly and scratched her head shyly. No, it's nothing. The two walked slowly along the visitor corridor inside the huge greenhouse. Surrounded by a quiet world of plants, the atmosphere gradually became less formal. They talked about their lives. Actually, it was my mother who insisted that I make the appointment. She said I must have children while I'm young so that I can have a boy. Zhao Xiaoya lowered her head, her voice very soft, as if she were telling a secret. At first I was very scared, but now I'm not, because you seem like a very nice person. Su Chen's heart stirred slightly. He could sense the sincerity and caution in the girl's words. For him, this was a task he had to complete. But for her, it was a life-changing event. The thought of having his own child growing inside a girl he would never see again made Su Chen feel a little strange. However, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. He needs to get used to it gradually. It is my honor to be chosen by you. Su Chen's words were gentle, and his gaze was sincere. Zhao Xiaoya raised her head, her eyes shining even brighter. It was lunchtime. Zhao Xiaoya took out a very cute lunchbox from her backpack. I didn't expect you to come at noon. I didn't prepare anything. If you don't mind, shall we eat together? Okay. Su Chen nodded. The two then sat down by a bunch of tomatoes and ate their meal, taking turns eating. Since there was only one pair of chopsticks, Zhao Xiaoya fed him the whole time. The two chatted and laughed, looking just like a real couple. The bento box was very simple, just rice and some home-style side dishes, but it tasted surprisingly good. The two sat facing each other, and the atmosphere became relaxed and warm. Sunlight streamed through the glass roof, warm and gentle on my skin, without being harsh. We had a quick meal. Zhao Xiaoya led Su Chen to a deeper area inside the greenhouse. Here, some tall tropical plants are planted, their huge leaves overlapping to form a natural, private space. The air was humid and warm. Zhao Xiaoya's breathing became a little rapid. She stopped and turned to look at Su Chen, her cheeks as red as ripe apples. Her eyes held nervousness and shyness, but more than anything, they held a fearless courage. Let's begin. She mustered her courage and spoke softly. Huh? Here? Su Chen was stunned. Before he could react, Zhao Xiaoya tiptoed and awkwardly kissed him. Su Chen could feel her body trembling slightly. He didn't refuse, but instead reached out and wrapped his arms around her slender waist, deepening the kiss. The girl appears simple and unassuming, but her heart is like a volcano that has been suppressed for a long time. Once it erupts, it is incredibly passionate. Hidden under the large banana leaves, the zipper of the work clothes was slowly unzipped. Could you be gentler? I'm scared. Zhao Xiaoya turned her head away, her face flushed. Su Chen could feel the flutter in the girl's heart in his arms. Her long eyelashes trembled incessantly with nervousness, like a frightened fawn. He leaned down, trying to control his movements, his fingertips tracing her burning skin as if touching a precious piece of porcelain. The air was filled with the crisp scent of plants, mixed with the faint fragrance of her hair. The low hum of the machinery seemed like a steady background sound, with only the intertwined breathing clearly audible. She instinctively wrapped her arms around his back, but as the warmth gradually rose, she slowly relaxed, letting out a soft moan. He carefully protected her rhythm, warming her back with his palms. Sunlight filters through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled patterns of light on them. Sweat and warmth mingle, creating a hazy mist. Half an hour later. Su Chen walked out of the plantation alone, feeling more comfortable than ever before. He opened his phone. On the Heart Signal app interface, Zhao Xiaoya gave it a 5-star review. The review consisted of only one simple sentence. He's so gentle, he's amazing. When they parted, Zhao Xiaoya's face was flushed red to her ears, and she didn't dare to look at him. Is it possible to book another appointment with you in the future? She asked softly, her voice full of anticipation. Su Chen looked at her, reached out and gently smoothed her slightly messy hair. Of course, anytime. Upon receiving an affirmative answer, the girl's eyes lit up instantly, and she nodded vigorously. On the hovercar returning to the city, Su Chen clicked on Heart Signal again. He discovered that because of that 5-star review, his service rating had improved from F to E. Although the overall ranking remains unchanged, this is a good start. 10,000 yuan in hand. There are still 490,000 attribute points to be reached. Chapter 5, Skill Points Boosted. Strength soars. The hovercar returned to the city smoothly and silently. The light flashed past the window, and Su Chen's reflection was mirrored on the glass, his eyes deep and unfathomable. One attribute point costs 500,000. This number felt like a mountain, weighing heavily on his mind, yet it also fueled his fighting spirit. But just taking orders isn't enough, we need to think of other ways. Efficiency must be improved. The hovercar quickly came to a stop at the station near Su Chen's home. His family lived in a detached villa provided by the government in the southeastern suburbs of the city. This is the only perk of having a boy, you can live there for free for 25 years. I got home just in time for dinner. Su Cheng and Jian Wanru were already seated at the dining table. As soon as Su Chen entered the room, two pairs of eyes immediately fell on him. You went out today? Su Cheng spoke, her voice as cool and clear as ever, yet it held a hint of probing that was not easily detected. Yeah, I made an appointment with a girl. Su Chen answered frankly and sat down opposite them. Jian Wanru immediately came closer, her eyes sparkling. How did it go? Was it successful? Su Chen opened his phone and showed them the screenshot of the 5-star review. She's so gentle, amazing. Jian Wanru read it out word by word, then burst into a delighted laugh. That's great. I knew our Chen Chen was the best. She patted Su Chen's arm excitedly, her eyes slightly red. Su Qing, who was sitting to the side, did not say anything, but her tense shoulders visibly relaxed when she saw the positive review. She picked up her chopsticks and silently placed a piece of meat on Su Chen's plate. Have a meal. The voice remained cool and detached, yet it was warmer than any other language. The dark clouds that had shrouded this home for so long seemed to have finally parted off. It was still dark after dinner. Su Chen returned to his room early, turned on his personal computer, and began to ponder his grand plan to make money. Each order is worth 10,000 yuan, which is undoubtedly a huge sum of money for him, who only earned less than 4,000 yuan a month in his previous life. However, if used for adding points to the system, it's still a drop in the ocean. It's still too slow. Relying solely on taking orders to earn attribute points would probably kill you from exhaustion. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Su Chen's mind like lightning. Yes. You can borrow money if you don't have any. Let's get right to it. Su Chen immediately started searching for loan apps on his phone. I randomly downloaded 2 apps and registered, and the process was surprisingly simple. All you need to do is fill in basic information and your identity details, take a picture of yourself, and you can borrow money immediately, and the amounts are ridiculously high. The minimum is 200,000, and the maximum can even reach more than 500,000. Su Chen guessed it might be related to gender, since men in this world earn money far too easily. He can live a comfortable life simply by taking orders, and is even richer than most wealthy people. Less than half an hour. Su Chen used more than 10 loan apps in one go, feeling like he was addicted. He only stopped when he received a notification that his account was abnormal. Looking at the long string of zeros in his account balance, it was the first time he realized that making money could be so easy. No, that's not right. This was borrowed, and I have to return it. 3.42 million. Enough to exchange for 6 attribute points. However, when he excitedly summoned the system, ready to exchange attribute points, Su Chen hesitated. This is a whopping 3 million. Instead of 300 yuan. Is it worth exchanging for just 6 attribute points? If you consider it from a long-term perspective, there's no doubt that it's worthwhile. If physical attributes are enhanced to a certain extent, quantitative changes will lead to qualitative changes, and it's possible that one could directly become a superhuman. Given his family's current financial situation, 3 million is definitely a huge sum of money, more than his 2 mothers could earn in half a lifetime. How about I exchange for 4 first? After thinking for a moment, Su Chen only exchanged for 4 attribute points. Keep some money as a safety net, in case he can't pay back the loan, otherwise his 2 mothers will definitely chop him into pieces. Exchange successful. Current attribute points, 4, can be added to any one of the following 3 attributes: physique, ability, or intelligence. Upon hearing the notification sound, Su Chen replied without hesitation. Add all points to physique. His only weakness right now is his physical fitness. Once his physique improves, his physique and health will likely change accordingly. This is a win-win situation. The words fell. A gentle energy, like spring water, flowed into his body, and a tingling sensation immediately spread from his limbs to his bones. It was over in just a few seconds. Su Chen clenched his fist and felt his strength increase significantly. Summon your personal information panel. Current attributes: physique 8, ability 4, intelligence 6. The next day, Su Chen got up very early. The sun had just risen above the horizon when he stood on the second-floor balcony, feeling the power surging through his body. The changes brought about by the stat boost to his physique were more significant than he had imagined. He could even clearly feel that his breathing had become deeper and longer, and his heartbeat had become more steady and powerful. It's time to verify the results. Pairing Management Center. Su Chen arrived here with practiced ease. In the corridor, the people coming and going were mostly young men like him, their faces mostly showing confusion or numbness. Su Chen walked through the crowd and headed straight for his mentor's office. He knocked on the door. "Please come in." A gentle female voice came from inside. Pushing open the door, I saw Ms. Ling Wei sitting behind her desk organizing documents. She was wearing a well-fitting beige business suit, her long hair was tied up, revealing her fair neck. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes when she saw that it was Su Chen. "Su Chen? No classes today, what brings you here?" Su Chen walked to her desk. "Teacher Ling, I'm here to update my personal data." His tone was calm yet firm. Ling Wei adjusted her glasses and looked at him with some surprise. Su Chen was physically weak and failed many of his health indicators, which was one of the reasons why he was kept at the center for training. "Update data?" "Yes, I've been working out lately, so I wanted to update my profile." Ling Wei looked at him and suddenly realized that Su Chen seemed a little different today. There was a new kind of confidence in his eyes that he had never seen before. She hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "Okay, come with me." Chapter 6 Physical Fitness Test. Physical Training Hall. It was noisier here than in the corridor, with the sounds of various machines clashing and men shouting all mixed together. Many of the male students who were in the same training program are here. Su Chen's appearance immediately attracted some attention. Soon, two unfriendly gazes fell upon him. It was Wang Zihan and his henchman Zhang Jian. "Isn't this brother Su? What's wrong? Did you get a complaint yesterday and came here for extra practice?" Wang Zihan crossed his arms over his chest, a mocking look on his face, deliberately pronouncing brother as if he were gay. Zhang Jian, who was next to him, also laughed in a sarcastic tone. Su Chen ignored them and followed Ling Wei straight to the testing area. He understood perfectly that the men here all had flaws to some extent. People like Wang Zihan and Zhang Jian bullied others simply to cover up their own inferiority complex. They're just two pathetic creatures, not worth his attention. "Let's test your grip strength first," Ling Wei said to the staff member next to her. The tester was a middle-aged woman who handed me a metal hand gripper with a display screen. "Use all your strength." Wang Zihan and Zhang Jian also came over, clearly wanting to watch the show. Several boys around stopped training and curiously gathered around. In their opinion, Su Chen, who was so frail, would be considered quite strong if he could grip 40 kilograms. Su Chen took the hand gripper. A cold, metallic feel emanated from it. He didn't exert any force immediately, he just casually weighed it in his hand. Then, under everyone's gaze, he slowly tightened his 5 fingers. The numbers on the electronic screen began to jump wildly. 40 kilograms. 70 kilograms. 100 kilograms. The numbers continued to climb without any pause, as if there were no upper limit. The onlookers held their breath. Wang Zihan's mocking expression froze. Finally, the numbers were displayed. 120 kilograms. The entire testing area fell silent instantly. The tester was stunned. She looked down at the instrument in her hand, then at the numbers on the screen, her face full of disbelief. "How is this possible?" she murmured to herself. Su Chen released her hand and handed the hand gripper back to her without saying anything. He knew this was just the beginning. The next test left everyone speechless. Vital capacity, 6,500 milliliters. 100-meter sprint, 11.5 seconds. Standing long jump, 2.8 meters. Every single statistic far exceeds the average level of a grade D male, and even reaches the standard of grade B. The crowd erupted in uproar. Holy crap! Is this really Su Chen? Did he take drugs? 120 kilograms of grip strength? Really? The highest record at the center is only a little over 140 kilograms, right? This is outrageous. Whispers rose and fell, and shocked, suspicious, and jealous gazes were fixed on Su Chen. Teacher Ling Wei's hand holding the record board trembled slightly, and her eyes behind her glasses were filled with shock. Zhang Jian was too scared to make a sound and hid behind Wang Zihan. Wang Zihan's face had changed from initial mockery to flushed red, and now to ashen. He couldn't accept this fact. How could that piece of trash he had always trampled underfoot and bullied it will suddenly become so strong? Cheating. He definitely cheated. Wang Zihan suddenly jumped out and shouted at Su Chen. What's the use of these optical measurements? Let's have a competition. His eyes were bloodshot, like those of an enraged bull. What do you want to compete in? Su Chen finally looked at him directly, his tone indifferent. Let's have an 800-meter race. On the track, let's see who reaches the finish line first. There's no way to cheat that way. Wang Zihan roared, as he had always been very confident in his endurance in middle and long distance running. Su Chen found it somewhat amusing. He had absolutely no interest in such childish tricks. However, seeing Wang Zihan's determined look, he changed his mind. Can. Su Chen nodded. The challenge has been established. The news spread like wildfire, and more trainees and staff gathered around the track at the sports training center. Everyone wanted to see for themselves whether this man named Su Chen had truly undergone a complete transformation or was simply faking it. On the runway, Su Chen and Wang Zihan stood at the starting line. One looked relaxed, the other had a ferocious expression. With Ling Wei's command, the two rushed out at the same time. Wang Zihan used the speed of a 100-meter sprint from the very beginning. He wanted to crush Su Chen with an absolute advantage and regain all the face he had lost. However, Su Chen simply followed 2 or 3 meters behind him at a leisurely pace. His steps were light and rhythmic, his breathing even, showing no sign of strain. 1 lap has passed. Wang Zihan's speed began to decrease, dense beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and his breathing became heavy. He glanced back and saw Su Chen still following behind, his face not flushed and his breath not out. A sense of panic rose from the bottom of Wang Zihan's heart. He gritted his teeth, desperately squeezing out his body's potential, trying to shake off Su Chen. No matter how fast he sped up, the figure remained firmly behind him like a ghost. The final 200 meters. Wang Zihan felt like her lungs were about to explode, and her legs felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead. At this moment, Su Chen finally began to accelerate. He easily overtook Wang Zihan and widened the gap between them. No. Impossible. Watching Su Chen's departing figure, Wang Zihan's resolve completely crumbled. He let out a roar of resentment, attempting a final sprint. However, due to physical exhaustion and mental imbalance, his steps suddenly faltered. Ah! A scream. Wang Zihan fell heavily onto the track, clutching her left leg and rolling around in pain. At this moment, Su Chen had already crossed the finish line unscathed. The entire room fell into a deathly silence. Medical personnel rushed into the scene and, after a preliminary examination, determined that Wang Zihan had fractured his left tibia. The boys watching were speechless as they looked at Wang Zihan being carried away on a stretcher, and then at Su Chen standing at the finish line, barely sweating. The visual impact was too strong. Teacher Ling Wei, holding the newly printed final test report, quickly walked up to Su Chen. There was a hint of disbelief in her voice. Su Chen, your overall physical fitness assessment is grade A. Next up is the body assessment. Ling Wei led Su Chen to a small, enclosed room. Su Chen skillfully stripped himself naked, revealing himself completely to Ling Wei. The latter, without any hesitation, took out a measuring tape and carefully measured him with a blank expression. The results came out quickly. A grade in body assessment. Ling Wei exclaimed in surprise. Okay, the information has been entered into the system. Please open it and take a look. Not long after, Su Chen's phone vibrated slightly. He tapped on his phone screen. It's a system notification from the heartbeat signal. Congratulations! Your level has been upgraded to B. The fee for a single booking has been increased to 22,000 yuan. The news quickly spread throughout the entire piping center. Many of the female staff members who had previously looked down on Su Chen began to secretly cast curious glances in his direction. He had been in this place for nearly 5 years, and given his special circumstances, almost everyone knew him. In their eyes, Su Chen's transformation was nothing short of a miracle. I'm home. Su Chen had just finished showering when he found dozens of unread messages on his phone. All of them were new booking requests from people who were interested in me. They jumped 2 levels at once. It definitely feels different. Chapter 7, Keep Going. Su Chen had just finished showering, and the steam had not yet completely dissipated from his body. The light from the phone screen shone on his sharply defined face. The notification tone for the heartbeat signal, like a death knell, rings out every few minutes. On the screen, reservation requests were refreshing like a waterfall. The jump from D level to B level brings an exponential increase in attention. Su Chen's fingertips slid across the screen, examining each avatar and bio. There were impeccably made-up urban white-collar workers, beautiful young female college students, and even a wealthy woman who offered a 7-figure monthly subscription. The temptation is great. But Su Chen remained clear-headed. Those that seemed too complicated or demanding were rejected without hesitation. What he needs now is a fast, stable, and secure source of funds to purchase system attribute points. Otherwise, with his current abilities, even if he were given 2 more years, he still wouldn't be able to complete 1,000 pairing tasks. Ultimately, he accepted both appointments. The first one is Li Shuiying, 28 years old, a bank credit manager. The offer was 25,000, with an additional 5,000 for same-day bookings. The note read, "Time is precious, and I need efficient and high-quality service." The second one is Lin Xiaoming, 20 years old, a college student. There was no extra charge, and the note said, "My mom asked me to come. The reason I chose her was simply because she's good-looking." Su Chen devised a plan and first met with Li Shuiying. The agreed meeting place was a high-end coffee shop in the city center. When Su Chen arrived, she was already seated by the window. She was wearing a black business suit, her dark hair was styled in a bun, and she was wearing gold-rimmed glasses. She was watching a short drama on a tablet. He exudes an aura of elite so that strangers cannot approach him. "Su Chen?" She pushed up her glasses, her gaze sweeping over him like a scanner. "It's me." Su Chen sat down opposite her. Li Shuiying closed her laptop, leaned forward slightly, and got straight to the point. "I've reviewed your file. You're a B-level candidate, with excellent stats across the board." Her tone was more like a job interview than a date. "I'm very busy with work and under a lot of pressure. I don't need feelings, and I don't want to have children. I just want to find someone to relax with. You know what I mean?" Su Chen nodded. "Understand." Li Shuiying seemed quite satisfied with his decisiveness, and took a sip of her coffee. "That's good. I don't like wasting time. Let's go." She stood up and picked up the handbag from the seat next to her. The entire meeting lasted no more than 5 minutes. The hotel's upscale suites. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, skyscrapers stand tall, and delivery drones silently streak across the sky like shooting stars, flashing with a dazzling metallic luster. Li Shuiying took off her high heels, casually tossed her suit jacket onto the sofa, and then began to unbutton her shirt. Her movements still carried a swift and efficient air, as if she were completing a work task. Su Chen did not move. He just watched her quietly. Li Shuiying unbuttoned the last button, revealing a black lace bra. She turned around and saw Su Chen still standing there, her brows slightly furrowed. "What? You need my help?" Su Chen smiled and slowly walked forward. He didn't rush to her, but stood in front of her, reached out and gently stroked her tense cheek. Li Shuiying's body stiffened for a moment. Su Chen's fingers were warm and dry, carrying a soothing power, as they slowly slid down her jawline to her neck. Her breathing faltered for a moment. Years of high-intensity work have made her accustomed to being tense and in control of everything. She hadn't felt this gentle touch in a long time. Su Chen leaned down, his lips close to her ear, his warm breath brushing against her earlobe before gently taking her in his mouth. Li Shuiying's hard professional shell is being peeled away little by little. He picked her up and carried her to the large, soft bed. The lights had dimmed at some point. In the room, only suppressed breathing and the sound of heartbeats remained. She had never had this experience before. Previous partners were either rude or clumsy. None had ever given her such intense pleasure. I don't know how much time passed. The clouds dispersed and the rain stopped. Li Shuiying felt completely limp. She turned her head to look at Su Chen, who was breathing steadily beside her, her eyes filled with complex emotions. This man was much more capable than she had imagined. As Su Chen was leaving, his phone vibrated. It was a system message. He clicked on it and immediately received a review from Li Shuiying on Heart Signal. "That's amazing. Simple, direct, and very much in line with her style." Afternoon. Su Chen arrived at the entrance of the amusement park as agreed. Soon, a girl wearing a white dress and carrying a canvas bag walked over with her head down and small steps. "It's Lin Xiaoming." She looked even shyer than in the photos, her bangs almost covering her eyes, and her hands nervously clutching the hem of her skirt. Are you Su Chen?" The sound was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. It's me. Su Chen gave a gentle smile. Hello, Xiaoming. Lin Xiaoming's face flushed red instantly, and she lowered her head even further. Su Chen found it somewhat amusing this girl was practically a frightened little rabbit. He stopped teasing her and instead bought 2 tickets, taking her into the amusement park. Roller coasters, pirate ships, carousels. Su Chen patiently accompanied her through every activity. Under his guidance, Lin Xiaoming gradually opened up. She no longer suppressed her laughter, her eyes lit up, and she would proactively share the ice cream in her hand with Su Chen. Evening. The two were on the Ferris wheel, watching the sunset gradually turn the entire city golden. Su Chen brother. Lin Xiaoming suddenly spoke. Thank you, I'm very happy today. This was her first time booking mail services, and it was a task assigned by her mother. Before coming, she was both scared and curious, worried that she would encounter bad people. But Su Chen was completely different from what she had imagined. He is gentle, considerate, and humorous. Just like the male protagonist in a TV series. And she is the female protagonist who is deeply loved. Is this feeling of happiness what they call being in love? After getting off the Ferris wheel, Su Chen took her to have a nice dinner. In the end, Lin Xiaoming paid the bill, and Su Chen didn't refuse, since he was there to make money anyway. The fact that she can book a level B appointment shows that her family is not short of money. The atmosphere was just right. Going to a hotel seemed like the only logical thing to do. Inside the room, Lin Xiaoming sat on the edge of the bed, hugging her knees with both hands, her body as stiff as a stone. This is the scene that Su Chen saw when he came out of the bathroom. He wasn't as direct as he was with Li Shuiying. He walked over and sat down next to her, asking softly, "Are you still nervous?" Lin Xiaoming nodded, then quickly shook her head. Su Chen grasped her icy hand. "First?" Her cheeks flushed instantly, and she gave a soft "hmm." Su Chen's heart softened as well. He leaned down and gave her a very tender kiss. This kiss was devoid of any lust, it was simply a comforting gesture. That night, Su Chen made her realize that things between men and women could be so wonderful. She blossomed in his hands like a flower bud about to bloom. It was around midnight. Lin Xiaoming rested her head on Su Chen's arm, her face still flushed with satisfaction. She gently traced the outline of Su Chen's profile with her fingers, her eyes filled with dependence and infatuation. "Su Chen." She spoke softly. "Can you stay tonight?" Su Chen opened his eyes, looked at her expectant gaze, and smiled, "Of course." Lin Xiaoming's eyes lit up instantly. Su Chen pinched her cheek, his tone relaxed. "However, that's at a different price." Chapter 8 Orders plummet. As the morning sun shone into the hotel room, Su Chen, who had gotten up early, was already brushing his teeth and washing up in the bathroom. "Last night, Lin Xiaoming dragged me to spend the night at a hotel." The two of them fell into a deep sleep in each other's arms until they were too exhausted to move. Before leaving, afraid of waking her, Su Chen tiptoed as he dressed. But in the end, it still disturbed Lin Xiaoming, who was in bed. She murmured, hugging Su Chen from behind, her hands slowly groping his body. The cool little hand felt wonderful to hold, making Su Chen shiver involuntarily. "Unfortunately, I had to attend another homecoming banquet." They were only able to escape when the sun was high in the sky. Looking at the petite figure sleeping soundly on the bed, Su Chen smiled and shook his head. This girl really doesn't waste a single bit. The next few days, Su Chen's life is completely filled with appointments for Heart Signal. He was like a secret agent with countless identities, juggling relationships with different women. Sometimes, I would talk to a female fund manager about candlestick charts in a rooftop cafe in the financial center. He got the other party to spend 50,000 yuan on him with just 3 sentences. Sometimes, I would accompany a young, artistic woman in a long cotton linen dress to an art museum to see a niche art exhibition. This painter's brushstrokes have the shadow of early abstract art, but his use of color is very restrained, full of Eastern subtlety. His boastful voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached the young woman's ears. He doesn't know how to paint, but he knows how to talk. Having worked in sales in a past life, these language skills are a piece of cake for me. The girl turned her head, her eyes shining brighter than the exhibition hall lights. On the weekend, he transformed into a sunny and cheerful senior student from the sports department, spending an afternoon playing badminton with a young female college freshman in the gymnasium. Sweat trickled down his jawline, soaking the collar of his t-shirt. The girl handed him a bottle of water, her cheeks flushed, and she didn't dare to look at him. Every time the service ended, Su Chen's phone would ring with a notification sound on time. User Xuanxuan's mom rated your service 5 stars. Comment, an unforgettable experience. User Faraway Bagpipes rated your service 5 stars. Comment, you understand me. User Sweet Strawberry rated your service 5 stars. Comment, Brother Su Chen, see you next time. His service rating steadily climbed at a visible rate. However, taking on 2 orders a day was taking a toll on his health. A week passed in the blink of an eye. The name Su Chen began to quietly circulate in certain circles in Sangyun City. Morning. Su Chen was alone in the room. I drew back the curtains, and the warm sunlight shone on me, making me feel so comfortable that I didn't want to move. He opened the mobile banking app, and a string of numbers was clearly displayed on the screen. Balance, 1,828,000 yuan. Not bad, I can exchange for several more attribute points. System. Add points. 3 points in ability. Add points successfully. Current attributes, Physique 8, Ability 7, Intelligence 6. In an instant, a feeling of expansion came from below, and the backache that had been aching since last night became less painful. It feels amazing. Add the attributes. Su Chen skillfully opened the heart signal appointment list, preparing to take a few more regular orders. But today's appointment list has a strange look to it. The appointments that were previously pinned to the top, although they had additional requirements, were mostly ordinary dates like meals and movies. But now, the top few appointments all have some unusual content. Requirements: wear a white coat, play the role of a psychologist, and listen to me confide in you for 3 hours. Requirement: pretend to be my husband at the party. You don't need to say anything, just sit next to me. Requirements: the location is a suburban cemetery. I need someone to watch the sunrise with my mother. What kind of bizarre requests are these? His fingertips slid across the screen, his brow furrowed slightly. Just then, a new appointment request popped up forcefully, taking up the entire phone screen. It features a gorgeous gold border and animation, seemingly an exclusive privilege for some kind of VIP member. Reservation made by Night Rose. Bid, 200,000 yuan. Location, Lanting Private Club. Dating requirements, none. 200,000. This number made Su Chen's breath catch for a moment. This is almost the sum of his hard work for the whole week. Once he accepts this order, he can immediately purchase the next attribute point. The temptation is immense. However, the risks are also unknown. Because this person didn't write down the requirements. The most terrifying thing is having no demand, because you don't know what the other party will ask you to do. He knew that there were some rich women in this world who lived even more extravagantly than those he had heard about in his previous life. It said that some people even died right away. As a result, some men with low tolerance for financial burdens and who don't particularly pursue money will deliberately lower their scores to avoid being targeted by wealthy women. Su Chen clicked on the profile picture of Night Rose, which was a black rose in full bloom, with the edges of its petals glowing with a dark red light, eerie and dangerous. Apart from that, there is no photo, and the profile page is completely blank. There is no information available for reference. She appeared out of nowhere, forcefully entering Su Chen's field of vision. Su Chen's finger hovered above the accept button, hesitating to press it. His cautious instincts alerted him to something unusual. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Every bit of benefit you gain requires many times more effort behind it. Just as he was struggling with this decision, the screen on his phone was suddenly cut off. The name displayed on the caller ID made his pupils shrink slightly. It's Ling Wei. He pressed the answer button and put the phone to his ear. Su Chen. Ling Wei's voice came through the receiver, lacking its usual gentleness and instead carrying an unprecedented seriousness and urgency. Come to the piping center, I have something important to discuss with you. Piping center. Ling Wei's office. The air was filled with a scent of incense and expensive perfume. When Su Chen pushed the door open, Ling Wei was sitting upright behind her desk, her hands folded in front of her, looking rather reserved. Opposite her sat 2 women in black uniforms. They wore crisp police uniforms, their epaulets reflecting the cold gleam of metal under the lights, and the guns tucked into their waistbands exuded a unique air of authority. One of the women, with short hair and sharp eyes, was scrutinizing Su Chen as he entered the room. Another long-haired woman was holding a data terminal, her fingers rapidly sliding across the screen, making a soft clicking sound. The atmosphere in the office was so oppressive that it made one's chest feel tight. Teacher Ling Wei, I'm here. Su Chen spoke, breaking the silence. Ling Wei raised her head, her eyes filled with undisguised worry, and nodded slightly to Su Chen. The short-haired woman took a step forward, looking directly at Su Chen. "You're Su Chen?" Her voice was cold, like a block of ice. "It's me." Su Chen met her gaze calmly. "We are from the inspectorate." The short-haired woman flashed her ID, so quickly that only a gold badge was visible. "Recently, we received a report that you are suspected of using banned drugs and using illegal means to enhance your physical functions." Su Chen's eyebrows twitched almost imperceptibly. Banned drugs? His physical attributes far exceed those of ordinary people, which is entirely the result of system enhancement. The thought flashed through his mind, but his face remained calm, even revealing a perfectly timed expression of confusion. "I don't quite understand what you mean, Miss Inspector." "It's okay if you don't understand." The short-haired woman spoke in a firm tone. "We'll make it clear to you. Now come with us for a comprehensive physical examination and drug testing." Su Chen did not refute, but simply nodded. "Of course, I'm willing to cooperate with the investigation." His composure surprised the two inspectors. More than 10 minutes later, Su Chen was taken to the hospital's pool testing center. The testing process was faster than he had imagined. The cold instruments swept across his body, and a tube of bright red blood was drawn and sent to the analysis equipment. Su Chen sat quietly in the chair in the testing room, his heart completely calm. The system is a technology beyond this world. It is impossible for them to detect anything. He was just wondering who was behind this. A few minutes later, the test report has been printed out. The long-haired inspector picked up the report and flipped through it page by page, his brows furrowing deeper and deeper. She walked over to the short-haired inspector and whispered a few words. The short-haired inspector took the report, his sharp eyes scanning it back and forth before finally settling on the conclusion section. "All indicators are normal. No prohibited drug ingredients were detected." "How is this possible?" The short-haired inspector's whisper did not escape Su Chen's ears. She looked up at Su Chen again, her eyes filled with confusion. Finally, she handed the report to Su Chen. "You can leave now." The two inspectors, exuding a cold and hard aura, strode away from the testing center like a fleeting gust of cold wind. Only after their figures had completely disappeared did Ling Wei quickly walk to Su Chen's side, her worry still lingering on her face. "Are you all right? What could possibly happen to me?" Su Chen smiled and flexed his wrists. "I'm sorry to have worried you, teacher." Ling Wei breathed a sigh of relief, but her brows remained furrowed. "Do you know who reported you?" Su Chen looked at her. "Does the teacher have a clue?" Ling Wei's lips moved slightly, and she lowered her voice. "Could it be Wang Zihan?" It was obvious that Su Chen also suspected it was him. He didn't have any enemies in this world, except for Wang Zihan. "He's a narrow-minded and vindictive person," Ling Wei said with a hint of disgust. "He failed this time, but he will definitely try again. You need to be extra careful." Su Chen nodded and kept this in mind. Chapter 9, Want to come to my house to see the cat? As Su Chen walked out of the inspectorate, he did not feel any lingering fear. There was only one kind of annoyance, being bothered by flies. He could have easily found Wang Zihan and broken his other leg. But that's not his style. Physical pain can only bring temporary fear, and cannot eradicate the resentment in his heart. He must be taught a lesson he'll never forget. An experience that haunts him with shame and indignation every time he wakes up in the middle of the night. Su Chen recalled the student file system of the piping center. He had once read it by chance. Wang Zihan comes from a single-parent family and was raised by his mother, Wang Shanglan. Su Chen had seen her once from afar. She was a rather gentle and beautiful woman. "I took a taxi home." Su Chen turned on his personal computer and quickly found Wang Zihan's file on the official website of the distribution center. The above contains relevant information about Wang Shanglan. She is 38 years old and runs a small flower shop on the busiest commercial street in the city center. The woman in the photo has a gentle and elegant appearance, a graceful figure, and the typical features of a woman from a water town. A cold smile slowly curved Su Chen's lips. He disdained using the kind of tactics Wang Zihan employed, which is like a child running to an adult to complain when he loses a fight. Adults should naturally solve problems in an adult way. I slept until noon the next day. It's another sunny day. Su Chen went out to the mall and bought himself a new outfit. She wore a well-tailored gray casual suit with a pure white silk shirt underneath, the top button undone to reveal her defined collarbone. I styled my hair in a sophisticated way and sprayed some cologne on my wrists. It's a cool, woody scent that smells expensive. The man in the mirror is mature, handsome, and carries just the right amount of aloofness. Perfect. He took a taxi to the vicinity of Wang Xianglan's flower shop. We didn't go in directly. He first sat down at an outdoor cafe across the street, ordered an iced Americano, and quietly observed. The flower shop seems to be doing good business, with people coming and going. Wearing a floral apron, Wang Xianglan was busy in the shop, sometimes trimming flower branches for customers, sometimes wrapping bouquets with practiced ease. Su Chen downed the coffee in one gulp, the ice cubes cracking between his teeth. He stood up, straightened the hem of his suit jacket, and strode across the street. The wind chimes tinkled crisply. Su Chen pushed open the door, bringing in a ray of afternoon sunlight. The air in the flower shop was filled with the dampness of the soil and the fragrance of fresh flowers. Wang Xianglan was arranging a bunch of roses when she heard the sound, and she subconsciously looked up. When she saw who it was, she visibly paused for a moment. The young man in front of me was tall and had an outstanding presence, as if he wasn't there to buy flowers, but rather a model who had stepped out of a fashion magazine. A barely perceptible hint of amazement flashed in her eyes. This man is at least AB grade. Hello, what kind of flowers would you like to buy? Wang Xianglan put down the scissors in her hand, her voice unconsciously softening. Hello. Su Chen's gaze swept over the flower stand, finally landing on her face, where he gave her a gentle smile. What flowers are suitable to give to elders? Mother's Day is just a few days away, and I want to give my mom a surprise. Upon hearing this, Wang Xianglan's smile became much more genuine. She likes filial children the most. Really? Your mother is so lucky to have such a good son like you. As she spoke, she couldn't help but sigh, her tone tinged with a hint of complaint. Sigh, if only my son were half as sensible as you. Su Chen did not respond to that question. He simply looked at Wang Xianglan quietly, his eyes focused and sincere. He, not at all, you're too modest. Su Chen smiled sheepishly, then continued, with your gentle and generous nature and outstanding temperament, I'm sure your son won't be too bad, no matter how bad he is. Hearing the praise, Wang Xianglan raised her eyebrows and a smile unconsciously appeared on her lips. You have such a sweet tongue. Being your mother must be so easy, unlike my family. Ugh, never mind him, just thinking about him makes me annoyed. With a sigh, Wang Xianglan walked to the flower stand and introduced, what kind of flowers do you want to buy? I have roses and carnations here, and some people also give sunflowers. See which one you like? Su Chen pretended to think and moved closer to Wang Xianglan. I don't buy flowers much. Why don't you help me choose? Okay, then don't complain about my choice. It's alright, please feel free to choose. Wang Xianglan quickly started selecting from the shelves, intending to make a mixed bouquet for Su Chen. How about roses? They're all grown by myself, no worse than the flowers in the park. Yes, it really is very beautiful. Su Chen nodded, deliberately drawing out the sound. Wang Xianglan stopped what she was doing and waited for him to continue. Then she heard him change the subject and look at her with a gentle gaze. But compared to you, madam, I am still slightly inferior. I've heard that only people with pure and beautiful hearts can grow truly beautiful flowers. This was even more cheesy than cheesy pickup lines. Su Chen himself could barely stand it after saying it. However, it unexpectedly works on women in this world. Is there? A blush instantly spread across Wang Xianglan's cheeks. She felt her heart skip a beat. This praise was direct and bold, yet it didn't seem frivolous. Instead, it made her feel truly seen. Between arranging the flowers, the two chatted amiably, exchanging questions and answers. Su Chen displayed knowledge and eloquence far beyond her peers, always finding topics that made her feel comfortable, from flower care to cats and dogs. Unconsciously. Half an hour passed. The flowers had actually been tied up 20 minutes earlier. After hearing so much from you, I'm tempted to learn how to grow flowers myself. My mother also loves growing flowers, but she's not as good as you. Every pot she tries to grow dies, and all we have left are flower pots. Su Chen glanced at the time and took the initiative to extend an invitation. I wonder if I have the honor of inviting you, madam, to have a cup of coffee across the street? And while I'm at it, could you perhaps offer some advice on gardening? Wang Xianglan's mind was in complete turmoil. Looking at the young and handsome face before her, she could hardly refuse. Good. She shyly agreed and took off her apron. Soft music played in the coffee shop. Su Chen displayed all the charm that a mature man should possess. He would gaze intently into her eyes, lean forward slightly as she spoke, and listen attentively. He would casually bring up topics that interested her, making her feel understood and valued. Wang Xianglan was completely captivated by this gentle offensive. This was a feeling she had never experienced before. The date is over. The two walked out of the coffee shop side by side. As they walked down the street, Su Chen's hand inadvertently rested on the back of her hand. The moment their skin touched, Wang Xianglan's body trembled slightly. His hands were warm and dry. Su Chen didn't move away immediately, but instead took her hand, stopped in his tracks, and gazed at her affectionately. Would it be convenient to exchange contact information? I'd like to invite you to dinner another day as a thank you gift for your generous sharing today. Su Chen's voice was deep and seductive. Wang Xianglan felt her heart was about to jump out of her chest, and she almost blurted it out. Of course. She hurriedly took her phone out of her bag and offered to add him as a contact. After successfully adding him, she blushed as if afraid Su Chen would run away, and mustered up the courage to send him an invitation. You just mentioned that you like cats. Would you like to come over to my place for a visit? I happen to have 2 kittens. Really? Then I'll gladly accept your offer. A slightly surprised smile appeared on Su Chen's face. Under the sunlight, the 2 shadows were stretched very long. They walked hand in hand down the bustling street. A wicked smile, unnoticed by anyone, curled up at the corner of Su Chen's mouth. Chapter 10: Attacking the enemy's spawn point. The layout of Wang Xianglan's house was similar to that of Su Chen's house. Both were 2-story villas allocated by the government. However, the scene in the courtyard was completely different. Instead of cold fences, there is a neatly trimmed wall of roses, with pink and white flowers blooming vibrantly in the sunlight. The courtyard is meticulously maintained, with various unnamed flowers planted in a pleasing and orderly manner, forming a magnificent sea of flowers. The air was filled with a richer and fresher floral fragrance than in a flower shop. Please sit wherever you like, don't be shy. Wang Xianglan's voice carried a hint of nervousness. This was the first time in over 30 years that she had brought a man home. Wang Zihan was conceived through artificial insemination. It's fair to say that she's never been this intimate with any man in her entire life. While looking for slippers for Su Chen in the entryway, Wang Xianglan secretly sized him up. Su Chen's gaze swept across the living room. Warm beige wallpaper, soft fabric sofa, and a huge cat tree in the corner. Everything was arranged in a way that felt very homey. Your home is so beautiful, even more cozy than the model homes in magazines. Su Chen sincerely praised, that's no exaggeration. A smile immediately bloomed on Wang Xianglan's face, and her initial restraint vanished instantly. I'm glad you like it, please sit down. Su Chen sat down on the sofa, leaning back slightly in a relaxed posture. His gaze swept around the living room, finally settling on a picture frame on the TV cabinet. The boy in the photo has an air of unruly arrogance between his brows. It was Wang Zihan. He was still very thin back then. A cold glint flashed in Su Chen's eyes, so fast that no one noticed. In the blink of an eye, the same gentle and harmless smile remained on his face. Wang Xianglan followed his gaze, her expression slightly unnatural. This is my good-for-nothing son. He's never home, and he's driving me crazy. There was a hint of helplessness in her tone. Really? You look quite energetic. Su Chen pretended to be very interested. Where is he going to school now? When this matter was mentioned, Wang Xianglan's expression worsened. She sighed and made no attempt to hide it. He dropped out of high school in his first year and has been undergoing training and rehabilitation at the piping center for the past 2 years. That kid has never been easy to manage since he was little. I see. Su Chen nodded, didn't press further, and skillfully changed the subject. Wang Xianglan quickly brought over a cup of pale purple rose tea. The exquisite bone china tea set is accompanied by a plate of cookies, exuding a subtle buttery aroma. The two sat down side by side on the sofa, petting the cat while continuing their previous conversation. The two stood very close, almost able to smell each other's scents. Their conversation ranged from cat breeds to care tips, and then from care tips to pet anecdotes. The atmosphere became increasingly harmonious. Su Chen's elbow accidentally bumped into Wang Xianglan's arm, which was resting on the sofa armrest. The moment their skin touched, her body visibly stiffened. Su Chen did not immediately withdraw his hand. Instead, he used the gesture of speaking to let the warm touch linger for a longer time. Wang Xianglan felt as if an electric current had passed through her arm, causing a tingling sensation. She lowered her eyes, not daring to look at Su Chen's face. Su Chen leaned forward slightly, closing the distance between them. He gazed intently into Wang Shanglan's eyes, those deep eyes seemingly filled with starlight. Fragrant orchid. He suddenly spoke, his voice lowered, carrying a unique magnetism. You are really beautiful. These words, like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, stirred up countless ripples in Wang Shanglan's heart. Her cheeks flushed bright red instantly, and her breathing became erratic. In all these years, no man had ever looked at her so directly or spoken to her like that. Years of loneliness and emptiness were magnified at this moment, making her almost powerless to resist the gentle advances of the young man before her. Seeing her flustered and evasive eyes, Su Chen's smile deepened. He slowly raised his hand, his warm fingertips gently stroking her flushed cheeks. Wang Shanglan trembled and instinctively tried to dodge. I'm sorry, I was being presumptuous. Su Chen's voice carried a hint of apology, but his gaze grew even more intense. But your beauty makes me unable to control myself. These words are more moving than a direct apology. Wang Shanglan bit her lower lip lightly, shook her head shyly, and looked at him with anticipation and confusion in her eyes. The next second, Su Chen suddenly stood up. Before Wang Shanglan could react, everything went dark, and she was suddenly shoved onto the sofa behind her by a force. Su Chen braced himself against the back of the sofa with one hand, trapping her in his arms. Their eyes met, their breaths mingling. His handsome face was right in front of me, and I could smell the cool, woody scent emanating from him. Wang Shanglan's heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was going to jump out of her chest. Su Chen slowly lowered his head, his lips close to her earlobe. May I call you Lan Lan? His voice was deep and warm, each word carrying a seductive magic. Wang Shanglan's mind went blank, and she could only nod unconsciously. Chapter 11. The sky has collapsed. Having received an affirmative answer, Su Chen's smile grew even more wicked. He didn't immediately ask for the kiss. Instead, he whispered in her ear in the gentlest, most seductive voice. Lan Lan. This call was like an electric current, instantly striking the softest spot in Wang Shanglan's heart. Her body trembled uncontrollably. Lan Lan. Su Chen called out again, his voice filled with tender affection, each syllable like a feather gently scratching at her heart. Wang Shanglan felt like she was melting. For 38 years, no one had ever called her that affectionately. No one has ever made her feel this cherished and desired. Years of loneliness and repression finally broke through the dam of these repeated calls. Her eyes welled up slightly, and a thin layer of mist appeared. My rationality completely collapsed. Unable to contain her surging emotions any longer, Wang Shanglan tiptoed and pressed her warm lips to Su Chen's thin lips. The air in the living room instantly became scorching hot. The sofa softly supported the two intertwined bodies. Clothes were scattered all over the carpet, mixed with the cat's toys in the corner. Wang Shanglan's years of emptiness and repression were fully released at this moment. She was like a flower that had been parched for a long time and then received sweet rain, greedily absorbing every bit of nourishment from Su Chen. Under his guidance, it blossomed with unprecedented brilliance and passion. The passion faded. The afterglow of the setting sun shone through the window, bathing everything in the living room in a warm orange hue. Wang Shanglan nestled contentedly in Su Chen's arms, her face radiating an unprecedented happiness and satisfaction. Her fingers gently caressed Su Chen's firm chest, feeling his steady and powerful heartbeat. This feeling is so real it's almost unreal. Su Chen's arm was around her, but his gaze went past her shoulder and landed on the photo frame on the TV cabinet again. As a teenager, Wang Zihan wore a military uniform and stood ramrod straight, showing a resemblance to the young soldier. Su Chen's lips curled up, his smile quite amusing. The woman in his arms seemed to notice his distraction and shifted slightly. What's wrong? Su Chen withdrew his gaze, lowered his head and planted a kiss on her forehead, his voice gentle. Nothing, just thinking about what to eat tonight. As if remembering something, Wang Shanglan sat up from Su Chen's arms and tidied her messy hair. Wait here, I'll go cook. She got up and walked towards the kitchen, her steps exuding a delicate charm after being pampered. Su Chen leaned back on the sofa leisurely, picked up the cup of rose tea that had long since gone cold, and slowly took a sip. He is waiting. Waiting for the main character to appear. Really? Not long after. The sound of a key unlocking came from the main gate. Click. The door was pushed open. A figure dragged his weary steps in. Wang Zihan had just finished playing basketball with a group of new buddies and was covered in sweat. All he wanted to do was take a shower. Mom, I'm home. He called out as he changed his shoes, as was his habit. However, the moment he looked up and saw the scene in the living room, he was struck dumb. The man sitting on his sofa, relaxed and at ease, as if he were the master of the house. Is it Su Chen? Wang Zihan's pupils suddenly contracted, and he even wondered if he was hallucinating from playing too much ball. He blinked hard. That's right. It's that good-for-nothing Su Chen. Su Chen? What are you doing at my house? Wang Zihan's voice became dry and trembling due to extreme shock. Su Chen put down his teacup, looked up at him, and had a playful smile on his face. Your mother invited me to visit. Just then, Wang Shanglan came out of the kitchen wearing an apron. When she saw her son return, a hint of unease flashed across her face. Zihan, you're back. She introduced herself somewhat shyly. This is Su Chen, my new friend. Wang Zihan's gaze swept back and forth between her mother and Su Chen. The blush on the mother's cheeks, the ambiguous atmosphere in the living room, and the messy wrinkles on the sofa. An absurd and terrifying thought began to frantically grow in his mind. His face turned deathly pale instantly. You. Wang Zihan's lips trembled, and each word seemed to be squeezed out from between her teeth. You guys aren't still asleep, are you? Wang Shanglan's face flushed red instantly, and she was too embarrassed to speak. Su Chen, on the other hand, was quite calm. He even nodded with a slight, friendly smile. Yeah. These two words, like two red-hot iron hammers, slammed hard into Wang Zihan's nerves. His brain buzzed, and blood rushed to his head. Su Chen! You son of a bitch! With a furious roar, Wang Zihan's eyes turned bloodshot. He grabbed a decorative flower stand from the doorway and charged at Su Chen like a madman. Wang Shanglan was so frightened that her face turned pale. Without thinking, she rushed in front of Su Chen and opened her arms to protect him. Wang Zihan! You mustn't be rude to the guests. The mother's protection became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Wang Zihan froze in mid-air. He looked at his mother, who was standing in front of the man, and his vision blurred. He staggered back a step. That piece of trash he once trampled underfoot and humiliated at will. That gay man, whom he found disgusting even to look at. It actually became his mother's. He recalled the countless times he had arrogantly shouted those three words at Su Chen. Now they've all turned into boomerangs, piercing his back. However, he only talked about it. But Su Chen, damn it, he's serious. The immense humiliation and blow, like a landslide and tsunami, instantly destroyed all of Wang Zihan's reason and dignity. He could no longer bear it. He felt a sweet taste in his throat and his eyes rolled back. Thump! It fell straight to the ground. Chapter 12 Setting Sail, Cruise Ship. That night, Su Chen lay on his bed, the absurd scene from earlier that day replaying in his mind. Wang Zihan's face was contorted with extreme shame and indignation. When Wang Shanglan stood in front of him, her eyes held a complex mix of fear and protectiveness. He exhaled softly, and the air seemed to still retain the mature fragrance of Wang Shanglan. The thrill of revenge is fleeting. This leads to deeper reflections on the future. Wang Zihan was just an insignificant pebble on his long life journey. His true goal is to completely break free from the shackles imposed on him by the world. The matchmaking task involving 1,000 people was like a Damocles sword hanging over our heads. He couldn't possibly complete it like a stallion. The only way out is to be bought out. He used an astronomical sum of money to strip himself of ownership from the Queen's laws. From now on, he belongs to only one woman, or rather, only to himself. He tapped his phone, his finger hovering over the reservation list for heartbeat signal. On the screen, a contact nicknamed Night Rose lay quietly. He just received a private message that was concise yet bold. Interested in changing your way of life? This is a mysterious woman lurking in the shadows, her motives unknown and the risks unpredictable. But now, he needs an opportunity. An opportunity that would allow him to reach the top of the pyramid and unlock real wealth and power. Night Rose, perhaps, is that key. After careful consideration, his fingertips finally fell. Reservations accepted. The next day, in the evening. Following the address sent by the other party, Su Chen took a taxi to a manor located on the outskirts of the city. Lanting Private Club. The 6 large gilded characters are discreetly engraved on the black stone wall, yet they exude an inviolable majesty. Taxis are not even allowed near the gate. After getting out of the car, Su Chen walked inside. The heavy, intricately carved metal doors slid silently open to both sides, revealing a hidden world inside. Gardens, rockeries, and flowing water. The air was filled with a cool, plant-like fragrance and a subtle, luxurious aroma. He stepped into the brightly lit main building and was instantly awestruck by the sight inside. Beneath your feet is a black marble floor that reflects your image. A huge crystal chandelier hangs overhead, refracting dreamlike spots of light. All the waiters here are men. However, most of them were thin, of average to above average appearance, and wore uniform white uniforms with professional smiles on their faces. They are more like exquisite decorations, silent embellishments in this luxurious space. Su Chen walked to the front desk and gave the name Night Rose. The receptionist was an older man. When he heard the name, a hint of awe flashed in his eyes. He whispered a few words into his headset. Then, a woman in a black dress and high heels walked gracefully towards them. The woman's figure was graceful, and every step she took was swaying with charm. "Mr. Su, please come with me." Her voice had just the right amount of sweetness. Su Chen followed her through the long corridor to the door of a private room. The door was pushed open. A scent mixed with red wine and high-end fragrance wafts towards you. The room's luxury far exceeded Su Chen's expectations. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows lies a tranquil night and garden, while everything inside exudes an exquisite quality built with money. I thought the woman in front of me was Night Rose, but I was wrong. After pouring him a glass of wine, the woman bowed and left. Su Chen did not touch the glass of wine. He simply sat quietly on the sofa, taking in the unfamiliar surroundings. Time passed second by second. Just when he thought he was going to have to wait forever, the door to the private room was pushed open again. A figure walked in. In that instant, all the light in the room seemed to focus on her. The woman wore a wine-red long dress, the hem of which trailed on the ground, outlining her breathtaking curves. The fabric clung to her body, outlining her full breasts and pert hips, while her waist was slender. Her long, jet-black hair was casually draped over her shoulders, which made her skin look even whiter than snow and her lips as red as fire. Her features were stunningly beautiful, yet she possessed a coldness that kept strangers at bay. Those eyes were particularly striking. Deep and bright, like a night sky hiding stars, yet with a sharp insight that sees through everything. She is Night Rose, of course, this is just one of her code names, her real name is Pear Night. Li Ye's gaze fell on Su Chen, the corners of her mouth slightly upturned, and she said in a teasing tone, "I thought you weren't coming." Her voice was cooler than I had imagined, with a hint of languor. Su Chen stood up from the sofa and met her gaze without flinching. "I didn't dare answer yesterday," he admitted frankly. Ria appreciated his honesty. In this world, most men either fawn over or cower in the presence of powerful women. It's rare to see someone as straightforward and frank as Su Chen. "Sit down," she said succinctly. The two did not exchange many pleasantries. Li Yi didn't seem to be in a hurry to explain the purpose of tonight. She simply picked up her wineglass, gently swirling the crimson liquid inside, and looked at Su Chen with great interest. A moment later, she put down her wineglass. "Let's go, I'll take you to a fun place." Su Chen followed her out of the private room and got into a black luxury car parked at the door. The car sped along and finally stopped at a private dock. A huge white cruise ship is quietly moored on the sea under the night sky, its hull brightly lit, like a palace floating on the sea. Su Chen was somewhat surprised, as this was the first time he had seen such a luxurious cruise ship up close. He followed Ria onto the deck. He was instantly surrounded by loud music and voices. The guests present were all wealthy and influential, and almost all of them were women. However, most of these women were overweight, plain-looking, and some were even considered ugly. However, the jewelry they wore all demonstrated their immense wealth. Without exception, each of them was accompanied by one or even several young and handsome male companions. The male companions wore professional smiles and attentively served tea and wine to the women beside them, like the most docile pets. Ria's appearance immediately attracted a lot of attention. Especially when those women saw Su Chen beside her, their eyes held a strange glint in them. A long, drawn-out whistle rang out. The cruise ship slowly departed from the dock and headed into the dark, boundless depths of the sea. Until the city lights gradually shrank in the field of vision, eventually becoming blurry dots of light. Su Chen's heart sank suddenly. Suddenly I felt like I had made a wrong decision. He had read a lot of gossip in his previous life. To evade legal punishment, the rich often resort to throwing parties on the high seas. Because there are no rules, no constraints there. Only the most primal desires. Ria, who was beside him, seemed to notice his nervousness and turned her head to look at him. "Don't worry, you won't die." Her voice sounded somewhat faint in the sea breeze. Su Chen's lips twitched slightly. She really knows how to comfort people. He took a deep breath of the cold sea breeze, forcing himself to calm down. Who are these people? He asked in a low voice. Li Yi held a glass of champagne, her gaze sweeping over the guests indulging in revelry on the deck, a hint of undisguised contempt in her eyes. A bunch of parasites who live off the legacy of their ancestors and suck the blood of this world. Her answer only confused Su Chen more. The sunset glow on the horizon sank completely into the sea. The night grew thicker. The coastline has completely disappeared. As far as the eye can see, there is only endless darkness and icy seawater. The cruise ship is like a lonely island, carrying a ship full of secrets and desires, sailing towards an unknown abyss. Su Chen's heart jumped into his throat. Chapter 13 Cocktail Party Clash. Inside the restaurant, candlelight flickered. The silver cutlery clinked against the white porcelain plate, making a crisp sound. Pear Knight cut off a small piece of foie gras with elegant movements, her red lips stained with a little sauce, making her even more tempting. You adapted very quickly, she teased. Su Chen downed the glass of red wine in one gulp. The spicy liquid slid down his throat into his stomach, bringing a warm sensation. I was just pretending, but I was actually panicking. He put down his glass and said, half jokingly. A mysterious smile appeared on Li Ye's lips, and something flickered in her eyes. There will be an auction tonight. For those who can seize the opportunity, this place may be paradise. Su Chen didn't press further, he simply gazed quietly at the woman before him. This woman herself is shrouded in mystery. He doesn't need to investigate. He's just here to broaden his horizons and make some money. After the meal, Li Yi led him through a quiet corridor, where a waiter pushed open a heavy double door. The noisy crowd and extravagant atmosphere instantly overwhelmed me. Before me was an extremely luxuriously decorated hall, with a huge crystal chandelier hanging from the dome, shining brightly. The air was filled with a mixture of perfume and rich alcohol, and a faint, almost imperceptible scent of money. Su Chen's gaze swept across the entire room. My gaze suddenly fixed on a figure not far away. Gu Rulan. The rich woman who previously offered a 7-figure sum for a monthly subscription on Heart Signal. She was wearing a custom-made black dress today, and was arm in arm with a young man, chatting and laughing with him. Seemingly sensing his gaze, Gu Rulan turned her head to the side. When she saw Su Chen's face clearly, her eyes instantly flashed with undisguised surprise and possessiveness. She let go of her male companion's arm and walked straight towards Su Chen. Su Chen? What a coincidence, I didn't expect to meet you here. Her voice carried the unique charm of a mature woman, and her gaze was intense, as if she wanted to devour him whole. The young male companion, left out in the cold, instantly darkened his expression. He quickly caught up and stood beside Gu Rulan, giving Su Chen a disapproving look. He knew Su Chen, and not only did he know him, he was very familiar with him. In fact, out of the more than 2 million people in the entire Sangyun city, the number of men is only a little over 1,000. Only a handful of companies can be rated as grade B. This circle is so small that any newly promoted B-grade male will quickly become known within the circle. Su Chen? Lin Hao asked with a forced smile. He deliberately lowered his voice and spoke in a tone of advice from a superior to a subordinate. I didn't expect to see you here. I heard you were recently promoted to B level, that's not easy. However, the rules of the game here are complicated. A pretty face alone is not enough, what is needed is real value. Sister Roland is kind-hearted, but don't misunderstand her and end up causing trouble for yourself. His words were full of warnings and threats. Su Chen was not angry. His gaze swept calmly over Lin Hao. From the limited edition watch on his wrist to the well-tailored suit he wore, which was slightly tight at the shoulders. Su Chen's lips slowly curled upwards. Thank you for reminding me. I don't really understand the rules here, but I do know a little about the rules of being a decent human being. He picked up a glass of wine from the waiter's tray and swirled it gently. For example, true value lies in longevity and stability, rather than mortgaging the future for temporary glory. Aren't you right, Mr. Lin? Su Chen naturally recognized Lin Hao. This guy had recently been arrested for gambling and even made the news. Lin Hao's expression changed instantly. A crack appeared in that feigned composure and superiority. He did indeed take out a large packaging loan to transform himself, which allowed him to forcibly upgrade to B level and squeeze into this upper-class circle. Su Chen's words struck his most vulnerable spot. In order to regain the initiative, Lin Hao forced himself to calm down and deliberately raised his voice so that the wealthy women watching the show could hear him. Oh? It sounds like Mr. Su is quite knowledgeable about the subject of value? So, can you tell what brand of red wine is in your glass, where it's produced, and how much it costs? He tried to drag Su Chun into his familiar territory and humiliate him with the so-called taste of high society. The eyes of the people around them also turned to them. Su Chen glanced at the dark red liquid in the glass and pursed his lips. Then, to everyone's astonishment, he downed the wine in one gulp. The movements were bold and unrestrained, without a trace of appreciation. Seeing him drink red wine like it was water, the faces of his male companions around him revealed undisguised mockery. Su Chen smacked his lips. He pondered for a moment with an air of seriousness. Smooth on the palate, and goes down the throat smoothly. The red wine produced in foreign countries in the 19th century is really good, it tastes great, even the burps have a foreign flavor. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao's expression changed slightly. There was a moment of silence, then one of the wealthy women couldn't help but burst out laughing. This utter nonsense, seemingly from an amateur, is actually full of ruthless mockery of such pretentiousness. Lin Hao's face turned pale and then red. He felt as if all his pretense had been stripped away. You. He was so angry he couldn't speak. Su Chen, however, had no intention of letting him off the hook. His gaze shifted to Lin Hao, then swept over the several male companions beside him who also had grim expressions. Actually, appreciating wine is the same as appreciating people. Some people appear glamorous on the outside, wearing limited edition clothes and watches worth hundreds of thousands, presenting themselves in an exquisite manner. Su Chen's boastful voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached the ears of everyone present. But what is the reality? Tear down this packaging, and you'll find it's been hollowed out. To maintain this outfit, I don't know how much debt I've accumulated, or how many nights I'll have to sleep through to pay it off. Even the most expensive perfume can't cover up the inherent poverty in one's bones. This kind of value is too cheap. Su Chen spoke with such conviction that he completely forgot he also owed more than 3 million yuan in loans. These words were like a sharp knife, piercing not only Lin Hao's heart but also stinging all the male companions present who relied on loans to maintain their dignity. Their faces turned ashen, and they dared not speak out against their anger. Lin Hao originally wanted to embarrass Su Chen in public, but he ended up becoming the biggest joke himself. All his pride and confidence were shattered by Su Chen's few casual words. Su Chen's unique sense of humor transformed the way the wealthy women present looked at him from initially watching a spectacle into genuine appreciation and curiosity. Gu Roland's eyes sparkled with delight. In an inconspicuous corner of the lobby, a young woman in a white dress, with a cool and elegant demeanor, was sitting alone in a corner, holding a glass of champagne. She quietly observed the whole farce from beginning to end. At this moment, her gaze fell on Su Chen. For the first time, a hint of genuine interest surfaced in those cool, clear eyes. She is Yi Qingcheng, the eldest daughter of the Yi family in the floating city and the current president of the Yi Group. Chapter 14: Robbing the Cruise Ship. The auction stage in the center of the hall was under a spotlight. A female auctioneer in a tuxedo, with a loud and infectious voice, is showcasing a diamond necklace. 30 million. Anything higher? 30 million once. The wealthy women in the audience showed little interest, whispering among themselves, seemingly already tired of this kind of conventional luxury. Su Chen sat on the sofa in the corner, secretly marveling. The amount these women squandered was astronomical in scale, something he had never even dared to dream of before. After a few pieces of jewelry and antique paintings were hastily sold, a mysterious smile appeared on the auctioneer's face. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item to be auctioned is tonight's special item. Her voice was deliberately lowered, full of seduction. The atmosphere in the hall changed instantly. The wealthy women who had initially shown little interest sat up straight, their eyes lighting up again. The heavy curtain was drawn back. Several young and handsome men were led onto a brightly lit stage. They wore only revealing fabric, their muscle lines clearly visible under the lights, and each wore a metal collar engraved with a number around their neck. On his face was a well-trained, humble, and ingratiating smile. Su Chen's breath hitched for a moment. The auctioneer's voice rang out again, carrying the skill and enthusiasm of someone introducing top-tier goods. As you all know, top-grade male concubines are extremely rare. Each of them has undergone the most rigorous selection and the most professional training. Whether in terms of appearance, physical fitness, or obedience, they are all perfect. Starting bid, 200 million. As soon as the words were spoken, the wealthy women in the audience, like sharks smelling blood, gleamed with intense light in their eyes, and bidding erupted one after another. 20 to 50 million. I'll offer 280 million. Su Chen frowned slightly. This was no longer a transaction, it was blatant selling of people with a price tag. And it's so expensive, it makes him want to sell himself. Sudden. Just then. Day. A series of gunshots shattered the decadent atmosphere. Immediately following was the crisp sound of glass shattering. At the entrance of the hall, dozens of women dressed in black wearing ferocious fox masks and carrying weapons filed in. Their movements were swift and professional, like a group of well-trained hunters, instantly taking control of all the entrances and exits of the venue. One of them fired a shot at the crystal chandelier on the ceiling. Bang! The shotgun was incredibly powerful. The bright lights went out instantly, plunging the hall into a chaotic state of half light and half darkness. The screams of the guests finally pierced our eardrums. The wealthy women panicked, their jewelry scattered on the ground in the chaos, and they scrambled for cover. The woman in the fox mask who was leading the group raised her hand and slapped the fat woman with the shotgun on the back of the head. Second arm? Why are you turning on the light? After saying that, she pulled out a megaphone from somewhere. A slightly soft and cute voice filled the entire hall. Everyone, lie down and don't move. We only want your money, not your lives. You'd better cooperate, or we won't hesitate to send you on your way. Su Chen's body tensed up instinctively, and he immediately turned his head to look for Li Yi. But the sofa next to him was now empty. Has Ryo disappeared? A bad thought arose in his mind. Su Chen! Help me! Gu Ruolin's voice was choked with sobs. Terrified, she lost one of her high heels and scrambled slowly toward Su Chen, seeking his protection. Su Chen frowned slightly, but still reached out and dragged her behind the relatively safe sofa. The women in fox masks began to move. They ignored the guests' scattered personal belongings and went straight to the auction stage, neatly packing the luxury items into bags. Their goals were clear, and their actions were efficient. It was clearly a premeditated operation. Su Chen's heart was beating very fast. He must find Li Yi. She was the one who brought him here, and she was also his boss for tonight. This deal wasn't finished yet, and she couldn't just disappear like that. Taking advantage of the chaos, he crouched low and quietly moved toward the side door leading to the deck. The cold sea breeze on his face cleared his muddled mind somewhat. He had only taken a few steps when he saw two figures standing in the shadows of the ship's railing in the distance, seemingly talking about something. One of them was none other than Ria. The other was a woman wearing the same mask as the robber. Su Chen's heart clenched. He quickly hid behind a large white plastic bucket and cautiously peeked out. Under the moonlight, Li Yi's voice came clearly. Proceed according to plan, do not harm innocent people, and only take what is rightfully yours. The woman wearing the fox mask lowered her head. Understood, Sister Yi. She paused, seemingly hesitant. What about the man who came with you? Li Yi remained silent for a moment, then turned her gaze to the dark sea in the distance. Ignore him. With a loud bang. Su Chen's mind went blank. Per night. This mysterious woman was actually the mastermind behind this robbery. He began to re-examine her and consider her true purpose in bringing him here. He unconsciously shifted his body slightly backward. The deck beneath my feet creaked softly. The sound wasn't loud, but it was exceptionally clear on the quiet deck. Ryo turned her head sharply. Their eyes met in the cool moonlight. Su Chen froze on the spot. There was no sign of panic on Li Yi's face. Instead, a meaningful smile appeared on her lips. She waved to the woman in the fox mask beside her. You go in first, I'll handle things here. The masked woman gave Su Chen a deep look, then turned and quickly disappeared into the shadows of the cabin. Su Chen emerged from behind the plastic bucket, and the two stood facing each other on the empty deck. The sea breeze tousled Ryo's long, black hair, and her eyes were deeper than the night. So you heard everything? Per Knight's voice sounded somewhat ethereal in the wind. Su Chen took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. So you orchestrated all of this? Chapter 15, Roses and Rosehips. The sea breeze, carrying a slightly salty dampness, ruffled a few strands of hair on Ryo's forehead. She didn't look at Su Chen, but gazed at the dark sea in the distance, her red lips slightly parted. Yes. Ria did not deny it. She walked slowly to the edge of the deck, her back to Su Chen, letting the sea breeze blow through her wine-red dress. So you invited me here just so I could see this? Li shook her head, her deep eyes shining brightly in the night. The reason I invited you here is because of your special status. In just a few days, it jumped from a D grade to a B grade, which is almost unprecedented in the recorded history of heartbeat signal. She paused, then spoke slowly and deliberately. Unless, you are an awakened one. Ah? Su Chen looked bewildered. He had vaguely heard of the term awakener, which was a relatively new concept that had only emerged in recent years. It is said that some men underwent an unknown genetic mutation, which gave them superhuman abilities. But he had never seen it, and there was no specific information about it online, as if it were an urban legend that had been deliberately erased. A look of anticipation shone in Li Ye's eyes as she took a step forward, her fragrance irresistible. So, are you? Su Chen fell silent. He could feel the other person's burning, probing gaze, as if trying to see right through him. After a moment, he nodded. Maybe so, I'm not really sure. A light shone in Riya's eyes. Would you like to join us? I can give you everything you want. Her voice was very soft, yet it carried an irresistible allure. Power, status, wealth. Even freedom. The last two words struck Su Chen's heart like a heavy hammer. Looking at the beautiful yet incredibly dangerous woman before him, he knew that everything she described must be accompanied by enormous risks. Who are you? He asked cautiously. Have you heard of Roses? Rose. That legendary resistance organization. Su Chen was deeply shocked and couldn't help but re-examine Li Ye's invitation. If you join them. This means facing bloody battles and endless escapes. It is certainly not a wise move to associate with a group of rebels who could be crushed by the Empire's iron heel at any moment. He's not here to save the world. I'm sorry, I just want to live my own life, that's all, Su Chen said firmly. He had no desire to get involved in any dangerous game that could overthrow the order. Disappointment flashed in Ryo's eyes. I understand your choice. However, this world won't give you much time to relax. She spoke softly, her tone carrying a complex emotion that was difficult to describe. We should go. 10 minutes later, the cruise ship began to turn around and head back towards the coastline from which it had come. If you change your mind, you can contact me anytime. Li Yi pulled out a pure black card from somewhere and handed it to Su Chen. The card felt warm to the touch and had an exceptional texture. There was no name or title on it, only a gold-stamped rose design and a string of tiny numbers below it. The cruise ship docked. Su Chen watched as Li Ye's figure quickly disappeared into the night at the dock. He lowered his head, the black business card in his hand gleaming dimly in the moonlight. Rebels? It's unclear what exactly they're rebelling against. Isn't this society pretty good? At least what he saw was that people lived glamorous and materially abundant lives. Even low-income people can live comfortably without worrying about food and clothing. Aside from the fact that finding a man is a bit difficult. Is it for this reason? The noise and sea breeze on the cruise ship seemed to still linger in Su Chen's mind. It was late at night when I got home. The familiar furnishings and warm lighting finally gave him a sense of groundedness. You're back? Su Chen's voice came from the kitchen, lacking its usual sternness and carrying a hint of barely perceptible concern. Su Chen changed his shoes, walked to the kitchen door, and watched his mother's busy figure. Sneaking in for a late-night snack while I was away? You go out to eat something nice, but we're not allowed to have extra food? Jiang Wanru walked up from behind and said, pretending to be angry. Ugh, the food outside is awful, nothing beats mom's cooking. Su Chen turned his head and winked at Jiang Wanru. Jiang Wanru immediately understood and said loudly, that's right, don't you even know whose wife she is? Wash your hands, it's time to eat. Su Qing didn't turn around, but simply gave the order, though a smile lingered on her lips. At the dinner table, Su Chang, as always, kept putting food on Su Chen's plate. Why do you look better lately? Did you buy some new medicine? Jiang Wanru asked Su Chen, her expression puzzled. Su Chen smiled and said, it's nothing, I've just been exercising a lot lately, so my health has improved. That's great. Jiang Wanru nodded in satisfaction, then leaned closer and lowered her voice, so, how are the orders going? Have you encountered any difficult clients? They're all pretty easy to handle, Su Chen said casually. Cough. Su Chen coughed heavily and glared at Jiang Wanru. Jiang Wanru stuck out her tongue and didn't ask any more questions. Su Chen felt a warm feeling welling up inside him as he watched their interaction. Although this home is somewhat peculiar compared to my previous life, the warmth it exudes is genuine. After dinner. He returned to his room and locked the door. He took out the pure black rose card from his pocket, glanced at it, and casually tossed it into the desk drawer. Night rose, wild rose, awakener. These words are like hidden reefs in the deep sea, full of unknown dangers. Su Chen knew very well that with his current strength, he was not even a speck of dust in front of the true imperial machine. Getting involved with these rebel groups rashly is tantamount to playing with fire. He just wanted to make money, add points, and then find a way to get rid of that 1,000 matchmaking tasks hanging over his head. As for grand themes like saving the world and overturning the established order, let's leave those to people with more ideals. Open your phone and tap on the heart signal. Since his rating was upgraded to B, his booking list has never been cleared. He received invitations from all sorts of women, each offering a higher price than the last. He was like the most sought-after commodity in the market, being watched by countless eyes. He swiped the screen quickly, filtering through new customers. He simply ignored anything that seemed troublesome or had strange requirements. Efficiency is what he values most now. Suddenly, a new pinned post popped up. User nickname, absolutely stunning. Reservation type, weekly package. Bid, 1 million. Note, I will decide the time and place. I'm available whenever I need you. Also, I don't like others touching my things. 1 million, in 1 week. This price far exceeds the market price for B-grade men, and is even higher than some A-grade men. What Su Chen cared about even more was that note, which was full of an undeniable desire for control. Su Chen's lips curled up slightly. Moreover, 1 million is enough for him to exchange for 2 attribute points. He couldn't resist this temptation. The cost, however, is that other pairing tasks cannot be completed for a week. Never mind, adding points is more important. Anyway, there are still 2 years left. Without further hesitation, he lightly tapped the screen with his fingertip. Reservations accepted. Almost simultaneously, a communication request popped up. Su Chen answered the call. A mature and magnetic female voice came through the receiver, accompanied by a satisfied chuckle. A wise choice, Su Chen. I like dealing with smart people. Come to the Lanting Private Club to see me later, and I'll send a car to pick you up. After saying that, she abruptly hung up the call. Damn. Is this woman really that impatient? It's already midnight. Thinking about the note that said available whenever needed, Su Chen felt that this order might not be so easy to complete. Really? A few minutes later, Su Chen heard 2 car horns coming from downstairs. He walked to the window and lifted a corner of the curtain. A black, extended-length hover van was quietly suspended on the street outside the villa, its body gleaming with a low-key yet luxurious sheen under the streetlights. Su Chen sighed silently. Even after time traveling, I still have to work overtime like a beast of burden. After rousing himself, Su Chen changed his clothes and headed downstairs. Despite his complaints, he was still very willing to work extra shifts. Perhaps it starts with accepting this appointment. He will be entering a completely different circle than before. A society built on money and power. The true upper class. Chapter 16: A Night of Torrential Rain. Lanting Private Club. It's still that familiar place, exuding an aura of money. Unlike the private room where he met Night Rose last time, this time, the waiter led Su Chen to the top floor. There is only one room on the entire floor. The heavy ebony door had no markings, only a sophisticated iris scanner. The waiter respectfully opened the door for him, then bowed and withdrew, not even having the right to step into the room. Inside the door was a vast, almost luxurious space. Beneath your feet is a solid piece of white jade floor, warm and smooth as water. The ceiling was designed to resemble a starry sky, with countless tiny points of light twinkling, making you feel as if you were in the universe. One side of the room had a huge floor-to-ceiling window that offered a panoramic view of the entire Tsangyun city at night. A faint scent, a blend of sandalwood and floral fragrance, filled the air, creating a pleasant and refreshing atmosphere. A woman is sitting under this starry sky. She wore an elegant champagne-colored silk dress, her long hair casually tied back, and her face was free of makeup, yet she possessed a breathtaking beauty. Her skin was as smooth as the finest white porcelain, gleaming with a warm glow under the starlight. His eyes and brows carried a sense of aloofness and coldness. His nose was high and straight, and his lips were full and naturally colored with a slight upturn at the corners. Even when he wasn't smiling, he seemed to exude an air of indifference as if he controlled everything. Sit. She pointed to the sofa opposite her, her voice gentle. Su Chen sat down opposite her, leaning back comfortably in the soft sofa, his gaze calmly meeting hers. Unlike other men, he did not feel uncomfortable because of the luxury here, nor did he show the slightest obsequiousness or nervousness because of the other party's status. His very existence is a power. This is the confidence the system gave him. On his way here, he had already converted all the balance in his bank card into attribute points, and even took out a few online loans in his spare time. The saying goes, the more debts you have, the less burden you carry. How will you know your limits if you don't push yourself? Now he finally understood why all those men were burdened with debt, even though they made money so quickly. There's no way around it, men are just too easy to get loans from. As for the points he added, he put them all into that aspect of his ability. After spending 2 million, he could clearly feel that his desire and ability had significantly increased, and he even gained weight. Current attributes: physique 8, ability 11, intelligence 6. Seeing Su Chen's calm and composed demeanor, a hint of admiration flashed in Yi Qingqing's eyes. She had seen too many men in this room, in front of her, all of whom were trembling with fear, as if walking on thin ice. Su Chen was the first person who could look her in the eye so calmly. Do you know why I spent so much money to hire you for a week? Yi Qingqing personally poured him a cup of tea, her movements fluid and graceful, with a pleasing rhythm. Because I'm worth the price, Su Chen replied, picking up his teacup and gently inhaling the aroma of the tea. Yi Qingqing smiled. You're very confident, I like that. She paused, then continued, however, you're only half right. What we have in abundance in this circle is young and handsome men. B grade, A grade, even S grade, as long as you're willing to spend the money, you can find them. Her gaze fell on Su Chen's face, with a scrutinizing look in her eyes. But what I need is more than just a partner who can provide physical value. What I need is a perfect piece that can stand by my side, accompany me to various occasions, and even provide me with emotional value. And you, she said softly, with a hint of seduction, have the potential to become this work of art. Su Chen understood. This is not just a transaction, it's more like an interview. What Yi Qingqing wanted was not a cheap plaything, but a gorgeous ornament that matched her status. So, the next week is the trial period? Su Chen asked. That's one way to put it. Yi Qingqing nodded. If you can satisfy me, you'll have a place by my side, but if you disappoint me. She didn't finish her sentence, but the meaning behind it was obvious. Su Chen put down his teacup, leaned forward slightly, and looked at her intently. Mr. Yi, I think you've misunderstood something. Oh? Yi Qingqing raised an eyebrow, looking at him with interest. I am not a work of art, nor am I an appendage of yours. Su Chen's voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable firmness. I accept your appointment because I need money, and you choose me because you need the services I provide. It's an equal exchange. As for emotional value. Su Chen smiled, a hint of wickedness in his smile, that depends on whether you, President Yi, can arouse my desire to provide emotions. The air fell silent instantly. For the first time, the smile on Yi Qingqing's face froze. She looked at the young man in front of her. In his deep eyes, there was no fear, only composure and a hint of provocation. For the first time, she felt that her pride in her control seemed to have failed her in front of this man. A moment later, she suddenly laughed. The laughter was crisp and clear, carrying a genuine joy. Interesting, very interesting. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. She stood up, walked gracefully to Su Chen's side, leaned down, and her warm breath sprayed onto his earlobe. So, Mr. Su, do you have any desire for me now? Her voice was like the finest wine, with a deadly fragrance. Su Chen did not answer. He simply reached out, put his arm around her slender waist, and pulled her into his embrace. Yi Qingqing's body stiffened for a moment, but she did not resist. She could feel the man's warm palm, through the silk fabric of her dress, gently caressing her skin, sending a shiver of tingling pleasure through her. With his other hand, Su Chen gently lifted her chin, making her look directly at him. Mr. Yi, I'll now set the rules of the game. His voice was deep and hoarse, full of bewitching magic. The next second, he kissed her. This kiss was devoid of any tenderness, it was filled with aggression and possessiveness. Yi Qingqing's mind went blank. She was used to being in control of everything, used to everyone bowing down to her. She never imagined that one day, a man would so forcefully take away all her control. That hard shell, called arrogance, was slowly shattered at this moment. Like a rose battered by a storm, she trembled uncontrollably in the man's arms, blooming with an unprecedented, disheveled yet breathtaking beauty. The starlight in the room had somehow become ambiguous. Clothes were scattered on the warm jade floor, and the woman's panting and the man's whispers intertwined, composing a luxurious yet primal symphony. Yi Qingqing's attacks were particularly fierce. Even Su Chen, who had just been enhanced, almost surrendered under her storm of attacks. This was the first time he had met a woman who could be his equal in that area. This inevitably ignited his competitive spirit. He got serious. I don't know how much time passed. Yi Qingqing lay lazily on Su Chen's chest, her fingers gently tracing circles on his firm muscles. Her face was filled with unprecedented satisfaction, and her shrewd eyes were now only filled with a watery, dreamy look. She lost. They suffered a crushing defeat. This man, in the most direct and savage way, made her understand what the true pinnacle was. This was the most exhilarating moment of her life. Su Chen looked down at Yi Qingqing, who was limp and lifeless in his arms, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Now, do I have the right to negotiate? Yi Qingqing looked up and offered him a kiss. I'll give you whatever you want. Her voice was so soft it could melt your heart. Su Chen smiled. From this moment on, he was no longer a decorative item waiting to be sold. He became the hunter who made women willingly give him everything. There's a charity gala the day after tomorrow. Come with me. Yi Qingqing's voice was languid, but there was still a hint of command in it. Okay. Su Chen did not refuse. This will be his first step into this industry. Chapter 17 Physical Breakthrough. When I came out of the Lanting Club, it was already getting light. Su Chen did not go home immediately, but instead had his driver take him to a secluded park. The morning air was cool and damp, and dew still clung to the grass. He found a secluded corner and eagerly summoned the system panel. The 2 million given to him by Yi Qingqing in his account felt like a burning flame, making his heart blaze with excitement. System. Add points. Su Chen took a deep breath without hesitation. Add all of it to physical fitness. Add points successfully. Current attributes: Physique 12, Ability 11, Intelligence 6. His physical condition is currently his most valuable asset. Whether it's to complete those 1,000 pairing tasks or to cope with various risks that may arise in the future, a strong body is the most basic guarantee. The words fell. A surge of warm, powerful energy, like a flood bursting its banks, washed over his entire body. His bones were making faint clicking sounds, as if they were being reshaped. Muscle fibers are torn and reassembled, becoming stronger and more powerful. Blood surges through the veins, carrying a burning heat, delivering energy to every corner of the body. Although this enhancement only involved 4 points, the effect was particularly noticeable. Su Chen could clearly feel that his body was undergoing tremendous changes. It felt like a breakthrough. A few minutes later, the energy gradually subsided and completely merged into his body. Su Chen slowly opened his eyes, a glint of light flashing in them. He clenched his fist, feeling the power that was almost overflowing. He had a feeling that he could punch through a wall right now. He glanced at the artificial rockery used for decoration in the park. It was a granite rock that was about half a person's height. He stepped forward, took a deep breath, and with a burst of strength from his waist, grabbed the boulder with both arms. Rise! With a low shout, he actually lifted the artificial rock, which looked to weigh at least 400 or 500 pounds, off the ground without his legs even trembling. Call! He slowly lowered the stone, making a dull thud. Su Chen looked at his hands, his eyes filled with shock. His body has broken through a new limit. If before he was merely far beyond the average person, now he feels he has begun to develop in a non-human direction. My physique has broken through the 10th level. Is this the tipping point? He was very satisfied with the enhancement effect. With such a strong body, he would be able to handle a thirsty woman like Yi Qingqing with greater ease in the future. Back home, Su Chen took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and felt refreshed. The improvement in his physique not only brought him strength, but also swept away his fatigue from last night, leaving him so energetic that he felt he could fight another 300 rounds. Unfortunately, we can't take any orders this week. When he came out of the first floor bathroom, Su Chang and Zhang Wanru were already sitting in the dining room having breakfast. Did you go out last night and not come back? Zhang Wanru asked with concern as soon as she saw him. Yes, I took an order, Su Chen answered frankly. Zhang Wanru's eyes lit up. She moved closer to him, looking him up and down, marveling at him. Why do I feel like you've become even more handsome? Although Su Qing didn't speak, her gaze also fell on Su Chen, her eyes filled with doubt. She also noticed that her son had changed a lot recently. It's not just about appearance, but also about the confidence and composure that emanates from within. Like a piece of unpolished jade covered in dust, it is being polished and gradually shines with dazzling light. What nonsense are you talking about? Hurry up and serve the dishes. Su Qing rolled her eyes at Jiang Wanru and shooed her away from Su Chen. Okay. Jiang Wanru made a face and hummed a song as she walked towards the kitchen. Su Chen smiled and sat down on the sofa. He could sense that as he changed, the atmosphere in the house seemed to become more relaxed and harmonious. Night. A sumptuous dinner was laid out on the table. Su Qing specially prepared a nourishing soup and kept ladling it into Su Chen's bowl. Drink more, you must be having a tough time lately, right? It's all right. Su Chen was both amused and exasperated, but he still obediently drank it. While eating, Jiang Wanru suddenly complained to Su Cheng. You know about the charity gala hosted by the Yi Group the day after tomorrow, right? I heard it's a very high-profile event, with all the important people in Sungyun City going. We spent all day yesterday preparing, I'm exhausted. Su Cheng nodded. Yes, our company also received an invitation, and we have a few openings. Are you going? Jiang Wanru asked. Su Qing shook her head. I don't really like those kinds of occasions, they're too noisy. That's a pity. Jiang Wanru said excitedly. I heard that the chairman of the Yi Group will be bringing a mysterious male companion to the banquet, saying he's going to announce his engagement. It's all over the news in our circle, everyone's guessing who that man is. I can't miss such a big event. Su Chen was drinking soup when he heard this and almost spat it out. A mysterious male companion? Isn't that talking about myself? He didn't expect that the matter would spread so widely. But, how come everyone's saying they're getting engaged? Is this really that outrageous? Ahem, he cleared his throat and asked casually, Mom, I'm going to this banquet the day after tomorrow, can we go together? You're going too? Jiang Wanru and Su Qing looked at him at the same time, their faces full of surprise. What are you going to do? Su Qing frowned. I was invited by a client, Su Chen explained calmly. Jiang Wanru's eyes widened instantly, and she grabbed Su Chen's arm, her voice changing tone. Son, you wouldn't happen to be Yi Qingqing's mysterious male companion, would you? Su Chen didn't know if his mother was too confident in her son or if she just had a rather peculiar way of thinking. How could she have guessed that? Su Chen was dumbfounded. I originally wanted to keep it a secret and then shock them on the spot. This is hopeless. Helpless, he could only nod. A long silence fell over the living room. Su Qing's expression became somewhat complicated. She looked at her son, unsure of what to say for a moment. After the initial shock, Jiang Wanru suddenly let out a deafening scream. Wow! My son is amazing! She excitedly rushed over, hugging and kissing Su Chen, jumping around as if she had won the lottery. I knew it! Our Chen Chen is the best! Yi Qingcheng! That's Yi Qingcheng! The woman every woman in Sangyun City wants to marry! And my son actually won her over! Su Chen was so dizzy from being shaken that he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Mom, calm down. It's just a client relationship. Who told you were getting engaged? That's such an outrageous rumor. I don't care. Jiang Wanru waved her hand. The day after tomorrow, Mom will definitely dress you up to look your best and make you the most stunning woman there. I'll steal the hearts of all those women. Seeing her enthusiastic expression, Su Chen sighed helplessly. Chapter 18 The Night Banquet Turmoil. The Yi family's charity gala was held at the Crown of the Sky, the most luxurious 7-star hotel in Sungyun City. The hotel is situated on the city's highest peak, with the entire building resembling a sword piercing the clouds. The banquet hall on the top floor boasts 360-degree panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows, making it seem as if it is floating above a sea of stars. Night fell. One after another, expensive luxury hovercars, like fireflies returning to their nests, silently glided towards the mountaintop. Su Chen, riding in Yi Qingqing's private car, landed smoothly in front of the hotel. The cabin door opened, and he was the first to jump off the aircraft. Tonight, thanks to Jiang Wanru's careful grooming, he wore a haute couture suit sent by Yi Qingqing. The pure black suit fit his tall and straight figure perfectly, highlighting his broad shoulders and slender waistline. The white silk shirt worn underneath revealed a delicate collarbone and a small patch of firm chest skin, exuding a perfect balance of sexiness and untamed spirit. His hair was meticulously styled, revealing a smooth forehead and deep-set eyes. His physical breakthrough made his skin smooth and lustrous like jade, and his features seemed to have been meticulously sculpted, making him so handsome that people couldn't take their eyes off him. When he reached out and helped Yi Qingcheng out of the car, the media reporters who had been waiting on both sides instantly burst into a barrage of flashes. Snap! 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 Yi Qingcheng wore a champagne-colored fishtail gown tonight, studded with tiny diamonds that sparkled under the lights. She gracefully took Su Chen's arm, a polite smile on her face, and calmly faced the countless cameras. It's President Yi. Who's the man next to her? Oh my god, he's so handsome. Is this the mysterious male companion from all those rumors? Quick, take a picture. This is definitely going to be the headline tonight. The reporters discussed it excitedly, their flashes almost illuminating the night sky. Su Chen showed no sign of tension. His gaze was calm, and a faint smile played on his lips. His composed demeanor complemented Yi Qingcheng's perfectly, as if they were born to stand together. The two walked down a long red carpet and entered the magnificent banquet hall. Melodious classical music flowed in the air, and well-dressed women, holding wine glasses, gathered in twos and threes, chatting in hushed tones. Everyone here is either rich or powerful, and they are the rulers at the top of the pyramid in Sanyun City. Su Chen's appearance was like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, instantly creating ripples. Almost all eyes were immediately focused on him. Those gazes contained curiosity, scrutiny, and amazement, but more than anything, they contained undisguised desire and possessiveness. In this circle, a top-tier man is more valuable than any rare treasure. They are the ultimate symbol of status and prestige. Xingcheng, you really know how to keep things hidden. You're only now bringing out such a top-quality man for us to see. A mature and elegant woman in a purple cheongsam walked up to him with a wine glass in her hand, her gaze sweeping over Su Chen without any attempt to hide it, as if she were assessing the quality of a piece of merchandise. Li Yunjin, the chairman of a real estate company in Sanyun, is over 50 years old this year. Chairman Li is too kind, Yi Qingcheng replied with a smile, tightening her grip on Su Chen's arm as she subtly asserted her dominance. What's your name, young man? Li Jingyun turned her gaze to Su Chen, her tone friendly, but her eyes held a hint of aggression. Su Chen. Su Chen replied calmly, neither humble nor overly enthusiastic. Just then, a discordant voice came from the side. I thought it was something else. Turns out it's just Mr. Ye's new pet? When did all of us young girls start secretly liking men? Su Chen looked in the direction of the sound. A young woman in a fiery red dress and with glamorous makeup was looking at them with a mocking expression. Su Chen vaguely remembered that woman. She seemed to be the daughter of a newly established conglomerate, named Xinyu, who was known for her flamboyant and domineering behavior and had made the news multiple times for speeding. Xinyu, watch your words. Yi Qingcheng's face darkened. Am I wrong? Xinyu scoffed, deliberately raising her voice. Then tell me, what is he if not a pet? Your husband? Her words instantly made the atmosphere around her a little awkward. Many people are watching the show, wanting to see how Yi Qingcheng will handle it. A moment of deathly silence fell over the hall. Even the melodious music seemed to have been paused. All eyes, some with amusement, others with schadenfreude, were cast upon him. Yi Qingcheng's face turned completely cold, and her knuckles turned white from gripping Su Chen's arm so tightly. Just as she was about to speak, Xinyu seemed to have found her weakness and didn't give her a chance to fight back, taking another step closer. What, did I hit the nail on the head? Xinyu's red lips parted, but the smile didn't reach her eyes. President Yi, have you forgotten how you hugged me and said it back then? You said that the thing you found most disgusting in your life was men, and now look at you? Her voice was sharp and loud, making sure that everyone around her could hear it clearly. Don't you feel disgusted by this pet that's all looks and no substance? These words caused an uproar in the room. The way everyone looked at Yi Qingcheng instantly became incredibly complicated. So, the seemingly unapproachable ice queen of Sanyun City actually had a past with this guy? Yi Qingcheng was so angry that her chest heaved, and she could barely speak. This was her biggest secret, but now Xinyu had torn it open in public in the most despicable way, exposing it to everyone. There have always been rumors that she has a thing for women, but she has kept it well hidden in order to secure her position as the heir to the family business. She couldn't imagine what kind of storm would be stirred up if this incident reached her mother's ears. Just then, a warm, large hand gently covered the back of her hand and patted it lightly. Pat? No, you used the wrong word. Su Chen's voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. I am a partner personally chosen by Qingcheng, someone she can trust and rely on. Perhaps it is precisely because you have never received this kind of trust that you can only use your limited understanding to define relationships that you do not comprehend. Xinyu nearly choked on her breath, pointing at Su Chen's nose, trembling with anger. Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like that? What I am is not important. Su Chen's smile remained unchanged, but his tone carried a hint of amusement. What's important is that you've made such a fuss to tell everyone that you couldn't have Qingcheng, so you've turned your love into hatred? Or perhaps. Su Chen paused, his gaze sweeping between her and Yi Qingcheng, before adding as if suddenly realizing something, you're simply jealous of me? These words sparked even louder discussions among those around him. The way everyone looked at Xinyu completely changed. Yeah, after all that arguing, isn't it just that the ex is upset because they saw that the other person has found a new love and is causing trouble? Moreover, judging from the conditions of this new love, let alone Yi Qingcheng, which woman present wouldn't be tempted? Thinking about it this way, Xinyu's behavior changed from revealing the truth to the clownish act of impotent rage. Xinyu felt like her lungs were about to explode with anger. Her gaze was fixed on Su Chen, as if she wanted to devour him alive. This hatred no longer stemmed from Yi Qingcheng's betrayal, but from the unprecedented humiliation inflicted upon her by the man before her. You deserve to die. Chapter 19. If you love, love deeply. The minor incident ended with Xinyu's angry departure. Su Chen resolved the provocation with ease, not only avoiding trouble but also adding to his mysterious and dangerous charm in the eyes of these upper-class individuals. The dinner continued. Yi Qingcheng took Su Chen with her, moving between various circles. Su Chen's performance was nothing short of perfect. Unlike other male companions who simply stand silently behind the woman, serving as a soulless backdrop, he did not. He is witty and knowledgeable. Whether the other person is talking about business and finance or art appreciation, he can always chime in appropriately, and even offer some unique insights. His humor always brings a smile to the faces of those usually serious and strong women. His focus made every woman he spoke with feel like the center of attention and was being valued immensely. This effortless social skill surprised even Yi Qingcheng. She began to wonder if this man was really just AB grade. The highlight of the dinner was the charity auction. One by one, precious or commemorative items were presented on stage, ranging from antique paintings and calligraphy to limited edition jewelry, all of which were priceless. The wealthy women present didn't seem very interested in these things. Very few raised their placards, and the atmosphere was somewhat subdued. Until, with a smile, the host brought out the next item for auction. It was a limited edition men's watch called Starry Night Eyes, one of only one in the world. The dial was set with dazzling star diamonds, and the design was extremely luxurious. The starting bid for the Starry Night watch is 10 million. The host had just finished speaking. Xinyu, who was sitting in the front row, was the first to raise her sign. 12 million. Her voice carried a hint of provocation, but her gaze was fixed directly on Yi Qingcheng. Everyone understood her intention. This auction wasn't about watches, it was about men. Yi Qingcheng's expression turned slightly cold. This watch was one she had prepared to give to Su Chen. But just as she was about to raise her sign, Su Chen stopped her hand. Su Chen shook his head at her, indicating that she didn't need to. Yi Qingcheng was somewhat puzzled, but she still chose to believe him. 15 million. Another voice rang out. It was Li Yunjin, the businesswoman who had greeted Yi Qingcheng earlier. She smiled and held up the sign, her gaze also lingering on Su Chen. 20 million. 21 million. The atmosphere on the field was instantly ignited. These normally shrewd and overly shrewd female tycoons were now acting like irrational gamblers, spending money recklessly for a man. The price soared and soon exceeded 20 million. Xinyu's expression grew increasingly grim. The price had exceeded her budget. Ultimately, the watch was purchased by Li Yunjin for a record-breaking price of 23 million. She walked onto the stage amidst applause, accepted the watch, and then, to everyone's astonishment, walked straight up to Su Chen. Mr. Su, it's a pleasure to meet you. This is just a small gift, nothing more. In front of Yi Qingcheng, she handed the box, worth over 20 million yuan, to Su Chen, smiling like a fox who had just stolen some fish. The entire audience erupted in uproar. Giving a gift in front of the person in question is not just an implication, but a blatant provocation. This is a slap in the face to Yi Qingcheng in front of everyone. Yi Qingcheng's face instantly turned so gloomy it could drip water. Su Chen looked at the exquisite box in front of him, then at Li Yunjin's determined face, and smiled. He didn't take the box. Instead, he reached out and gently pushed the box back. Chairman Li, I appreciate your kind offer. His voice was gentle, yet it carried an irresistible force. I am unworthy of such a precious gift. These words struck like a thunderclap in the banquet hall. No one expected that there would be a man in the world who would refuse a gift worth more than 20 million for a woman. Li Yunjin's smile froze on her face. Yi Qingcheng was stunned the moment she heard those words. Looking at Su Chen's affectionate profile, her heart began to pound uncontrollably. She had assumed that Su Chen would accept the gift, or at least refuse it in a more tactful way while accepting it covertly. She never imagined that he would defend her dignity in such a direct and resolute way in front of everyone. In that instant, an unprecedented emotion called moved and happy enveloped her whole body like a warm current. She felt that she had more than just a perfect male companion. It's more like possessing the whole world. Excuse me, I must take my leave. Su Chen, arm in arm with Yi Qingcheng, who was still somewhat dazed, turned and left amidst the complicated gazes of the crowd. Li Yunjin watched their departing figures, her face turning pale and then red, the box in her hand seeming like a huge joke. Xinyu was so angry that she was trembling all over. Not only did she not humiliate Yi Qingcheng, she made her the most envied woman in the room. She was not willing to accept it. She stared intently at Su Chen's retreating figure, her eyes blazing with a morbid obsession. Even if it wasn't for Yi Qingcheng, she must destroy this man too. Back to the unmanned aerial vehicle. As soon as the cabin door closed, Yi Qingcheng could no longer contain her surging emotions and turned around to hug Su Chen tightly. Why? Her voice trembled slightly. She didn't understand why he would give up such great benefits for her. Su Chen didn't speak, but lowered his head and kissed her lips. This kiss was no longer as aggressive as the last one. Instead, it was extremely gentle, with a calming power. After a long while, their lips parted. Su Chen stroked her soft, long hair, his voice deep and magnetic. Because I am your man. At least during our contract period, I will not allow anyone to cause you the slightest grievance. Yi Qingcheng's eyes instantly reddened. She has spent half her life navigating the business world, hearing countless sweet words and witnessing all kinds of hypocritical flattery. Never before had a single sentence so easily shattered all her defenses. She was completely smitten. This man not only conquered her body, but also, unknowingly, stole her heart. She stood on tiptoe and responded to him proactively and enthusiastically. Su Chen, stay here, stay by my side forever. I can give you anything you want, as long as you stay. For the first time, she made a request to a man in such a humble manner. She could already sense that the man in front of her might not be someone she could control. Looking into her eyes, which were filled with pleading and love, Su Chen's heart stirred slightly, and he pressed her down beneath him. Right now, all I want is you. Chapter 20: Dangerous Invitation and Ability Enhancement. The following day, Su Chen truly experienced what it meant to live the life of a canary. Yi Qingcheng seemed to want to pile the best things in the world in front of him. In the morning, a Michelin 3-star chef flew over to prepare breakfast for him. At noon, a dozen top designers lined up with their latest menswear collections, waiting for him to choose. In the afternoon, he casually mentioned wanting to see the sea, and Yi Qingcheng immediately used her private shuttle to take him to a private island thousands of miles away, where they could enjoy the sun and sand with only the two of them. And then they had a fierce battle on the beach under the sun. She wished she could be with Su Chen 24/7. The possessiveness and love in her eyes almost melted him. Su Chen did not indulge in this extravagant lifestyle. He knew very well that all of this was based on Yi Qingcheng's infatuation with him. This infatuation is both a sweet treat and a shackle. He will never belong to any woman. In the evening, the two returned from the island. Su Chen received a new appointment request on his phone. From Shen Yu. Reservation type, single visit. Bid, 5 million. Note, tonight, at the abandoned factory in the west of the city, I'll be waiting for you. Dare to come? 5 million once. This price has likely broken the record for the highest single transaction ever recorded on the entire HeartSignal platform. No one would place such an expensive order on this platform, since they take a 20% commission. Usually, for high-priced orders, people bypass the platform and contact the person directly. However, her location and note were full of provocation. This doesn't seem like an appointment, it's more like a declaration of war. Su Chen was almost certain that Xinyu, this vengeful woman, would not simply want to be paired up with him. This could very well be a trap. What are you looking at? Yi Qingcheng's voice came from behind. She had just come out of the bathroom, wearing only a bath towel, her wet hair exuding a fragrance, and a large expanse of snow-white hair was displayed unreservedly in front of Su Chen. She naturally hugged Su Chen from behind, her gaze falling on his phone screen. When Yi Qingcheng saw the contents, her eyes instantly turned cold. You're not allowed to go. Her voice carried an undeniable command. That crazy woman, Xingyu, is capable of anything. You'll be in danger if you go. Su Chen turned off his phone, turned around, looked at her worried eyes, and smiled. Do you think I'm in danger? His smile exuded a powerful confidence. Yi Qingcheng was stunned. She looked at the man before her. His powerful physique and deep eyes exuded a reassuring strength. Yes, how could she forget that this man was never a lamb to be slaughtered? But she was still worried. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Su Chen pinched her cheek. Besides, I have no reason to refuse 5 million. I'll give it to you. I'll give you 10 million. As long as you don't go. Yi Qingcheng said eagerly. Su Chen shook his head. Qingcheng, this isn't about money. Some provocations cannot be avoided. If I back down, she will find other ways to annoy me even more. Wang Zihan is a case in point. Yi Qingcheng looked at him, speechless for a moment. She discovered that the more she tried to keep him by her side, the more this man would reveal a side of himself that was beyond her control. In the end, she had no choice but to compromise. Then you must be careful. She took a small metal object from the drawer and handed it to Su Chen. This is an emergency call button. Press it if you encounter danger, and my people will arrive within 3 minutes. Su Chen took it and put it in his pocket. Wait for me to come back. He kissed her forehead and then turned and left. It was already evening when we left the hotel. Su Chen got into Yi Qingcheng's car and headed to the abandoned factory. On the way, he summoned the system. In the account lay the 5 million yuan pocket money that Yi Qingcheng had given him not long ago. System, exchange 20 attribute points. Exchange successful. Current free attribute points, 20. 15 points of physique, 5 points of ability. Su Chen said in a deep voice. This is the most reasonable allocation. His current physical condition is strong enough to cope with most physical dangers. On the other hand, it is also necessary to strengthen it gradually. The so-called ability, in the system's explanation, encompasses all aspects of a man, including but not limited to stamina, explosive power, control, and a more mysterious sense of resonance that can bring women the ultimate experience. Add points successfully. Current attributes, physique 27, ability 16, intelligence 6. The words fell. A completely different energy, unlike the energy he had when strengthening his physique, rose from his lower abdomen. The energy was not as violent as before, but gentle and lingering, with a tingling electric sensation that slowly flowed throughout the body. He felt as if a completely new switch had been turned on in his body. An unprecedented sense of control over one's own desires and power welled up inside me. He even had the illusion that, if he wanted, he could make any woman reach the clouds in an instant, or make her sink into endless desire. This feeling is incredibly mysterious and incredibly powerful. Very good. Su Chen felt the changes in his body, and a cold smile curled at the corner of his lips. Xingyu, I hope the surprise you prepared will make me very happy. Abandoned factory in the west of the city. This area was once an industrial zone in the old days, but now only ruins and rusty steel skeletons remain, resembling a silent behemoth under the moonlight. Su Chen's figure appeared silently on the outskirts of the factory, like a ghost. He didn't go straight in. His physical condition, several times that of an average person, also made his 5 senses exceptionally sharp. He could hear the breathing of at least a dozen women lurking inside the factory. Those breaths were heavy and suppressed, carrying a hint of blood. A cold killing intent flashed in Su Chen's eyes. What he hates most is this kind of troublesome, fly-like creature that doesn't know its own mortality. Since that's the case, let's get it over with once and for all. Chapter 21 Hunter and Prey. The interior of the huge factory was empty and deathly silent. Moonlight streamed through the broken dome, casting dappled shadows on the dusty ground. Xingyu sat on a European-style single sofa that seemed to have been moved from somewhere, gracefully swirling the red wineglass in her hand. She wore a tight black leather outfit that accentuated her voluptuous figure, her red lips were fiery, and her eyes were filled with a morbid excitement and anticipation. In the shadows behind her, a dozen burly, ferocious-looking women stood silently, wielding metal clubs, like a pack of hyenas waiting to hunt. They were all underground thugs hired by Xingyu at a high price, and each of them had blood on their hands. "Young miss, is that boy really coming?" a woman with a scar on her face asked impatiently. "He will." A cruel smile curved Xingyu's lips. A man like him, who climbed up from the bottom, could not possibly refuse the temptation of 5 million. She has already made up her mind. When Su Chen arrives, she will first have her men break his legs and make him kneel before her like a dog, licking her feet. She wanted to completely destroy his dignity and arrogance. Then she would take him back, imprison him, and make him her own toy. The thought of Su Chen's handsome face beneath her, displaying a pained and humiliated expression, begging for mercy, filled Xinyu with excitement, making her tremble all over. Just then, de. A series of clear footsteps came from the entrance of the factory, unhurried, sounding particularly clear in the open space. It's here. A bloodthirsty glint flashed in Xinyu's eyes. All the thugs gripped their weapons tightly, their muscles tense, ready to deliver a fatal blow at any moment. A tall, slender figure slowly emerged from the darkness, bathed in the cool moonlight. It was Su Chen. He took off his baseball cap, revealing a face that could drive any woman crazy. His gaze calmly swept across the entire room, finally settling on Xinyu. 5 million, such a grand welcome for me, Miss Xin, you really think highly of me. His face showed no fear whatsoever, but rather a faint hint of mockery. This composure made Xinyu feel inexplicably uncomfortable. Su Chen, you're too arrogant. Xinyu stood up, downed the glass of red wine in one gulp, and then smashed the glass on the ground. Smack! The crisp cracking sound was like a signal. Today, I will crush your arrogance into dust, bit by bit. Get him. Break his legs. At his command, the dozen or so thugs roared like wild beasts and charged madly toward Su Chen from all directions. The steel pipe in his hand cut through the air with a sharp, piercing sound, bringing with it a chilling, deadly aura. A cruel yet triumphant smile appeared on Xinyu's face. She could almost see Su Chen, his flesh mangled and bloody, kneeling and begging for mercy under the blows. However, the next second, the smile on her face froze completely. Faced with the surging attacks, Su Chen moved. His speed was beyond everyone's imagination. A black afterimage vanished from the spot in an instant. The scarred woman at the front only felt a blur before her eyes, and before she could react, a hand like an iron clamp had already gripped her throat. Snap! A crisp sound of bone cracking. The scarred woman's body went limp like a lump of mud, her eyes wide open, filled with unbelievable terror. Second. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Chen, like a tiger charging into a flock of sheep, launched a one-sided, bloody massacre. Every move he makes is fast, accurate, and ruthless. Whether it's a fist, an elbow, or a knee. Each attack landed precisely on the thug's most vulnerable joints. Bang! A woman's knee was kicked so hard it bent backwards, making a sickening cracking sound. Ah! A piercing scream echoed throughout the factory. Click! He easily twisted another woman's arm into a pretzel. Those sturdy steel pipes were as fragile as paper in front of him. He didn't even need to dodge, he simply used his arms to withstand the force. This is no longer a battle. This was a crushing defeat. A ruthless crushing of lower life forms by a higher level of existence. In less than a minute, there wasn't a single person left standing in the factory. The dozen or so thugs who had been so fierce just moments before were now lying on the ground, some injured, some maimed, howling and groaning in pain. Blood stained the ground red. A strong smell of blood filled the air. The whole world seemed to have fallen silent. Only Su Chen remained, standing in that pool of blood. There wasn't a single trace of blood on him, and his black casual clothes were still neat and tidy. He slowly turned around, his gaze falling on Xinyu, who was already pale with fright and trembling like a leaf. Beneath her, one could even see a puddle of clear water. Now, it's your turn. His voice remained calm, yet it sounded like a demonic chant from the deepest hell, making Xinyu's soul tremble. No. Don't come any closer. Xinyu's psychological defenses completely collapsed. Her proud family background and her ever-present wealth seemed so laughable and utterly vulnerable in the face of this demon-like man. Fear, like icy seawater, completely overwhelmed her. She screamed and turned to run away. However, she had only taken 2 steps when she felt her foot slip and fell heavily to the ground. Su Chen had appeared behind her without her noticing. He stepped on her face, looking down at her with cold, emotionless eyes. As I said, I'll decide what the game is about now. He slowly squatted down, pinched Xinyu's chin, and forced her to raise her head and look at him. Tell me, how do you want to die? Looking into his cold eyes, Xinyu felt a chill run from the soles of her feet straight to the top of her head. She could sense that this man was truly going to kill her. No. Don't kill me, I was wrong, I was really wrong. She was crying and pleading for mercy incoherently. I'll give you money. I'll give you lots and lots of money. Please, let me go. A cruel smile appeared on Su Chen's face. Money? Do you think I came here tonight really for that 5 million? He released her, stood up, and looked at Xinyu, who was lying on the ground, as if she were an ant. I'm here just to tell you a principle. There are some people you can't afford to mess with. After saying that, he didn't look at her again, turned around, and walked out of the factory. Xinyu lay on the cold ground, watching his receding figure. The relief of surviving the ordeal was intertwined with unprecedented fear, leaving her mind blank. Starting tonight, this man will become a nightmare she can never shake off for the rest of her life. Just as Su Chen was about to walk out of the factory gate, he suddenly stopped, turned around, and gave Xinyu a bright smile that sent chills down her spine. Oh, by the way, Miss Shin. I accepted your appointment. You don't know what the heart signal app is, do you? I will be at your house on time tomorrow morning to provide service. I hope you can satisfy me. Chapter 22 Conquest and Submission. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the luxurious living room of the Shin family mansion. Xinyu didn't sleep a wink all night. The bloody scene in the abandoned factory last night kept replaying in her mind like a nightmare. Su Chen's icy gaze, his demonic figure, and the chilling smile at the end were all deeply imprinted on her soul. Fear, like an invisible net, enveloped her tightly. She locked herself in her room and mobilized all of the family's security forces, with dozens of fully armed guards surrounding the entire mansion. But she knew none of this would help. In front of that man, these so-called security personnel were nothing but paper tigers, a mere facade. Ding dong. The doorbell rang precisely on time. Xinyu's body trembled uncontrollably, and the coffee cup in her hand fell to the carpet with a dull thud. He's here. The housekeeper saw the person standing outside the door through the video call. It was Su Chen. Miss, it's Mr. Su. The butler's voice trembled slightly. Let him in. Xinyu's voice was dry, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between her teeth. She knew she couldn't escape it. Rather than letting him break in with even more violence, it's better to open the door yourself. Su Chen walked into the living room. Today he was dressed in a well-fitting white casual outfit, with a gentle smile on his face, as if the demon god who went on a killing spree last night was just an illusion of Xinyu's. He ignored the tense-looking guards around him, who were holding weapons, and walked straight up to Xinyu. Good morning, Ms. Shin. I'm here to fulfill my service. His voice remained as gentle and magnetic as ever. But to Xinyu, it sounded more terrifying than any threat. What do you want to do? Xinyu shrank back, her voice full of wariness. Su Chen smiled and sat down opposite her. Of course, we should do what we're supposed to do. He picked up the tea that the butler brought him and took a small sip. You spent 5 million to book my services. Naturally, I'll make sure you get more than your money's worth. Now you can put these decorations away. I don't like to be disturbed when I'm working. His gaze swept over the guards carrying stun batons, his eyes calm yet exuding an air of quiet authority. The guards looked at each other, then turned to look at Xinyu. Xinyu bit her lower lip, her mind in turmoil. Reason told her that she absolutely could not let the guard leave. This man was too dangerous. But another, stronger emotion was telling her not to disobey him, or the consequences would be worse than death. Ultimately, fear triumphed over reason. You, all of you, get out, she said with difficulty. The guards hesitated for a moment, but obeyed the order and retreated like a tide. In the large living room, only Su Chen and Xinyu remained. The air seemed to freeze. Su Chen put down his teacup, stood up, and walked step by step toward Xinyu. Xinyu's breathing instantly became rapid. As she watched the man approach, her body stiffened like a stone, and she no longer had the courage to run away. Su Chen stopped in front of her, leaned down, and breathed warm air onto her face. Are you afraid of me? Xinyu did not answer, but trembled all over. Su Chen smiled. He reached out and gently stroked her cold cheek. The warm touch made Xinyu's body tremble violently. Weren't you very arrogant last night? Don't you want to break my legs and treat me like your pet? His voice was like the whisper of a devil, every word striking at Xinyu's fragile nerves. What, you're not saying anything now? His fingers slid slowly down her cheek to her slender neck. Xinyu could feel that the hand could snap her neck with just a little force. The shadow of death completely enveloped her. No. I was wrong, please. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. All her pride and dignity were utterly crushed at this moment. Looking at her tearful appearance, Su Chen's coldness slowly faded. This is exactly the effect he wanted. What he wanted was to completely break this proud, thorny rose, so that she would feel awe and submission to him from the depths of her soul. He did not provoke her with any more words. Instead, he roughly picked her up from the sofa and carried her to the bedroom on the second floor. Shinyu was in his arms, like a frightened little rabbit, not daring to move at all. The enormous bedroom, decorated like a princess's castle, is filled with a dreamy pink ambience. Su Chen gently placed her on the soft, large round bed. He didn't rush to take the next step. He simply watched her quietly, looking at her face, pale with fear. Then, he slowly lowered his head and kissed her. This kiss was devoid of any lust, it was simply a declaration from the superior to the inferior. Shinyu kept her lips tightly closed, her body trembling slightly. But gradually, she discovered that the kiss wasn't as terrible as she had imagined. Instead, it carries a strange, comforting power. Her tense body began to relax slowly without her realizing it, and she slowly opened her mouth. Su Chen's kiss began to become gentle and tender. He was like the most patient artist, meticulously sculpting her perfect work of art with his lips and tongue. Shinyu's mind began to feel foggy. The fear is gradually dissipating. Instead, she felt a strange sensation that made her blush and her heart race. This time, Su Chen used the ability he had just broken through to. He could clearly sense every slight change in Shinyu's body, and could precisely capture it. Su Chen made her realize for the first time that being intimate with a man wasn't so terrible after all. On the contrary, it was so wonderful and so captivating. Fear has long been cast to the winds. All that remains is the most primal form of submission and worship of the strong. I don't know how much time passed. When everything returned to calm, Shinyu lay paralyzed on the bed, unable to move even a finger, her face flushed with satisfaction. She turned her head and looked at the man beside her, whose breathing was steady and who seemed to have done nothing. Her eyes became incredibly complicated. There was fear, there was awe, but more than anything, there was a heartfelt, fervent worship. This man destroyed her dignity in the most brutal way. Yet, he conquered her heart with the most exquisite gentleness. She had become his complete captive. That's it? Su Chen turned his head and looked at the half-dead Shinyu, a disdainful smile on his lips. The day has just begun. He has plenty of time to play with her at his own pace. Chapter 23: A New Transformation. Su Chen felt refreshed when he left the Shin family. With 5 million in hand, another problem was completely solved, and he also gained a female slave who both respected and feared him. This deal was incredibly profitable. What he didn't know was that the news about him and Shinyu had already spread like wildfire throughout the upper echelons of Sangyun City. It was no secret that Shinyu had set up a trap in the abandoned factory to humiliate Su Chen. Everyone was waiting to see Su Chen make a fool of himself, wanting to see how this suddenly emerging newcomer would be trampled underfoot by the eldest daughter of the Shin family. However, the result was a huge surprise to everyone. It is said that Su Chen single-handedly beat all of Shinyu's dozen or so top-notch thugs into the hospital. Shinyu herself did not retaliate the next day. Instead, she obediently paid the 5 million service fee and never mentioned Su Chen again, as if she had developed Su Chen phobia. This news caused a huge uproar in the industry. Overnight, the name Su Chen became known to everyone. He was no longer just Yi Qingqing's handsome male companion. He became a dangerous figure shrouded in mystery, possessing both unparalleled charisma and terrifying martial prowess. This image holds a fatal attraction for powerful women who stand at the top of power and are already tired of docile pets. It even surpassed the only 2 A-level cities in Sangyun City at one point. In an instant, Su Chen's heart signal backend exploded. Countless reservation requests came in like snowflakes. The bids were getting more and more outrageous. Some people offered 8 million just to see him once. Some were even willing to offer company shares in exchange for his long-term companionship. Su Chen became a sensation. He became the most sought-after luxury item in the entire Sangyun City high society. Hotel Presidential Suite. Yi Qingqing looked at the various gossip and rumors about Su Chen that kept popping up on her phone, her expression somewhat complicated. She felt both proud and at ease about Su Chen's strength. He also felt a deep sense of crisis because of his growing fame. She felt that she was about to lose control of this man. He was like an eagle with growing wings, destined to break free from her embrace and soar into a wider sky. When Su Chen returned to the hotel, he saw Yi Qingqing looking anxious and uncertain. "What's wrong?" He stepped forward and gently hugged her from behind, his large hands exploring her freely. You're quite the celebrity now. Yi Qingqing's tone carried a hint of subtle sourness. Su Chen smiled and rested his chin on her shoulder. What's wrong, are you jealous? I'm afraid you'll be seduced by those vixens outside, Yi Qingqing said earnestly, turning around and cupping his face in her hands. Su Chen looked at the unease in her eyes and his heart softened. He lowered his head and kissed her lips. Don't worry, our contract hasn't expired yet. He knew that what a strong woman like Yi Qingqing needed most was a sense of security. What he needs to do is constantly instill this sense of security in her, making her develop a deeper dependence on him. However, upon hearing his words, Yi Qingqing's expression did not soften much. Yes, their relationship is only contractual. Once the 7 days are up, Su Chen will no longer belong to her. She nestled in his arms, savoring this rare moment of tenderness. While comforting and teasing him, Su Chen was also thinking about his next plan. Do you know how much a B-level buyout costs? He suddenly asked. I'm not too sure about that, but I've heard of it. I have a friend who's into BDSM. She actually bought one before, and a grade one. She said she spent hundreds of millions just on bribing people, but in the end, the deal fell through and she ended up in jail. You know, it's not exactly legitimate business. As she spoke, Yi Qingqing suddenly realized something, her eyes lighting up. You want to redeem yourself? Su Chen shook his head. Then let's forget it. Your family is so wealthy and powerful, what if doing this has some impact on you? Yi Qingqing raised her head and sealed Su Chen's lips with her own, then gazed at him with deep affection. I'm willing to do anything for you. Well, actually it's not that I'm afraid of anything. Su Chen was a little conflicted. He suddenly felt that instead of using the money to redeem himself, he might as well use it to earn more. He no longer respects the law. 2 years is enough time for him to grow to a height that ordinary people can hardly look up to. How much liquid capital do you have on hand? Su Chen asked seriously. About 800 million, do you want it? I'll have someone transfer it to you right now. With that, Yi Qingqing immediately picked up her phone and made a call. She's completely obsessed now. She didn't care about family inheritance or corporate companies anymore. She was willing to do anything as long as she could be by Su Chen's side. Su Chen did not stop her. Money is just a number to these wealthy people, but for him it is a real force. With power, why worry about not being able to make money? He planned to take Yi Qingqing's 800 million and recharge it all into the system, increasing his attribute points to the point where he could shave the earth in half with a single punch. Then he would go directly to the Empress's palace, capture her alive, and become an emperor for a while. However, to his utter surprise, the system only gave him 251 attribute points, and then stopped. A notification tone immediately sounded. System upgrade successful. Second stage, Ascension to Bliss. Exchange bliss points for ascension points at a 1-to-1 ratio. Current free attribute points, 251. Current attributes, Physique 27, Ability 16, Intelligence 6. Recovering from the brief shock. Su Chen stared blankly at the 251 attribute points, realizing he was just a little short of 250. But why exactly is it 251? Not understanding why, he tried adding some. System. Maximize physique. As for his abilities, he feels that he has enough for now. If even this can turn Xinyu into a living fountain, how could it not lead to someone's death? After all, people can really die from pleasure. However, the result was unexpected. Once again his physique stopped increasing when it reached 100. A maximum value of 100? Su Chen wondered. Helpless, I tried adding the remaining points to the other 2 items, and only after adding them did I realize that I had just filled them all to 100. Before he could figure out the purpose behind it. The next second, an unprecedented, vast energy erupted from every cell in his body in an instant. This enhancement is far more intense than any before. His body seemed to have been thrown into a furnace, undergoing a transformative remodeling. Click, click, click. The sound of bones breaking and reforming rang out, and Su Chen's entire body was slowly twisting and deforming. Sensing the commotion beside her, Yi Qingqing, who was busy transferring money to Su Chen, turned her head in confusion and was startled by what she saw. Su Chen! What's wrong with you? Her eyes were filled with extreme shock. Su Chen's body was completely out of his control at this moment. His bones, muscles, internal organs, blood, everything was becoming stronger and more perfect at an incredible speed. In his lower abdomen, the warm energy that represented ability also became like the Yangtze River, surging endlessly and nourishing his source of energy. His brain felt as if it had been struck by lightning. Countless chaotic streams of information flashed through his mind, and the whole world seemed different to him. He could hear the steady breathing of the guard outside the door. He can smell the subtle differences between every odor molecule in the air. He can even feel that his thinking speed had increased several times over, and many problems that he couldn't understand before suddenly became clear. This is a comprehensive leap at the level of life. The strengthening process lasted a full half hour. When everything calmed down, Suchan slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were as deep as the starry sky, as if they could see through everything. He simply sat there casually, and an invisible, powerful aura naturally emanated from him, making the air in the entire room feel heavy. He stood up and, under Yi Qingqing's horrified gaze, slowly walked to the mirror. The man in the mirror was tall and straight, with smooth and perfect muscle lines, without an ounce of excess fat, exuding an explosive sense of power. His skin was fair and delicate, even better than most women's, yet it did not appear effeminate at all. Instead, it radiated a healthy, jade-like luster. His features became more defined and striking, making him appear almost otherworldly. Most importantly, his eyes. It was a gaze full of confidence, composure, and control. It was as if nothing in this world could move him anymore. Suchan looked at himself in the mirror, speechless for a long time. Yi Qingqing, standing behind him, was completely stunned. Looking at Suchan in front of her, she felt a strong sense of unfamiliarity. His appearance seems to have not changed much. But his overall appearance, as well as his extraordinary temperament and overall aura, underwent a dramatic transformation. If Suchan in the past was an elegant yet dangerous cheetah, so now he is a dormant dragon, looking down upon all living beings. He simply walked over casually, and the invisible pressure emanating from him made her heart pound, and even made it difficult for her to breathe. An unprecedented urge to worship and completely submit surged up from the depths of my heart. You. She opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. Chapter 24 Moving. In the hotel's presidential suite, Yi Qingqing nestled in Suchan's arms like a docile kitten. The terrifying force filled her with both awe and fascination. This man was completely beyond her comprehension. She no longer had any intention of controlling him. All that remained was complete obedience and worship. Suchan, she murmured softly, burying her face in his chest, feeling his strong heartbeat. I feel like I'm dreaming. This is not a dream. Suchan stroked her soft, long hair and lowered his head to kiss her forehead. Looking at the woman in his arms, who was once high and mighty but now obeyed him in every way, a thought suddenly came to mind. A crazy idea, yet one that he was incredibly excited about. Qingqing, how about we get married? Suchan's voice was calm, as if he were talking about something very ordinary. Yi Qingqing, who was in his arms, suddenly stiffened. She slowly raised her head, and her eyes, which always held a shrewdness and composure, were now filled with disbelief. She even doubted whether she had misheard. What did you say? Her voice trembled slightly. Suchan looked at her like this, smiled, and repeated, I said, let's get married. This time, Yi Qingqing heard it clearly. After confirming that she hadn't misheard, 2 lines of clear tears unexpectedly slid down her cheeks. She cried. This woman, who is decisive in the business world and remains unfazed in the face of any adversity, was now crying like a little girl, her face streaked with tears. She suddenly threw herself into Suchan's arms and burst into tears, as if she wanted to release all the anxiety, happiness, and excitement she had felt over the past few days. She never dreamed that Suchan would propose to her. But in this world, men are not allowed to marry. They are resources that are chosen, observed, and possessed. For them, a marriage based on a transaction is more like a lifelong contract they cannot defy. Suchan, who has already reached the pinnacle of all men, this luxury item that is madly pursued by countless women, is actually willing to marry himself to her. This surprise made her feel like the happiest woman in the world. Suchan, somewhat at a loss, held her and gently patted her back, letting her vent her emotions. After a while, Yi Qingqing's crying gradually subsided. She raised her face, which was red from crying, and the light in her eyes was surprisingly bright. I'm willing. Of course I'm willing, she said excitedly, afraid that Suchan might change his mind. However, the next second, the ecstasy on her face froze instantly, replaced by a deep sense of loss and embarrassment. But, we can't get married. Huh? Suchan was taken aback. Why? Yi Qingqing smiled bitterly and explained, the laws of this world stipulate that men cannot marry, only women can marry men into their homes. Suchan then remembered that there was such a bizarre rule in this world. He frowned. He wanted him to marry a woman? This feels so strange. Moreover, his goal is the stars and the sea. How could he possibly be bound to just one woman? It seems that to overturn the rules of this world, money and force alone are not enough, even greater power is required. He suddenly wanted to join the resistance. Seeing Su Chen remain silent, Yi Qingqing thought he had changed his mind, and her heart panicked. She quickly said, Actually, it doesn't matter whether we get married or not. As long as we can be together, a certificate is just a certificate, it doesn't matter at all. She was terrified of losing this hard-won opportunity. Seeing her nervous expression, Su Chen's heart softened. He knew that Yi Qingqing had truly fallen in love with him. He thought for a moment and said, the certificate isn't really important. But I want to give you, and myself, a home. In his previous life, he was an orphan who had never experienced the warmth of a family. But since coming into this world, in just half a month, the love and warmth of family that Zhang Wanru and Su Qing brought him have captivated him. That's why he had the idea of starting his own family. Images of girls he had once cherished flashed through his mind, Xinyu, Zhao Xiaoya, Lin Xiaoming, and even Wang Xianglan. I wonder if anyone has been infected. After all, it's not customary to put masks on cows here. He suddenly had an urge to gather all the girls around him. Yi Qingqing's eyes lit up again when she heard the word home. She immediately suggested, I have an unused manor on the outskirts of Sangyun City. The environment is excellent, and the security is top-notch. We can move there and bring Auntie and the others over too. This suggestion was exactly what Su Chen wanted to hear. It just so happens that his house only has 2 years left to be occupied. Okay. Su Chen nodded. Then it's settled. Let us go home now and discuss the moving with my mom and the others. Okay. I'll have someone prepare it right away. Yi Qingqing immediately sat up from the bed, reverting to her usual decisive and efficient manner. When Su Chen brought Yi Qingqing back to his home, Zhang Wanru and Su Qing were both stunned. Zhang Wanru had met Yi Qingqing before. During the live broadcast of the charity gala, Su Chen overpowered everyone else for Yi Qingqing, and both of them witnessed it. Although I had anticipated this day would come. But when they saw her in person, they were still stunned by Yi Qingqing's stunning beauty and powerful aura. Oh my, it's Qingqing. Please come in, please come in. Zhang Wanru warmly welcomed Yi Qingqing in, serving her tea and fruit, just like a mother-in-law meeting her daughter-in-law. Su Cheng appeared much calmer. She simply greeted Yi Qingqing lightly, but her gaze kept shifting back and forth between her son and Yi Qingqing, her eyes filled with a sense of satisfaction. When Su Chen expressed his desire to move in with Yi Qingqing, Zhang Wanru was the first to wholeheartedly agree. Move. We have to move. Our son is all grown up now, it's time for him to have his own life. Besides, we feel at ease letting him live with such a wonderful girl like Qingqing. Zhang Wanru said, winking at Su Chen, her meaning clear. Su Qing didn't immediately respond. She remained silent for a moment, looked at Su Chen, and asked seriously, have you thought it through? Yes, I've thought it through. Su Chen nodded with a smile. Yi Qingqing immediately stood up and respectfully said to Su Qing, Auntie, don't worry. I will take good care of Su Chen, She meant to say that we were getting married, but then swallowed the words back and said instead, we will live like a family. Looking into her sincere eyes, Su Qing's tense expression eased a little, and she nodded, okay. Since you've all decided, then let's move. With the consent of both mothers, things became simple. Yi Qingqing didn't even let Su Chen and the others clean up. She simply made a phone call. In less than half an hour, a professional moving team with more than a dozen trucks appeared at the door. These professionals, dressed in uniform, worked quickly and efficiently, with a clear division of labor. In no time, they packed and categorized all of Su Chen's belongings and loaded them into the car. The whole process was smooth and seamless. It was only then that Zhang Wanru and Su Qing belatedly realized what had happened. Do we have to move too? Chapter 25 The $1.2 billion Mansion. When the aircraft landed smoothly in front of a huge manor, Zhang Wanru and Su Qing were completely stunned by the sight before them. This isn't a manor, it's a castle. The massive black, ornate iron gates slowly opened to both sides, revealing a wide, white marble driveway that wound its way into the heart of the estate. On both sides of the driveway are huge lawns that are neatly trimmed, and the lawns are dotted with various uniquely shaped fountains and sculptures. At the heart of the manor stand 3 buildings that share a unified style, yet each possesses its own unique characteristics. At the very center stands a 3-story main building, constructed entirely of white rock. Its exterior design is futuristic, with huge floor-to-ceiling windows reflecting sunlight, giving it an imposing presence. To the left of the main building is a building entirely made of transparent glass, which looks like a giant crystal box that is a separate restaurant and banquet hall. On the hillside far from the main building, there is a small and exquisite two-story building, which should be the residence of the servants. My God! Jiang Wanru covered her mouth and exclaimed in surprise, Qingchun, your family is too extravagant. Although Su Qing didn't speak, her slightly widened eyes betrayed her inner turmoil. She had never seen such a luxurious house in her entire life. Yi Qingcheng smiled and explained, this is a gift my mother gave me when I came of age. I'm usually busy with work and rarely come to stay here, so it's been empty. This explanation surprised the two even more. Is this the world of the rich? A manor as a birthday gift? Welcome home, Mr. Su. The row of maids who had been waiting at the door immediately stepped forward and bowed in unison. This startled Su Qing, who had been looking up at the house the whole way. She quickly patted her chest and said, why are you so easily startled? Stepping inside the main building reveals an even more hidden world. The hall has a high ceiling of 10 meters, and a huge crystal chandelier hangs from the ceiling, as dazzling as the Milky Way. The floor is made of smooth, mirror-like obsidian, and the walls are covered with various modern art paintings that I don't understand but seem very expensive. The smart home assistant's voice came through, welcoming the new owner with a gentle electronic tone. Jiang Wanru was like Grandma Lu visiting the Grand View Garden, finding everything novel and fascinating. She touched this and looked at that, constantly making tsk sounds of amazement. Qingchun, such a big estate must be worth tens of millions, right? Jiang Wanru asked curiously. Yi Qingcheng smiled and shook her head. More than that. She held up 2 fingers. This estate, including the land and buildings, is probably worth 1.2 billion. 10, 12 billion? Jiang Wanru's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, and her voice changed. She was stunned by the number. She and Su Qing worked hard their whole lives, and they probably couldn't even afford a single floor tile in this manner. The main reason is that the security systems and smart home features are quite expensive, Yi Qingcheng added casually. Jiang Wanru was speechless. She held onto Su Qing's arm, feeling that her worldview had been shaken like never before. Su Qing found it somewhat amusing to look at his mother's naive and unworldly demeanor, but he understood. He stepped forward and put his arm around Jiang Wanru's shoulder. Mom, this is our home from now on. You'll get used to it eventually. A habit? I'm afraid I'll wake up laughing in my sleep. Jiang Wanru said excitedly. Next, we'll choose a room. The main building has more than 20 rooms, each of which is luxuriously decorated and has a separate dressing room, bathroom and balcony with a view. Jiang Wanru was completely overwhelmed by the choices, dragging Su Qing back and forth between the second and third floors, liking everything she saw, and unable to make a decision for a long time. In the end, Su Chen made the final decision and chose a room on the second floor with the best view for them. He and Yi Qingcheng stayed in the largest master bedroom on the third floor. That master bedroom occupies almost half of the third floor, and even has a separate indoor swimming pool. Lunchtime. The family sat in that enormous crystal restaurant and enjoyed a lunch meticulously prepared by a Michelin-starred chef. The long dining table was laden with a variety of exquisite dishes, and dozens of servants stood quietly on both sides, ready to serve at any time. Jiang Wanru and Su Qing both felt a little uncomfortable and ate cautiously. They had never experienced being waited on like this before. During the meal, Su Chen looked at his 2 mothers and said earnestly, Mom, you don't need to go to work at the company anymore. It's time for you to enjoy your retirement. Go traveling and shopping whenever you want. Go wherever you want in the world. As he spoke, he took out his phone and transferred 50 million yuan directly to Jiang Wanru's account. Bite. Jiang Wanru's phone rang. She picked it up and saw the long string of zeros. Her hand trembled, and she almost dropped the phone into the soup. 50 million? Su Qing also came over to take a look and was equally shocked by the number. Son, isn't this inappropriate? Su Qing frowned, her tone serious. You and Qingcheng have only just started dating, and we're already taking other people's money like this. Don't worry, Auntie, we're family now. My money is Su Chen's money. Yi Qingcheng comforted her with a smile. But she still shook her head, we can't accept this money, it's too much. Mom, this money is for you to spend. Su Chen's attitude was firm. You've worked hard your whole lives, it's time for you to enjoy yourself. After being persuaded by Su Chen and Yi Qingcheng, the 2 mothers finally accepted the money with some reluctance. But he did not agree to resign. In Jiang Wanru's words, if I resign, who will I show my money to? Jiang Wanru held her phone, feeling like she was dreaming. In just one day, she was living in a mansion worth 1.2 billion yuan, and her account had an extra 50 million yuan in retirement funds. This life was more exciting than a novel. After lunch, the family sat in the living room drinking tea and chatting. The atmosphere was harmonious and warm. Just then, Yi Qingqing suddenly whispered to Su Chen, my mother's birthday is in 2 days. I'd like to take you home to meet her. Her words instantly silenced the atmosphere in the living room. Jiang Wanru and Su Cheng both stopped what they were doing and looked at Su Chen. Meeting the parents? That's a big deal. Su Chen smiled as he looked at Yi Qingqing's eyes, which held a hint of expectation and nervousness. He knew this was a hurdle he would have to face sooner or later. To truly win Yi Qingqing's heart, one must gain the approval of her family. Okay. He nodded readily. When shall we go? Upon receiving a positive reply, Yi Qingqing visibly breathed a sigh of relief, a happy smile spreading across her face. Let's do it tomorrow. I'll let my family know right now. Chapter 26: The Yi Family's Show of Power. The next morning, Su Chen and Yi Qingqing then boarded a more advanced private aircraft and headed to the Yi family's ancestral home. The Yi family's ancestral home is not in Sunyun City, but in a sky city that floats in the air, thousands of miles away. It is a huge city that uses anti-gravity technology and floats above the clouds all year round. Only the most powerful and wealthy families are qualified to live there. As the aircraft passed through the clouds, the legendary sky city appeared before Su Chen's eyes. The entire city is composed of countless white jade towers and palaces, connected by magnificent aerial bridges. Countless small flying vehicles shuttle through the complex like industrious bees. Below the city, a rolling sea of clouds reflects the sunlight, creating a golden glow, like a celestial realm from mythology. Looking out the window, Su Chen couldn't help but marvel at the world's technological advancements. The level of technology in this world truly exceeded his expectations. The aircraft eventually landed in front of one of the most magnificent palaces. This is the ancestral home of the Yi family. Unlike the futuristic villa from yesterday, this palace exudes classical charm. With its flying eaves, intricately carved beams and painted rafters, every detail conveys a sense of historical weight and grandeur. A line of people was already standing at the palace gate. The woman in the lead was a woman who looked to be in her 50s, but was very well maintained and still had a charming appearance. She wore a purple cheongsam, her long hair was piled high on her head, and she had a kind smile on her face, but her eyes revealed a kind of imposing and dignified presence. She is Yi Wanqing, the current head of the Yi family and Yi Qingqing's mother. Behind her stood several young women who appeared to be around the same age as Yi Qingqing, presumably distant relatives of the Yi family. Their gazes towards Su Chen were filled with undisguised scrutiny, curiosity, and a hint of contempt. Mom, Yi Qingqing stepped forward and called out respectfully. Yes, you're back. Yi Wanqing nodded, her gaze passing over her daughter and landing on Su Chen. That gaze was like a sharp knife, as if it wanted to see through Su Chen from the inside out. Su Chen remained calm and met her gaze with neither arrogance nor servility, even wearing a polite smile. Hello, Auntie, I'm Su Chen. Yi Wanqing didn't speak, she just looked at him quietly. The air seemed to freeze. Several young women nearby were whispering to each other, their voices not loud, but just loud enough for Su Chen and the others to hear. Is he the man Sister Qingqing found from outside? He looks good, but I wonder if he's any good? Ha, what use is someone who makes a living off his looks? Look at his physique, he's probably not even an A grade, right? Qingqing is really something. She could find any kind of man, but she had to choose someone with no family background or connections. Doesn't she feel ashamed to bring him back? These words were harsh and offensive. Yi Qingqing's face darkened instantly. She was about to reprimand him when Su Chen stopped her with a look. He knew this was the Yi family's first show of force, and if he couldn't even handle this small situation, he could forget about ever establishing himself here again. Just then, Yi Wanqing finally spoke. Qingqing said you're very capable? Her voice was flat, revealing neither joy nor anger. Auntie, you flatter me. I only know a few tricks, Su Chen replied modestly. Is that so? Yi Wanqing's lips curled up slightly, but the smile did not reach her eyes. My Yi family never supports idlers, much less good-for-nothings who only know how to play tricks. Her words were blunt and tantamount to pointing her finger at Su Chen and calling him a piece of trash. The atmosphere instantly plummeted to freezing point. Yi Qingqing's face turned pale, and she desperately tried to defend Su Chen. Mom. Su Chen isn't. Shut up. Yi Wanqing interrupted her coldly. You have no right to speak here. She turned her gaze to Su Chen again, her eyes sharpening. Boy, I don't care what sweet words you used to deceive my daughter, but if you want to enter the Yi family, you must show me the skills that will convince me. Otherwise, you'd better get the hell out of here. Su Chen's smile remained unchanged. Looking at the assertive woman in front of him, he felt not anger, but rather amusement. Is this how top-tier wealthy families behave? They're certainly direct. I wonder what kind of skills Auntie wants me to demonstrate, he asked leisurely. Seeing his composed demeanor, a hint of surprise flashed in Yi Wanqing's eyes. She had expected this young man to tremble with fear under her aura. Unexpectedly, he even dared to ask a question in return. Very good, you have guts. Yi Wanqing nodded. Since you're so confident, I'll give you a chance. She paused, then slowly said, Our Yi family started out in gene-based pharmaceuticals. Every year, the family conducts an ability assessment for the younger generation. The assessment involves deciphering a fragmented gene sequence map from an ancient civilization. Whoever can decipher the most information the fastest will have the greatest advantage in the allocation of family resources in the following year. This year's assessment will be conducted this afternoon. She looked at Su Chen and said, Word by word, you will participate as well. If you can beat all the younger generation of our Yi family, then I will acknowledge that you are qualified to stand beside Qingcheng. But if you lose, she sneered, then I'm sorry, you'll have to leave on your own. Everyone present was stunned by these words. The young women looked at Su Chen as if he were an idiot. Why send an outsider to participate in the Yi family's most core and confidential gene deciphering assessment? This is simply a fantasy. Deciphering genes requires extremely deep professional knowledge, as well as strong mental strength and computing power. The Yi family's children receive the highest level of education in this field from birth. As for Su Chen, a male concubine who climbed up from the bottom, what does he know about genetics? This is no longer an assessment, this is clearly a complete and utter humiliation. Mom! How could you do this? Yi Qingcheng exclaimed anxiously, This is not fair. Su Chen has never been exposed to any of these things. Shut up. Yi Wanqing snapped again. You secretly used family funds and transferred them to this brat you've only met a few days ago. Do you think I didn't know? What kind of spell he cast on you? Yi Qingqing's face turned pale, and she was speechless. She never expected that, despite how discreetly she had done it, her mother would still find out. Yi Wanqing ignored her and looked at Su Chen, coldly asking, So, kid, do you dare? All eyes were focused on Su Chen. They all wanted to see what choice this arrogant man would make. Should they slink away and admit defeat, or grit their teeth and accept this inevitable humiliation? Su Chen smiled. This is the opportunity he wanted. This is an opportunity for him to rightfully trample the entire Yi family under his feet. Good. He uttered a single word softly, his voice not loud, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears. I'll participate. Chapter 27, a showdown where everything is at risk. When Su Chen uttered the words, I will participate, the entire scene fell into an eerie silence. The women from the collateral branches of the Yi family behind Yi Wanqing were stunned for a moment, then burst into undisguised sneers. Is he crazy? He actually dares to agree? Is there something wrong with his head? Does he think gene decoding is some kind of child's play? This is going to be good. I want to see how this pretty boy will be begging for mercy later. The way they looked at Su Chen was as if they were looking at a clown, full of pity and mockery. Yi Qingqing's face was ashen. She grabbed Su Chen's arm and whispered urgently, Su Chen, don't be impulsive. My mother is deliberately making things difficult for you. You have no chance of winning. If it were a contest of strength, she wasn't worried at all that Su Chen would lose to anyone. However, this genetic map cannot be deciphered by brute force. Many members of the Yi family have spent their entire lives without being able to decipher a single character. She was filled with regret and self-blame. If he hadn't taken it upon himself to bring Su Chen back, he wouldn't have suffered such humiliation. She began to feel afraid, worried that if Su Chen lost, he might turn the Yi family upside down in a fit of rage. Su Chen took her cold hand in his own, patted it gently, and gave her a reassuring look. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. For some reason, looking into his calm and confident eyes, Yi Qingqing's panicked heart miraculously calmed down. This man always seems to be able to create incredible miracles in the most desperate times. Yuanqing gave Su Chen a deep look, and in her sharp gaze, there was a hint of appreciation that she herself did not realize. Whether this young man was arrogant or truly fearless, his courage to remain unfazed in the face of the entire Yi family was something that 99% of men could only dream of. Good, you've got guts. She nodded, her tone still icy. I hope your skills match your courage. After saying that, she turned around and led the group deeper into the palace. Come with me. The Yi family's genetic testing was conducted in a huge laboratory filled with futuristic technology. In the center of the laboratory is a huge circular workbench. Dozens of young members of the Yi family sat upright, their expressions focused. Before them floated incredibly complex holographic projections, covered with densely packed gene sequences composed of countless special symbols and lines. The only sound in the air was the faint hum of the intelligent host. When Yuanqing led Su Chen and the others in, everyone stopped what they were doing and looked over. When they saw Su Chen following behind Yi Qingcheng, they all showed expressions of confusion and bewilderment. Man? This is the family's core laboratory. How dare an outsider, especially a man, enter? Yuanqing walked to the front of the control panel, looked around the room, and announced in a dignified voice, "Let me introduce you all. This is Su Chen, Qingqing's friend." She paused, then continued, "Today, I'm making an exception and allowing him to participate in our gene deciphering assessment as well. The rules are the same as yours. Whoever deciphers the most complete gene sequence will be the ultimate winner." These words were like a bombshell, exploding throughout the entire laboratory. All the Yi family members looked at Su Chen as if he were an alien, and then the entire laboratory was in an uproar. Are you kidding me? Letting an outsider participate in our assessment? Has the patriarch lost his mind? This is the very foundation of our Yi family. How can we let a man of unknown origin touch it? Exactly. What if this gets leaked? Does he even deserve it? Opposition and questioning voices rose and fell. A young woman sitting at the front of the crowd stood up. She looked somewhat like Yi Qingcheng, but her brows held a hint of gloom and arrogance. Her name is Yi Qingya, the daughter of Yuanqing's younger sister, and also Yi Qingqing's main rival in the family. And, I disagree. Yi Qingya's voice was clear and loud. The family assessment is of great importance. Allowing a man of unknown identity to participate is not only an insult to our Yi family ancestors, but also an injustice to all of us. That's right. We disagree. The others echoed. Yuanqing's face darkened, and a powerful aura instantly enveloped the entire room. When did it become your place to question my decisions? The laboratory fell silent instantly, but everyone's face was still filled with resentment. Yi Qingya gritted her teeth, turned her gaze to Su Chen, and said provocatively, "Fine, since Anne insists, I have nothing to say. However, I have a suggestion. Since this Mr. Su is so capable, just participating in the assessment is too boring." A cold smile curled at the corner of her lips. "How about we increase the stakes and go for something bigger? How do you want to bet?" Su Chen looked at her with great interest. Seeing that he had taken the bait, Yi Qingya's smugness grew even stronger. "It's very simple. If you can beat me today, all my assets, including my 5% stake in the board of directors, will be transferred to you unconditionally. But if you lose," her voice suddenly turned icy, "Yi Qingcheng's shares will belong to me, and you'll have to break your own legs and crawl out of here. How about it? Do you dare?" This bet can only be described as ruthless. Not only should Su Chen be ruined, but he should also be crippled. Yi Qingqing's face turned pale instantly. She rushed to Yi Qingya and angrily rebuked her. "Yi Qingya, you've gone too far. Am I being unreasonable?" Yi Qingya sneered. "I just wanted him to understand that there's a price to pay for climbing up the Yi family's social ladder." "What, are you feeling sorry for him? You?" Yi Qingqing trembled with anger. Just then, Su Chen's voice rang out leisurely. "Only 5% of the shares? That's too little." Everyone was stunned, looking at him in bewilderment. Su Chen walked up to Yi Qingya, looked down at her, and had a playful smile on his face. "My legs are far more valuable than your small shareholding." The entire laboratory was deathly silent. They burst into laughter, mocking Su Chen for his limited knowledge, unaware of just how enormous a 5% stake in the Yi group truly was. "So, if I win, I'll take one leg from every one of you here. If I lose, your lives are yours." Upon hearing this, everyone held their breath for a moment. Would you risk your life to gamble with all of them for one leg? This man is a complete madman. Little did they know that Su Chen had never taken the bets seriously from beginning to end. What does winning or losing matter? What can a small family like the Yi family do to him? He said he wanted to leave, and who could stop him? It was just to stand up for the woman he loved. Yi Qingya's heart began to pound uncontrollably. Looking into Su Chen's unfathomable eyes, she felt a strange sense of fear. But soon, that fear was replaced by immense greed. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If we win, we can not only deal a heavy blow to Yi Qingcheng, but also eliminate a major threat without bloodshed. This was a gamble she was guaranteed to win, and she had no reason to refuse. Fine. Yi Qingya gritted her teeth, her eyes flashing with a bloodthirsty light. I'll bet you. Everyone here can testify. We are all witnesses. The collateral relatives also shouted, as if they could already see Su Chen's blood splattered on the spot. They never even considered that Su Chen had a chance of winning, and even if he lost, the family head would never allow an outsider to do anything to them. They were fearless and emboldened. Yu Wanqing stood behind the control panel, watching the farce unfold before her with a complex expression. Her original intention was simply to teach this arrogant young man a lesson and, incidentally, to dampen her daughter's arrogance. But I never expected things to develop to this point. Where does this man named Su Chen get his confidence from? Chapter 28: A shocking reversal. The assessment has officially begun. On the huge circular control panel, everyone held their breath, focusing all their attention on the holographic screen in front of them. It was a genetic map so massive it was almost despair-inducing. Countless twisted spiral chains and complex base pair sequences flowed slowly across the screen like a vast galaxy. Their mission is to find those broken gene chains in this galaxy that are incomplete, and then repair and complete them through complex calculations and deductions. This is an extremely mentally and physically demanding task. Even for the elite members of the Yi family, it takes them 10 or even several tens of minutes to repair each small section. As one of the best among the younger generation, Yi Qingya's speed is significantly faster than others. Her fingers danced rapidly across the virtual screen, inputting commands and quickly analyzing and recombining the gene sequences on the screen before her. Her face wore a confident and arrogant smile, and her gaze occasionally glanced at Su Chen not far away, filled with disdain. In her opinion, Su Chen probably couldn't even understand the diagrams at this moment. However, when her gaze fell on Su Chen, the smile on her face instantly froze. Su Chen was the only one there. He just stood there casually, eyes closed, as if asleep. What is he doing? Sleeping? No way. He's just giving up? That's hilarious. It seems he knew he was going to lose, so he just gave up and went all out. The others in the lab also noticed Su Chen's unusual behavior and began to laugh gloatingly. Yi Qingqing's heart sank to the bottom. She closed her eyes in despair, unable to bear watching any longer. Yi Wanqing's brows furrowed tightly, and a deep disappointment flashed in her eyes. Did she ultimately misjudge him? Was this man just a big-mouthed bum who talked big? However, none of them noticed that a tremendous change was taking place in Su Chen's mind at that moment. As he focused his attention on the genetic map, his enhanced mental strength, far exceeding that of ordinary people, instantly connected with the laboratory's quantum computer. What appeared to others to be an incredibly complex genetic map was instantly broken down into countless basic data streams in his mind. Every symbol, every chain, became crystal clear. Those broken, incomplete parts were like simple fill-in-the-blank questions, placed before him. His intelligence, enhanced to 100 and surpassing that of a superhuman by dozens of times, gave him computing power comparable to a supercomputer. Countless possibilities for repair were instantly deduced in his mind, and then the only correct answer was selected. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The first repair is complete. The second repair is complete. Outside, time ticked by second. Half an hour later. Yi Qingya breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from her forehead. She successfully repaired 3 genetic breakpoints, a feat that broke her own previous records. She glanced smugly at the rankings on the main screen. First place, Yi Qingya, number of repairs, 3. Second place, Yi Qingfeng, number of repairs, 1. Third place, Yi Qingling, number of repairs, 1. As for Su Chen, his name didn't even appear on the list. Because the number of repairs he made was 0. Heh, trash. Yi Qingya let out a disdainful sneer. However, just as she was about to move on to repairing the 4th breakpoint, an unexpected change occurred. The rankings on the main screen started jumping wildly at an incredible speed. An unfamiliar name suddenly shot up from the very bottom of the list at rocket speed. Su Chen, number of repairs, 1. Su Chen, number of repairs, 5. Su Chen, number of repairs, 18. Su Chen, number of repairs, 47. The numbers were jumping around so fast it was dizzying and impossible to see clearly. The entire laboratory fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stopped what they were doing and stared in disbelief at the wildly flickering main screen, as if they had seen a ghost. What's going on? Has the system malfunctioned? Impossible. How could the number of repairs jump so fast? He repaired several in a second? Yi Qingya's face instantly turned deathly pale, devoid of any color. She screamed, impossible. This is absolutely impossible. He cheated. He must have used some method we don't know about. She rushed frantically to the control panel, trying to find a system vulnerability. Yi Wanqing also snapped out of her shock. She strode up to Su Chen and demanded sharply, "What exactly did you do?" Just then, Su Chen slowly opened his eyes. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "I didn't do anything. You're just too slow." The words fell. He slowly raised his hand and gently snapped his fingers at the air in front of him. Smack! The crisp sound was exceptionally clear in the quiet laboratory. The next second, the huge holographic screen displaying the incomplete genetic map suddenly shone brightly. At that moment, all the broken gene chains seemed to be instantly connected by an invisible hand. The entire diagram became complete, fluid, and radiated a lustrous and harmonious glow. At the bottom of the screen, a line of cold, synthesized electronic voice echoed throughout the entire laboratory. The genesis sequence of the genome map, repair complete. Repair rate, 100%. Repair time, 31 minutes and 7 seconds. Restored by Su Chen. Boom! The entire laboratory, everyone's brain felt as if it had been hit hard by a nuclear bomb. A blank page. Chapter 29 Gene Sequences. Dead silence. The entire laboratory fell into a deathly silence that lasted for a full minute. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone seemed to be frozen in place, maintaining various comical poses, completely still. The shock, astonishment, and disbelief from the previous second still lingered on their faces. The cold, electronic voice was still echoing in their minds. Repair rate, 100%. How is that possible? This incomplete map, titled Genesis, was unearthed by the Yi family from an ancient site and is one of their most precious treasures. For over a century, the Yi family has devoted all its resources and the wisdom of countless generations, yet they have only managed to repair less than 20% of the damage. It was this 20% that, in just 100 years, propelled the Yi family from a third-rate family to one of the top families in China. But now, a young man in his 20s has completely repaired it in less than half an hour? Is this possible? Yi Wanqing's body was trembling slightly. She looked at the young man standing calmly in front of the screen, her eyes filled with unprecedented shock and fear. She finally realized how terribly wrong she had been. She thought the other person was just a lamb that had wandered into a pack of wolves. Little did they know, it was actually a dragon in sheep's clothing. No. It can't be, this must be an illusion. The system is malfunctioning. Yi Qingya let out a shrill scream, breaking the deathly silence. Her psychological defenses completely collapsed. She couldn't accept this fact. She rushed in front of Su Chen, screaming like a madwoman, "You liar! What kind of sorcery did you use? Tell me. Tell me now." Su Chen didn't even bother to look at her. He simply turned around and looked calmly at Yi Wanda. "Auntie, now, am I qualified to stand beside Qingcheng?" Yi Wanqing's lips moved, but she couldn't utter a single word. Qualifications? This man, let alone standing next to Yi Qingcheng, even if he were to become the head of the Yi family now, probably no one would dare to say a word of no. The abilities he has demonstrated have completely exceeded the comprehension of this world. He possesses the power to change the entire world order. I. Yi Wanqing's voice trembled slightly for the first time. Just then, Su Chen's gaze slowly turned to Yi Qingya and the Yi family members behind her, whose faces were ashen. A gentle smile appeared on his face, yet it sent chills down everyone's spine. "All right, everyone, you should all remember the bet we just made, right?" Gulp. Someone swallowed hard. Yi Qingya's body trembled like a leaf. Looking at Su Chen's smiling face, she felt he was more terrifying than a devil. "She's finished. She not only lost everything she had, but also dragged the entire younger generation of the Yi family down with her. No. I'll give you the money, and the shares too, just don't break my legs. A young woman collapsed to the ground in terror, crying out incoherently. Yes, we were just joking, don't take it seriously. Mr. Su, please let us go. We'll never dare to do it again. Cries for mercy rose and fell. The once arrogant Yi family elites were now begging for Su Chen's forgiveness like stray dogs. The smile on Su Chen's face gradually faded, replaced by a cold indifference. Only now do you think of begging for mercy? It's too late. His gaze finally settled on Yi Qingya. You, come here. Yi Qingya's body trembled violently, her legs went weak, and she knelt down on the ground. No. She cried in snot as she desperately tried to move her body backward. Su Chen didn't say anything more, he just looked at her quietly. That gaze was calm and indifferent, yet it carried an irresistible pressure. Yi Qingya felt as if her body was being controlled by something, and even breathing became difficult. In the end, all her struggles and resistance crumbled under that gaze. As if all her strength had been drained away, she gave up resisting and, under the complicated gazes of everyone, crawled little by little to Su Chen's feet. Tell me, who am I? Su Chen's voice was low and hoarse. Yi Qingya's body trembled violently, and tears of humiliation soaked the ground. Her pride and her dignity were crushed to pieces at that moment. You are, master. Her gaze was blank as she spoke, each word deliberate and unsteady. His voice was devoid of any emotion, like that of a marionette. Upon hearing this answer, a satisfied smile returned to Su Chen's face. He withdrew his oppressive aura and looked down at Yi Qingya, who was lying on the ground, and the group of Yi family members behind her who were silent as cicadas in fear. From this day forward, everything you own belongs to me. Including your lives. Any objections? No. Everyone spoke in unison, their voices trembling. At this point, the entire younger generation of the Yi family submitted. Su Chen's gaze finally landed on Yi Wanqing. The head of the Yi family was pale-faced, his lips were tightly pressed together, and he remained silent. Su Chen knew that to make this woman completely submit, he needed one last push. He walked up to Yi Wanqing. This is the complete map of the gene sequence. Consider it my betrothal gift to Qingcheng. After saying that, he ignored everyone, pulled up Yi Qingcheng who was already too shocked to speak, turned around and walked out of the laboratory. Behind them were only a group of distraught Yi family members and Yi Wanqing, the head of the Yi family, whose eyes were rapidly changing as she watched the two figures walk away. Chapter 30 Conquest and Past Events. It was already the second day after we returned from the Yi family ancestral home. Su Chen and Yi Qingcheng did not immediately return to the suburban manor, but instead returned to the presidential suite of the 7-star hotel in the city center. After yesterday's thrilling showdown, Yi Qingcheng's feelings for Su Chen have completely evolved from admiration and worship into an almost fanatical faith. The way she looked at Su Chen was like that of the most devout believer looking up at their god. As soon as she returned to the hotel, she devoted herself entirely to Su Chen, frantically trying to please him in the most humble and submissive way, as if only in this way could she express the surging emotions in her heart that were about to overflow. Su Chen was happy to enjoy it. However, while enjoying himself, he did not forget his important business. He needs to assemble his team as soon as possible. The first target, naturally, is Xinyu. The woman he conquered in the most brutal way was like a wild horse that had not yet been fully tamed. She needed to be nipped in the bud from time to time to deepen the imprint on her soul. In front of Yi Qingcheng, he made a phone call to Xinyu. Come see me in the top floor suite of the Sky Dome within half an hour. Xinyu on the other end of the phone didn't even dare to say no, she just replied with a trembling voice, yes. Looking at Su Chen's commanding manner, Yi Qingcheng showed no dissatisfaction whatsoever. On the contrary, her eyes gleamed with admiration. Her man should be like this, in control of everything, dominating everything. Xinyu arrived in less than 20 minutes. She wore a white dress and light makeup, looking pitiful and helpless, a stark contrast to the arrogant rich heiress she had been before. When she saw that besides Su Chen, Yi Qingcheng was also in the room, her body stiffened visibly, and a complex emotion flashed in her eyes. There was jealousy, there was resentment, but more than anything, there was fear. Master. She lowered her head, her voice barely audible. Okay. Su Chen nodded and pointed to the sofa next to him. Sit down. Xinyu dared not disobey, and carefully sat down on the edge of the sofa, her body tense. Su Chen didn't get to the point right away, but continued to flirt with Yi Qingcheng, leaving Xinyu standing aside. This disregard hurt her more than any humiliation. She felt like a prisoner awaiting trial. Every minute and every second was torture. Finally, just as she was about to break down, Su Chen's gaze slowly fell upon her. "Do you know why I called you here?" Xinyu's body trembled, and she shook her head. Su Chen smiled, stood up, walked to her, leaned down, and pinched her chin. "I'm going to marry you." Xinyu suddenly raised her head, her eyes filled with astonishment. Marry her? She thought she had misheard. Seeing her dazed expression, Su Chen tightened his grip slightly. "What, you don't want to?" "No. I'm willing. Of course I'm willing." Xinyu snapped out of her daze and quickly expressed her opinion, afraid that Su Chen would change his mind. Being able to stay by the side of this demonic man, even as the most lowly female slave, is better than living in his shadow and constantly living in fear. "Very good." Su Chen released his hand and straightened up. "However," he added, "I want harmony in my home, and I don't like to hear any discordant sounds." His gaze swept between Xinyu and Yi Qingcheng. "I don't want to get involved in your past squabbles. But from today onwards, you two need to learn to coexist peacefully. Understand?" Yi Qingcheng immediately nodded. "I understand, I'll listen to you." Xinyu bit her lower lip and remained silent. Ask her to coexist peacefully with Yi Qingcheng? This woman who broke her heart? She couldn't do it. Su Chen could see her reluctance, but he wasn't angry. He walked to Yi Qingcheng's side, pulled her into his arms, and kissed her in front of Xinyu. This kiss was full of possessiveness and a declaration of sovereignty. Looking at the glaring scene before her, Xinyu felt as if her heart was being gripped tightly by an invisible hand, the pain making it hard for her to breathe. Humiliation, jealousy, resentment, a mix of emotions made her tremble all over. After a long while, their lips parted. Su Chen looked at Xinyu, whose face was pale, and asked calmly, "Now, do you still have any objections?" Xinyu's tears flowed uncontrollably. What other opinions could she possibly have? She was merely this man's spoils of war, while Yi Qingcheng was the treasure he cherished in his hands. "No. Nothing more," she answered with difficulty, her voice trembling with tears. "Very good." Su Chen nodded, seemingly satisfied with the result. He walked up to Xinyu, roughly picked her up from the sofa, and carried her to the bedroom. "Qingcheng, come and help too. I need to have a deep, soul-to-soul conversation with her." Yi Qingcheng blushed slightly and nodded obediently. The bedroom door was closed. Soon, Xinyu's suppressed sobs and the man's heavy breathing could be heard from inside. I don't know how much time passed. When Su Chen walked out of the bedroom looking refreshed, Xinyu was already slumped on the bed like a lump of mud, fast asleep. Su Chen once again experienced the thrill of dominating everything through her. In the midst of extreme pain and extreme pleasure, he once again deeply imprinted his will into the soul of this woman. He believed that from now on, Xinyu would never dare to have any disobedience towards him. He returned to the living room, and Yi Qingcheng immediately and considerately handed him a towel. Su Chen wiped his sweat, sat on the sofa, and suddenly asked Yi Qingcheng, "What exactly was the reason you and she broke up back then?" Yi Qingcheng paused for a moment, then smiled wryly and said, "It's all in the past." "I'm curious," Su Chen said with a faint smile. Yi Qingcheng remained silent for a moment before slowly speaking. It turns out that when they were together, Yi Qingcheng was at a critical stage in the power struggle within her family, under immense pressure. As a result, her attitude towards Xinyu became somewhat cold and domineering, and she even used Xinyu as a tool to vent her frustrations. Xinyu, a spoiled young lady with a proud personality, couldn't stand such humiliation. In a fit of anger, she broke up with Yi Qingcheng and, in order to get revenge, started to do things outside and deliberately ruin her reputation. So, both of them are at fault. After listening, Su Chen nodded without making any comments. He just felt that the two women were truly a match made in heaven. One has an abnormally strong desire for control, and the other has an overly strong but twisted sense of self-esteem. But now, they all belong to him. He would use his own methods to mold them into the way he wanted them to be. Chapter 31 Ascension to Bliss. Having resolved Xinyu's problem, Su Chen could finally enjoy a rare moment of leisure. For the next few days, he and Yi Qingcheng were practically inseparable. They snuggled together in the suite watching old movies, and played in the private pool on the rooftop. Yi Qingcheng even cooked a few meals for Su Chen, which weren't exactly delicious, but were full of love. This once high and mighty president of the Yi group has now completely transformed into a little woman who was deeply in love in front of Su Chen. She wished she could give Su Chen everything, just to make him smile. And Su Chen, in this gentle embrace, discovered a new secret that surprised him. The night was deep. In the master bedroom of the presidential suite, the lights were deliberately dimmed. On the large round bed, Yi Qingqing nestled against Su Chen like a vine, her breathing warm and rapid, her fingertips unconsciously clenching the sheets. Su Chen could feel her accelerated heartbeat, which resonated with his own. He looked down and saw the misty tears in her eyes and the lingering blush on her cheeks. They were so close they couldn't be closer, their breaths mingling, as if the whole world consisted only of each other. He put his arm around her waist and pulled her into a deeper embrace. She let out a very soft whimper, like a sigh, or perhaps some indescribable satisfaction. He responded with even greater determination, leading her as if sailing through waves, navigating the storms time and time again, towards that shore known only to them. Just as their consciousness was about to be overwhelmed by pure sensation, they reached the end in sync. Suddenly, a long-lost, cold system notification sound rang in Su Chen's mind. Congratulations, host, you have gained 10 bliss points. Current bliss point, 10. Note, each point of bliss can be exchanged for one free attribute point. The cooldown time for gaining bliss points varies from person to person. One leaf green-orange can only provide a maximum of 10 bliss points at a time, and there is also a cooldown period. This efficiency is still too slow. It seems he must expand his team as soon as possible. Xinyu is one, but she's probably similar to Yi Qingcheng. He needs more goals. Involuntarily, a petite, somewhat timid figure appeared in his mind. Zhao Xiaoya. The girl who was the first to choose him when he was still in F rank. The girl who awkwardly gave her first kiss in the greenhouse. That person with whom he had physical intimacy once. And she was a virgin. Come to think of it, I haven't contacted her since that incident, and I don't know how she is now, or whether she has gotten pregnant as she wished. A strange emotion welled up in Su Chen's heart. It wasn't just desire, it was also mixed with a trace of guilt and a trace of responsibility. He decided to go see her tomorrow. On the one hand, it is to obtain more blissful moments. On the other hand, I also wanted to see if that innocent and kind girl was doing well. If she's not doing well, he doesn't mind, he'll just bring her back to his side. After all, she was the first woman he had ever truly been with since he came into this world. The next day. Without telling Yi Qingcheng, Su Chen drove alone in one of Yi Qingcheng's expensive sports cars to the vegetable and grain planting center on the outskirts of the city. When that cool-looking, all-black sports car silently pulled up in front of the planting center, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. Su Chen, who stepped out of the car, instantly became the focus of the entire room. Today he was wearing a casual suit and sunglasses, exuding a powerful aura that kept strangers at bay. He was completely different from the man he was a few months ago, who wore a cheap t-shirt and looked somewhat immature. Guided by his memory, he walked toward the area where Zhao Xiaoya worked. Along the way, every woman who saw him, whether staff or management, stopped and looked at him with amazement and curiosity. Oh my God, who is that man? He's so handsome. Is she the daughter of some prominent family, here to inspect our work? It seems he went to Area B. Is there any important person in Area B? Su Chen ignored these comments. He quickly found that familiar figure in a cherry tomato growing area. Zhao Xiaoya was squatting on the ground, intently checking the growth data of a tomato plant, completely unaware that someone had appeared behind her. She still wore the same clothes as before, with 2 braids and a blue jumpsuit, looking simple and clean. As Su Chen watched her retreating figure, a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. He didn't make a sound to disturb them, he just stood there quietly and watched. It seemed like a long time had passed before Zhao Xiaoya stretched and stood up. When she turned around and saw Su Chen standing behind her, she was completely stunned. She rubbed her eyes, thinking she must have seen wrong. Mr. Su Chen, she called out softly, somewhat uncertainly. Su Chen took off his sunglasses and gave her a familiar, gentle smile. Long time no see, Xiaoya. Chapter 32 An Unexpected Surprise. When Zhao Xiaoya confirmed that the handsome man in front of her, who was so handsome that she dared not look him in the eye, was indeed Su Chen, her mind went completely blank. How did he get here? Shouldn't he be surrounded by glamorous and powerful women at high society banquets? How did they suddenly appear in this remote, earthy planting center? Mr. Su, why did you come? Zhao Xiaoya was so nervous that she didn't know where to put her hands, and she stammered. She kept her head down, her cheeks as red as ripe tomatoes, and dared not look Su Chen in the eye. Su Chen has changed so much in just a few months. If I had to describe our last meeting, he seemed like a gentle and handsome older brother. Now, he is like a dazzling sun, radiating an irresistible light and a powerful aura. Standing in front of him, Zhao Xiaoya even felt somewhat ashamed of herself. I've come to see you. Su Chen's voice was still gentle, carrying a comforting power. How have you been lately? I'm fine, Zhao Xiaoya replied softly, but her voice carried a hint of barely perceptible disappointment. Since parting ways with Su Chen last time, she had thought that if she made money in the future, she would make an appointment with him again. However, when she saw that Su Chen's top reservation price had soared from 10,000 yuan to millions or even tens of millions, she completely gave up the idea. She knew that they were now from two different worlds. She could only silently follow his every move through news and gossip. As he became more and more famous and dazzling, the women surrounding him became more and more outstanding. She thought he had long forgotten about her, this insignificant client whom he had only met once. Unexpectedly, he came all the way here to see me today. This unexpected surprise made her feel like she was dreaming. The two fell silent for a moment, and the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Su Chen spoke first, looking at the tomatoes around him and saying with a smile, "The tomatoes here don't look as red as they were last time." Ha! Zhao Xiaoya was stunned for a moment before she realized what she meant and quickly explained, because it hasn't reached maturity yet. Really? Su Chen casually picked one and put it in his mouth. Let me try it. Seeing his familiar gesture, Zhao Xiaoya's thoughts seemed to instantly return to a few months ago. That day, they were here too, and he was eating the tomato that I handed him. Thinking of the scenes that happened in the banana grove that day, scenes that made her blush and her heart race, Zhao Xiaoya's face turned even redder. How is it? Is it very sour? She asked softly. A little. Su Chen nodded, then changed the subject with a mischievous smile. It's because you're too sweet, making it taste a bit sour. Ah! Zhao Xiaoya exclaimed, covering her face, so embarrassed she wished she could disappear into the ground. This man is still as charming as ever. Seeing her innocent appearance, Su Chen's mood also became pleasant. He stopped teasing her and started chatting with her about everyday things. Under his guidance, Zhao Xiaoya gradually relaxed and became more talkative. She shared her recent work-related anecdotes with Su Chen, and complained about how strict the new supervisor was. Su Chen listened quietly, occasionally chiming in with a few words, his eyes filled with focus. This feeling of being valued made Zhao Xiaoya feel incredibly warm and happy. As they chatted, Su Chen casually asked, "You mentioned last time that your mother wanted you to have children soon. How's that going? Any progress?" Upon hearing this question, Zhao Xiaoya's expression instantly became somewhat unnatural. She lowered her head, her hands nervously clutching the hem of her clothes, stammering and unable to speak for a long time. Su Chen noticed her unusual behavior and a bold guess formed in his mind. He asked tentatively, You wouldn't. Zhao Xiaoya lowered her head even further, her voice barely audible, Yes. Although it was only 2 words, Su Chen understood instantly. He stared in surprise at Zhao Xiaoya's flat stomach, momentarily speechless. Is she pregnant? She's pregnant with her own child? Just that one time? My hit rate is just too high. This news shocked and surprised Su Chen immensely. He originally thought that his relationship with Zhao Xiaoya was just a simple transaction. Unexpectedly, this transaction actually gave birth to a new life. A life flowing with its own blood. Thinking of this, Su Chen felt a strange and unprecedented feeling welling up inside him. That is, the joy of becoming a father? No, it's more of a heavy sense of responsibility. Looking at the girl trembling slightly with unease, he made a decision in an instant. He has to take responsibility for her. We also have a responsibility to the unborn child. He took a deep breath, walked up to Zhao Xiaoya, and said to her in an unprecedentedly serious tone, Xiaoya. Zhao Xiaoya looked up at him, her eyes brimming with tears. She was terrified. She didn't know how to handle this. She was afraid that Su Chen would make her abort the child, and even more afraid that Su Chen would never speak to her again. However, what Su Chen said next completely stunned her. Marry me. Ha! Zhao Xiaoya's eyes widened instantly, and her mouth opened into an O shape. She thought she was hallucinating. Marry him? How is that possible? Su Chen looked at her silly expression, smiled, and repeated, I said, marry me, be my wife. I will give you and the children a home. This time, Zhao Xiaoya heard it clearly. But she still couldn't believe it. Mr. Suyu, you must be joking, she stammered. How could I be worthy of you? In her eyes, Su Chen was a dragon in the sky, while she was just an ant on the ground. Between them lies an insurmountable chasm. I'm serious. Su Chen's eyes were sincere and firm. I'm not joking. Seeing Su Chen's serious expression, Zhao Xiaoya finally realized that he was not joking. Overwhelmed by a surge of surprise and happiness, she was instantly engulfed. She covered her mouth, and tears, which she could no longer hold back, streamed down her face. But this time, they were tears of joy. Chapter 33. Behind the prosperity lies sacrifice. Just as Zhao Xiaoya was immersed in immense joy and disbelief, a sharp and sarcastic voice came from not far away, breaking the warm atmosphere. Zhao Xiaoya? Not working during work hours, but having a secret rendezvous with some random man here, you've got some nerve. Su Chen looked in the direction of the sound and saw a woman in her 30s, wearing a business suit and with a mean face, walking over with her arms crossed and a mocking expression. Upon seeing this woman, Zhao Xiaoya's face instantly turned pale, her body involuntarily shrank back, and her eyes were filled with fear. Manager Wang. You still know I'm your supervisor? Supervisor Wang sneered, his gaze sweeping over Su Chen, his eyes filled with contempt and jealousy. She naturally recognized Su Chen as well. After all, Su Chen is now a household name in the entire Sangyun city. She couldn't understand how such a top-tier man, who should only appear on television, could be hanging out with a country bumpkin like Zhao Xiaoya. Jealousy changed her beyond recognition. Zhao Xiaoya, I was just about to look for you. Manager Wang's tone was full of ill intent. I already know you're pregnant. According to our implantation center's regulations, if an employee becomes pregnant while employed, the ownership of the child belongs to the center. You shouldn't have any objections, right? What? Su Chen's brows furrowed instantly. Are there really such unfair terms and conditions? This is absolutely outrageous. Manager Wang, no. That's not how it is. Zhao Xiaoya was on the verge of tears. There was no such clause when we signed the contract. No? Manager Wang took out an electronic contract from his pocket and waved it in front of Zhao Xiaoya. It's written clearly in black and white. You can't blame anyone else for not being able to see it. Su Chen glanced at the contract and immediately noticed the problem. The contract had clearly been altered. The added clause was completely different from the original in both font and format. Such a low-level tactic is only good for scaring innocent girls like Zhao Xiaoya. Manager Wang, please, I can't live without this child. Zhao Xiaoya pleaded humbly, her voice trembling with tears. Manager Wang scoffed, that's not up to you. Either you obediently give birth to our child, or you pay the center 3 million in breach of contract fees. You choose. 3 million? This number is nothing short of astronomical for Zhao Xiaoya. She won't earn this much money in this life, no, not even in her next life. Despair instantly enveloped her. She collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Su Chen's eyes gradually turned cold as he watched the farcical scene unfold before him. What he hates most is this kind of bullying trash. He walked up to Manager Wang and asked in a calm voice, who told you to change this contract? Manager Wang was startled by Su Chen's powerful aura, but the thought that he had someone backing him up emboldened him. What changes? I don't understand what you're talking about. If you know what's good for you, get lost. Don't meddle in other people's business. Otherwise, I'll call for help. This is a planting center, a government-owned property, not a place for a man like you to run wild, she threatened, her voice stern but her words betraying her fear. Yeah? Su Chen smiled. The next second, he made his move without warning. Smack! A crisp slap echoed throughout the greenhouse. Manager Wang's body spun around twice like a top before crashing heavily to the ground. Half of her face swelled up rapidly to the naked eye, and a trickle of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. She was completely stunned by the blow. She covered her face, looking at Su Chen in disbelief. He actually dared to hit me? In this world, it is a serious crime for a man to hit a woman. You dare hit me? You're dead. I'm calling the police. I'll make sure you rot in jail. Manager Wang snapped out of his daze and screamed hysterically. Su Chen looked at her as if she were an idiot. Call the police? He took out his phone and dialed a number directly. Hey, Xingchang? Help me find out who's behind the woman surnamed Wang at the Sangyun City Vegetable and Grain Planting Center. Yi Qingcheng on the other end of the phone didn't ask any questions, but simply replied with one word, okay. Less than a minute later, Yi Qingcheng called back. We've found out. It's a deputy director at the center named Li Ping. This supervisor Wang is her niece. They've been abusing their positions, frequently using fake contracts to deceive lower-level employees, and also reselling the center's rare spiritual species for personal gain. Should I take action? Okay. Su Chen hung up the phone, walked over to manager Wang who was still yelling, and slowly squatted down. Your backer is named Li Ping, right? Manager Wang's scream abruptly stopped. She stared at Su Chen in horror, as if she had seen a ghost. How could he know? Ignoring her shock, Su Chen continued, embezzlement, reselling rare resources, forging contracts, extortion, these crimes combined should be enough to keep you two, aunt and niece, in jail for the rest of your lives. You're talking nonsense. You're slandering me. Finally, a look of anger appeared on manager Wang's face. You're talking nonsense. You're slandering me. Fear finally showed on manager Wang's face. Whether it's nonsense or not, we'll know when the inspectors arrive. As Su Chen spoke, he took out his phone again, as if to make a call. No. Manager Wang's mental defenses completely collapsed. She rushed forward, hugged Su Chen's leg, and begged for mercy, sobbing uncontrollably, Mr. Su, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please let me go. I'll never do it again. Su Chen kicked her away in disgust. Roll. Manager Wang felt as if he had been granted a pardon and ran away as fast as he could. Su Chen looked at her disheveled figure, a look of disgust on his lips. Given Yi Qingqing's methods, it won't be long before this person, as she herself said, spends the rest of his life in jail. This little problem has been solved. Su Chen helped Zhao Xiaoya, who was still in a daze, up and said softly, it's all right now. Zhao Xiaoya stared blankly at Su Chen, feeling as if she were dreaming. The once arrogant manager Wang was now utterly helpless in front of this man. He simply made a phone call and easily resolved what he considered a problem that was bigger than the sky. What extraordinary abilities does this man possess? Come on, take me to your house, Su Chen said, taking her hand. My home. Zhao Xiaoya's face turned red again, and she was at a loss for what to do. Her home was small and dilapidated, and she was afraid Su Chen would look down on it. What's wrong? Is it inconvenient? No. Despite Su Chen's insistence, Zhao Xiaoya took him back to her home. When Su Chen saw where Zhao Xiaoya lived, he was completely shocked. It was a huge slum built from various discarded shipping containers and sheet metal. Garbage was everywhere, and sewage was flowing freely. The air was filled with a nauseating stench of decay and mold. Su Chen could hardly believe that such a hellish place existed next to such a technologically advanced futuristic city. He always thought that, apart from the somewhat distorted gender roles, the world was wonderful in every other way. Today, he realized just how wrong he had been. Beneath the glamorous facade lies a shockingly filthy and deplorable reality. Zhao Xiaoya's home is a small space converted from a shipping container. The interior was dimly lit and the house was bare. A haggard-looking woman, who appeared to be very ill, was lying on a simple wooden bed, coughing incessantly. She is Zhao Xiaoya's mother. Seeing this scene, Su Chen felt as if something had stabbed him hard in the heart. Chapter 34 Responsibility and Redemption. Mom, I'm home. Zhao Xiaoya quickly walked to the bedside, helped her mother up, and poured her a glass of water. Zhao's mother took a sip of water, and her cough subsided slightly. She looked up and saw Su Chen standing in the doorway, a hint of confusion appearing in her cloudy eyes. Xiaoya, who is this? Mom, he's my friend, Su Chen, Zhao Xiaoya said, her cheeks slightly flushed, a little embarrassed. Hello, Mr. Su. Zhao's mother struggled to sit up. Auntie, please don't move, just lie down. Su Chen quickly stepped forward and stopped her. Looking at Zhao's mother's sallow face, sallow from long-term malnutrition, and her sunken eyes, he felt a pang of sadness. He couldn't imagine the hardships this mother and daughter lived on a daily basis. Mom, Mr. Su, he said he wants to marry me. Zhao Xiaoya hesitated for a long time before finally mustering up the courage to tell him. Cough, cough, cough. Upon hearing this, Zhao's mother coughed violently again. She stared wide-eyed at Su Chen in disbelief, then looked at her daughter. Xiaoya, are you telling the truth? Zhao Xiaoya nodded, then glanced at Su Chen with some unease. Su Chen gave her a reassuring look, then said earnestly to Zhao's mother, Auntie, it's true. I hope to become Xiaoya's family and take care of you and her for the rest of your lives. Zhao's mother's eyes instantly reddened. She held Zhao Xiaoya's hand, too excited to speak. Her greatest wish in this life was to see her daughter give birth to a boy so that she wouldn't have to suffer anymore. Unexpectedly, this wish was fulfilled in another way. Moreover, the other party was someone like Su Chen, who was clearly a person of high status and wealth. Good, good, it's a blessing my daughter has earned in 8 lifetimes to marry you. Zhao's mother cried tears of joy. Seeing the mother and daughter embracing and weeping, Su Chen felt a pang of emotion. He went to Zhao's mother's bedside and asked with concern, "Auntie, what's wrong with you?" My illness. Zhao's mother shook her head with a bitter smile. It's a genetic disease, something I was born with. Unless there's gene repair, there's no cure. A single gene repair procedure costs several million. She had given up all hope. A few million is nothing, it's not a problem. Su Chen's tone was casual, as if he were talking about a few dollars. Both Zhao's mother and Zhao Xiaoya were stunned. Su Chen didn't offer any further explanation. He simply took out his phone and dialed Yi Qingqing's number again. "Qingqing, please arrange for me to go to the best gene hospital in Sungyun City, to the best VIP ward. I need a bed." "Okay, I'll get right away." Yi Qingqing on the other end of the phone was as decisive and efficient as ever, having become Su Chen's personal assistant. After hanging up the phone, Su Chen said to Zhao Xiaoya and her daughter, who were still a little dazed, "Auntie, Xiaoya, pack your things, we're moving right away." Move? Where to?" Zhao Xiaoya asked, puzzled. "Let's move to our new home," Su Chen said with a smile. Looking into Zhao Xiaoya's eyes, which were filled with unease and emotion, he knew he had to make things clear. He pulled Zhao Xiaoya along and walked outside the container. "Xiaoya, there are some things I want to be honest with you about." Su Chen's expression turned serious. Zhao Xiaoya's heart jumped into her throat instantly. "I decided to marry you, partly because of the child I have to take on this responsibility." On the other hand, Su Chen paused, his eyes becoming somewhat complicated. "I admit that my feelings for you haven't reached the point of love. It's more of a kind of liking, and a special feeling. I won't be like the prince in the fairy tale, loving only one person. There will be other women in my life in the future. I hope you can know these things in advance. If you can't accept them, it's not too late to back out now." Su Chen didn't want to deceive her. He laid the cruelest reality before her. Zhao Xiaoya listened quietly without saying a word. There was indeed a hint of disappointment in her heart. Which girl doesn't dream of having a unique and special love? But she was even more aware of the gap between herself and Su Chen. Being accepted by him, staying by his side, and bearing his child was already the greatest blessing from heaven for her. She dared not ask for more. Moreover, Su Chen's honesty did not make her feel sad. On the contrary, it made her feel that this man was someone she could entrust her life to. At least, he didn't deceive himself with sweet words. She looked up, met Su Chen's eyes, and gave him a bright, genuine smile. "Su Xian. Brother Su Chen, I don't care. Just being able to stay by your side is enough for me." Her eyes were clear and firm. Su Chen looked at her, a slight stirring in his heart. He reached out and gently pulled the kind-hearted girl into his arms. Yi Qingqing's efficiency is astonishing. In less than an hour, a top-of-the-line medical hovercraft appeared in this slum. This spectacle immediately attracted the attention of all the residents. When they saw Zhao Xiaoya's mother being carefully lifted onto the ridiculously expensive-looking medical vehicle by several doctors in white coats, everyone was stunned. When they saw Zhao Xiaoya arm-in-arm with a stunningly handsome man, getting into an even more luxurious sports car, they erupted in gasps of astonishment. Everyone looked at Zhao Xiaoya with envy and jealousy. They knew that this girl, who had grown up in the slums, was about to rise to prominence and become a phoenix. When Zhao Xiaoya was brought to the castle-like villa, her reaction was even more exaggerated than Jiang Wanru's back then. She never dreamed that one day she would be able to live in such a luxurious place. Inside the villa, Yi Qingqing and Xinyu had been waiting for quite some time. When Yi Qingqing saw Su Chen leading a girl who looked rather plain into the room, she maintained her polite smile. A barely perceptible hint of contempt flashed in Xinyu's eyes. Chapter 35: A Thriving Garden. As Su Chen led Zhao Xiaoya through the villa gate, Yi Qingqing and Xinyu's gazes almost simultaneously fell on the somewhat flustered girl. Yi Qingqing still wore that perfect smile that was flawless. She took the initiative to step forward and naturally took Zhao Xiaoya's hand from Su Chen, speaking in a gentle tone like a kind older sister next door. "You must be Xiaoya, right? Su Chen already told me that we're family from now on, so don't be shy and just make yourself at home." She adopted a humble posture and spoke eloquently, but Su Chen could keenly sense the fleeting, queen-like possessiveness in the depths of her eyes when she held Zhao Xiaoya's hand. Zhao Xiaoya had never seen anything like this before. She was stunned by Yi Qingqing's powerful aura and stunning beauty. She blushed and murmured softly, not daring to lift her head. Xinyu, on the other hand, reacted much more directly. She crossed her arms, leaned back on the sofa, and gave Zhao Xiaoya a thorough once-over with an undisguised gaze. The contempt and disdain in her eyes were almost overflowing. Not so great, she said indifferently. Xinyu had been conquered by Su Chen in the most brutal way, and in her heart, she already regarded herself as Su Chen's possession. Now, seeing Su Chen bring back another woman, and such an ordinary woman at that, the flames of jealousy were instantly ignited. Even so, she dared not show her emotions, because Su Chen was right beside her. Zhao Xiaoya's face turned pale instantly, and her body involuntarily shrank back, her hands tightly gripping the hem of her clothes. She was already insecure, and Xinyu's words were like a knife, stabbing her heart deeply. Yi Qingqing frowned slightly. She glanced at Xinyu, her tone still calm, but with a hint of warning. Xinyu, watch your attitude. She's Su Chen's woman now, and she'll be our family from now on. I don't want to hear any unpleasant noise in my home. Your home? Xinyu sneered, walking up to Yi Qingqing. The two confronted each other sharply. Yi Qingqing, don't forget who's in charge now. This is Su Chen's home. You and I are just women by his side. Don't always put on that high and mighty CEO act, it's disgusting. Yi Qingqing's domineering manner infuriated Xinyu. Recalling the past, anger burned in her eyes. You. Yi Qingqing's face finally darkened. Just as the two women were about to start arguing, Su Chen slowly spoke up. Have you finished talking? His voice was calm, yet it was like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing the tension between the two. Yi Qingqing and Xinyu turned their heads at the same time to look at Su Chen. Su Chen walked to the main seat on the sofa in the hall and sat down, leaning back in a relaxed posture, his gaze calmly sweeping across the faces of the three women. He first looked at Xinyu and asked in a calm tone, "What did you just say?" Xinyu's body trembled uncontrollably. Su Chen's calm gaze instantly brought back to her the bloody scene in the abandoned factory, and the fear of being dominated by this man in her bedroom. I didn't. Before she could finish her stubborn words, she met Su Chen's cold gaze, and the rest of her words instantly stuck in her throat. Remember, she's the one I brought back. Su Chen's voice was devoid of warmth. I don't want to hear any more disrespectful words about her from your mouth. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind making you remember what rules really mean. Xinyu's face turned deathly pale instantly. She bit her lower lip, not daring to utter another word. After giving Xinyu a warning, Su Chen turned his attention to Yi Qingqing. And you? Yi Qingqing's heart also tightened. She didn't know why Su Chen would suddenly target her. I know what you're thinking, Su Chen said, looking at her. But as I've said before, there won't be only one woman by my side. Xiaoya is the first, but she will never be the last. If you can't accept that, you can leave now. Yi Qingqing's lips moved, but in the end she chose to remain silent. She knew that she had no bargaining power with this man. All she could do was obey. Finally, Su Chen's gaze fell on Zhao Xiaoya, who was still trembling. He waved to her, his voice instantly softening. Xiaoya, come here. Zhao Xiaoya hesitated for a moment, then took small steps and walked to Su Chen's side. Su Chen took her cold hand and pulled her into his arms, letting her sit down against his chest. Don't be afraid, I'm here. No one will dare to bully you in the future. His voice carried a reassuring power. Zhao Xiaoya felt the warmth of his chest and his strong heartbeat, and her fear and unease slowly dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented sense of security. She buried her face in Su Chen's arms, and her eyes unknowingly reddened. Su Chen, holding Zhao Xiaoya, looked at Yi Qingqing and Xinyu standing there again, and announced in an undeniable tone, from today onwards, I am in charge of this family. What you need to do is live in harmony and submit to me. Tonight, all three of you, come to my room. Did you understand? Yi Qingqing and Xinyu both shuddered, a complex emotion flashing in their eyes: shock, humiliation, but more than anything, a strange, morbid excitement. They exchanged a glance, and then simultaneously lowered their proud heads. Understood, master. The night is deep. The villa, resembling a castle, was brightly lit. The atmosphere in the largest master bedroom on the third floor was extremely ambiguous. On the huge, round, soft bed, Yi Qingcheng, Xinyu, and Zhao Xiaoya, three stunningly beautiful women with distinct styles, were all dressed in light silk pajamas, their curves faintly visible in the dim light. Zhao Xiaoya was the most nervous. She sat on the edge of the bed with her hands wrapped around her knees, her cheeks so red they looked like they could bleed. She didn't dare to look at the other two women at all. Yi Qingqing and Xinyu, on the other hand, were like two concubines waiting for the emperor's favor. One was pretending to be calm, leaning against the headboard reading a book, while the other was playing with her newly done nails. However, their slightly trembling fingertips and the occasional glances towards the bathroom revealed their inner turmoil. Finally, with a click, the bathroom door opened. Su Chen walked out with only a bath towel around his waist and his upper body bare. The body, enhanced by the system, boasts smooth, perfect muscle lines, exuding explosive power. Glistening water droplets cling to its bronze skin, shimmering alluringly under the light. The three women all paused for a moment, as if by unspoken agreement. Su Chen didn't speak. He simply walked to the bedside and swept his gaze aggressively over the three of them. His eyes were like those of an experienced hunter scrutinizing his prey. "Come here, everyone." He lay in the middle of the bed. He gave them orders. Chapter 36: A joyful and harmonious moment. The first rays of morning sunlight streamed through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the gleaming marble floor. The restaurant is filled with the aroma of toasted bread and the rich, oily scent of freshly ground coffee. The long dining table was laden with exquisite breakfast dishes. Yi Qingcheng, dressed in a beige silk nightgown, was elegantly placing a slice of golden brown bacon onto Su Chen's plate. Her movements were fluid and natural, showing no sign of fatigue from the previous night. Only the lingering allure in the corner of her eyes revealed that she had transformed from a proud queen into a woman who wanted to please. Xinyu sat on the other side of Su Chen, her head down, intently working on the fried eggs on her plate. She changed into a light green dress that perfectly accentuated her stunning figure, with a few undeniable red marks on her neck, like blooming peach blossoms, alluring and alluring. The memory of last night was so intense that she still feels lingering fear, and deep within her body, there is a lingering soreness from being completely dominated. Zhao Xiaoya stood close to Su Chen, her face flushed like a ripe apple. She gripped the knife and fork nervously, unsure of where to begin. Everything on the dining table was too unfamiliar and too lavish for her. She would occasionally steal a glance at the man beside her, her eyes filled with adoration and dependence. Su Chen leaned back in his chair, looking relaxed. He enjoyed this moment of tranquility, and also the subtle and harmonious atmosphere created for him by the three women. He reached out and casually tucked a stray strand of hair that had fallen across Zhao Xiaoya's cheek behind her ear. My fingertips accidentally brushed against her burning hot earlobe. Zhao Xiaoya's body trembled slightly, and she lowered her head even further. Just then, a series of light footsteps came from the restaurant entrance. "Everyone's here? Wow, this is such a feast." Zhang Wanru's voice came from the doorway. Su Qing followed behind, the two of them holding hands and walking in with smiles on their faces. When Zhang Wanru saw the scene in front of the dining table, her smile became even brighter, with a hint of ambiguous teasing. Her gaze swept over the faces of the three women, each with a different appearance but all clearly well-groomed, before finally settling on her son's satisfied face. "You have great energy. I'll have your mom make you a nourishing soup tonight." Zhang Wanru made no attempt to hide her teasing. Zhao Xiaoya's face instantly turned red to the roots of her neck, and she wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Xinyu's expression also became somewhat unnatural, and she clenched her fists. Only Yi Qingcheng maintained her polite smile, stood up, and greeted the two of them. "Good morning, Aunt Su and Aunt Jiang." Compared to Zhang Wanru, Su Qing's gaze appeared much calmer. She merely glanced at the three women at the table with a faint smile, her gaze lingering for a moment when she saw Zhao Xiaoya's slightly protruding belly. She nodded, a very slight smile curving her lips as she looked at Su Chen. "Good." These two simple words were the greatest affirmation for Su Chen. The family sat together. Zhang Wanru was in high spirits. She held Zhao Xiaoya's hand and asked her all sorts of questions, her words filled with anticipation for her future grandchildren, which eased Zhao Xiaoya's nervousness considerably. Su Qing still didn't talk much, but she would take the initiative to put Su Chen's favorite dishes on his plate, and the motherly concern in her eyes was undeniable. Yi Qingqing and Xinyu, on the other hand, were completely relegated to being bystanders. They ate their breakfast quietly, watching Su Chen interact with his family. An unprecedented feeling spread through their hearts. This place truly seems to have become a home. And they are a part of this family, existing only because they depend on that man. This realization made them feel a little strange, as it contradicted the education they had received since childhood. But more often than not, it's a morbid complacency. Breakfast ended in a warm yet eerie atmosphere. Chapter 37: Invitation to Explore the Ruins. For the next week, Su Chen lived a life of extravagance like an emperor. In his $1.2 billion mansion, dozens of maids are on standby at all times, and a Michelin-starred chef prepares 3 meals a day for him in various ways. Yi Qingcheng, Xinyu, and Zhao Xiaoya became his most attentive maids. During the day, Yi Qingcheng would act like the most competent personal assistant, handling all the trivial matters for him, and would even kneel at his feet to massage and relax him. Xinyu sheathed all her claws and transformed into a docile pet. She would awkwardly mix Su Chen a drink, or quietly lean against his lap while he watched a movie, like a kitten seeking its owner's touch. Zhao Xiaoya became the gentlest presence in the family. She would offer him a cup of hot tea at just the right temperature when he was tired. She didn't compete or fight, she simply gazed at him silently with her clear eyes, her gaze filled with love and adoration. Of course, their identities would change again at night. Beautiful melodies always resonate from the huge round bed in the master bedroom. Su Chen explored every inch of their secrets with great enthusiasm. Life went on peacefully, and Su Chen was so comfortable that he forgot about time. And recently, Li Yi has called him many times, still tirelessly inviting him to join their so-called resistance organization, saying that time is running out. She wouldn't tell me when I asked, saying she could only tell me after I joined. Su Chen didn't take it seriously and didn't say anything. Why not live a peaceful life instead of joining a group of women in a revolution? They're just being nosy. It was another beautiful, sunny day. Su Chen was sunbathing in the private pool in the yard. Yi Qingcheng and Xinyu, dressed in sexy swimsuits, knelt on either side of him. One applied sunscreen to him, while the other carefully fed him peeled grapes. On the nearby lounge chair, Yi Xiaoya quietly watched them, wearing a conservative one-piece swimsuit, her expression somewhat shy. Just then, a black private aircraft silently landed on the estate's helipad. The cabin door opened, and a woman in a long purple dress, exuding an air of elegance and nobility, stepped out, surrounded by several bodyguards. It was Yi Wanqing, the head of the Yi family. A hint of panic flashed across Yi Qingcheng's face upon seeing her mother's sudden visit. She quickly stood up and adjusted her semi-transparent swimsuit, which barely covered her vital parts. Yi Wanqing gave an awkward smile. "Mom, what brings you here?" Yi Wanqing's gaze didn't look at her, but went straight past her and landed on the man who was being served by a woman, his posture as languid as an emperor. A complex emotion flashed in her eyes. There was admiration, there was scrutiny, but more than anything, there was a kind of apprehension that she herself was unaware of. Ever since witnessing Su Chen's miraculous performance in the family laboratory, Yi Wanqing's opinion of this young man has undergone a complete transformation. She knew that this man was no ordinary person. He is a hidden dragon. Once the right opportunity arises, he will soar to the heavens. "Mr. Su." Yi Wanqing stepped forward with a warm smile, bowing slightly to Su Chen with an extremely humble posture. Su Chen slowly opened his eyes and looked at the woman in front of him who had once made things difficult for him, but was now being respectful to him. He found it somewhat amusing. "Master Yi, what a rare guest." He didn't get up, but just said calmly. Yi Wanqing didn't mind his rudeness and maintained her smile. "I apologize for disturbing you, Mr. Su. I've come here today with an important matter that I'd like to ask for your help with." "Oh?" Su Chen raised an eyebrow. "What is it that would make Patriarch Yi come all this way in person?" Yi Wanqing's expression turned serious. "Our Yi family has recently discovered a new ancient ruin. According to preliminary exploration, the scale and completeness of this ruin far surpass any previous discovery. However, the level of danger within is also unknown. Therefore, I would like to invite Mr. Su to join the elites of our Yi family in exploring the ruins. Of course, we won't let Mr. Su work for nothing." Yi Wanqing paused, then offered a deal that would tempt anyone. "Of all the technological maps from the ruins, our Yi family only asks for a backup copy. Furthermore, Mr. Su can take anything from the Yi family unconditionally, including people, as long as it catches his eye." Upon hearing this condition, Yi Qingcheng and Xinyu, who were standing nearby, were both stunned. In order to explore ancient ruins, the Yi family was actually willing to give everything to Su Chen? This isn't just trying to win them over, it's downright blatant pandering. Su Chen was also somewhat surprised. He never expected that Yi Wanqing would go to such lengths. However, he no longer has much interest in money. What he was more interested in were the so-called ancient ruins. According to the information in his mind, the technology of this world seems to have originated from the excavation of these ancient ruins. And the truth about the gender imbalance may also be hidden within them. This is a fantastic opportunity to learn the truth about the world. When do we leave? Su Chen asked. Yi Wanqing's face lit up with joy when she saw that he had agreed, 3 days from now. I will send someone to pick you up then. Okay. Su Chen nodded. Yi Wanqing did not linger any longer. After giving her instructions, she left in a hurry. After she left, Yi Qingqing walked to Su Chen's side with a worried expression. Su Chen, the ancient ruins are very dangerous, you. Su Chen interrupted her, pulled her into his arms, and pinched her cheek. Don't worry, your man isn't that easy to kill. His smile carried an air of domineering confidence. Looking at him, Yi Qingqing's worried heart gradually calmed down. Yes, this man always manages to create incredible miracles. Perhaps, this time, he can bring himself and the entire Yi family a tremendous surprise. Chapter 38 Ancient Martial Artists. 3 days later. The Yi family's private aircraft appeared in the sky above the manor on time. After bidding farewell to the 3 women who were reluctant to part, Su Chen boarded the aircraft. The aircraft's interior space is enormous, decorated like a mobile conference room. When Su Chen walked in, there were already several people sitting inside. The one leading them was Yi Qingya. Today she was wearing a tight-fitting black combat suit that perfectly accentuated her voluptuous and curvaceous figure. After a few days apart, the way she looked at Su Chen had changed from jealousy and disdain to deep awe and a hint of barely perceptible infatuation. Ever since that day in the lab when Su Chen crushed her with absolute power and forced her to call him master, her pride and dignity have been completely shattered. Instead, there is a morbid desire to submit to the strong. Upon seeing Su Chen enter, she immediately stood up from her seat and bowed her head respectfully. Master. Mr. Su. She had intended to call him master, but seeing that there were other people around, she changed her mind. Su Chen glanced at her indifferently, said nothing, and sat down in the main seat. Behind Yi Qingya stood 3 young women, all dressed in combat uniforms. They were all elite members of the Yi family and the same people Su Chen had conquered in the laboratory last time. At this moment, their eyes were filled with the same awe as they looked at Su Chen. On the other side of the sofa sat 2 fully armed women. They were tall, muscular, with cold eyes and an aura of menace. They were clearly battle-hardened mercenaries. Su Chen's gaze finally fell on a woman sitting in the corner, resting with her eyes closed. The woman looked to be in her late 20s, dressed in a plain-colored training uniform, with her long, black hair simply tied back. She wasn't stunningly beautiful, but her features were delicate and, when combined, possessed a unique charm. In particular, her serene and otherworldly aura, emanating from within, made her stand out among the group. She seemed to sense Su Chen's gaze and slowly opened her eyes. What kind of eyes were those? Calm and profound, like an ancient well, without the slightest ripple, yet seemingly able to see through everything. Hello, my name is Fengwu. She spoke first, her voice clear and cool, yet very pleasant to hear. Su Chen. The 2 exchanged names briefly and then said nothing more. But Su Chen could sense that this woman named Fengwu was different from everyone else present. She possessed a faint yet real energy field. That wasn't the aura of a superior like Yi Qingqing's, but a genuine sense of power that had been honed through countless trials and tribulations and emanated from within. This is Miss Fengwu, a martial arts expert whom my mother specially invited from the land of Ancestral Dragon to be in charge of the security of this operation, Yi Qingya introduced from the side, her tone filled with respect for Fengwu. Ancient martial arts master? Su Chen's heart stirred slightly. Ancient martial arts still exist in this world? The aircraft took off smoothly and flew toward its unknown destination. The atmosphere was somewhat somber throughout the journey. Yi Qingya tried to strike up a conversation with Su Chen several times, but seeing Su Chen's closed-eye meditation and aloof demeanor, she didn't dare to approach him. The 2 mercenaries remained expressionless, silently wiping their weapons. Only Fengwu would occasionally open her eyes and subtly glance at Su Chen with her calm gaze, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. She could sense that this man named Su Chen was very strong. It's not the kind of strength that comes from well-developed muscles, but a kind of power that comes from a higher level of life. His breathing and his heartbeat contained a peculiar rhythm, as if they were one with heaven and earth. She had only ever experienced this feeling with her master, a grandmaster who had already stepped into the realm of the extraordinary. Who exactly is this young man? The aircraft flew for nearly 5 hours before finally landing on a desolate Gobi desert. The hatch opened, and a blast of hot, dry wind, mixed with sand and dust, rushed in. Looking around, all that could be seen was an endless sea of yellow sand, with no signs of life in sight. The entrance to the ruins is right below here. Yi Qingye took out a tablet computer, brought up a 3D map, and pointed to one of the red dots. Under her command, the two mercenaries unloaded a small drilling device from the aircraft and began working at the designated location. A dozen minutes later, a hole about 3 meters in diameter and bottomless appeared in front of everyone. A cold wind blew out of the cave entrance, carrying a faint, pungent smell similar to rotting flesh. Get ready to go down. At Yi Qingye's command, everyone began to don their equipment, high-powered headlamps, oxygen masks, and various detection instruments. Su Chen didn't bring anything with him. He simply stood at the cave entrance, feeling the chilling aura emanating from it. His heightened senses allowed him to clearly perceive the countless restless, malevolent life forms lurking deep within the cave. Stay close to me, don't fall behind. Feng Wu walked to Su Chen's side and whispered a reminder. In her opinion, although Su Chen had a powerful aura, he had no experience in exploring ruins and was likely to run into trouble in this unknown environment. Su Chen smiled at her. Don't worry, I value my life very much. One by one, the group descended into the deep darkness using ropes. The deeper you go, the more damp and cold the air becomes, and the stronger the fishy stench grows. After descending about 100 meters, everyone finally felt solid ground beneath their feet. The light from the headlamp illuminated the surrounding environment. This is a huge underground cavern, surrounded by strangely shaped stalactites, with a slippery floor covered in moss. Deep inside the cave, one can vaguely see some traces of human excavation, as well as some huge, strange crystals that emit a faint blue light. This is the outer perimeter of the ruins, Yi Qingye said, looking at the detector in her hand. The energy reaction is very strong. Everyone be careful, mutated creatures may appear at any time. The words had barely left his mouth. Hiss. A sharp, metallic hissing sound suddenly rang out from the dark corner. Chapter 39 Underground Ruins. The sharp screech, like a thunderclap, exploded in the deathly silent cave. The 3 elite members of the Yi family and the 2 mercenaries immediately tensed up. They quickly formed a circle back to back, raised their pulse rifles, and warily scanned the surrounding darkness. Yi Qingye's expression also turned serious. She tightened her grip on the special material dagger in her hand and said in a deep voice, "They are diggers. Their numbers are unknown. Prepare for battle." The digger is one of the most common mutated creatures in the ruins. It looks like a giant scorpion, is extremely fast, and has incredibly hard pincers that can easily tear through alloy armor. Hiss, hiss, hiss. In the darkness, the rustling sounds grew closer and more frequent. Under the light of the headlamps, one after another, ferocious monsters emerged from the cracks in the rocks and from the shadows. They were larger than an adult human, their black carapaces gleaming metallically under the light. Their 8 segmented limbs crawled rapidly across the ground, the sound sending chills down one's spine. Their scarlet compound eyes stared intently at the group, filled with bloodthirsty greed. Fire! At Yi Qingye's command, the pulse rifle instantly unleashed a blue energy beam. Bang! 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 The energy beam struck several of the leading diggers precisely, exploding into bursts of sparks on their hard shells. However, the diggers were only knocked back a few steps by the impact, with only some shallow white marks left on their shells, and they did not suffer any real damage. Damn it! These guys' carapaces are harder than the data says. They're high-level monsters, a mercenary muttered under his breath. The diggers were enraged. They let out sharp hisses, brandishing their huge front claws, and surged forward like a tidal wave. The battle erupted instantly. Feng Wu rushed to the front. Her figure was elusive, like a butterfly flitting among flowers, moving swiftly and nimbly among the monsters. Her hands sometimes formed fists, sometimes palms, and each attack contained a peculiar penetrating force. A seemingly light palm strike could directly shatter the digger's hard shell. Is this the power of ancient martial arts? Feng Wu's energy wasn't large, yet it could display power many times over, which greatly surprised Su Chen. However, the number of diggers was so great that it seemed endless. Although the 3 elite members of the Yi family and the 2 mercenaries were well equipped, they clearly lacked combat experience and quickly found themselves in a tough fight. Their pulse rifles had limited effect on the diggers, serving only a restraining purpose. Once the diggers got close, they became disorganized and overwhelmed. One of the Yi family members was unable to dodge in time and was struck in the thigh by the tail sting of a digger. His combat uniform was torn open, and blood flowed out instantly. Cover me! As the other mercenary's rifle ran out of power, Two diggers pounced on her from both sides the instant she replaced the energy cartridge. She was about to be torn to pieces. At this critical moment, a figure moved. Su Chen, who had been standing still as if he were paralyzed with fear, finally moved. His movements were not fast, in fact, one could say they were leisurely strolling. He simply walked into that chaotic battlefield. Watch out! Fengwu was startled when she saw Su Chen walking towards the monster horde empty-handed and quickly warned him. However, the next second, everyone witnessed a scene they would never forget. A digger hissed, brandishing its massive front claws, and slammed them down hard on Su Chen's head. That force was enough to flatten a steel plate. Faced with this deadly attack, Su Chen didn't even bother to dodge. He simply raised his right hand casually. Bang! A dull, loud bang. The digger's steel-like claws collided squarely with Su Chen's fleshy hand. Everyone thought that Su Chen's arm would be smashed into a pulp in an instant. However, the result made everyone's eyes nearly pop out of their sockets. Su Chen's hand remained completely still. The digger let out a shrill scream as its incredibly hard front claws snapped in half, spraying green juice everywhere. How is this possible? Everyone was stunned. He caught the digger's full force blow with his bare hands and even broke the digger's pincers. Is this even human? Su Chen ignored the shock of the crowd. He looked at the monster writhing wildly in agony before him, his eyes devoid of any emotion. He swung his hand back and grabbed the digger's broken foreleg, then swung it violently. The digger, weighing several hundred pounds, was easily swung up like a tattered sack and slammed into another monster that pounced on it. Boom! The two enormous monsters collided, their shells shattered, and fluids flew everywhere. Su Chen's movements did not pause in the slightest. He charged into the monster horde like a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex. No weapons, no skills. Only the purest, most primal, most violent power. One punch. The head of a digger was smashed open like a watermelon. One kick. The other digger's body was kicked in half at the waist. He didn't even need to look, his body's instincts allowed him to easily dodge all attacks. Those tail spikes and claws that others would find deadly couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes. This is no longer a battle. This was a one-sided, bloody massacre. Yi Qingya stopped what she was doing and stared blankly at the figure that was slaughtering monsters. Her mind went completely blank. Fengwu also stopped, and for the first time, an incredulous shock appeared in her usually calm eyes. The three Yi family members and the two mercenaries were so frightened that they could barely hold their guns. They looked at Su Chen as if he were a demon god who had crawled out of hell. Less than 5 minutes. The entire cave returned to silence. The ground was covered with the remains of the diggers, and green blood flowed into small streams. The strong smell of blood stimulated everyone's nerves. Su Chen stood quietly in the center of that mountain of corpses and sea of blood. His body remained spotless, and even his breathing was perfectly steady. He slowly turned around, looking calmly at the terrified crowd, a slight smile playing on his lips. What are you standing there for? It's time to hit the road. Chapter 40 Giant Scorpion Monster. Unexpectedly, we were attacked as soon as we entered the ruins. No one expected it. It was only then that Yi Qingya understood why her aunt had traveled all the way to find Su Chen, who had never been to the ruins before, for help. My aunt was right to have foresight. This expedition really wouldn't have been possible without Su Chen. After the initial shock, the atmosphere in the group became unusually strange. Yi Qingya and the three Yi family members no longer dared to look at Su Chen with the same eyes they had before. They followed behind the group, heads down, like a group of elementary school students who had done something wrong, not daring to even breathe loudly. The two battle-hardened mercenaries' gazes towards Su Chen shifted from initial indifference to deep awe. They knew very well that the power the man had just displayed was completely beyond the realm of ordinary people. Fengwu walked beside Su Chen, her cool eyes always involuntarily falling on Su Chen's profile, her gaze filled with inquiry and curiosity. Who exactly are you? She finally couldn't help but ask. An ordinary person. Su Chen's answer was understated. Fengwu's lips twitched slightly. An ordinary person? An ordinary person who can smash a digger's head with their fist? She clearly didn't believe it, but seeing that Su Chen was unwilling to say more, she didn't press him further. Everyone has their own secrets. Led by Su Chen, the team continued to advance deeper into the ruins. With Su Chen, this human weapon, clearing the way, the rest of the journey became exceptionally smooth. Along the way, they encountered several more attacks from mutated creatures, including hordes of corrosive worms that surged like a tide, and shadow cheetahs that lurked in the shadows and were adept at ambushes. Without exception, these monsters, which were marked as extremely dangerous in the data, were as fragile as paper in front of Su Chen. He doesn't even need to use his fists. Sometimes, a stone he picks up casually can be thrown like a cannonball, instantly piercing through a monster's body. The crowd went from initial shock to numbness, and finally, only admiration remained. They felt as if they were not on a perilous exploration of ruins, but rather on a relaxing and enjoyable outing with a deity. Following behind this man gives me an unprecedented sense of security. After about 2 more hours of walking, the group passed through a narrow man-made passage, and the view suddenly opened up before them. An enormous underground space appeared before them. This space is like an inverted giant bowl, with countless luminous crystals embedded in the dome, like a dazzling galaxy, illuminating the entire space as bright as day. In the center of the space stands a huge, pyramid-shaped building. The building's surface is covered with various complex and mysterious runes, exuding an ancient and majestic aura. We've arrived. This should be the core area of this ruin. Yi Qingya looked at the detector in her hand, her voice filled with excitement. On the detector, the energy readings are skyrocketing at an alarming rate. Everyone be careful. The closer we get to the core, the greater the danger, Fengwu warned in a deep voice. However, this time, she had barely finished speaking. An unexpected change occurred. The entire underground space began to shake violently without warning. The crystals on the dome began to flicker, emitting a buzzing sound. A powerful, suffocating malice surged forth from all directions. Oh no! We've triggered the defense mechanism here. Yi Qingya's face turned deathly pale instantly. Roar! A deafening roar came from the depths of the pyramid structure. Immediately afterwards, countless black shadows surged out from the various exits of the pyramid like a geyser. Those shadows were a monster unlike any seen before. Their appearance is like a bat magnified countless times, but they have sharp, blade-like wings and long tails covered with barbs. Their numbers numbered in the tens of thousands, densely packed, blotting out the sun and instantly obscuring the starlight of the entire dome. The entire space was plunged into complete darkness. Only the monster's scarlet eyes flickered and danced in the darkness, like countless will-o'-the-wisps. It's nightmare. Quick! Turn on the bright lights. Yi Qingya let out a shrill scream. Nightmares are among the most terrifying creatures recorded in the ruins archives. They fear bright light, but in the darkness, they are invincible reapers of death. The 2 mercenaries reacted very quickly, immediately taking out powerful flares from their backpacks and preparing to fire them. However, it was too late. In the darkness, countless whooshing sounds rang out. Those nightmares swooped down on the group at an unimaginable speed. Ah! A scream. A member of the Yi family was instantly pounced on by several nightmares. Sharp claws tore through her combat uniform in an instant, and blood gushed out. Help me! Another mercenary was also entangled around the neck by a nightmare's tail and dragged into the air. The situation spiraled out of control in an instant. Yi Qingya and Fengwu were also surrounded by more than a dozen nightmares and were too busy to help themselves. Despair instantly enveloped everyone. Just then, in the darkness, a figure moved. A cold killing intent flashed in Su Chen's eyes. He ignored the ordinary nightmares. His gaze pierced through the endless darkness, locking onto the top of the Pyramid A. There, he sensed the most powerful, and also the most evil, aura. To catch the thief, first catch the king. The next second, Su Chen's body disappeared from the spot. He transformed into a blur too fast for the naked eye to see, ignoring the oncoming nightmares, and charged straight toward the top of the pyramid. His speed was incredibly fast. The nightmare attacks couldn't even touch his afterimage. What is he going to do? Fengwu, who was struggling to hold on, noticed Su Chen's movements, her eyes filled with confusion and worry. The top of the pyramid. A colossal monster, several times larger than the other nightmares and entirely dark golden color, stood silently there, emanating invisible waves from its body. It is the king of these nightmares. It seemed to sense the impending danger, and a hint of human-like contempt appeared in its scarlet eyes. In its eyes, this tiny human who dared to challenge its authority was nothing more than someone who had come to die. It opened its enormous mouth and let out a silent roar. A powerful mental shockwave, strong enough to distort the air, instantly blasted towards Su Chen. However, faced with this mental attack that could instantly cause brain death in any living being, Su Chen's face remained completely unchanged. His intellectual development led to a transformation in his mental strength. He simply faced the shockwave calmly and continued upwards. When he rushed in front of the Nightmare King, he slowly raised his fist. Then, a punch was thrown. Boom! A deafening roar that seemed to tear the heavens and earth apart. The entire underground space trembled violently. The once invincible Nightshade King, its indestructible body, was shattered from the inside by Su Chen's seemingly ordinary punch, as if it had been hit head-on by a nuclear bomb. Dark golden flesh and blood, mixed with broken bones, rained down in all directions like a downpour. With the death of the Night King, the ordinary Nightshade monsters that were frantically attacking everyone seemed to have been paused, instantly freezing in mid-air. Then, they let out a series of mournful cries, like headless flies, and began to frantically dart through the air before finally flying back into the cave in the rock wall. A few seconds later, the world returned to silence. The starlight from the dome shone down once more. Looking at the monster corpses scattered on the ground, and the figure standing quietly at the top of the pyramid like a god, everyone was stunned and speechless for a long time. Chapter 41 Unexpected Encounter. The death of the Night King restored light and temporary safety to the entire underground space. The survivors collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, their faces still bearing the lingering fear. The battle just now, though brief, was thrilling. If it weren't for Su Chen's last-minute intervention, they would probably all be those monsters' cold corpses by now. All eyes were involuntarily drawn to the man who was slowly walking down from the top of the pyramid. He remained as nonchalant as ever, as if the earth-shattering battle he had just witnessed was nothing more than casually swatting a fly. Take a break and treat the wounded first. Su Chen's voice broke the deathly silence. Everyone then seemed to wake from a dream and quickly began to take action. Fortunately, apart from the Yi family member who was first tackled and suffered a more serious injury with a deep gash on his thigh that exposed the bone, the others only suffered minor injuries. Feng Wu walked up to the injured Yi family member, squatted down, and glanced at her wound. His brows furrowed slightly. The wound contains toxins. If it's not treated promptly, this leg will be useless. Upon hearing this, the girl's face turned deathly pale. Yi Qingya also rushed over, and her face was filled with anxiety when she saw her companion's injuries. What should we do? The antidote we brought is completely useless against this unknown biological toxin. Su Chen didn't say anything. He just reached out and gently pressed on the girl's injured thigh a few times. A gentle yet powerful energy flowed slowly from his fingertips into the girl's body. That energy, like a warm stream, rapidly neutralized and dissipated the black toxins that were frantically eroding flesh and blood in the wounds, wherever it passed. The girl felt a warm current spread throughout her body, and the intense pain miraculously disappeared. A few minutes later, Su Chen withdrew his hand. Although the wound on the girl's thigh was still gruesome, the surrounding skin had returned to its normal color from its previous dark purple hue. The toxins have been cleared. All that's left is the external injury, which just needs a bandage, Su Chen said calmly. Everyone was once again shocked by Su Chen's methods. He can actually treat patients? Moreover, it's an unprecedented method of directly using energy to dispel toxins. How many secrets is this man hiding? Feng Wu looked at Su Chen, her calm eyes sparkling with a strange light. She could sense that Su Chen had just used an extremely pure form of internal energy that contained immense vitality. This energy is 100 times purer than her master's. She became increasingly curious about who this man's teacher was. After treating the wounded, the group decided to rest for a while in this relatively safe space. The two mercenaries began setting up security equipment around the area. Yi Qingya, along with the remaining two members of the Yi family, began collecting samples of the nightmare's corpses, as well as fragments of the glowing crystals in the surrounding area. These are all extremely valuable research materials. Su Chen found a clean rock to sit on and closed his eyes to rest. Feng Wu hesitated for a moment, but still walked over to his side and sat down next to him. Thank you for saving us, she said softly, her voice filled with genuine gratitude. Just a quick thing. Su Chen opened his eyes, glanced at her, and said, if you all died, I'd be so bored all by myself. A journey is much more enjoyable with beautiful women by my side, isn't it? Feng Wu was amused by his frankness. For the first time, a faint smile appeared on her usually aloof face, like a snow lotus quietly blooming on an iceberg. You're quite an interesting person. The two chatted casually for a while. From the cultivation of ancient martial arts to the overall structure of this world, Su Chen discovered that this woman named Feng Wu, although she appeared aloof, possessed exceptionally broad knowledge. She told Su Chen that in this world, besides tech families like the Yi family that have risen to prominence through gene technology, there are also some unknown ancient martial arts families that have been passed down for thousands of years. Although these ancient martial arts families cannot compare with a behemoth like the Yi family in terms of technology and wealth, they possess a different kind of power capable of destroying the world. A top-tier master of ancient martial arts can even fight against a modern army single-handedly. Feng Wu comes from one of the most mysterious ancient martial arts families. Just as the two were having a very pleasant conversation, a series of footsteps suddenly came from the passage they had come from. Someone's coming. The two mercenaries who were on guard instantly raised their guns. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked warily toward the entrance to the passage. Soon, several figures emerged from the passage. The leader was a woman who looked to be in her 30s, tall, and with a sinister face. She wore a special operations uniform similar to that of the Yi family, but the emblem on her arm patch was a roaring black tiger. They're from the Wang family, another top-tier family in the floating city that can rival the Yi family. Upon seeing the Wang family members appear here, Yi Qingya's expression instantly darkened. Wang Yan, what are you doing here? When the woman named Wang Yan saw Yi Qingya and the others, she also showed a surprised expression, but then she put on a mocking smile. Who do we have here? It's the second young lady of the Yi family. What, do you own this ruin? You're allowed to come, but we're not? You. Yi Qingya was speechless after being rebuked by her. Wang Yan's gaze swept over Yi Qingya's group. When she saw the injured Yi family member and the nightmare corpses on the ground, a hint of schadenfreude flashed in her eyes. Oh, looks like you guys aren't having much luck. You've already lost some people as soon as you came in? Her gaze finally settled on the only man standing there, Su Chen. His eyes were filled with undisguised contempt and amusement. Yi Qingya, is your Yi family getting more and more decadent? You even brought a man along to drag us down? What, are you afraid you'll be too lonely on the road and looking for a plaything to relieve your boredom? Her words were harsh and hurtful. The Yi family members behind Yi Qingya were also angry that their faces turned red. However, Su Chen's face remained calm. He just stared at Wang Yan quietly, as if she were a clown. The feeling of being ignored made Wang Yan feel inexplicably angry. She took a step forward, looked directly at Su Chen, and her eyes were full of provocation. Hey kid, what are you looking at? You think I won't gouge your eyes out? Chapter 42. I heard you want to mess with me? Wang Yan's provocation was like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, instantly turning the atmosphere into one of tension. The three Yi family members behind Yi Qingya and the two mercenaries instinctively gripped their weapons, staring at Wang Yan and the Wang family members behind her with hostile eyes. Wang Yan, watch your mouth. Yi Qingya snapped. He's a distinguished guest invited by my Yi family. If you dare to disrespect him again, don't blame me for being impolite. A distinguished guest? Wang Yan laughed exaggeratedly, as if she had heard the funniest joke. Him? What can a little man do? Yi Qingya, are you out of your mind? I think he's quite handsome. How about I borrow him for a couple of days? I've been pretty bored on the journey. Wang Yan licked her lips, her lustful gaze undisguised. The Wang family members behind her also joined in with undisguised laughter. In their view, it was incredibly foolish for the Yi family to bring a man with no fighting ability into such a dangerous ruin. Feng Wu frowned slightly. She stepped forward and stood in front of Su Chen. Her clear, cold eyes looked at Wang Yan quietly, and she exuded a faint but undeniable sense of pressure. Stop talking nonsense. If you want to fight, then do it. Wang Yan's smile faded slightly. She glanced at Feng Wu, a hint of apprehension flashing in her eyes. Ancient martial arts practitioner? I didn't expect the Yi family to have brought in outside help this time. But do you think you can protect him all by yourself? Wang Yan's gaze fell on Su Chen again, her eyes almost overflowing with desire, as if she were looking at a pet waiting to be favored. Alright, Yi Qingya, let's make a deal. Wang Yan's lips curled into a cruel smile. Give me this man, and the Wang family will get 20% of what we obtain from the ruins. Anyway, since you've run into me, your journey ends here today. How about it? This deal is pretty good, isn't it? She actually wanted to snatch Su Chen away in front of everyone. You're dreaming. Yi Qingya trembled with anger. In her heart, Su Chen was no longer a simple man, but a godlike being. Tell her to hand over Su Chen? Unfortunately, the initiative did not lie with her, but with Su Chen himself. This shameless woman actually dared to flirt with Su Chen to his face. She's simply courting death. You don't know what's good for you. Wang Yan's face turned cold. Since you won't listen to reason, don't blame us for being impolite. Move. Leave the men alive, but kill all the women. At her command, the Wang family members behind her instantly unleashed a powerful aura and charged towards Yi Qingya and the others. A chaotic battle is about to break out. However, at that moment, Su Chen, who had been silent all along, finally moved. He simply patted Feng Wu's shoulder gently, as she stood in front of him. Step back, don't get your hands dirty. His voice was soft, yet it carried an irresistible power. Feng Wu was stunned for a moment, but her body moved aside uncontrollably. Su Chen slowly walked out from behind her and faced the group of menacing Wang family members. His face remained calm, even with a faint smile. You think you can touch my people? His words instantly enraged Wang Yan and the others. Court death. A woman from the Wang family, who was at the forefront, roared and swung her alloy battle blade down at Su Chen's neck with a sharp whistling sound. This strike was swift and ruthless, enough to instantly sever the head of a bull. The next second, a crisp sound, like metal breaking, echoed throughout the underground space. Clang! Su Chen neither dodged nor avoided the attack. He simply extended two fingers casually. Index finger and middle finger. With such ease, it caught the blade of that powerful alloy battle sword. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. The woman from the Wang family who had drawn her knife remained frozen in place, still in the swinging posture. Her face was filled with disbelief. She watched as her battle sword, crafted from the finest materials, was easily caught between two fingers by the other party. How is this possible? Too weak. Su Chen's voice rang softly in her ear. Then, he applied slight pressure with his fingers gripping the blade. Snap! A crisp cracking sound. That incredibly hard alloy battle sword was broken in two with just two fingers, like a fragile biscuit. The broken blade tip drew a silver arc in the air, then, with even greater speed than before, it pierced the woman's brow in an instant. Puff! A flower of blood bloomed on her forehead. Her body swayed, then fell straight backward. Sold out instantly. The entire battlefield fell into a deathly silence in an instant. Everyone was stunned by this bloody and shocking scene. The arrogance and cruelty on Wang Yan's face froze completely, replaced by endless fear. She looked at the man standing there, his hands still stained with blood, and felt a chill run from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. Demon, devil. I don't know who it was, but they uttered those two words in a trembling voice. Su Chen felt no discomfort during his first murder and ignored their fear. He took his steps like an elegant Grim Reaper. His figure transformed into streaks of black lightning amidst the Wang family's crowd. Each flash was accompanied by a piercing scream and a falling corpse. He didn't even use his fists. Sometimes, just a flick of a finger can leave a deep, bottomless hole in someone's body. This was an artful massacre. Elegant, yet deadly. In less than a minute, the dozen or so elite members of the Wang family had all fallen in pools of blood. In the entire underground space, only Wang Yan remained, standing alone in the same spot. Her body trembled violently, and her face was completely devoid of color. Beneath her, a clear liquid slowly flowed out, soaking the ground. She was so scared she peed herself. Su Chen walked slowly to her, looking down at her from his superior position. I heard you're trying to mess with me? Chapter 43 Deciphering the Gene Sequence. Su Chen's voice, like a judgment from the deepest hell, completely shattered Wang Yan's psychological defenses. No. Don't kill me, I was wrong, I was really wrong. She knelt down with a thud, tears streaming down her face, desperately kowtowing to Su Chen and begging for mercy, her earlier arrogance and domineering attitude completely gone. Su Chen looked at her disheveled appearance without a trace of pity in his eyes. He never showed mercy to enemies who wanted him dead. However, he did not kill her immediately. He slowly squatted down, pinched Wang Yan's chin, and forced her to raise her head and look into his eyes. Tell me everything you know about this site. Wang Yan's body trembled violently. Under Su Chen's cold, emotionless gaze, she dared not hide anything and stammered out everything. It turns out that the Wang family obtained a fragmented map of the ruins through some special channels. The map shows that a gene bank is hidden in the core area of this pyramid structure. That gene bank contains the most primitive and powerful gene sequences left behind by ancient civilizations. If the Wang family could obtain those gene sequences, they might be able to decipher a revolutionary technology that could change the world order. Therefore, the Wang family has mobilized almost its entire force this time, sending out its most elite members, determined to obtain the gene pool. After listening to Wang Yan's account, Su Chen's heart was also stirred with considerable emotion. Gene sequence? This coincided with his previous guess. It seems that these ruins truly hold the most fundamental secrets of this world. Where is the entrance to the gene bank? Su Chen continued to ask. It's at the top of that pyramid. Wang Yan pointed with a trembling finger to the platform where Su Chen had punched and destroyed the Nightmare King. There's a hidden mechanism there that requires a special genetic sequence to activate. Do you have a way to open it? Wang Yan shook her head. We only have a partial incomplete sequence key. We need to go there to crack and complete it. Su Chen understood. He released her hand, stood up, and didn't look at Wang Yan again. You can go now. Wang Yan was stunned, staring at Su Chen in disbelief. He actually wants to let me go? Roll. Su Chen's voice remained icy. Wang Yan felt as if she had been granted a pardon. She scrambled and crawled back to the passage she had come from, afraid that Su Chen would change his mind. Mr. Su, are we just going to let her go like that? Yi Qingya stepped forward and asked, somewhat puzzled. She's just a piece of trash. Killing her would only dirty my hands, Su Chen said calmly. Besides, keeping her alive is more useful than killing her. He knew that once Wang Yan returned, she would definitely tell the Wang family's higher-ups everything that had happened that day. Based on his understanding of these so-called powerful families, the Wang family, like the Yi family, simply did not have the strength to fight him. The only one worthy of his attention was Feng Wu, from an ancient martial arts family in a mysterious region. Afterwards, he will bring these prominent families under his control one by one, just as he did with the Yi family. A plan gradually took shape in his mind. Having dealt with Wang Yan, a minor troublemaker, Su Chen's gaze once again fell upon the enormous pyramid structure. Let's go see that so-called gene bank. He led the group up the long metal staircase to the top of the pyramid. On the platform, which is several meters wide, there are still traces of the Nightmare King's dark golden blood. In the center of the platform, there is an inconspicuous circular stone platform covered with intricate runes. This is it. Yi Qingya took out a detector and scanned the stone platform. Immediately, an extremely complex holographic projection appeared in the center of the platform. It was a massive, despair-inducing, incomplete genetic map. Countless broken spiral chains flowed slowly through the air, exuding a mysterious yet dangerous aura. This is the key to unlocking the gene bank. Yi Qingya's expression turned serious. We must repair this map within a limited time, otherwise the mechanism will be permanently closed. She and the remaining 3 members of the Yi family immediately surrounded the stone platform, connecting their respective devices to the quantum computer on the platform, and began their intense work of cracking the code. Feng Wu and the 2 mercenaries stood guard around the area. Su Chen simply stood there quietly, looking at the genetic map that others found incredibly complex. Faced with his intelligence, which had been enhanced to 100, this diagram was like a series of simple fill-in-the-blank questions. He doesn't even need to think. Countless possibilities for repair were instantly deduced in his mind, and then the only correct answer was selected. Time passed by, second by second. Fine beads of sweat had already formed on Yi Qingya and the others' foreheads. The 4 of them worked together for more than half an hour, but only managed to fix less than 1% of the progress. No. This diagram is too complex. The computing power of the quantum computer is simply not enough. A look of despair appeared on Yi Qingya's face. Just then, Su Chen slowly raised his hand and snapped his fingers lightly into the air in front of him. Smack! The crisp sound was exceptionally clear on the silent platform. The next second, that incomplete genetic map suddenly shone brightly. At that moment, all the broken gene chains seemed to be instantly connected by an invisible hand. The entire diagram became complete, fluid, and radiated a harmonious and perfect light. Below the stone platform, a cold, synthesized electronic voice slowly began to play. Gene sequence origin, repair complete. Repair rate, 100%. Boom! Yi Qingya and the 3 Yi family members felt as if they had been hit hard by a nuclear bomb. A blank page. They stared in disbelief at the man who stood there calmly, as if he were a god. With the repair of the gene map, the entire pyramid began to shake violently. The platform beneath their feet slowly cracked open, revealing a deep staircase leading underground. A pure energy, brimming with life, surged forth from the depths of the staircase. The gene bank has been opened. Chapter 44, Where the Heart Leads. The staircase leading to the gene bank seems to have no end. The group walked down the stairs for more than 10 minutes before finally reaching the bottom. Before me lay an enormous, futuristic circular hall. The walls of the hall were made of an unknown metal that emitted a soft white light. In the center of the hall stood hundreds of towering, transparent crystal pillars. Each crystal pillar contained suspended, complete gene sequences emitting different colored lights. Those gene sequences, like sleeping dragons, flowed slowly within the crystal pillar, filled with a mysterious yet powerful life force. This is the most precious treasure left by ancient civilizations, the gene pool. Oh my God! Yi Qingya and the 3 Yi family members exclaimed in amazement at the miraculous scene before them. Their faces were filled with ecstasy and excitement. With these complete gene sequences, the Yi family will achieve an unprecedented and groundbreaking breakthrough in the field of gene technology. They might even leap to become the world's most prestigious and unparalleled superfamily. Quick! Start copying the data. Yi Qingya snapped out of her daze and immediately gave the order. She and the 3 Yi family members quickly took out their top-of-the-line data storage devices and began frantically copying the data information from the crystal pillars. Su Chen did not participate in their actions. His gaze was drawn to a unique crystal pillar in the very center of the hall, radiating a 7-colored light. He could sense that the crystal pillar contained a primal and powerful life energy. He slowly walked to the crystal pillar. Inside the crystal pillar, what was suspended was not a gene sequence, but a fist-sized, heart-like, slowly beating, 7-colored crystal core. The core of life has been detected. After absorption, it can further enhance physical strength. The system notification sounded abruptly in Su Chen's mind. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. Strengthen the physical body? This is a skill he desperately needs right now. Although the power he currently possesses is arguably unmatched among humans. However, his physical strength is only a few times higher than that of an ordinary person. In this technologically advanced era, the only thing he still fears is firearms. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Chen immediately reached out and placed his hand on the crystal pillar. Boom! An unimaginably vast surge of life energy instantly poured into his body from the crystal pillar. Su Chen's body jolted violently, and the feeling of his previous physical breakthrough reappeared. His bones crackled and popped, like a string of firecrackers going off. Much later, Su Chen slowly opened his eyes. He glanced at the now dim and lifeless crystal pillar, where the life core had ceased to beat. Looking at Yi Qingya and the others, they seemed to be finishing up their work. Little did he know that another pair of eyes were watching him in astonishment from a short distance away. It was Fengwu who witnessed the entire process of Su Chen absorbing the core of life. Originally, these things, apart from the data and information, were promised to her by the Yi family. This time, she didn't seem to put in much effort, so she just pretended not to see it. Hopefully, her mother won't punish her if she goes back empty-handed this time. 3 days later, the Yi family's aircraft carried Su Chen and his group back to Cangyun City, landing once again on the manor's helipad. Yi Qingcheng, Xinyu, and Zhao Xiaoya had been waiting for a long time. Upon seeing Su Chen emerge from the cabin, the 3 of them immediately went to greet him. Su Chen, you're back! Yi Qingcheng's face was filled with undisguised joy and longing. Xinyu and Zhao Xiaoya also looked at him intently with their eyes full of love. However, when they saw the woman with a cold and aloof temperament, like a snow lotus, following behind Su Chen, the smiles on their faces froze slightly. Phoenix dance. She actually came back with Su Chen. Moreover, the way she looked at Su Chen was no longer the inquiry and curiosity she had shown before, but was filled with undisguised, ardent admiration and love. A woman's intuition is the sharpest. Yi Qingcheng and Xinyu instantly sensed the strong, threatening aura emanating from this woman. And who is this? Yi Qingcheng maintained a polite smile, but her tone had become wary. Fengwu, my teacher, Su Chen introduced casually. A teacher? Yi Qingcheng raised an eyebrow. You still need a teacher? Fengwu nodded slightly to her as a greeting. Su Chen did not offer any further explanation. He made an appointment with Fengwu, and she would teach him ancient martial arts techniques in the coming days. In return, Su Chen granted her a request. It can be anything, as long as he can do it. Chapter 45, New Members. In Yi Qingcheng's eyes, Su Chen was already a godlike being. Who else in this world was qualified to be his teacher? Fengwu nodded slightly to them as a greeting. With her aloof nature, she was not used to this kind of scene and disdained to explain anything. Su Chen arranged a guest room for Feng Wu in the manor, right next to his master bedroom. This arrangement stirred up a ripple in Yi Qingcheng and Xin Yu's hearts, but they dared not raise any objections. In this family, Su Chen is now in charge. That evening, a welcome-back banquet was held in a luxurious restaurant. At the dinner table, Yi Qingcheng and Xin Yu sat on either side of Su Chen, serving him food attentively. Zhao Xiaoya, on the other hand, acted like a gentle little wife, serving him soup. Su Cheng and Jiang Wanru beamed with joy at the sight of this heartwarming scene. Only Feng Wu sat quietly opposite, seemingly out of place in the lively atmosphere. As she watched Su Chen being surrounded by three stunningly beautiful women of different styles, enjoying emperor-like treatment, a feeling she couldn't quite describe welled up inside her. Is it envy? Or jealousy? She didn't know. All she knew was that this man carried a deadly poison that was drawing her deeper and deeper into his clutches without her even realizing it. It's late at night. Feng Wu lay on the soft bed, but tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. Her five senses, honed through countless trials of ancient martial arts, became exceptionally sharp in the quiet night. From the master bedroom next door, faint, suppressed sounds could be heard. The woman's soft moans, the shaking of the bed, mingled with the man's heavy breathing. Those sounds, like tiny feathers, kept scratching at her heart, making her mouth dry and her body burning hot. In the darkness, Feng Wu's cheeks were so red they looked like they were about to bleed. She pulled the blanket over her head tightly, trying to block out the sounds that were bothering her. But it didn't work. The sounds seemed to possess a magical power, penetrating the thick walls and drilling directly into her mind, replaying over and over again. She recalled the daytime scene, in the ruins, where Su Chen's figure resembled that of a god. I recalled his domineering way of easily snapping the alloy battle sword in 2 fingers. I recalled his invincible feat of killing the Night King with a single punch. She also recalled the playful look in his eyes when he looked at her, a look that made her heart race. This man is powerful, mysterious, and possesses a deadly allure. At that moment, he was next door, engaging in the most primal and intimate exchange with his women. Feng Wu's breathing gradually became rapid. A strange, unprecedented emptiness and longing surged wildly from the deepest part of her body. She couldn't remember the last time she had felt this way. Since embarking on the path of ancient martial arts, she has severed all her emotions and desires, devoting all her energy to the tedious practice. She thought she would spend her life with only the company of a Buddhist lamp and ancient Buddha, pursuing the ultimate in martial arts until her death in solitude. But Su Chen's appearance was like a pebble thrown into an ancient well, shattering the peace she had maintained for more than 20 years. Her heart, which had long been frozen, seemed to show signs of softening. The commotion next door was getting louder and louder. The woman's voice, no longer suppressed, became high-pitched and moving. Feng Wu bit her lower lip, her body curling up uncontrollably. She felt like a fish stranded on the beach, longing for the nourishment of the sea. This night was destined to be a sleepless one for Feng Wu. For Su Chen, this was just another ordinary, cozy night after his return. Chapter 46 Martial Arts Prodigy. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Su Chen had already changed into a loose-fitting training uniform and appeared on the huge lawn behind the manor. Feng Wu was already waiting there. Today she changed into a tracksuit prepared by Yi Qingcheng, her long hair tied up high, making her look heroic and spirited. Her cool temperament was even more ethereal in the morning light. Seeing Su Chen arrive on time, a hint of satisfaction flashed in her eyes. "You're right on time," she said, her voice cold and devoid of any emotion, as if the woman who had been tossing and turning in bed last night wasn't her at all. "How could I dare to neglect what the teacher instructed?" Su Chen smiled and stretched his arms and legs. Feng Wu stopped wasting words and got straight to the point. "What I practice is the secret technique passed down for thousands of years in my Ouyang family, called the Heavenly Heart Technique. The Heavenly Heart Manual does not emphasize techniques, but focuses on cultivating the mind. It emphasizes using the mind to control qi and using qi to move the body. Its core lies in perceiving and controlling the qi that is omnipresent in the world." Anger? Su Chen raised an eyebrow. He had only seen this word in some novels. "That's right, it's qi." Feng Wu's expression turned serious. Early ancient martial artists called it internal strength. It is the source of life force and the source of power. The strength of an ancient martial artist largely depends on the purity and depth of her internal qi. As she spoke, she stretched out one hand. A visible, pale white aura slowly emerged from her palm. Although the current of air appeared weak, it contained a pure and condensed life energy. "This is internal energy." Feng Wu looked at Su Chen and said in a deep voice, "The first step in cultivating the heavenly heart technique, which is also the most difficult step, is sensing energy. You need to calm down, empty your mind, and use your spirit to sense the most primal life energy that roams between heaven and earth. This process varies from person to person. Those with good aptitude may only need 3 to 5 years, while those with poor aptitude may never be able to get started in their entire lives. Back then, it took me a full 2 years to barely sense the existence of the first wisp of energy. You." Before she could finish speaking, she saw Su Chen slowly close his eyes. He just stood there casually, breathing steadily, as if he had become one with his surroundings. Feng Wu's brows furrowed slightly. She thought Su Chen was just trying it out, and couldn't help but find it a little funny. Sensing qi requires absolute focus and a tranquil state of mind. It's not that easy. However, the next second, the expression on her face froze completely. Around Su Chen, the air began to subtly distort at a speed visible to the naked eye. Countless tiny specks of light, emitting a soft white glow, surged wildly toward Su Chen's body from all directions. Those specks of light were exactly what she had just mentioned, the qi that roamed freely between heaven and earth. How is this possible? Feng Wu's eyes widened instantly, and for the first time, her usually icy face showed an expression of disbelief, as if she had seen a ghost. He actually succeeded in drawing qi into his body on his very first attempt? No. This is no longer about drawing qi into the body. This is practically a whale swallowing everything whole. The qi that she considered invaluable and that required utmost care to capture was now like a flood that had found an outlet, rushing wildly into Su Chen's body as if it were free. Feng Wu's brain went blank for a moment. Looking at the man standing there calmly, she felt her worldview being completely overturned at that moment. Her prized talent, the pride of her family's millennia-old heritage, seemed so laughable, so utterly vulnerable, in the face of this man. She even began to doubt whether the heavenly heart technique she was cultivating and the one Su Chen was cultivating were actually the same. Much later, Su Chen slowly opened his eyes. He felt the warm yet powerful energy within his body, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He discovered that the qi that Feng Wu spoke of was essentially the same thing as the energy from the core of life he had previously absorbed. However, the energy of the core of life is hundreds or thousands of times purer and more concentrated than the energy of heaven and earth. Therefore, for him, the so-called sensing of qi was not difficult at all. It's like asking someone who's used to eating delicacies every day to taste plain rice again. Wouldn't they be able to tell the difference? Teacher, I can feel it. Su Chen looked at Feng Wu, who was still in a daze, and said with a smile, "This energy is very warm and comfortable." Feng Wu's body trembled violently as she snapped out of her shock. She looked at Su Chen, her lips moved, but she couldn't utter a single word. Evildoer. Monster. In her more than 20 years of life, she had never seen or heard of such an outrageous martial arts prodigy. She even felt that her master, who was hailed as a genius who was only seen once in 100 years in the ancient martial arts world, was probably just an ordinary person in front of Su Chen. "Teacher? What's wrong?" Su Chen asked, somewhat amused, looking at her distraught appearance. "And nothing, it's nothing." Feng Wu took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. The look in her eyes as she looked at Su Chen became incredibly complicated. There was shock, there was frustration, but more than anything, there was an unprecedented, blazing light. She knew that she might have unearthed a god who could change the entire landscape of the ancient martial arts world. "Now that you have completed the qi sensing, I will teach you the second step of the heavenly heart technique, qi circulation." Feng Wu suppressed the turmoil in her heart and began to explain the method of circulating internal energy in the meridians. She explained it in great detail, clearly describing every acupoint and every meridian. This method of cultivating luck is the most core secret of the Feng family. Even the elite members of the family need to spend several years to barely master it. She originally thought that Su Chen would need at least a few months to digest and understand. However, she had just finished explaining. Then, a soft white light shone from Su Chen's body once again. The immense internal energy he had just absorbed into his body, under his control, began to circulate slowly and continuously along the meridian route she had just described, in an incredibly smooth and perfect manner. Once, twice, 3 times. It flows smoothly and without any hesitation. Feng Wu. She opened her mouth, feeling as if something was blocking her throat. She was completely numb. What kind of monster is this man? Does he really need someone to teach him? Chapter 47 Personal Guidance. Su Chen's learning ability has completely exceeded Feng Wu's comprehension. He mastered the two most crucial and difficult stages of sensing qi and circulating qi in the Heavenly Heart Manual in just one morning. If word got out about this speed, it would be enough to drive the entire ancient martial arts world crazy. Looking at the composed man before her, Fengwu felt a mix of emotions. She originally held a sense of superiority as a teacher, thinking she could give this outsider some good guidance. But now it seems that I am more like the student who needs to be taught in front of him. Frustration is inevitable. But more than anything, it's a deep-seated awe and curiosity towards the strong. She increasingly wanted to know just how many secrets this man was still hiding. Ahem. Fengwu cleared her throat, concealing her loss of composure and forcing herself to regain her aloof demeanor. Now that you have mastered the art of circulating qi, the next step is to practice the techniques. The moves of the Heavenly Heart technique are not complicated, there are only 3 simple moves. The first move, concentration, emphasizes condensing the body's internal energy into a single point, instantly unleashing a powerful penetrating force. The second move, dispersion, emphasizes spreading internal energy throughout the body to form an invisible protective energy shield that can resist external attacks. The third technique, flow, emphasizes the circulation of internal energy within and outside the body, creating a continuous flow of energy. This can not only quickly restore oneself but also be used to heal injuries and save lives. As Fengwu explained, she began to demonstrate herself. Her figure was ethereal, like a fairy dancing in the morning breeze. Do you understand now? Fengwu stood up after finishing her practice, a fine layer of sweat appearing on her forehead, and her breathing slightly labored. Using the Heavenly Heart technique 3 times in a row took a toll on her. Understood. Su Chen nodded. Faced with his intelligence boosted to 100, the principles behind these 3 moves were simpler than 1 + 1 = 2. He could even deduce dozens of more efficient and exquisite methods of circulating energy than Fengwu in an instant. Okay, then you give it a try, Fengwu said. She walked to Su Chen's side, ready to teach him the techniques of generating power and body posture, just like a real teacher. Their bodies gradually pressed together. The first move, concentration, begins by relaxing your body, focusing your energy in your dantian, and then. Fengwu stood behind Su Chen, stretching out her hands, ready to correct his posture. However, her hand had just touched Su Chen's back. A solid yet scalding sensation was clearly felt in her palm through the thin training clothes. Those smooth and perfect muscle lines are full of explosive power, as if they contain a lurking beast. Fengwu's hand trembled slightly, uncontrollably. Her cheeks inexplicably felt hot. Teacher, is that so? Su Chen's voice came from the front. Fengwu snapped out of her daze, quickly composed herself, and cleared her throat. No. That's not right. Your shoulders are too tense, you need to relax. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to ignore the burning sensation in her palm, and guided Su Chen's movements in a professional tone. Her hand slid slowly down Su Chen's shoulder to his arm. When you extend your finger, concentrate all your strength at the fingertip. Imagine your finger is an indestructible drill bit. Her body, unconsciously, leaned forward a little to better guide him. The distance between the two was instantly shortened. Fengwu could almost smell the refreshing masculine scent emanating from Su Chen, tinged with a faint hint of sweat. Her heart started racing for no apparent reason. Su Chen didn't seem to notice anything unusual about her. He simply followed her instructions very seriously, adjusting his posture accordingly. During his adjustment, his arm accidentally brushed lightly against Fengwu's pert chest. Although it was only a fleeting contact, the soft yet elastic touch still stirred something within Su Chen. Fengwu, on the other hand, was as if struck by an electric current, her body suddenly stiffening. A strange, tingling sensation spread from my chest throughout my entire body in an instant. Her face flushed bright red instantly. Sorry. Su Chen quickly withdrew his hand, his face showing just the right amount of apology. No. It's nothing. Fengwu's voice trembled slightly. She didn't dare to look Su Chen in the eye and could only turn her gaze elsewhere. She felt her face burning hot. This was the first time she had ever had such intimate contact with a man. The atmosphere during the subsequent lesson became unusually strange. Fengwu no longer dared to touch Su Chen's body easily. She simply stood aside, offering verbal guidance. But her gaze would always unconsciously drift towards Su Chen's tall figure and the perfect muscle lines on his body. Su Chen, on the other hand, practiced meticulously, like the most obedient student. But he always manages to create some small accidents at unexpected moments. For example, when you turn around, you might accidentally bump into her arms. For example, when practicing breathing exercises, she would lose control of her internal energy and blow her clothes open. Every unexpected event would make Feng Wu's heart race and her face flush. She felt like she wasn't teaching a student. It's more like being lured and teased step by step by an experienced hunter. I don't know if he did it on purpose or by accident. Feng Wu's usually calm and collected heart was completely thrown into turmoil. Finally, during a practice session of the flow technique, it was necessary for two people to face each other with their palms facing each other and exchange internal energy. When Su Chen's warm and large palm covered her slightly cool hand, Feng Wu's psychological defenses completely collapsed. She felt as if all the strength had been drained from her body. She abruptly withdrew her hand, like a startled rabbit, and jumped back, putting distance between herself and Su Chen. That's enough for today. You should practice on your own first. After saying that, she didn't even dare to look at Su Chen again. She turned around and left the lawn almost as if she were fleeing in panic. Su Chen watched her hurried departure, a smug smile slowly creeping onto his lips. It seems that this pure and beautiful ancient martial arts woman is not without flaws. Chapter 48: A Sleepless Night. A gentle morning breeze swept across the lawn, carrying a hint of coolness. Su Chen stood still and did not leave immediately. He slowly closed his eyes, savoring the new life force within him. The energy that Feng Wu called internal energy was flowing through his limbs and bones along a mysterious trajectory. Each cycle takes away a bit of physical fatigue, leaving behind a warm and gentle feeling. He could clearly feel that every cell in his body was rejoicing under the nourishment of this energy. This feeling is far more wonderful than simply adding power points. On the other side, Feng Wu sped all the way back to her room. With a bang, she slammed the door shut, her back pressed tightly against the cold door panel. Her chest heaved violently. That heart, which had always been as steady as a still well, now felt as if it were about to leap out of its throat. My cheeks were burning hot, as if I could fry an egg on them. She raised her hand and gently covered her face. Beneath my palm was an astonishing heat. The scene on the lawn kept replaying in my mind, uncontrollably. His back was burning hot. He exuded a refreshing masculine aura. He inadvertently brushed against his own chest. And then there was the last thing he did, cover his own hand with his large, warm palm. Every detail seemed to be magnified countless times, clearly imprinted in her mind, and she couldn't shake it off. Feng Wu took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down. She is Feng Wu. He is a martial arts genius that the Ouyang family has only seen once in a century. He was that ascetic who severed all emotions and desires, focusing solely on pursuing the ultimate martial arts. How could she lose her composure just because of a man's slight touch? This is so unlike her. She walked to the bedside, sat cross-legged, and forced herself into a meditative state. This is a daily routine she has followed for over 20 years, and it is also her most effective way to calm her mind. However, this method seems to have failed today. She had just closed her eyes when Su Chen's face, with a hint of amusement in it, suddenly appeared in her mind. Feng Wu's breathing became erratic again. Lunchtime. In the luxurious restaurant, long tables were laden with exquisite dishes. Yi Qingcheng, Xinyu, and Zhao Xiaoya still flanked Su Chen from the left and right, surrounding him in the middle. The atmosphere, however, was not as cheerful as it had been the night before. A subtle, yet palpable sense of tension and confrontation filled the air. Feng Wu arrived late. She had changed back into her plain-colored training clothes, and her face once again wore that aloof and distant expression. However, the slight redness at the base of her ears betrayed her inner turmoil. She sat down opposite Su Chen, head down, without saying a word. Teacher Feng Wu, how did the teaching go this morning? Yi Qingcheng put down her knife and fork, elegantly wiped her mouth with a napkin, and spoke softly. Her gaze, seemingly casual, swept back and forth between Su Chen and Feng Wu. Feng Wu's hand holding the chopsticks tightened almost imperceptibly for a moment. It's all right. Her voice had a dryness that she herself was unaware of. Oh? Yi Qingcheng raised an eyebrow slightly. Is he all right? I thought a student like Su Chen would make you feel very accomplished, teacher. Her words were loaded with meaning. Xinyu was even more direct. She crossed her arms and gave a cold snort. I think some people are probably using being a teacher as a cover to do other things. These hostile words seemed to lower the temperature in the restaurant. Zhao Xiaoya glanced uneasily at Xinyu, then at Feng Wu, who had her head down, and quietly tugged at Yi Qingcheng's sleeve. Sister Qingcheng. Only Su Chen seemed oblivious to the undercurrents within. He picked up a piece of lobster meat, put it in his mouth, and chewed it slowly. Then, he raised his head, looked at Feng Wu opposite him, and a bright smile appeared on his face. The teacher's guidance is naturally excellent. I benefited greatly, especially when they provided hands-on guidance. Chapter 49 Yi Qingqing's Dowry Made. The next day. The sun is shining brightly, it's a new day. When Su Chen woke up, Yi Qingqing, Shen Yu and Zhao Xiaoya were still sleeping soundly, clinging to him like octopuses. Last night's conversation was very in-depth and thorough. Su Chen could sense that their dependence on and submission to him had deepened even further. Especially Shen Yu, that unruly wild horse, has been completely tamed by him, and is even more obedient than the gentle Zhao Xiaoya in front of him. He glanced at the system panel. Current bliss point, 55. Strengthen your physique. Su Chen shouted into the void. Immediately, a surge of energy flowed into his body, less intense than before, like the gentle flow of clear water. His body after the breakthrough was like a bottomless pit, so much so that he could hardly feel anything when he used this attribute. He tiptoed out of bed without disturbing the three women who were still fast asleep. After washing up, I went to the restaurant. Feng Wu was already sitting there. A delicate breakfast was laid out in front of her, but she didn't touch it. Instead, she held a cup of tea and gazed out the window, lost in thought. Her face looked somewhat haggard, and her eyes were slightly swollen, as if she hadn't slept well last night. When she saw Su Chen walk in, her eyes visibly darted away, not daring to meet his gaze. Good morning, teacher. Su Chen smiled and sat down opposite her. Good morning. Feng Wu's voice was a little hoarse. Didn't you sleep well last night, teacher? Are you not used to the bed here? Su Chen asked with concern. Feng Wu's body stiffened imperceptibly for a moment. She picked up her teacup and took a sip to hide her guilty conscience. No, it's just... I'm not used to being in a new place. She made up a random excuse. Su Chen smiled and didn't continue the topic. After breakfast, it was time for our traditional martial arts practice, as usual. Having learned from yesterday's experience, Feng Wu was extra cautious today. She maintained a safe distance of more than 3 steps from Su Chen and dared not make any physical contact with him again. He only used words to guide Su Chen's actions. Su Chen was also happy to have some free time. He discovered that the heavenly heart technique that Feng Wu taught him was indeed unique. In particular, the third technique, flow, can not only heal wounds but also nourish the body, keeping him in a state of peak energy every day. This is an amazing skill for him, who needs to frequently engage in team building. After finishing his cultivation, Su Chen lay on a beach chair by the pool, enjoying the sun. Yi Qingqing and Shen Yu, dressed in sexy bikinis, lay on his chest, one on each side. Just then. Suddenly, Su Chen remembered what Yi Wanqing had said to him at the Yi family. As long as Mr. Su takes a liking to anything, you can take anything from the Yi family unconditionally, including people. A playful smile slowly crept onto Su Chen's lips. He felt it was time to collect his payment. He took out his phone and dialed Yi Wanqing's number directly. The phone rang for a long time before it was finally answered. Mr. Su? Yi Wanqing's voice came from the other end of the phone, sounding somewhat surprised and a little respectful. Patriarch Yi, did I disturb you? Su Chen asked casually. No, Mr. Su, what can I do for you? Yi Wanqing said hurriedly, adopting an extremely humble posture. It's nothing serious, Su Chen said slowly. I just suddenly remembered the promise that Patriarch Yi made before. Yi Wanqing's heart jumped. Mr. Su, you mean? You said I could take anything from the Yi family, right? Su Chen's voice carried an undeniable air of authority. Yes, I did say that. Yi Wanqing's voice was somewhat hoarse. Very good. Su Chen smiled. Now, I want to fulfill this promise. I plan to receive a dowry. No. I don't know what Mr. Su has taken a fancy to about the Yi family? Yi Wanqing asked nervously. She was afraid that Su Chen would make exorbitant demands and try to take the Yi family's most core assets. However, what Su Chen said next completely stunned her. I want Yi Qingya. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone. Yi Wanqing was momentarily stunned. He wants Qingya? The one she had high hopes for since childhood, who was being groomed alongside her daughter, was the future candidate for head of the Yi family. This demand was even more absurd and humiliating to her than taking half of the Yi family's assets. Her only daughter, Qingcheng, has already been taken away by Su Chen, and he actually wants to take Qingya away too? This is no longer about winning them over. This is a blatant declaration of sovereignty over the entire Yi family. He's trying to take control of the Yi family's future. What, Patriarch Yi, you're unwilling? Su Chen's voice turned cold. No. No. Yu Wanqing came to her senses and quickly said, I'm willing. She knew she had no right to refuse. In front of this man, let alone Yi Qingye, even if Su Chen wanted her as the head of the family now, she would probably have no choice but to obediently wash herself clean and send her to his bed. Great, it's settled then. Let her pack her things and come to my place tomorrow to report for duty. After Su Chen finished speaking, he hung up the phone decisively. He put down his phone, looked at Yi Qingcheng who was standing next to him in shock, pinched her cheek, and said with a smile, Go, prepare a room for your cousin. Yi Qingcheng was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Looking at Su Chen's face with a slightly wicked smile, a strange, morbid excitement welled up in her heart. She was really looking forward to it. What kind of expression will my once arrogant cousin show under Su Chen's torment? Chapter 50. The Wang family comes to apologize. Just as the Yi family's affairs were settled, the manor's smart butler sent a new visitor request. Sir, there is a woman outside the manor who claims to be the steward of the Wang family and requests an audience with you. The Wang family? Su Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. It seems that Wang Yan, that useless person, is actually quite efficient. He originally thought that the Wang family would send someone over in at least a few days. I never expected them to be so impatient. Let her in, Su Chen said calmly. He wanted to see what kind of sincerity this top family in the floating city would show after realizing they had offended him. Soon, a black, luxurious mid-sized shuttle slowly landed outside the manor. The cabin door opened, and the person who stepped out was not the high-ranking member of the Wang family that Su Chen had imagined, but a middle-aged woman who looked to be in her 40s, dressed in a well-fitting butler's uniform, with a kind face. Behind her followed two petite young girls with delicate features, dressed in traditional kimonos. The two girls, heads bowed, followed the butler with small, quick steps, exuding an aura of well-trained, docile, and humble demeanor. The middle-aged woman, led by her maid, arrived at the poolside. When she saw the man surrounded by three stunningly beautiful women, his posture languid, a barely perceptible look of shock flashed in her eyes. Such debauchery and immorality, yet such formidable strength. What kind of talent would that require? But she quickly composed herself, walked up to Su Chen, and respectfully bowed at a 90-degree angle. Li Shufan, the head steward of the Wang family, greets Mr. Su. Her voice was extremely humble. Li Shufan? Such a rustic name? Su Chen didn't get up, and didn't even open his eyes. He doesn't need to show any enthusiasm for prey that comes to him willingly. What he wants to do is to instill fear and awe in them. Li Shufan's lips twitched, and a fine layer of cold sweat had already seeped out of her forehead. She could feel the invisible, powerful aura emanating from the young man in front of her. It was an absolute pressure originating from the level of life itself. It made it difficult for her to even breathe. Mr. Su, I am here on behalf of the Wang family to express our sincerest apologies for our young lady's previous rudeness and offense. Li Shufan bowed again, lowering her posture even further. Our Wang family has already imposed the most severe punishment on Wang Yan, imprisoning her for life and forbidding her from ever stepping out of the Wang family's house again. To express our apologies, our Wang family has prepared a small gift for you, and we hope Mr. Su will accept it with pleasure. After speaking, she took out a high-tech box made of special metal from behind her and presented it with both hands. The box was opened. A strange, cold energy, seemingly capable of freezing space, instantly emanated from it. Inside the box lay a fist-sized, deep blue, strange crystal with what appeared to be a flowing river of stars. Rare material void stone detected. This material can be used to create independent dimensional spaces. The system notification sounded in Su Chen's mind. A surge of emotions welled up within him. It can actually open up the legendary space? Is this broken rock really that amazing? Su Chen opened his eyes, his gaze falling on the void stone, and said calmly, It's all right. Hearing this, Li Shufan finally breathed a sigh of relief. She was terrified that Su Chen would be dissatisfied, and if that happened, the Wang family would be in real trouble. The two martial arts practitioners who were with Wang Yan earlier were completely powerless against this man and died before they could even exchange a single blow. She couldn't imagine how vulnerable and helpless the Wang family, who had no martial arts skills, must be in front of him. In addition to this small gift, we have also prepared 2 small toys for Mr. Su, hoping to help you relieve your worries and boredom. As Li Shufan spoke, she gave a wink to the 2 girls in kimonos behind her. The 2 girls immediately understood. They took small, quick steps to Su Chen and then knelt down in the most graceful yet humble posture. "Master, nice to meet you. Please take care of me." They spoke broken Chinese with heavy Japanese accents. Their voices were soft and sweet, like two docile kittens. Su Chen's gaze swept over the two of them. The girl on the left has long, jet black hair and delicate features like a porcelain doll. Her eyes are pure and innocent, with a hint of shyness that makes her endearing. The girl on the right has a cute short haircut, slightly upturned eyes with a natural allure, and a more voluptuous figure, not much less attractive than the beautiful Wang Shanglan. Both of them are exceptional individuals. They are Miyamoto Sakura and Tachibana Ayane. Our Wang family bought them from a declining noble family in Japan at a high price. They have received the strictest and most professional service training since they were young, and they are still flawless. We hope they can satisfy you, Mr. Su. Li Shufan stood aside and respectfully introduced the situation. Before coming, they carefully investigated Su Chen's preferences, which can be considered as catering to his tastes. Su Chen looked at the two girls kneeling in front of him, not daring to lift their heads, and felt a sense of emotion. The ways of playing in this upper world are really diverse. They actually train these kinds of people? And this is only a corner of the heavenly palace. Who knows how abstract it might be behind the scenes? However, he didn't dislike it. "I've accepted the things, you can leave now." Su Chen waved his hand, as if shooing away a few flies. Yes, then we won't disturb Mr. Su's enjoyment any longer." Li Shufan felt as if she had been granted a pardon. She bowed deeply once more, and then, with the Wang family members, fled from the suffocating manor. Only Su Chen and his women remained by the huge swimming pool. And those two still kneeling on the ground, their bodies trembling slightly, were they gifts or playthings? Su Chen ignored the resentment emanating from the two women behind him. His gaze fell on the two Japanese girls who were still kneeling on the ground. "Lift your head up and let me see." His voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. Chapter 51. Two Japanese Maids. Upon hearing Su Chen's command, Miyamoto Sakura and Tachibana Ayane, who were kneeling on the ground, trembled slightly at the same time. They slowly raised their heads. Two equally exquisite, yet distinctly different, faces appeared before Su Chen. Sakura Miyamoto's eyes were like those of a frightened fawn, pure, innocent, and full of timidity. She had a pretty short haircut, with black and shiny strands that made her small face look even whiter and more delicate, like a porcelain doll that was adorable. Her figure was petite and delicate, which appeared even more slender and graceful in the kimono, exuding a fragile yet pure aura. Meanwhile, Tachibana Ayane, standing to the side, resembled a cunning fox spirit, with watery eyes that exuded a natural charm and allure. She has thick, waist-length hair like seaweed, with slightly curled ends, casually draped over her shoulders, adding a touch of lazy charm. Looking down, her curvaceous figure was on full display. The neckline of her kimono was slightly open, revealing glimpses of her full, rounded curves. A slender ankle was exposed beneath the hem of her skirt, her skin smooth and jade-like, exuding a silent allure. They looked at the king-like man before them with eyes full of awe. They had been repeatedly reminded before they came. The man in front of them was someone they absolutely could not afford to offend. His word could decide their life or death. Their mission is to do everything in their power to please him, serve him, and satisfy him. Not bad. Su Chen looked at them and nodded slightly. Then, he reached out and gently hooked his finger. "Come over." Without the slightest hesitation, the two girls crawled on their knees, like two docile pets, to Su Chen's recliner. Su Chen's hand landed on Miyamoto Sakura's delicate face. His fingertips gently caressed her smooth skin. Sakura Miyamoto's body trembled even more violently. She could feel the burning heat emanating from the man's fingertips, and the powerful aura that made her heart pound. He seemed to exude an aura that could make women fall into its trap. "What's your name?" Su Chen's voice was deep and magnetic. Replying to Master, I am called Miyamoto Sakura. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, with a barely perceptible sob in it. Su Chen smiled, his fingers tracing a path down her cheek, finally stopping at the delicate collar of her kimono. He just flicked it lightly. The layers of kimono, like blooming petals, slowly opened to reveal the snow-white and delicate scenery inside. "Ah!" Sakura Miyamoto let out a suppressed gasp and instinctively tried to cover herself with her hand. But Su Chen only glanced at her indifferently. Her movements froze instantly, and she dared not move an inch. Su Chen's gaze lingered unabashedly, admiring her youthful and beautiful appearance. Then, his gaze shifted to Tachibana Ayane beside him. "And you?" Tachibana Ayane was bolder than Miyamoto Sakura. She raised her head, met Su Chen's gaze with her watery eyes, and replied in a charming voice, "Master, my name is Tachibana Ayane." "Oh?" Su Chen raised an eyebrow. "It seems you're more sensible than her." As he spoke, his hand left Miyamoto Sakura and instead pinched Tachibana Ayane's small and delicate chin. "Tell me, what have you all learned?" A tempting blush instantly spread across Tachibana Ayane's cheeks. She bit her lower lip, her eyes became hazy, and her voice took on a seductive quality. Replying to Master, "We have learned the art of tea ceremony, flower arrangement, and incense ceremony. We have also learned massage at bedchamber service, and all the skills that can bring Master pleasure. However, we have not yet put them into practice, and we do not know if we can satisfy Master." Her words were bold and explicit. Yi Qingcheng and Xinyu, who were standing next to her, felt their cheeks burning as they listened. They never expected that this seemingly delicate Japanese girl would be so uninhibited. "Very good." A satisfied smile appeared on Su Chen's face. He released Tachibana Aya's chin and stood up. "In that case, let me see what you're capable of." He walked to the edge of the pool and opened his arms. Yi Qingcheng and Xinyu immediately understood, and they stepped forward to begin undressing him. The two Japanese girls quickly crawled over and, with their clumsy yet earnest movements, took off Su Chen's shoes and socks. Soon, Su Chen's perfect body, like that of an ancient Greek sculpture, was displayed before all the women without reservation. With a plop, he leaped into the clear pool water. "Get down, everyone." His voice came from the swimming pool. Yi Qingcheng, Xinyu, Zhao Xiaoya, and the two Japanese girls dared not be negligent in the slightest. They took off their clothes and, one by one, slowly walked into the pool. An intoxicating pool party was about to begin. Su Chen leaned against the poolside, enjoying the women's all-around service. Yi Qingcheng and Xinyu, like two peacocks vying for favor, used their mature yet fiery bodies. She kept showing off her charm to Su Chen. The two Japanese girls, on the other hand, demonstrated their astonishing professionalism. Although Miyamoto Sakura was shy, her movements were meticulous. With her slender little hands, she cleaned every corner of Su Chen's body, her earnest expression as if she were handling a most precious work of art. Tachibana Ayane was even bolder. She was like a nimble mermaid, moving through the water with her fiery yet supple movements. It kept teasing Su Chen's senses. Every part of her body became a deadly weapon, giving Su Chen an unprecedented, exotic, and thrilling experience. Su Chen closed his eyes, enjoying this emperor-like treatment, feeling extremely comfortable. He found that he seemed to be increasingly enjoying the feeling of being surrounded by countless beautiful women and in control of everything. Just as he was immersed in this gentle embrace, he suddenly felt a burning gaze, filled with complex emotions, cast upon him from the window of a small building not far away. "It is Feng Wu." Su Chen's lips slowly curled up. It seems that even his ancient martial arts teacher is getting impatient. He deliberately pulled Tachibana Ayane closer to him and embraced her. Then, in the water, an even more intense, even more vivid and sensual scene unfolded. The curtains in the distance were suddenly pulled shut. Su Chen smiled. Chapter 52 Phoenix Dance in a state of confusion and passion. Over the next few days, Feng Wu felt like she was going crazy. For her, daytime cultivation had become a torment. She dared not have any physical contact with Su Chen anymore, and even dared not look him in the eye. Because whenever she sees him, those images that make her blush uncontrollably surface in her mind. Su Chen's perfect body, his domineering eyes, and his playful smile. And the extravagant scene of him frolicking and playing with those 5 women in the swimming pool. These images, like a curse, constantly assaulted her already troubled heart. For the first time, her cultivation encountered a bottleneck. Her internal energy began to become disordered, and she could no longer circulate it as freely as before. She knew that her heart was in turmoil. Complete chaos. Su Chen seemed to have noticed her unusual behavior as well. He no longer harassed her with various small actions as he had before. He became like a true, diligent and studious student, practicing the heavenly heart mantra meticulously every day. His progress continues at an astonishing pace. In just a few days, he had mastered the 3 forms of the heavenly heart technique to perfection, and even surpassed his teacher Feng Wu in the subtlety of certain details. This made Feng Wu feel frustrated, but also made her realize more deeply how terrifying this man was. She knew she had nothing more to teach him. Perhaps it won't be long before she, as a teacher, will be out of class. Thinking about this, a strange sense of loss welled up in her heart. This was the last day she taught Su Chen. As agreed, as long as she teaches Su Chen the essence of the heavenly heart technique, he can grant her any request he can make. If she was only trying it out before, she is now certain that this man can help her. Help her resolve the troubles that have plagued the Ouyang family for many years. This is also the main reason why she was willing to risk being scolded by her master or even expelled from the sect to teach Su Chen the heavenly heart technique. That problem, perhaps only Su Chen can solve. Today, we will conduct our final live fire drill. On the lawn, Fengwu looked at Su Chen with an unprecedentedly serious expression. She wanted to use this sparring session to test Su Chen's true strength. I also wanted to use this sparring session to sever the unwanted thoughts in my heart. Okay. Su Chen nodded, his face still showing that calm and composed expression. The two stood facing each other, and their aura began to rise imperceptibly. Please enlighten me, teacher. Su Chen bowed slightly and made a starting gesture. Take this. Fengwu no longer stood on ceremony. She let out a delicate shout, and her figure vanished from the spot in an instant. The next second, she appeared in front of Su Chen. A straight punch imbued with immense internal energy, accompanied by a sharp whooshing sound, slammed fiercely toward Su Chen's lower abdomen. She used all her strength in this attack. She wanted to let Su Chen know that she wasn't a teacher for nothing. However, she was met with this all-out attack. Su Chen's face remained unchanged. He didn't even flinch. He only slightly bulged out his 8-pack abs. Bang! A dull, loud bang. Fengwu's powerful punch, capable of splitting stone and shattering monuments, was effortlessly received by Su Chen with his bare body. A surge of internal energy, several times more powerful and purer than hers, rebounded from Su Chen's lower abdomen. Fengwu felt an irresistible force coming at her, and she was sent flying backward uncontrollably. What? A storm raged in Fengwu's heart. She never expected that Su Chen's internal energy had become so terrifyingly profound. This was completely beyond her understanding of ancient martial arts. Just as she lost her balance and was about to fall to the ground, a blur appeared behind her in an instant. A warm and large hand gently supported her lower back, catching her steadily in its embrace. Teacher, you were so careless. Su Chen's slightly playful voice rang softly in her ear. Fengwu's body suddenly stiffened. She could clearly feel the man's firm chest pressed tightly against her back. His hot breath sprayed onto her earlobe, sending shivers down her spine. She wanted to struggle. But Su Chen's arms were like iron clamps, holding her firmly in his embrace, making her unable to move. You. Fengwu was about to speak. Su Chen suddenly leaned down and pressed her down onto the grass beneath him. He placed his hands on either side of her body, looking down at her from above. Their faces were inches apart. Their eyes met. Fengwu could see her own face, flushed with panic and shame, reflected in Su Chen's deep, star-like eyes. Her heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was going to jump out of her chest. Teacher, your mind is in turmoil. A smile appeared on Su Chen's lips. His voice was deep, yet full of alluring magic. He could hear the other person's heartbeat with every thud, like a fawn pounding wildly in his chest. My heart is in turmoil. Like a thunderbolt, it struck Fengwu's heart hard. All her pretense and aloofness were shattered at this moment. Yes. Her heart was already in turmoil. From the moment he appeared in her life, things were in chaos. Let me go. Fengwu's voice trembled slightly and pleaded. Su Chen smiled but didn't let go of her. He slowly lowered his head, his lips, little by little, approaching her wine-red lips, which trembled slightly with nervousness. Fengwu's eyes widened instantly, and her mind went completely blank. She wanted to hide, she wanted to resist. But her body seemed to be frozen in place, unable to move at all. She could only watch helplessly as that handsome, otherworldly face magnified in her pupils. Final. Two warm lips gently pressed together. Boom! Fengwu felt her world completely collapse at this moment. All her rationality and all her resolve vanished in that sudden kiss. Like a drowning person, she gradually gave up resisting and succumbed to Su Chen's domineering yet gentle advances. What martial arts, what seclusion! At this moment, everything becomes insignificant. She even began to awkwardly respond to him without realizing it. For a long time. Lips separate. Su Chen looked at the ancient martial arts teacher beneath him, whose eyes were glazed over, face flushed, and who had long lost his previous aloof demeanor, and a victor's smile appeared on his face. He knew that he had successfully plucked the lotus flower that grew atop the snow-capped mountain. Stay here and be my woman. Su Chen's voice, like the whisper of a devil, slowly seeped into Feng Wu's ears. Chapter 53 Yi Qingye joins. Su Chen's words were like a bombshell, creating a huge wave in Feng Wu's heart. Be his woman? She had secretly thought about this idea during those sleepless nights. But when this request actually came out of Su Chen's mouth, she still felt an unprecedented and enormous shock. Her reason told her that she should refuse. She is a woman, and also a practitioner of ancient martial arts. She has her own pride and mission. She shouldn't, and couldn't, become a man's appendage like the other women in the manor. But her body, her heart, was frantically screaming for her to agree. She longed for this man. She longed for his immense power, for his domineering tenderness, and for him to completely possess her. This contradictory, tearing feeling caused her pain, yet also immense excitement. She looked into Su Chen's unfathomable eyes, which seemed to see through everything, and her lips moved, but she couldn't utter a single word. Su Chen knew that she had wavered. I didn't pressure her anymore. He slowly stood up, straightened his clothes, and then extended a hand to her. Get up, the ground is cold. His voice returned to its usual gentle tone. Feng Wu looked at his outstretched hand, hesitated for a moment, and finally placed her slightly cool hand on it. Su Chen gently pulled her up from the grass. The next morning, a private aircraft belonging to the Yi family landed on the manor's helipad on time. The hatch opened. Yi Qingye walked out from inside, wearing an elegant beige dress. Her face was covered in elaborate, heavy makeup, an attempt to conceal her inner unease. But her slightly trembling fingertips and somewhat pale face still betrayed her current mood. When she saw the man standing at the villa entrance, smiling at her, her body trembled uncontrollably. At that moment, she remembered the fear of being dominated by this man. I remembered the extreme humiliation of kneeling at his feet and being forced to call him master. She thought that was the lowest point in her life. Little did she know, an even deeper abyss awaited her. Yesterday, when her aunt, Yuan Qing, the head of the Yi family, informed her in an almost commanding tone that she should pack her things and report to Su Chen, her senses froze completely. She rebelled. She made a scene in the main hall and even threatened to kill herself. But none of it worked. Faced with the interests of the entire family, her personal dignity and will seemed so insignificant. She worked hard her whole life, striving for that elusive position of family head, competing with the young talents of the clan, and enduring countless hardships. Just when Yi Qingsheng was gone, she was finally able to take her place as she had always wanted. In the end, she was delivered here like a packaged piece of cargo. She delivered it to the man she once looked down upon, but now feared the most. Welcome to your new home. Su Chen's voice was gentle and kind, as if he were welcoming a long-lost friend. But to Yi Qingye, it sounded more grating than any mockery. She bit her lower lip, remaining silent, but staring intently at Su Chen with eyes full of resentment and unwillingness. She feared Su Chen, but hated him even more. He almost took everything away from me. Su Chen pretended not to see her gaze. He simply walked up to her, reached out, and gently lifted her chin as if handling a work of art. What's wrong? Are you unhappy? His voice carried a hint of teasing. Yi Qingye was forced to meet his gaze, and in his smiling eyes, she saw undisguised mockery and possessiveness. Su Chen, what exactly do you want? She finally couldn't hold back anymore and burst out. Smack! A crisp slap echoed across the entire tarmac. Yi Qingye staggered from the blow and fell to the ground. Half of her face swelled up rapidly and visibly. She was completely stunned by the blow. She covered her face, looking at Su Chen in disbelief. It seems you haven't figured out your current identity yet. Su Chen slowly squatted down, looking down at her from his elevated position. His voice turned cold, devoid of any emotion. I'll ask you one more time, who am I? That familiar, nightmarish voice rang out once more. Yi Qingye's body trembled violently. Tears of humiliation streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. She wanted to resist, she wanted to scream. But when she met Su Chen's cold eyes, as if he were looking at a dead object, all her courage crumbled in an instant. Fear, like a tidal wave, completely overwhelmed her. You are, master. Her gaze was vacant, and in a voice that sounded almost like a dream, she uttered those two words with difficulty. Very good. A satisfied smile finally returned to Su Chen's face. He stood up and stopped looking at her. Remember, from today onwards, you are no longer the high and mighty second young lady of the Yi family. You're just my dog. After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the villa's gate. On the tarmac, only Yi Qingya remained, slumped on the cold ground. She watched Su Chen's retreating figure, her eyes filled with despair and numbness. She knew that from this moment on, her life had been completely rewritten. Past chapter 54. Night, like a giant black velvet, enveloped the entire Tsangyun city. Su Chen's manor, on the other hand, was like a dazzling diamond set in velvet, brightly lit. Third floor. In that extremely luxurious master bedroom that occupied half a floor, the atmosphere was extremely ambiguous. Several women, each with a distinct style yet equally stunning, were dressed in light silk pajamas, their curves subtly revealed in the dim light. They were like a group of concubines waiting for the emperor's favor, some sitting, some lying down, some kneeling, each with a different posture, but their eyes were all filled with the same emotion. That is, reverence and expectation for that one and only man. Su Chen remained silent. He simply walked to the bedside, his gaze sweeping over each of the 6 women with an extremely aggressive intensity. His eyes were like those of an experienced hunter examining his spoils. Finally, his gaze fell on Yi Qingya, who was still kneeling by the bed, her body stiff and her face full of humiliation. "You, come here." He sat on the edge of the bed and gave her his command. Yi Qingya shuddered suddenly. She raised her head and looked at Su Chen with eyes full of resentment and unwillingness. But when she met Su Chen's cold, emotionless gaze, all her will to resist was shattered in an instant. She knew she had no other choice. Under the complex gazes of everyone, she bit her lower lip and slowly climbed onto the huge round bed that felt like hell to her. She crawled to Su Chen's feet and lay down like a real pet. "Very good." A satisfied smile appeared on Su Chen's face. "Remember who you are." His voice was low and hoarse, filled with extreme humiliation. Yi Qingya trembled violently. Her tears of humiliation mingled with her makeup, blurring her features into a single blur. Her pride and her dignity were utterly crushed into the soil at this moment. Su Chen ignored her. His gaze shifted to the other women. "Come here, everyone." At a command. Yi Qingcheng, Xinyu, Zhao Xiaoya, and the 2 Japanese girls dared not be negligent in the slightest. They prostrated themselves before their god like the most devout believers. Su Chen was like a king who controlled the whole world, and these 6 women were his most loyal and most humble slaves. He used the most domineering methods to possess every inch of their superiority, and the most cruel methods to destroy every inch of their dignity. Inside the room, various sounds were mixed together. They intertwined to form the most primal and wildest melody, a movement called desire. In the next room, Feng Wu huddled in the cold corner, covering her ears tightly with both hands. But it didn't work. Those voices that made her blush and her heart race, that drove her almost mad, still pierced her mind like demonic chants. Her body trembled slightly, uncontrollably. A series of unfamiliar, warm currents, which made her feel ashamed, surged through her body. She bit her lower lip so hard it almost bled. She silently recited the mental formula of the heavenly heart mantra over and over again in her heart, trying to calm herself down. But all she could think of was Su Chen's face with that wicked smile. "Be my woman." Those words, like a curse, echoed in her ears again and again. Feng Wu's eyes gradually became unfocused. She felt she was about to give up. Perhaps, agreeing to his request isn't such a difficult thing to accept. To become his woman, and to sink with him into this endless abyss of desire. This thought, like a seed of evil, quietly took root and sprouted in her heart. Just then, the noise from next door suddenly stopped. The whole world seemed to have fallen silent. Feng Wu was stunned for a moment. Then she heard a knock on the door. Thump, thump, thump. The voice, neither too loud nor too soft, struck her heart like a heavy hammer. Outside the door came Su Chen's voice, which carried a hint of laughter and sounded like a devil's. "Teacher, are you asleep?" Chapter 55. Teacher, please enlighten me. Outside the door, Su Chen's voice, tinged with a hint of laughter, pierced through the door like a devil's whisper. "Teacher, are you asleep?" Feng Wu pressed her body tightly against the cold door, as if she could draw strength from it. She didn't answer, she even held her breath, praying that the man outside the door would leave because he didn't get a response. However, she was too naive. Click. With a soft click, the door lock was easily opened from the outside. Su Chen's tall figure appeared at the doorway, blocking the dim light in the corridor and casting his long shadow on Feng Wu, like a giant net tightening around her. It seems the teacher can't sleep either. Su Chen wore a gentle smile, as if he were just a neighbor visiting. But his eyes, filled with undisguised aggression, scanned Fengwu from head to toe. Fengwu was wearing a plain white cotton nightgown, her long hair was loose, she was barefoot, and her face still had a blush that hadn't faded. That aloof and ascetic temperament, catalyzed by desire, instead gave rise to a breathtakingly fragmented beauty. What do you want to do? Fengwu's voice trembled without her even realizing it. She forced herself to stand up straight, trying to maintain her last shred of dignity, but her slightly trembling legs betrayed her inner fear. Su Chen did not answer. He simply walked slowly into the room and closed the door behind him. As the door closed, the room dimmed, leaving only the cool moonlight streaming in from the window. The atmosphere in the cramped space was extremely oppressive. Fengwu could clearly smell the refreshing scent of the man's shower gel, mixed with a strong, masculine pheromone that made her legs weak, domineeringly invading every inch of her breath. Su Chen approached her step by step, smiling slightly. I'm just here to hear the teacher's answer. Fengwu took a step back, but her back was pressed against the cold wall, leaving her with nowhere to retreat. She raised her head, met Su Chen's gaze, and tried to make a final struggle. I'm sorry, I'm a practitioner of ancient martial arts, and I've long since severed all emotional ties. What I pursue is the ultimate martial arts. She said, word by word, but her voice was no longer as cold as before. Instead, it carried a hint of weakness beneath her fierce exterior. Yeah? Su Chen smiled. He reached out and gently pinched Fengwu's delicate chin, forcing her to look him in the eye. Your body is much more honest than your mouth. His fingers, burning hot, gently caressed Fengwu's smooth skin. Fengwu's body trembled violently, and a strange electric current surged from her chin throughout her body, raising goosebumps all over her skin. She wanted to resist, to use her inner energy to push the man away. But when she tried to gather her inner energy, she found that her internal energy was already in a chaotic mess and completely out of control. Her body, her instincts, were screaming wildly, demanding that she submit to the powerful man before her. Your heartbeat tells me you're looking forward to it. Su Chen's face slowly moved closer to hers. Your breathing tells me you're nervous. Your eyes tell me that you desire it. His voice, like that of the most powerful hypnotist, shattered Fengwu's last psychological defenses, word by word. No. No. Fengwu's eyes began to glaze over as she weakly tried to explain. Teacher? Su Chen's lips almost touched hers, their warm breaths mingling. Can you feel my qi right now? Boom. These words were like a thunderbolt, shattering all of Fengwu's pride and pretense. Yes. She could sense it. She could clearly feel the inner energy within the man, which was hundreds of times more powerful than hers, like a vast ocean. That power was strong, pure, and full of vitality. Compared to her, her supposedly superior cultivation level was like a stream compared to a vast ocean, utterly laughable. All her will to resist was crushed in the face of this absolute power. Her last shred of dignity as a martial artist crumbled completely. She wanted to say something more, but Su Chen didn't give her another chance. He lowered his head and kissed those lips that were trembling slightly with nervousness. The kiss was domineering, yet skillful. Fengwu's mind went completely blank for a moment. Like a drowning person, she gradually gave up resisting under Su Chen's relentless onslaught. What heavenly heart technique, what ultimate martial arts, what pure and tranquil mind. At this moment, everything becomes insignificant. Her body began to respond to him clumsily. Her hands, which were always clenched into fists, had somehow climbed up Su Chen's back and were gripping his strong muscles tightly. Under the moonlight, two figures intertwined. Fengwu was like a fully drawn bow, swaying back and forth with each of his attacks. She never imagined she could be so crazy. Her body, honed through countless ancient martial arts training, with its extremely keen senses, seemed born to be used for this kind of work. Every time Su Chen got close, all of these could stir up a monstrous wave within her body. She felt like a pure snow lotus, being melted and devoured little by a blazing flame. Pain and extreme pleasure are intertwined. Let her fall, let her go mad. Teacher. Su Chen whispered in her ear. Now, it's your turn to give me your advice. Fengwu's eyes completely lost focus. She abandoned all thought and completely surrendered her body and soul to this man who was like a succubus from legend. I don't know how much time passed. Everything returned to calm. Fengwu lay quietly, her eyes lifeless, having lost all her abilities and strength. Her body was covered with ambiguous marks. That usually cold and aloof face now only showed utter exhaustion. Chapter 56 Sisters' Tea Party. Su Chen felt refreshed and invigorated. A system notification sounded in his mind. Congratulations, host, you have gained 20 bliss points. Current bliss point, 20. 8 p.m.? Su Chen was somewhat surprised this number was more than Yi Qingcheng and Xin Yu combined. It seems that conquering a woman with such high mental defenses and great strength yields even greater rewards. He glanced at Fengwu, who had already fallen into a deep sleep, and a satisfied smile appeared on his lips. This ancient martial arts teacher not only opened the door to a new world for him, but also became an efficient power bank. He stood up, walked to the window, and looked out at the brightly lit Sangyun city. In his heart, an even grander plan was brewing. The following day, at 2 p.m. the sun was shining brightly in the open-air tea room of the manor. Yi Qingcheng, acting as the hostess, gathered all the women together for a tea party among the sisters. Exquisite bone china teaware, steaming premium black tea, and adorable Chinese desserts. Everything looked so harmonious and beautiful. But the air was filled with an invisible smell of gunpowder. Yi Qingcheng sat in the main seat, with Xin Yu and Zhao Xiaoya to her left. 2 seats were left empty for the newcomers, Fengwu and Yi Qingya. The 2 Japanese girls, like the other maids in the manor, quietly stood by, serving tea and water. Fengwu and Yi Qingya arrived late. Fengwu was still dressed in plain clothes, her temperament aloof, but there was a hint of feminine softness in her eyes. She sat down calmly opposite Yi Qingcheng, her expression serene. Yi Qingya, on the other hand, seemed somewhat absent-minded. Clearly, they haven't recovered from the shock of their new identity. She changed into a white dress prepared by the maid. Although she wore light makeup, it still couldn't hide her paleness and haggardness. She lowered her head and sat down silently beside Fengwu, like a puppet that had lost its soul. "Welcome to our family, my 2 little sisters." Yi Qingcheng spoke first, with a polite smile and a friendly tone. "From now on, we will be serving Su Chen together, and I hope we can all get along well." Her words were impeccable, both highlighting their shared identity and subtly establishing her status as the older sister. Yi Qingya's body trembled almost imperceptibly when she heard the word serve. Fengwu simply gave a faint picked up her teacup, and said nothing more. She disdained to get involved in such verbal disputes between women. Seeing the 2's indifferent reactions, Xin Yu, who was standing to the side, became unhappy. She slammed down her teacup, staring intently at Yi Qingya with a defiant look. Does she think she's some high and mighty second young lady of the Yi family? She doesn't understand the situation at all. Xin Yu had never liked the Yi family. Especially this Yi Qingya. When she was with Yi Qingcheng, this woman would always have people test her, which meant that whenever she and Yi Qingcheng wanted to be intimate, they had to go to a hotel separately. Seeing her in such a sorry state, Xin Yu naturally wouldn't let this opportunity to kick her while she was down slip by. Yi Qingya suddenly raised her head, and 2 flames of resentment instantly ignited in her previously numb eyes. "What's it to you?" Her voice was hoarse, like that of a wounded wild animal. "Of course it's none of my business." Xin Yu scoffed, stood up, walked up to her, and looked down at her. "I just wanted to remind you not to forget your current status. You're nothing but Su Chen's dog. A dog that was packaged up and sent out by the Yi family, wagging its tail and begging for mercy. Who are you trying to impress with your attitude? You." These words were like the sharpest knife, piercing Yi Qingya's heart. All the humiliation and resentment erupted completely at this moment. She suddenly stood up from her seat and raised her hand to slap Xin Yu. However, her wrist was firmly grasped in mid-air by an even stronger hand. "It is Fengwu. Enough." Fengwu's voice remained cold, but her eyes carried a hint of warning. She gripped Yi Qingya's wrist with a slight force. Yi Qingya felt an irresistible force coming at her, and she uncontrollably slumped back into her chair. Xin Yu was startled by Fengwu's sudden move, but she quickly recovered and turned her attention to Fengwu. "What? You're saying she didn't mention you, huh? You wild fox who appeared out of nowhere, what are you pretending to be a good person for? You really think that just because you taught Su Chen some martial arts, you can sit at the table and eat with him?" Fengwu slowly released Yi Qingya's hand, stood up, and calmly looked at Xin Yu. "I don't want to fight with you, but if you continue to speak rudely." A cold, murderous glint flashed in her eyes. "I wouldn't mind silencing you forever." An invisible, sharp aura instantly locked onto Xin Yu. Xin Yu felt a chill run through her body, as if she were being stared at by a venomous snake, and even breathing became difficult. She had no doubt that the woman in front of her would really kill her. You dare!" Xin Yu shouted, her voice trembling with fear. "I'm Su Chen's favorite woman." "Then you are welcome to give it a try." A bloody conflict seemed imminent. It seems you didn't listen to a single word I said. A lazy yet cold voice suddenly came from not far away. Everyone jolted at the same time and turned to look at the source of the sound. Su Chen appeared at the entrance of the tea room without anyone noticing. He leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, a half smile playing on his lips, watching the farce unfold with great interest. In that instant, all the smoke and gunpowder smell in the tea room vanished without a trace. Xin Yu's arrogance, Feng Wu's murderous intent, and Yi Qingyao's resentment all vanished the moment this man appeared. Instead, there is a submissiveness that comes from the depths of one's soul. Master Xin Yu's legs went weak and she almost knelt down. Su Chen walked in slowly. The slippers made a tap, tap, tap sound as they stepped on the clean floor. Each step felt like it was stomping on their hearts. He walked to the table, picked up a delicate pastry, put it in his mouth, and his gaze swept over the faces of every woman except Feng Wu. He knew that Feng Wu was different from these ordinary women. It seems you guys have too much free time. Since you have so much energy, then let's all stay up tonight. A devilish smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Let us play a team-building game. Everyone must participate. Chapter 57 New Ruins, Bio-Armor. As night deepened, the lights in the master bedroom of the manor were soft and ambiguous. Su Chen sat cross-legged on the cushion in the study, closing his eyes and concentrating. The farce that happened in the tea house during the day made him realize that the undercurrents within this seemingly harmonious family were more turbulent than he had imagined. Yi Qingqing's desire for control, Xin Yu's jealousy and eccentricity, Yi Qingyao's resentment and unwillingness, and Feng Wu's aloofness that has not yet been completely worn down. These are all unstable factors. A truly secure rear requires absolute order. And he is the creator and sole arbiter of this order. He opened his palm, and the void stone he had obtained from the Wang family lay quietly in his hand. The deep blue crystal seemed to have swirling starlight within it, radiating a cool sensation. Rare material void stone detected. This material can be used to create independent dimensional spaces. The system notification sounded again. This is the apology gift that the Wang family sent last time. Having read novels frequently in his past life, he knew that spatial abilities were a valuable thing. Whether for storing valuables or preparing for future actions, it has immeasurable value. Without further hesitation, he immediately instructed the system to absorb the void stone. The next second, the crystal shone brightly for a moment, and a cold and strange energy surged into his mind through his arm. His consciousness seemed to be pulled into a peculiar dimension, an independent space of about 10 cubic meters in size, with 4 walls of chaotic nothingness, which was clearly presented under his mental control. It's done. With a thought, a bone china teacup on his bedside table vanished into thin air. The next second, it reappeared in its original position, completely unharmed. A satisfied smile appeared on Su Chen's face. This new ability would be his deepest hidden trump card. After putting away the void stone, he stood up. It was time to start tonight's team building session. The morning sunlight streamed into the entire room through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows. Su Chen sat up in bed feeling refreshed, glanced at the women lying haphazardly around him, fast asleep, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Last night's team building session was very effective. He not only consolidated his absolute dominance in the harem, but also reaped unprecedented riches. Congratulations, host, you have gained 80 bliss points. Current bliss point, 100. This number ignited a fire within him. It seems that this kind of multi-person activity, full of conquest and training, is the most efficient way to farm points. Especially for women like Yi Qingya and Feng Wu, who have extremely high mental defenses and strong abilities. Once they are completely defeated, the emotional energy they can provide is far beyond that of ordinary women. He quietly got out of bed without disturbing any of the women who were still sleeping. After washing up, Su Chen went to the lawn behind the manor. The morning air was slightly cool. He took a deep breath and began to practice the heavenly heart technique that Feng Wu had taught him. Now, his internal energy has been strengthened many times and is no longer what it used to be. Every move he makes carries a sharp force, and the grass beneath his feet moves without wind. The 3 techniques of condensation, dispersion, and flow were several times more powerful when he used them than when Feng Wu personally demonstrated them. But he knew that wasn't enough. This world is far more complex than he imagined. The ancient martial arts forces in Feng Wu's hometown and the mysterious Rose organization are just the tip of the iceberg. To truly control his own destiny and even change the rules of this world, he needs greater power. Afternoon. He was in his study, checking information about this world through his personal computer, when Yi Qingqing walked in. Today she wore a smart white business suit, which perfectly accentuated her mature and attractive figure. Upon seeing Su Chen, a gentle smile immediately appeared on her face. "What are you busy with?" She walked behind Su Chen and naturally massaged his shoulders. "To learn about this world," Su Chen replied casually. He discovered that information control in this world is extremely strict. Most of what can be found online is embellished official propaganda, and information about Sky City, the internal affairs of the top families, and the so-called ancient martial artists is vague. "If you want to know anything, just ask me directly, right?" Yi Qingqing's voice carried a hint of smugness. "I used to be the heir to the Yi family. Most of the secrets in this world are not secrets to me." Su Chen smiled and did not refute. He knew that what Yi Qingqing said was true, but there were some things he had to verify himself. Just then, Yi Qingqing's personal terminal rang. She glanced at the caller ID, her smile fading slightly, and answered the call. On the screen, a graceful and elegant woman appeared. She was Yi Wanqing, the head of the Yi family and Yi Qingqing's mother. "Mom. Qingqing, do you and Mr. Su have time now?" Yi Wanqing's voice was as authoritative as ever. "Yes, what can I do for you?" "I have a gift that I would like to present to Mr. Su in person." Yi Wanqing's gaze fell on Su Chen through the light screen, her eyes filled with complex emotions. Ever since witnessing Su Chen's godlike performance in the Gene Lab, Yi Wanqing's attitude towards Su Chen has completely changed. She no longer regarded him as a simple male concubine, but as a key figure who could influence the future of the Yi family. Winning him over is the only thing Yi Wanqing can do now, and must do. Half an hour later, a private aircraft belonging to the Yi family landed on the helipad of the manor. Surrounded by several bodyguards, Yi Wanqing entered the manor's reception room. "Mr. Su." Upon meeting again, Yi Wanqing adopted an extremely humble posture, even bowing slightly to Su Chen. "You're too kind, Patriarch Yi." Su Chen sat down in the main seat and gestured for her to sit down as well. Yi Wanqing did not sit down, but waved her hand, and the bodyguard behind her immediately presented a combination lockbox made of special metal. "Mr. Su, this is a small token of our Yi family's appreciation. We hope you will not refuse it." The box was opened, and inside were not gold and silver jewelry, but a thick document and a strangely shaped data storage device. "What's this?" Su Chen raised an eyebrow. Yi Qingqing also curiously came over. Yi Wanqing explained, "This is all the information about a Class A ancient ruin that our Yi family recently discovered, as well as a plan that we are preparing to develop in cooperation with you." She handed the document to Su Chen. "This ruin is far more dangerous than the previous Class B ruin. According to our preliminary exploration, it may contain complete bio-armor technology. Once successfully developed, its value will be immeasurable. Now, all the major families in the floating city are eager to make a move. I was very grateful to Mr. Su for giving us all the blueprints last time. This time, I have decided to transfer 49% of the shares of the Yi Group to Mr. Su free of charge. I only hope to establish a deeper cooperative relationship with Mr. Su." Bio-armor. Yi Qingqing gasped. This is one of the world's most advanced military technologies, and only a few top families and the imperial military have mastered some of the incomplete technology. If the complete technical blueprint can be obtained, the Yi family's strength will undergo a qualitative leap. Even the royal family might try to win them over. Su Chen did not reply immediately. He picked up the plan and quickly skimmed through it. Faced with his intelligence boosted to 100, this business plan, which seemed incredibly complex to ordinary people, was as simple as a primary school student's homework. He read the entire contents almost instantly. Not bad. Su Chen put down the document and looked at Yi Wanqing. "However, there are a few places that I think can be improved." "Oh? Mr. Su, please speak." Yi Wanqing said calmly. "First, I must be the one in charge of this operation. All the technical and security personnel will be selected by me personally. The Yi family can only make recommendations, but they do not have the final say. Secondly, all the technical blueprints and original data developed from the ruins must be kept by me. The Yi family can only have the right to use and copy them. Third, regarding shares." Su Chen paused. "I want 50% of the original shares in all companies under the Yi family that are related to biotechnology and gene pharmaceuticals." The three conditions that Su Chen proposed were increasingly demanding. This is no longer cooperation, this is blatant annexation. What he wanted wasn't money, but the Yi family's core industries, the power to speak and control. Yi Wanqing's expression changed for the first time. She never expected that this young man not only possessed godlike wisdom, but also such enormous ambition. She felt like a clever hunter who had intended to use an exquisite cage to lure a tiger, but unexpectedly, the other party overturned the table and wanted to take over the entire hunting ground. The atmosphere in the reception room instantly became heavy. Yi Qingcheng also looked at Su Chen nervously. She did not expect Su Chen to be so direct, which was completely challenging her mother's bottom line. A long time. Yi Wanqing took a deep breath, looked into Su Chen's unfathomable eyes, and slowly nodded. Good. I promise you. She knew she had no right to refuse. Or rather, from the moment Su Chen stepped into the Yi family's laboratory, the future of the Yi family was no longer in her hands. Rather than being passively swallowed up, it's better to actively integrate. The Yi family was completely tied to Su Chen's seemingly promising ship. This is a high-stakes gamble. If they win the bet, the Yi family will rise to great heights. If you lose the bet, you're doomed. Seeing her mother make this difficult decision, Yi Qingcheng felt a mix of emotions. Looking at the calm and collected man beside her, her admiration and adoration deepened even further. This man is, step by step, conquering the entire world in his own way. And she will have the privilege of being the most faithful witness and follower in this process. Chapter 58 Ancient Languages Dr. Morong Shui. After Yi Wanqing left, the manor returned to peace. But Su Chen's heart burned even hotter because of the negotiation just now. He successfully secured the Yi family as a crucial pawn in his game. Next, he will utilize the Yi family's resources to begin implementing his own plans. The first step is to gain a deeper understanding of the truth of this world. He instructed Yi Qingcheng to utilize the Yi family's intelligence network to secretly gather information about ancient martial artists, Sky City, and the Rose Organization. Yi Qingcheng naturally obeyed Su Chen's orders unconditionally. She immediately mobilized the family's top intelligence personnel and began to operate at full capacity. Su Chen, on the other hand, focused more on improving his own abilities and those of the women around him. He not only urged Feng Wu to cultivate diligently, but also occasionally engaged in dual cultivation with her, helping her improve her internal energy cultivation while gaining bliss points. With Su Chen's help, Feng Wu's strength improved rapidly, and she showed signs of breaking through to the Grandmaster realm. This made her feel grateful and submissive to Su Chen, but also made her realize more deeply how unfathomable this man was. As for Yi Qingcheng and Xingyu, Su Chen did not show favoritism towards either of them. He discovered that although they were not ancient martial arts practitioners, their physical fitness and mental state could be greatly improved through extremely intimate communication. Yi Qingcheng became even more radiant and energetic, handling the massive group affairs with ease. Xinyu's fiery temper was smoothed out through repeated, in-depth exchanges, making her increasingly gentle and charming. The entire manor presented a thriving and prosperous scene. The day before the expedition to explore the ruins, the professional team sent by the Yi family arrived at the manor on time. A dozen fully armed women stepped off the aircraft. They were all tall, imposing, and sharp-eyed, clearly elite guards trained by the Yi family. But walking at the very front of the group was a woman whose temperament was completely different from theirs. The woman looked to be around 35 or 36 years old. She was wearing a well-fitting beige adventure suit, and her long, jet-black hair was neatly tied back. Her features weren't exactly stunning, but together they created an intellectual and serene charm. She wore frameless glasses, and behind the lenses, her eyes were calm and deep, as if they could see through everything. Let me introduce you, Yi Qingcheng introduced Su Chen. This is Dr. Morong Shui, an expert in archaeology and ancient linguistics specially hired by our Yi family, and also the chief technical leader for this exploration of the ruins. Dr. Morong, this is my husband, Su Chen. He was specially invited by my mother and is the captain of this operation. Morong Shui's gaze fell on Su Chen, and she nodded politely, but deep in her eyes, there was a strong sense of doubt. She had naturally heard the rumors about Su Chen. The eldest daughter of the Yi family has found a new male concubine who is handsome, charming, and even knows some martial arts. But in the eyes of a scholar like her who prides herself on knowledge and wisdom, men who make a living by their looks are nothing more than playthings for upper-class ladies. Should we appoint him as the captain of this A-level ruin exploration? That's utterly reckless. She even suspected that Yi Qingcheng was using this as an excuse to take her lover out for sightseeing under the guise of an adventure. Su Chen naturally noticed the disdain in her eyes, but he didn't care. For such self-important intellectuals, any verbal explanation is superfluous. Only by utterly crushing them in their most prized areas can they truly bow their proud heads. The group arrived at the manor's conference room. The huge holographic projection displayed detailed information about the target ruins. It was a massive complex of buildings located beneath the northernmost ice sheet of the continent, covered by thick ice for thousands of years. According to data transmitted back by the Yi family's unmanned probe, the internal structure of the ruins is extremely complex and the energy reaction is exceptionally strong, with the danger level rated as A+. Morong Shui, as the chief technical officer, began to explain the action plan. Based on our analysis of the outer structure of the ruins, the entrance should be located in this coordinate area. Once inside, we will face 3 major challenges. First, the extreme low-temperature environment. Second, the unknown mutated creatures that may exist inside. Third, and most importantly, the ancient defense system of the core area of the ruins. Her voice was calm and professional as she analyzed the various possible situations in a clear and organized manner and proposed corresponding solutions. The guards of the Yi family listened intently, nodding repeatedly. Yi Qingchang listened attentively, occasionally asking questions. Only Su Chen leaned back in his chair, listlessly fiddling with a pen in his hand, as if listening to gibberish. Seeing his appearance, Morong Shui felt even more contempt for him. After explaining, Morong Shui looked at everyone and said, "This is our preliminary action plan. Does anyone have any questions or additions?" Everyone said there was no problem. Just as Morong Shui was about to announce the end of the meeting, Su Chen's somewhat lazy voice rang out. "I have a slightly different opinion." All eyes instantly turned to him. Morong Shui's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. "Mr. Su, please speak." Her tone was flat, but anyone could hear the disdain in it. Su Chen put down his pen, stood up, and walked to the holographic projection. He stretched out his hand and randomly pointed to a few locations on the complex diagram of the ruins. "First, you're looking for the wrong entrance. The real entrance is here." He pointed to an area marked solid rock. This area, in ancient language, is called the Gate of Wind. It is not a door in the physical sense, but a spatial jump point. It can only be activated by sound waves of a specific frequency. These words shocked everyone present. Morong Shui's expression changed drastically. She adjusted her glasses and retorted sharply, "Impossible. We used the most advanced ground-penetrating radar to scan this area, and it's a complete granite layer. Moreover, the so-called Gate of Wind has never been recorded in any existing ancient documents." "That only means that your documents are not old enough," Su Chen said calmly. "You." Morong Shui was speechless, choked by his words. Su Chen ignored her and continued to slide his finger across the projection screen. "Secondly, regarding the mutated creatures. Your information only mentions ice attribute monsters that may be spawned by low-temperature environments. But you have overlooked the fact that the core energy source of this ruin is geothermal energy. Deep underground, there are numerous geothermal hot springs. The convergence of ice and fire will give rise to even more bizarre and powerful composite creatures. The freezing weapons you have prepared will probably have little effect on them. Third, and most importantly." Su Chen's gaze deepened. "The core of this ruin's defense system is not physical traps, but mental attacks. If I'm not mistaken, the builders of this ruin were an ancient civilization skilled in mind control. The defense system they left behind will directly affect the invaders' brains, creating hallucinations and amplifying your deepest fears. Once you lose your composure, you may even be wiped out in a fight among yourselves." Every word Su Chen uttered was like a bombshell, exploding in the briefing room. What he said completely overturned the research report that Morong Shui's team had spent months working on. The first point is merely an academic controversy. The second and third points are almost prophetic conclusions, which cannot be deduced from existing data. Absurd! Morong Shui finally couldn't hold back any longer and slammed her hand on the table. "Mr. Su, I admit you may have some exceptional abilities, but in professional fields, please maintain the most basic respect. Your baseless speculations will only mislead our judgment and may even put us in a dangerous situation. Whether it's baseless or not, we'll find out in time." Su Chen smiled, sat back in his seat, and said no more. The meeting ended in an eerie atmosphere. The guards from the Yi family looked at Su Chen with suspicion in their eyes. Yi Qingcheng looked at him with an almost fanatical adoration. She had no doubt about everything Su Chen said, because this man had already created too many incredible miracles. Only Morong Shui, watching Su Chen's nonchalant backview, felt a storm raging in her heart. For the first time, her prized knowledge system began to falter. Who exactly is this man? Where did he get the information he mentioned? A huge mystery shrouded her heart. She suddenly realized that this trip to the ruins might be much more interesting than she had imagined. Chapter 59: A Tale of Two Extremes. The Far North Ice Sheet. A vast expanse of white, the cold wind like a knife, swirling up icy shards. The Yi family's aircraft, like a black falcon, hovered precisely above a seemingly flat ice sheet, braving the wind and snow. This is it. Inside the aircraft, Yi Qingqing pointed to an inconspicuous coordinate below and spoke to everyone. A hatch opened, and a chilling current rushed in instantly. After donning specially designed cold-weather combat suits, the group descended one by one onto the ice using ropes. Morong Shui took out professional detection equipment and carefully scanned the surroundings before shaking her head at Yi Qingcheng. Mr. Yi, the geological structure here is very stable, with no trace of any cavities or man-made structures. I still maintain that the entrance should be at the glacial crevasse 3 kilometers away. Her tone was firm, clearly still bothered by Su Chen's previous nonsense. Yi Qingqing didn't speak, but instead cast a questioning glance at Su Chen. Su Chen smiled, walked to the center of the flat ice sheet, and gently stomped his foot. This is it. He didn't explain much, but simply took out a small, tuning fork-like metal device from his backpack. This is a sound wave generator that he had the Yi family rush to make overnight based on the information that came to his mind. He placed the device on the ice and input a complex audio code. Buzz. The device emitted a low, infrasound wave that was almost inaudible to the naked ear. Sound waves are conducted and diffused within the ice layer. The next second, a miraculous scene unfolded. The massive ice sheet beneath their feet began to become transparent at a speed visible to the naked eye. Through the crystal clear ice, one can clearly see a magnificent ancient building, emitting a faint blue light, standing silently hundreds of meters below. Above the building, a huge vortex made up of countless light and shadow runes was slowly rotating. This is... Morong Shui was stunned by the miraculous scene before her. The detector in her hand emitted a piercing alarm, indicating that immeasurable spatial energy was hidden below. Space jump point. What Su Chen said was actually true. Her worldview, built on science and archaeology, was utterly shattered at that moment. The look in her eyes when she looked at Su Chen was no longer one of disdain and doubt, but rather one filled with unprecedented shock. What are you all standing there for? Get ready to go down. Su Chen's voice woke the crowd from their daze. Through the spatial jump point, the group was teleported to a huge underground cavern. Unlike the icy and snowy outside, this place is warm as spring, and the air is filled with a faint smell of sulfur. A huge underground river flows through the center of the cave, its waters churning and steaming. Along both sides of the river, various strange-looking plants that emit fluorescence grow. Deep within the cave, rows of black metal buildings can be vaguely seen, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. Geothermal energy complex ecosystem. Morong Shui glanced at the environmental analyzer in her hand and muttered to herself, her face turning somewhat pale. Su Chen's second point was also correct. This is not a simple ice-based environment at all, but a more complex and dangerous world where ice and fire coexist. Everyone be careful. The creatures here may possess both ice and fire attributes, she quickly warned the guards behind her. However, she had barely finished speaking. Hiss. Suddenly, several huge black shadows sprang out from the calm underground river. It was a terrifying creature that resembled a crocodile, but its body was covered in a layer of ice crystal scales. When it opened its gaping maw, what it spewed was not fire, but an extremely cold breath capable of instantly freezing rocks. It's the ice and fire crocodile. Open fire. The Yi family's guards reacted extremely quickly, immediately raising their pulse rifles and firing wildly at the monster. The blue energy beam struck the giant crocodile's icy scales, but only sparks flew, unable to penetrate its defenses. The cold air they exhaled slowed the guards' movements, and a thick layer of frost condensed on the surface of their combat uniforms. It's no use. Their scales are highly resistant to energy weapons, a guard exclaimed in terror. A giant crocodile had already charged in front of them, raising its massive tail, powerful enough to smash an armored vehicle, and slashing down fiercely. At this critical moment, a figure moved. It is Feng Wu. She let out a delicate shout and moved with lightning speed, instantly appearing in front of the guard. Her fair palms were covered with a layer of powerful internal energy. Without dodging or avoiding, she directly met the giant tail that swept towards her. Bang! A dull, loud bang. Feng Wu's body swayed slightly. The once arrogant ice and fire crocodile let out a mournful howl. Its hard tail was cracked by Feng Wu's seemingly weak palm strike, leaving spiderweb-like fissures. Fengwu pressed her advantage relentlessly, lightly touching the ground with her toes as she pressed herself against the giant crocodile's body as she lunged forward. Heavenly Heart Technique, Condense. She pointed her fingers like a sword, gathering an extremely sharp force, and precisely struck the crocodile's relatively soft belly. Put. With a soft sound, the scales that were strong enough to withstand energy beams were as fragile as paper in the face of Fengwu's energy, and were easily pierced. A bottomless, bloody hole appeared in the crocodile's belly. Green blood gushed out. The enormous monster struggled a few times before collapsing heavily to the ground, or it fell silent. One fatal blow. Upon seeing this, the remaining giant crocodiles revealed a hint of fear in their scarlet eyes and all dived back to the bottom of the river, not daring to surface again. A crisis was resolved by Fengwu with lightning speed. The guards of the Yi family looked at Fengwu with eyes full of gratitude and respect. Morengshui then turned her gaze once again to Su Chen, who had remained standing still and calm throughout. Fengwu's power has exceeded her comprehension. And how terrifying must this man be to make Fengwu willingly follow him? Su Chen ignored the gazes of the crowd. He simply gazed into the distance at the dark cluster of buildings deep within the cave. From the moment he began to feel a familiar call, full of life energy, faintly emanating from that direction. The feeling was exactly the same as when he absorbed the core of life in the Yi family ruins. Perhaps, there is a treasure hidden here that can allow him to upgrade again. He smiled slightly and said to the crowd. Keep going. Chapter 60 The New Teacher, Morengshui. Led by Su Chen, the group carefully traversed the treacherous cave and approached the cluster of ancient black buildings. The deeper you go, the stronger the ancient and majestic aura in the air becomes. On the stone walls on both sides, a large number of complex murals and runes began to appear. Morengshui was immediately drawn to these things. She took out professional rubbing tools and analytical instruments and began to study them with great enthusiasm. The content of these murals was completely different from any ancient civilization she had ever seen before. What is depicted above is not a ritual or a war, but some extremely abstract patterns that resemble star charts and energy circuits. This is incredible. She stroked the cold stone wall, murmuring to herself. The structure of these runes does not conform to any known language logic at all. They are more like an information carrier based on energy resonance. Her discovery drew the attention of the Yi family's technicians, who all looked puzzled. Dr. Morong, do you mean these are not writing? No, they are words, but they are not for us to see, but for us to feel. Morengshui explained, only those with sufficiently strong mental power can resonate with these runes and directly read the information within them. Mental power? The group looked at each other in bewilderment. The term was far too fantastical for them. Just then, Su Chen's voice rang out calmly. This is a form of communication based on psychic energy. This civilization has broken free from the constraints of the material world and begun to explore the mysteries of the spiritual realm. Their technology is not based on the laws of physics, but on idealism. Su Chen's words stunned Morengshui once again. Psionic energy? Mind-based technology? She turned her head sharply, looking at Su Chen with shock in her eyes. How do you know these things? She had only seen scattered records of these concepts in some of the oldest documents listed as forbidden books. Yet this young man before her could so easily grasp their essence in a single sentence. I guessed. Su Chen shrugged. Morengshui would never believe him. Her gaze towards Su Chen grew increasingly intense. This man seemed shrouded in layers of mystery, compelling her to explore and unveil them. She found that her interest in the cold murals and runes seemed to be slowly shifting to this living, mysterious man. The procession continued forward. Soon, they arrived at the entrance to the complex. It was a huge gate made of an unknown black metal, with a huge, complex pattern carved on it, consisting of countless concentric circles and radiating lines. This is a mental force field lock. Morengshui glanced at the data on the analyzer, her expression turning serious. To open this door, one must have sufficiently strong mental power to resonate with the core array on the door. We brought high-strength breaching explosives. Can we just blow it open? A guard captain asked. No. Morengshui immediately objected. Forcibly breaking it open will trigger the self-destruct program on this door, and then the entire ruins will be swallowed up by the energy torrent. Everyone was at a loss. How can we quantify and utilize something as ethereal as mental power? Just then, Su Chen slowly walked to the huge gate. He reached out and gently pressed his hand on the intricate pattern on the door. He closed his eyes and slowly poured the immense mental power that came from his intelligence, which had been enhanced to 100, into it. Buzz. The entire gate instantly shone brightly. The complex pattern above seemed to come alive, and began to rotate rapidly according to a mysterious pattern. An immense and chilling mental pressure emanated from the door. The guards who were nearby felt a sharp pain in their heads and their vision went black, so they all retreated. Even Fengwu felt uneasy and had to use her inner energy to resist. Only Su Chen stood calmly at the center of that mental storm, as still as a rock. His spiritual power began to collide and merge with the magic array on the gate in the most direct and intense way. A few minutes later, the light faded. The incredibly heavy metal gate slowly opened to both sides with a creaking sound. Inside the door was a deep and long passage leading underground. Everyone stared at the man standing calmly at the door, speechless with astonishment. Especially Morong Shui, when she looked at Su Chen's back, her eyes no longer held awe, but rather a kind of fanatical worship. Miracle! This is absolutely a miracle. She had no doubt that if Su Chen's brain were dissected and studied, a shocking secret that would overturn the entire biological community would be discovered. This thought startled even herself. She quickly composed herself, but the scholar's curiosity about the unknown had already been completely ignited. That evening, the team set up camp and rested on a relatively safe platform inside the passage. Morong Shui sat alone in a corner, organizing the data she had collected during the day, but her mind was filled with images of Su Chen. She couldn't understand how a person's mental strength could be so powerful. Just as she was racking her brains trying to figure it out, Su Chen walked up to her with 2 cups of hot drinks. "What are you thinking about, Dr. Morong?" Mr. Su Morong Shui stood up in a flustered manner. "Have a seat." Su Chen handed her a hot drink. "Don't be so formal, just call me Su Chen." The two sat down side by side, and remained silent for a moment. Su Chen spoke first. "Aren't you curious about the truth of this world?" Morong Shui's heart skipped a beat. "What truth?" "About the origins of this world, about the gender imbalance, about the history that has been deliberately concealed." Su Chen's gaze was profound, as if he could see into her heart. Morong Shui's breathing became rapid. These are the ultimate mysteries she has sought to explore throughout her life. "What do you know?" She grabbed Su Chen's arm, her voice trembling slightly with excitement. Su Chen smiled but did not answer directly. "Want to know the answer?" His voice carried a deadly allure. "I can tell you, and even show you with my own eyes. But knowledge is never free." Morong Shui's face flushed red instantly. She certainly understood what Su Chen meant. She was a scholar, a woman who held reason and knowledge as her highest principles. But at this moment, faced with the immense temptation of seeking ultimate truth and the irresistible charm emanating from the man before her, her scholarly heart, which she had held fast to for over 30 years, was completely shaken. She did not pull her hand away. She simply kept her head down, her voice barely audible. "What do you want?" Su Chen smiled. He leaned down and whispered in her ear, in a voice only the two of them could hear. "What I want is very simple. I want you to be my teacher. Teach me everything you know. Let me also teach you some completely new knowledge that you've never experienced before." The warm breath brushed against her earlobe. Morong Shui's body trembled violently, and a strange tingling sensation instantly spread throughout her body. At this moment, her last line of defense completely collapsed. On this night, deep within the cold ruins, a lesson about knowledge and desire quietly unfolded. Su Chen used his most unique method to open a door to a new world for this knowledge-hungry female scholar. He also gained an unprecedented, intellectually and rationally profound blissful experience from this new teacher. Chapter 61: The Truth of the World. The night deep within the ruins is silent and long. When Morong Shui woke up from a bizarre dream, she found herself lying in Su Chen's arms. The man's breathing was steady, and his handsome profile appeared deep and captivating in the dim light of the emergency lamp. She was covered with Su Chen's coat, and his fresh and pleasant scent still lingered on her. Last night's crazy and extreme teaching replayed in her mind like a movie. She never imagined that her body, which was somewhat stiff from years of desk work, could burst forth with such amazing passion. She never imagined that the exchange of knowledge could bring such an intoxicating joy. Her cheeks flushed involuntarily again. She carefully sat up from Su Chen's arms, but startled the man beside her. Su Chen opened his eyes, looked at her with a hint of shyness and satisfaction, and smiled. "Teacher, are you awake?" Morong Shui lowered her head, not daring to look into his eyes. "Were you satisfied with last night's lesson?" Su Chen's voice carried a hint of teasing. Morong Shue's face turned even redder, and she nodded gently. Then, can I pay the tuition now? Su Chen pulled her back into his arms. Morong Shue knew he was referring to those secrets about the truth of the world. She looked up, her eyes filled with anticipation. Su Chen stopped keeping him in suspense. He selectively shared with Morong Shue some of the information he had obtained from the core of life and the conclusions he had deduced through his extraordinary intelligence. The world we live in may very well be just a giant laboratory. The so-called major gender mutation is not a natural disaster, but a man-made disaster. It is an unprecedented genetic selection and modification project led by an ancient civilization. Their goal may be to create a perfect society without war or conflict. They believe that eliminating male aggression, strengthening female leadership, and rebuilding a matriarchal society are the best ways to achieve this goal. Every word Su Chen uttered was like a thunderclap, exploding in Morong Shue's mind. Although she had similar suspicions before, she was still shocked to the point of no return when the cruel truth was confirmed by Su Chen. Then, what about the Empress? She asked in a dry voice. The Queen, and those so-called top families in Sky City, are very likely the ones who orchestrated that experiment back then, or their descendants. Su Chen's eyes turned cold. They are the administrators of this laboratory and the beneficiaries of this enormous lie. Morong Shue was completely speechless. She felt that her understanding of history and the world, built up over the past few decades, was completely overturned at this moment. Looking at the man before her, her admiration deepened even further. He not only possesses godlike power and wisdom, but also a terrifying insight that sees through the truth of the world. Then, what should we do? She asked subconsciously, having already regarded Su Chen as her only support. Find more evidence, and then reveal the truth to the public. A dangerous glint flashed in Su Chen's eyes. However, before that, we need to get the reward for this trip. He was referring to the treasure at the heart of the ruins. After resting, the team continued their journey into the deepest part of the ruins. With Su Chen as their human cheat code, the journey became exceptionally smooth from then on. Whether it's a complex trap or a powerful guardian monster, they are all utterly vulnerable in his presence. The guards of the Yi family had gone from initial suspicion to complete numbness and worship. They now looked at Su Chen as if he were a walking god. Finally, after passing through a long corridor covered with star maps, they arrived at the core area of the ruins. It was a circular hall that was larger than any space before. In the center of the hall, there were no crystal pillars or energy cores. There was only one enormous, obelisk-like structure made of black crystals. On the surface of the obelisk, countless pale blue data streams flowed rapidly like a waterfall. It's the final data archive. Morong Shue exclaimed excitedly. This place holds all the knowledge and secrets of this ancient civilization. Quick! Connect to the optical computer. Start copying data, she immediately ordered the technicians behind her. The Yi family's technicians quickly stepped forward and connected their top-of-the-line data storage device to the base of the obelisk. A massive data stream began to pour into the memory via fiber optic cables. However, the sheer volume of data far exceeded their expectations. No! The amount of data is too large. Our storage device can only copy less than 1% at most, a technician reported, his face pale. Moreover, the obelisk's energy is waning, and it will shut down completely in 10 minutes at most. Despair instantly enveloped everyone. They've come all this way through so many hardships, are they just going to watch this priceless treasure slip away right before their eyes? Just then, Su Chen walked to the obelisk again. He ignored the technicians who were frantically copying data. He simply reached out and pressed his hand once more against the cold, black crystal filled with data streams. What he needs to do is not copy. Instead, absorb. He mobilized his immense spiritual power, which, like an invisible giant net, instantly enveloped the entire obelisk. The next second, the waterfall-like flow of data from the obelisk seemed to have found an outlet, rushing into his mind at a speed 1,000 times faster than fiber optic transmission. Countless fragments of memory about ancient civilizations, more detailed and deeper, flashed wildly through his consciousness. A detailed blueprint for genetic engineering. The principles behind the application of psionic technology. Even the most crucial secret about the so-called Empress bloodline. He witnessed how the first Empress stole the final results of genetic modification through a bloody coup, turning all her opponents into dust in history. He also saw that the original founder of the so-called Rose organization was actually a male scientist who survived the coup that year. The truth of this world is far darker and more complex than he imagined. Just as Su Chen was immersed in this massive flow of information. An unexpected change occurred. Suddenly, a series of hurried footsteps came from the entrance of the hall. Who goes there? Fengwu and the Yi family guards, who were on guard, immediately raised their weapons. A dozen figures dressed in black, wearing ferocious fox masks, appeared at the entrance like ghosts. Their goal was clear: the obelisk in the center of the hall. They're from Rose. Yi Qingcheng's face instantly darkened. Unexpectedly, we would run into this legendary rebel organization here. Move. Destroy the obelisk before they do. Yi Qingcheng decisively issued the order. She knew very well that if this data fell into the hands of the rebels, it would have a devastating impact on the existing imperial order. A major battle is about to break out. However, at that moment, a clear, cool, yet familiar female voice came from behind the group of fox-masked people. Stop it, all of you. A woman in a wine-red dress, with a seductive figure, slowly emerged from the shadows. When Su Chen saw her face clearly, his pupils contracted sharply. It's her. Night Rose. Chapter 62: A Chance Encounter. The appearance of Li Yi instantly froze the tense atmosphere. She still had that languid yet dangerous demeanor, her wine-red dress swaying in the dim light, like a poisonous rose blooming in the night. Her gaze bypassed the Yi family guards and Fengwu, who were on high alert, and landed on the man who was still standing in front of the obelisk with a calm expression. Mr. Su Chen, we meet again. Her red lips curled slightly, her voice carrying a hint of amusement. It seems you are even more interested in the secrets of this world than I imagined. Su Chen slowly withdrew his hand from the now dim and dull obelisk. Just now, he had already absorbed all the information in the entire database into his mind. He looked at Li Yi, his eyes calm. Likewise, Miss Night Rose. Or should I call you, the leader of Rose? A hint of surprise flashed in Li Ye's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. It seems that Mr. Su knows more than I thought. The conversation between the two left everyone else present completely bewildered. Only Yi Qingcheng and Morong Shui's expressions changed drastically. Rebels? Yi Qingcheng looked at Li Yi, her eyes icy cold. How dare you show your face here? As the heir to one of the empire's top families, she was naturally familiar with the name Rose. They were a group of the most dangerous terrorists wanted by the empire. Miss Yi, I've long admired your name. Li Yi ignored Yi Qingcheng's hostility and simply said, we have no ill intentions towards the Yi family. Our only target today is this obelisk. Don't even think about it. Yi Qingcheng shouted sharply, the things here belong to our Yi family. Then there's nothing to talk about. Ryo's eyes turned cold. Make your move. At her command, the fox-masked figures behind her instantly unleashed a powerful aura and charged towards the Yi family. Protect Mr. Su. Yi Qingcheng immediately gave the order. Fengwu and the dozen or so Yi family guards went forward without fear. A chaotic battle erupted instantly. However, the battle situation has become one-sided. The members of the Rose organization have clearly undergone the most professional combat training. Their individual strength and teamwork are far superior to those of the greenhouse flowers of the Yi family. Their attacks were deadly and merciless. Although the Yi family's guards were well equipped, they were quickly forced to retreat under the enemy's fierce and relentless attacks, and faced constant danger. Even the powerful Fengwu was tightly entangled by three fox-masked men whose auras were equally strong, and she was unable to break free for the time being. Go, bring that man over here. Li Yi pointed at Su Chen, who was standing outside the battle circle, and ordered her last two subordinates. She realized that Su Chen was the core of this team. As long as he is kept under control, the Yi family will naturally be hesitant to act against him. The two fox-masked men obeyed the order and moved with lightning speed, flanking Su Chen from the left and right. Upon seeing this, Yi Qingcheng turned pale. Su Chen! Be careful! However, Su Chen remained standing still, motionless. He simply watched the two women rushing towards him, his eyes showing no emotion whatsoever. Just as the two men's claws were about to touch his body, he finally moved. No one saw his movements clearly. Everyone only saw a blur before their eyes, and then two black figures flew backward at an even faster speed than they had come. Bang! Bang! With two muffled thuds, the two Rose members, whose strength was comparable to that of Special Forces soldiers, crashed heavily into the wall in the distance, slid to the ground, coughed up blood, and instantly lost their fighting ability. The entire battlefield fell silent. Everyone stopped what they were doing and stared at the man who stood there, seemingly doing nothing, as if he were a monster. Ria's pupils suddenly contracted. She knew Su Chen was strong, but she didn't expect him to be this ridiculously strong. Sold out instantly. She effortlessly and easily dispatched 2 of her most elite henchmen. This strength completely exceeded her understanding of awakened ones. Shall we continue? Su Chen's gaze slowly fell on Li Yi. Li Yi's expression shifted between light and dark. She looked at her subordinates who had already gained the upper hand, but were now intimidated by Su Chen's aura and dared not step forward. She glanced again at the man who was unharmed, yet who gave her a chill. She knew that she had met her match today. Stop, she finally managed to give the order to retreat. The members of Rose were overjoyed and immediately put away their weapons, helped up their injured comrades, and quickly retreated behind Li Yi, watching Su Chen warily. The Yi family members also took the opportunity to retreat to Su Chen's side, each of them still feeling lingering fear. An eerie silence returned to the hall. 2 groups of people, centered around Su Chen, formed a standoff. It seems we need to talk again, Su Chen said, breaking the silence as he looked at Li Yi. What do you want to talk about? Li Yi's tone was no longer lazy and playful as before, but full of vigilance. Let's talk about cooperation. Su Chen's words stunned everyone. Cooperate with the rebels? Su Chen. Are you crazy? Yi Qingcheng was the first to object. They are the enemies of the empire. Cooperating with them is tantamount to trying to drag our entire Yi family down with us. The enemy? Su Chen laughed. Qingcheng, haven't you figured it out yet? He pointed at Li Yi, then at himself. We are the same kind of people. Our real enemy is not each other. His gaze seemed to pierce through the thick layers of earth, looking towards the sky city that stood above the clouds. It is the one who sets the rules, the one who has locked us all in this huge cage. Su Chen's voice echoed in the empty hall. Every word was like a heavy hammer blow, striking hard into the hearts of Li Yi and Yi Qingcheng. Li Yi looked at Su Chen, and for the first time, a genuine emotion called shock appeared in her deep eyes. She never expected that this man had already seen through the true nature of the world. Yi Qingcheng, on the other hand, was deeply confused. The education she received from childhood taught her to uphold the honor of her family and to abide by the order of the empire. But Su Chen's words were like a key, unlocking a door deep within her mind that had never been opened before. She looked at the man in front of her. He stood there as if he were the center of the world. He exudes an irresistible charisma that draws people in, making them want to follow and submit to him. Perhaps what he said is right. Would you 2 like to consider my proposal? Su Chen looked at the 2 women who were deep in thought and smiled confidently. He knew that a new game had begun. And he will be the sole player. Chapter 63 New Trump Card. The standoff in the hall reached an even more bizarre balance after Su Chen proposed cooperation. Yi Qingcheng was torn between her inner thoughts and her family's stance. Her upbringing and family's position made her instinctively resist any association with the Rose rebels. That would not only be antagonizing the empire, but would also plunge the entire Yi family into an abyss of no return. But when she looked at Su Chen, there was a power in that man's calm eyes that she couldn't refute. His words were like chisels, piercing through her preconceived notions and revealing a completely different world to her. We are the same kind of people. Our real enemy is not each other. Rather, it is the one who sets the rules, the one who has locked us all in this enormous cage. These words echoed repeatedly in her mind. She looked at Li Yi, that languid yet dangerous woman, her eyes no longer filled with hostility, but with a complex scrutiny. Li Yi was also looking at Su Chen, and the shock in her charming eyes had not yet completely faded. As the leader of Rose, she had seen countless people and events, but never had a man who could see through the essence of the world so clearly as Su Chen. This vision and perspective, even more so than his unfathomable strength, made her feel even more alarmed. Miss Yi, it seems your partner has a broader perspective than you think. Li Yi broke the silence first, her tone no longer playful, but serious. Yi Qingcheng's lips moved, but she didn't speak. She didn't know how to refute. This isn't the place to talk. Su Chen's gaze swept over the still frightened Yi family guards and the wary Rose members around him. Let us leave here first. As for the details of the cooperation, we can discuss them elsewhere. Li Yi gave him a deep look and nodded. Okay. This is my sincerity. She made a gesture, and the fox-masked people behind her, though unwilling, put away their weapons, helped their wounded companions, and quickly and orderly retreated into the shadows at the entrance of the hall, soon disappearing from sight. Let us go too, Su Chen said to Yi Qingcheng. The Yi family felt as if they had been granted a pardon. They quickly packed up their equipment, helped the wounded, and followed Su Chen as they evacuated the ancient ruins filled with secrets and dangers. The aircraft took off smoothly, heading towards a secret stronghold of the Yi family in a nearby city. Inside the cabin, the atmosphere was oppressive and silent. Everyone in the Yi family, including Feng Wu and Morong Shui, looked at Su Chen differently. If before it was reverence and worship, now it has an added sense of following and conviction. Yi Qingqing sat next to Su Chen, wanting to speak several times, but not knowing what to say. Still thinking about what just happened? Su Chen asked, his voice calm. I just don't understand, Yi Qingqing said in a low voice. Cooperating with Rose is too risky. Once the Empire discovers it, our Yi family? Qingqing, do you think we have any other choice now? Su Chen interrupted her. Do you think that even if we don't cooperate with Rose today, that high and mighty Empress will let our Yi family go? Yi Qingqing was stunned. The secrets within this obelisk are far more important than you imagine. Now, these secrets are all in my mind. Su Chen pointed to his temple. How long do you think this news can be kept secret? Once the people of Sky City find out, how do you think they will deal with me? And how will they deal with the Yi family who possess me? Su Chen's words made Yi Qingqing's face turn deathly pale instantly. She wasn't stupid, she immediately understood the implications. Yes, Su Chen himself is already a mobile treasure trove capable of overturning the entire imperial order. Whether he likes it or not, he has been thrust into the limelight and placed in opposition to those in power. From the moment the Yi family chose to stand with Su Chen, they had no way out. Instead of passively waiting for judgment, we should take the initiative and take our destiny into our own hands. Su Chen's voice carried a calming power. Although Rose is a rebel group, their goal is the same as ours. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. You should understand this better than I do. Yi Qingqing fell silent. After a long while, she finally raised her head and looked at Su Chen. All the confusion and struggle in her beautiful eyes had faded, leaving only determination. I understand. She took a deep breath. Su Chen, from now on, the Yi family will listen to you. Su Chen smiled. He knew that from this moment on, the helm of the Yi family's giant ship was truly in his hands. He pulled Yi Qingqing into his arms and whispered in her ear, "That's a good girl." The warmth of his breath made Yi Qingqing tremble slightly, and her cheeks flushed. She obediently leaned against his chest, feeling his strong heartbeat and a peace she had never known before. That evening, at one of the Yi family's private estates, Su Chen stayed alone in the luxurious room prepared for him. Instead of resting, he sat cross-legged on the floor, taking stock of his gains from the trip to the ruins. The greatest gain, of course, is the vast database in my mind, derived from ancient civilizations. That knowledge is all-encompassing, ranging from genetic technology to the use of psionic energy, and even includes the darkest origins of this world. Its value is immeasurable. Late at night, there was a gentle knock on the door. Su Chen, are you asleep? It was Yi Qingqing's voice. Not yet, come in. Yi Qingqing pushed open the door and entered. She had changed out of her adventure clothes and was wearing a silk nightgown, her exquisite curves faintly visible under the light. She held a glass of red wine, her face flushed with a captivating blush. Have a drink with me? She walked up to Su Chen and handed him the glass. Su Chen took the wineglass and drank it all in one gulp. Then, he pulled Yi Qingqing into his arms and made her sit on his lap. You must have been terrified today, he asked with a smile, pinching her delicate chin. With you here, I'm not afraid. Yi Qingqing met his gaze, her eyes filled with infatuation. Today, Su Chen showed her a completely different side of herself. That strategic brilliance, that disregard for imperial order, that invincible figure who could annihilate powerful enemies with a mere wave of his hand, all of these captivated her. She discovered that her infatuation with this man had penetrated to the bone and she was unable to extricate herself. That's good. Su Chen lowered his head and kissed her lips. The kiss carried a hint of soothing, but also a hint of forceful possession. Yi Qingqing responded enthusiastically, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck, giving him everything she had. The temperature in the room began to rise rapidly. The silk nightgown slipped down quietly. Two burning hot bodies were intertwined tightly on the soft carpet. Yi Qingqing never imagined that she would be so crazy. She abandoned all her reserve and pride, like a vine twining around a tree, using all her strength to please and demand. Su Chen, with his abilities that had already been enhanced to the extreme, led her to the peak of happiness time and time again. Chapter 64 Bargaining Chips. The next morning, Su Chen was still in bed when he was woken up by Yi Qingqing's communication request. On the screen, Yi Qingchang was dressed in a smart business suit, her hair neatly combed, and she had regained her decisive and ruthless CEO look. However, the spring-like feeling in her eyes and the gentleness between her brows could not be concealed. Li Yi's people contacted me. Yi Qingchang's tone was complicated. They want to meet you at noon today at a brewery in the west of the city. A brewery? Su Chen raised an eyebrow. They really know how to pick a location. I've already had the intelligence department investigate. That brewery has indeed been abandoned for many years, with complicated ownership and a lawless zone. However, our people discovered some unusual traces while scouting the perimeter. It's very likely that Rose has transformed it into a secret base. Yi Qingchang's expression was somewhat serious. Su Chen, this meeting will probably not be so simple. I know. Su Chen nodded. Help me prepare all the publicly available information about the Rose organization, as well as the background of Li Yi. Also, help me prepare some other things. Su Chen sent a list to Yi Qingchang. The list contained a wide variety of items, including high-precision electronic components, special alloy materials, and rare chemical reagents. Although Yi Qingchang didn't understand why Su Chen wanted these things, she didn't ask any further questions. She simply replied, "Okay, I'll have someone take care of it right away. I'll go with you at noon." "No need," Su Chen refused her. "If you go, you'll only become a burden to me. You just need to meet me outside." Yi Qingchang's lips moved, as if she wanted to refute, but when she thought of Su Chen's terrifying strength and her own pitiful combat power, she swallowed her words. She knew that Su Chen was telling the truth. "Then you must be careful," she said anxiously. "Rest assured." After hanging up the call, Su Chen sat up in bed. Instead of rushing out, he closed his eyes and began to organize the vast database in his mind. The knowledge from ancient civilizations is like an inexhaustible treasure trove. Last night, he only glanced through it once, but he already felt the power it contained, enough to overturn the world. Now, he needs to find something from this that he can use as leverage in today's negotiations. His mental energy sank into the sea of consciousness, and countless streams of data flashed rapidly through his mind. Genetic engineering, psionic technology, space theory, materials science, each field represents a peak that is unattainable in this era. Soon, his attention was drawn to a technology blueprint called bioarmor. This is a piece of individual combat equipment that perfectly combines biotechnology and mechanics. Unlike the Empire's existing bulky armor, it is like a thin layer of skin that can connect directly to the user's nervous system. It not only provides super strong defense and attack power, but can also change shape instantly according to the user's will. More importantly, this atlas contains a detailed record of the complete formula and a fatal flaw of the gene serum used by the fox-masked people of the Rose organization, which can temporarily enhance explosive power. Although that kind of potion can increase their strength dramatically in a short period of time, each use will cause irreversible damage to their genetic chain, greatly shortening their lifespan. This might explain why the members of Rose all look so young, yet always carry an air of lifelessness. This is it. A confident smile appeared on Su Chen's lips. He believed that when he presented this information to Li Yi, she would understand who the real leader was in this collaboration. Besides the bioarmor, Su Chen discovered some other interesting things. For example, a detailed structural diagram of the energy core of the Sky City. The city that floats above the clouds does not rely entirely on anti-gravity technology. At its core is a massive device that absorbs and transforms psychic energy. The device's energy source was the spiritual energy emitted by all living things on the entire surface of the Earth. In other words, Sky City is like a giant parasite, clinging to the surface world and draining everyone's life force to keep itself running. The so-called Empress is the highest-level administrator of this device. This discovery sent a chill down Su Chen's spine. The truth of this world was darker than he had imagined. Meanwhile, in the study of the manor, Morong Shui was wearing a pair of specially made optical glasses, intently analyzing the less than 1% of data that Su Chen had copied for her. Even this 1% contains knowledge that is enough to shock her, an expert in archaeology and ancient languages, like never before. This is incredible. This rune structure is actually a three-dimensional information carrier. It not only records text, but also sounds, images, and even emotions. Morong Shui murmured to herself, stroking a mysterious rune on the holographic projection. She felt that the knowledge system she had built up over the past few decades was incredibly fragile in the face of this ancient wisdom. "Dr. Morong, are you busy?" Su Chen's voice came from the doorway. Morong Shui snapped out of her daze, saw Su Chen, and quickly stood up, her eyes filled with awe and fervor. "Mr. Su, Mr. Su. You've arrived. The information you gave me is simply a miracle. Sit down, don't be so formal. Su Chen walked to her side, looking at the data on the screen. Any new discoveries? We've discovered so much. Morong Shui exclaimed excitedly. Based on the initial deciphering of these runes, I've discovered that this ancient civilization's technological development direction is completely different from ours. They seem to focus more on exploring the spiritual realm and life sciences. Moreover, I've also discovered some scattered records about major gender mutation. She paused here, her expression becoming somewhat serious. Those records are vague, but they all point to an unprecedented purification, suggesting that the anomaly back then was not a natural disaster. I know. Su Chen nodded. Morong Shui was stunned for a moment, then realized what she meant. Yes, this man has absorbed the entire database. He definitely knows far more than I do. Mr. Su, she looked at Su Chen, her eyes filled with curiosity. Could you teach me some more knowledge? Last night's exceptional teaching session left her wanting more. She discovered that engaging in intellectual exchange with this man not only brought her unprecedented joy but also allowed her to glimpse higher levels of truth. This temptation is fatal for a scholar. Su Chen smiled at her longing expression. He leaned down and whispered in her ear, of course. However, the tuition fee cannot be skimped on. The warm breath made Morong Shui's body tremble violently. She did not resist, but simply nodded gently, her face flushed. The study door was quietly closed. Another daytime teaching session began. With his extensive knowledge, Su Chen once again opened the door to a new world for this inquisitive female scholar. Morong Shui, with her intellectual and rational nature, paid the sweetest tuition fee for Su Chen. Around noon. Abandoned brewery in the west of the city. Su Chen arrived at the agreed location alone in an ordinary hovercar. The huge factory building was rusty and covered with vines, exuding an air of decay. As soon as he got out of the car, two women in black wearing fox masks appeared silently in front of him, blocking his way. Sister Yi is waiting for you inside, one of the women said in a cold voice. Su Chen didn't speak, but calmly looked at them. Then, he strode towards the factory gate. The two fox-masked men exchanged a glance, then stopped trying to stop him, remaining vigilant as they followed behind. Su Chen knew very well that today's negotiation would determine his future for a long time to come. He has already prepared his chips. Now, it all depends on whether the other party recognizes its value. Chapter 65: The Madman's Alliance. Step into the abandoned brewery. A strong, sour smell, a mixture of rust, dust, and the lingering odor of fermented alcohol, wafted over. Inside the enormous factory, the light was dim, with only a few rays of sunlight shining obliquely through the holes in the dome, forming beams of light in the air, with countless dust particles dancing in the beams. In the center of the factory, an open space has been cleared out. Ryo sat casually on an overturned oak barrel. Today, instead of her signature burgundy dress, she wore a sleek black bodysuit that perfectly accentuated her hot and powerful figure. Behind her stood a dozen or so Rose members wearing fox masks, each with a deep, imposing presence and sharp eyes, like a pack of cheetahs lurking in the darkness, ready to launch a fatal attack at any moment. Seeing Su Chen walk in alone, a hint of surprise flashed in Li Ye's eyes. She had originally thought that Su Chen would at least bring Fengwu, the ancient martial arts expert, along. Mr. Su, you really have guts. Li Yi stood up, crossed her arms, and looked at him with a half-smile. Likewise. Su Chen's gaze swept around, taking in the positions and auras of everyone present. Miss Night Rose's welcoming ceremony was quite unique. There's no other way. We're a rebel army, so we have to be careful in everything we do. Li Yi shrugged. After all, we're not like the eldest daughter of the Yi family, who has the wealth to squander. Every step we take is a dangerous one. Her tone carried a hint of self-deprecation, as well as a hint of probing. Su Chen smiled but didn't reply. He walked directly to the opposite side of Li Yi, pulled over another oak barrel, and sat down, his posture relaxed, as if he were not there to negotiate but to go on a picnic. Let us get straight to the point, Su Chen said, looking at her. You want the data from the obelisk, and I need your help. This is a deal, and I need to see your sincerity. Sincerity? Li Yi seemed to find it amusing. Mr. Su, you seem to have misunderstood something. Right now, it is you who need us, not the other way around. Without our Rose intelligence network and underground channels, even if you possess those secrets, you are nothing more than a dead man who is guilty of possessing a treasure. As for us, even without that data, we can still continue our business. Her words were blunt and filled with the oppressive force of someone in a superior position. The fox-masked figures behind her also took a step forward, and an invisible killing intent instantly enveloped the entire space. They wanted to give Su Chen a hard time. However, Su Chen's face remained calm. He simply looked at Li Yi and slowly said, "Is that so? What if I told you that the gene serum you're using now, which can boost explosive power in a short time, is burning your life force every time you use it? How long can your so-called career continue?" These words struck Li Yi and everyone behind her like a bolt from the blue. The smile on Li Yi's face froze instantly. The fox-masked figures behind her stirred with barely suppressed commotion. "You, how did you know?" For the first time, Li Yi's voice trembled slightly. The side effects of the gene editing agent are top secret information within the Rose organization, known only to core members. How did this man find out? I also know that the founder of this drug was one of the male scientists who survived the coup back then, and also the founder of Rose, right? Su Chen calmly dropped the second bombshell. Ria's pupils suddenly contracted. She looked at Su Chen, her eyes filled with horror. No more than 5 people know this secret. To avenge his fallen comrades and to restore power to men, he sacrificed himself to develop this incomplete potion. And you inherited his will, and you also inherited this curse. Su Chen's voice echoed in the empty factory. Am I right, Miss Night Rose? Ryo was completely speechless. She felt like she was naked in front of this man, with all her secrets laid bare before him. The fox-masked people behind her also took off their masks. What was revealed were young faces, yet they were sickly pale and lifeless. The look in their eyes when they looked at Su Chen was no longer hostile, but rather one of shock and a faint glimmer of hope. Who exactly are you? Li Yi's voice was hoarse. Who I am is not important. Su Chen stood up, walked up to her, and looked down at her. What's important is that I can help you solve this problem. He took a small data storage device out of his pocket and tossed it to Rai. Inside is the complete formula for that gene serum, as well as the method to completely eliminate side effects. There's also a small gift, a token of our cooperation. Li Yi instinctively caught the memory device. Her fingers were trembling slightly. A technician immediately stepped forward and connected the memory to the portable computer. When the technician saw the complete and perfect gene sequence map displayed on the computer screen, as well as another design blueprint called bioarmor, he let out a suppressed gasp. Sister Yi. Sister Yi, this is real. Li Yi's body jolted violently. She quickly walked to the personal terminal, looked at the content on the screen, and her breathing became rapid. She knew that Su Chen had given her more than just an improved medicine formula. What he gave her was the future of the entire Rose. It was the hope for all the sisters to survive. She slowly raised her head and looked at Su Chen. For the first time, her eyes, which always carried a sense of languor and danger, revealed an emotion called submission. What do you want? She asked. This time, her posture was extremely humble. What I want is very simple. A victor's smile appeared on Su Chen's face. First, I need your Rose intelligence network to work for me. I need to know the every move of all the top families in Sky City. Secondly, I need your underground channels to help me handle some shady matters, and cultivate a group of absolutely loyal forces that belong only to me. Third, Su Chen paused, his gaze becoming profound, I want you all to obey my orders from now on. What he wants is not cooperation. What he wants is to incorporate them. Looking at the ambitious man before her, Li Yi felt a surge of turmoil in her heart. But she knew she had no right to refuse. Or rather, she simply didn't want to refuse. This man is powerful, mysterious, and possesses wisdom and strength that they cannot match. Perhaps, only by following him can they truly realize that unattainable dream. Okay. Li Yi took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. From today onwards, Rose will follow your lead. The women behind her also knelt down on one knee in unison, their voices perfectly synchronized. Greetings, Chief. The sound echoed for a long time in the empty factory. Looking at the group of women swearing allegiance to him, Su Chen felt a surge of pride. He knew that from this moment on, he finally possessed the first power in the world that truly belonged to him. This power will be the sharpest sword in his hand, cutting through all thorns and pointing straight at the Sky City that stands above the clouds. A new game has been set up. And he will be the sole player. And no one is qualified to play against him. He walked up to Li Yi, reached out, gently lifted her chin, and planted a possessive kiss on her alluring red lips. Li Yi's body trembled slightly, but she did not resist. Instead, she closed her eyes and awkwardly responded to him. Chapter 66 Teaching and Training. The next few days, Su Chen's life became exceptionally busy and fulfilling. During the day, he would stay in the underground laboratory that Yi Qingcheng had urgently modified for him, using the knowledge in the database to conduct all sorts of incredible experiments. At night, he transforms into the strictest yet most generous teacher, providing comprehensive ability enhancement to the women around him. The first to be affected was naturally Feng Wu. As a martial arts practitioner, Feng Wu has the best physical foundation and the deepest understanding of qi. Su Chen sifted through and organized the knowledge about psychic energy application and human meridians in the database and then imparted it to her without reservation. This knowledge is far more profound and mysterious than the Heavenly Heart manual passed down by the Fengwu family for thousands of years. At first, Feng Wu was skeptical. But when she tried to circulate her inner energy as Su Chen instructed, she immediately felt a tremendous change. The internal energy that was originally like a stream within her body instantly became like a surging river under the new circulation route. She felt every cell in her body was cheering and filled with an unprecedented sense of power. How is this possible? Feng Wu sat cross-legged on the futon in the training room, feeling the immense power within her body, her face filled with shock. By simply changing the order of energy flow at a few acupoints, she felt that the bottleneck that had plagued her for many years was beginning to loosen. Nothing is impossible. Su Chen's voice came from behind her. Your ancient martial arts training methods are too conservative and primitive. The human body is far more mysterious and powerful than you imagine. He walked behind Feng Wu, stretched out his hands, and placed them on her smooth back. Relax, I'm here to help you. A gentle yet powerful energy instantly flowed from Su Chen's palm into Feng Wu's body. That energy was extremely pure, carrying a powerful life force, guiding the recently violent internal energy within Feng Wu's body to begin circulating in a more efficient and perfect way. Feng Wu's body trembled violently. She could clearly feel the burning heat from the man's palm, and the domineering yet gentle strength that she couldn't resist. A blush unconsciously rose to her cheeks. As Su Chen's energy flowed in, she felt her meridians being gradually widened and strengthened. Those previously blocked small meridians were also being cleared one by one. Her body, like a dried-up sponge, frantically absorbed this energy from the outside world, greedily enjoying the strange pleasure of being guided and connected by the strong. After an unknown amount of time, Su Chen slowly withdrew his hand. Feng Wu opened her eyes, a sharp glint flashing in them. She felt as if she had been reborn. I think I'm about to break through. Her voice trembled with excitement. That's not enough. Su Chen shook his head. Your body needs deeper nourishment. He leaned down and whispered in Feng Wu's ear, in a voice only the two of them could hear, Tonight, I will teach you the true method of cultivation. Feng Wu's body froze instantly. Her face flushed bright red instantly. But she did not refuse. Looking into Su Chen's deep eyes, she nodded as if possessed. Besides Feng Wu, Yi Qingcheng and Morong Shui also became Su Chen's main teaching subjects. Although they were not ancient martial arts practitioners, Su Chen used the principles of genetic engineering in the database to tailor two different enhancement programs for them. For Yi Qingcheng, Su Chen mainly focused on improving her physical fitness and mental resilience. He extracted a portion of the enhancement sequence without side effects from a genetic modification program called Divine Guards, and injected it into her body through a specially made nutrient solution and high-intensity physical training. Every training session made Yi Qingcheng feel like she had died once. But after training, the feeling of being filled with power and having her mind highly focused fascinated her. She found that she was not only more efficient at handling group affairs, but also more persistent and passionate in that area. As for Morong Shui, Su Chen's focus for strengthening her was more on intelligence and perception. He used some basic techniques from psychic technology to teach her how to train and develop her spiritual power through meditation. Morong Shui was a scholar, and her mental strength was far greater than that of ordinary people. Under Su Chen's guidance, she quickly mastered the knack. She discovered that her memory, logical thinking, and even intuition had been greatly improved. Many ancient runes that were previously incomprehensible can now be vaguely understood with just a glance. This feeling of rapid brain evolution brought her an intellectual and unprecedented and ultimate joy. Of course, Su Chen's teaching of them was not limited to daytime training. Nighttime is when he, as a teacher, truly demonstrates his teaching prowess. In his master bedroom, whether it's the proud Queen Yi Qingcheng, the intellectual female scholar Morong Shui, or the aloof ancient martial arts beauty Feng Wu, they will all shed their usual disguises and transform into the most devout students, learning the most primitive and profound knowledge under his guidance. Su Chen used his ability, which had been enhanced to the extreme by the system, to make them understand what true fusion of spirit and flesh really meant. He controlled their every bodily reaction and every tremor at will. He can make them forget all their troubles in the ecstasy of ultimate happiness. Congratulations, host, you have gained 20 bliss points. Congratulations, host, you have gained 18 bliss points. Congratulations, host, you have gained 25 bliss points. The system notification sounds kept ringing in his mind. In just a few days, he accumulated nearly 100 points of bliss. He didn't rush to use those points. He knew that his strength had entered a period of dormancy. Simply increasing attributes seems to provide only limited improvement. What he needs might be a qualitative leap. And this opportunity was hidden in the vast database in his mind. He is searching for the ultimate blueprint that will truly make him a god. He knew that once he found it, he could transform himself and the women around him into, truly, gods. Chapter 67 The First Move. While Su Chen was busy building his secret laboratory and cultivating his core team, Sky City was already in an uproar because of the news brought back by someone. The three major families, Wang, Li, and Zhao, jointly petitioned the royal court, impeaching the Yi family for colluding with the rebel army and attempting to obtain forbidden technology from ancient ruins. They requested the royal court to dispatch an inspectorate to conduct a thorough investigation of the Yi family. Suddenly, the Yi family was thrust into the spotlight. The group's stock price began to fluctuate, and many families that were originally on good terms with the Yi family began to adopt an ambiguous attitude and remain on the sidelines. The atmosphere inside the Yi family's ancestral home was somber. The head of the family, Yi Wanqing, sat in the main seat, her face so gloomy it could drip water. Below were several core elders of the Yi family, all of them looking worried. Patriarch, the three major families have come with great force this time, clearly intending to destroy our Yi family. Yes, the charge of colluding with the rebels is too serious. If it is proven true, our Yi family's century-old foundation will be destroyed. That girl Qingcheng is really something. How did she get herself into such big trouble? Listening to the elders' discussion, Yi Wanqing felt even more irritated. She was certainly aware of the seriousness of the situation. But she knew even more clearly that the root of the problem lay not with Yi Qingcheng, nor with Rose, but with that mysterious and unpredictable man, Su Chen. All she can do now is trust her daughter's judgment and believe that the man can turn the tide. Just when the Yi family was filled with panic, thinking that a great disaster was about to befall them, an even more explosive piece of news, at an incredible speed, instantly ignited public opinion throughout Sky City and even the upper echelons of the empire. The Wang family, a top family that has stood for hundreds of years, has had its core gene drug research and development department exposed to have huge financial black holes and serious violations. Detailed evidence, complete with video and audio recordings, was made public through an anonymous online channel. Evidence shows that over the past decade, the Wang family, taking advantage of their positions, secretly modified the formula for a new gene-enhancing drug worth tens of billions, commissioned by the imperial military for research and development. They replaced the most essential rare materials with genuine ones, and then resold the saved genuine materials at high prices through underground channels, enriching themselves. Meanwhile, those inferior potions with replaced formulas were brazenly delivered to the army on the imperial border. This news was like a nuclear bomb, exploding in the upper echelons of the empire. This is no longer a simple case of corruption, it is treason. It is a grave crime that threatens the very foundation of the nation. The imperial military is furious. The royal family is furious. That afternoon, the inspectorate and the royal guard directly seized all of the Wang family's related properties. The head of the family, Joanna Wang, and all the core members involved were arrested on the spot and taken away for investigation. A large family collapsed in just a few hours. This stunning reversal caught everyone off guard. The Li and Zhao families, who had originally planned to unite and watch the Yi family make a fool of themselves, immediately backed down and became cowards, afraid of getting burned. The Yi family, on the other hand, went from being at the center of public opinion to becoming the biggest beneficiary. The huge market gap left by the downfall of the Wang family presented them with a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yi Wanqing was stunned when she received the news. She remained stunned for a good 10 minutes before she recovered from the immense shock. She immediately dialed her daughter Yi Qingqing's number. "Qingcheng, what happened to the Wang family? Was it your doing?" Her voice trembled slightly. "Mom, I don't know what you're talking about." Yi Qingqing's answer was perfectly tactful. Yi Wanqing fell silent. She knew her daughter would never admit it. But she knew better than anyone that there weren't that many coincidences in this world. She couldn't think of anyone else but that man who could grasp the Wang family's most core secrets overnight and deliver a fatal blow with such precision and ruthlessness. Okay, I understand. Yi Wanqing took a deep breath. Tell Mr. Su that the Yi family will always be his strongest support. After hanging up the call, Yi Wanqing leaned back in her chair, feeling as if she had aged 10 years. Looking out the window at the cloud-shrouded city and the sky, for the first time, she felt a sense of awe for the world she had lived half her life in. She knew that the world was about to change. Meanwhile, in the underground laboratory of the suburban manor, Su Chen was looking at the live news about the downfall of the Wang family on his personal computer, a satisfied smile on his face. This was his first move. Precise, ruthless, and lethal in a single strike. He not only successfully rescued the Yi family from their predicament, but more importantly, he demonstrated his power to everyone. He wanted to let those high and mighty women know that he, Su Chen, was not a plaything they could manipulate at will. He is a new force capable of overturning the entire game. Leader, your methods have truly broadened my horizons. Li Ye's figure appeared at the laboratory door. She was still wearing a black, tight-fitting combat suit, and her eyes were filled with fanatical admiration as she looked at Su Chen. This is just the beginning. Su Chen turned around and looked at her. How's the task I entrusted to you going? It's all taken care of, Li Yi replied. As you instructed, we have taken advantage of the chaos caused by the downfall of the Wang family to place some of our core personnel in various important departments of Sky City. In addition, the batch of seeds you requested has been screened and is ready to be cultivated at any time. Very good. Su Chen nodded. His so-called seeds are young women selected from the slums who are exceptionally strong in both physical fitness and willpower. He wants to use the genetic technology in the database to transform them into super soldiers who are loyal only to him. Come on, take me to see our new recruits. Su Chen followed Li Yi to the deepest part of the laboratory. That was an even larger space, which had been transformed into a modern training base. Hundreds of girls, who looked to be only teenagers, thin and pale, but with exceptionally determined eyes, stood in a line, waiting for their king. When they saw Su Chen walk in, all the girls' eyes lit up with a burning light. They were all rescued from the deepest abyss of despair by Rose. They knew that the man before them would be their future god. Su Chen walked up to them, his gaze sweeping across each of their faces. From this day forward, you will forget your past and forget your names. His voice echoed across the empty training ground. You only have one code name, and that is Ghost. You all have only one mission, to obey my orders and fight for me. Are you willing? Willing. Hundreds of girls roared in unison, their voices shaking the heavens and the earth. A satisfied smile appeared on Su Chen's face. Chapter 68 Rewards and Temptations. The downfall of the Wang family stirred up a massive wave in Sky City, with an impact far more profound than Su Chen had anticipated. The most direct beneficiary was naturally the Yi family. Under Yi Wanqing's personal management, the Yi family swiftly and decisively absorbed the vast majority of the industries and market share left behind by the Wang family after their downfall. Within just a few days, the Yi family's overall strength had increased by nearly 30%, making them a behemoth in Sky City, capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the top old families. This tremendous achievement naturally went to Su Chen. Yi Wanqing personally visited the manor once again. This time, her posture was more humble than ever before. It even carried a hint of fawning and ingratiation. Mr. Su, this is a small token of our Yi family's appreciation. We hope you will accept it. In the reception room, Yi Wanqing respectfully pushed a thick document in front of Su Chen. That was an equity transfer agreement. The Yi family transferred 30% of the original shares of their core and most profitable gene pharmaceutical group to Su Chen free of charge. Based on market prices, this share is worth over 100 billion. This is a number that could drive anyone crazy. However, Su Chen merely flipped through the documents casually before tossing them aside, his face showing no emotion whatsoever. He is not pursuing these worldly things now. For him, money has become just a number. What he cared more about was Yi Wanqing's attitude. Patriarch Yi, thank you for your kindness, he said calmly. Of course, Yi Wanqing quickly replied. If it weren't for you, Mr. Su, our Yi family would probably be in dire straits by now. You have saved our Yi family. She paused, carefully observing Su Chen's expression, and tentatively asked, Mr. Su, do you have any other requests for our Yi family? We will do anything we can to help you, even at the cost of our lives. She was actively trying to tie the entire Yi family to Su Chen's cause. She was a shrewd businesswoman. She knew that the downfall of the Wang family was just the beginning. The future Sky City is bound to be a place of great upheaval and change. Su Chen, this mysterious and unpredictable man with extraordinary abilities, will be the most worthwhile investment opportunity and a potential stock in this storm. Su Chen found her cautious demeanor somewhat amusing. He knew that this woman had been completely subdued by his methods. As for requirements, I don't have any for now. Su Chen leaned back on the sofa and shifted to a more comfortable position. I'm not one to beat around the bush. I'll just ask when I need it. Yes, Mr. Su is a straightforward person. Yi Wanqing nodded quickly. Then, I won't disturb Mr. Su's rest any longer. After saying that, she tactfully got up to take her leave. After seeing Yi Wanqing off, Yi Qingcheng emerged from behind the screen. She looked at the equity agreement worth hundreds of billions on the table with a complicated expression. You're richer than me now. She walked up to Su Chen, her tone carrying a strange emotion. What, are you afraid I won't want you anymore? Su Chen pulled her into his arms and teased her with a smile. I'm not afraid at all. Although Yi Qingcheng said this, her body language betrayed her, and she leaned tightly into his arms. Even if you become the richest man in the world, you will still be my man, Yi Qingcheng's man. Su Chen smiled and did not refute. He knew that he had completely conquered this woman. Her pride and her possessiveness now bloom only for him. The name Su Chen has now become a taboo and a legend in the upper-class circles of Sky City. Everyone knows that the rise of the Yi family is inextricably linked to this mysterious man. Although no one knows exactly what he did, the bloody example of the Wang family is right before our eyes. In an instant, countless olive branches came from all directions to Su Chen. Those top families who had once looked down on Su Chen all sent people to deliver generous gifts, wanting to befriend him. The back end of Heart Signal was overwhelmed with all sorts of exorbitantly priced reservations. There are women offering 50 million just to have dinner with him. Some are willing to offer their private island just to spend one night with him. Even members of the imperial family expressed goodwill to him through clandestine channels. Su Chen became the most sought-after hot commodity in this power arena. Su Chen ignored all these temptations. He knew very well that these women were only interested in the power he displayed to stir up trouble. Their purpose is nothing more than to win them over or to exploit them. It's not time for him to directly engage with these top powers yet. After all, no matter how strong he is still just a mortal. They still had no power to fight against the imperial machine. What he needs to do now is to continue accumulating strength and wait for the right opportunity. That night. Underground training base. Su Chen looked at the hundreds of ghost girls in front of him, a satisfied expression on his face. Through his use of gene editing agents and special training methods, these girls have been completely transformed. Their originally frail bodies became strong and full of power. Their eyes became sharp and full of vitality. More importantly, they have planted an imprint of absolute loyalty to Su Chen in their hearts. Very good. Su Chen looked at them. Starting tomorrow, you will begin the second phase of training. I will divide you into 10 teams, each led by one of Rose's best instructors, to carry out some real combat missions. I don't care what methods you use, whether it's assassination, infiltration, or a frontal assault. I only care about the results. 1 month from now, I want to see you all with the blood of the enemy on your hands. I want you to become the most feared ghosts walking in the darkness. Did you understand? Clear. The girls roared in unison, their shouts nearly shaking the entire underground base. After arranging the training plan for the Ghost Legion, Su Chen returned to the master bedroom of the manor. Inside the room, Yi Qingcheng and Morong Shui had been waiting for a long time. They were wearing thin pajamas, and one of them sat on the edge of the bed, wiping a sharp longsword. One of them leaned against the headboard, quietly reading a thick ancient book. Upon seeing Su Chen enter, they simultaneously put down what they were holding and came to greet him. You're back? Yi Qingcheng's voice carried a hint of laziness. Su Chen nodded and sat down on the edge of the bed. Morong Shui naturally knelt behind him and began to massage his shoulders. Yi Qingcheng knelt in front of him and took off his shoes and socks. Su Chen closed his eyes, enjoying this emperor-like treatment. Su Chen, Morong Shui's voice came from behind, I've made a startling discovery while analyzing the information you gave me recently. Oh? Su Chen opened his eyes. I discovered that ancient civilizations seem to mention a kind of Stargate technology that allows for space jumps. Morong Shui's tone was filled with excitement and uncertainty. If this technology is real, then we. I know, Su Chen interrupted her. Of course he knew. The database contains not only construction diagrams of stargates, but also complete star maps. Looking at the two women in front of him who were already devoted to him, a sudden desire welled up in his heart. Would you like to go and see the scenery beyond this world? He asked with a smile. Yi Qingcheng and Morong Shui both shuddered simultaneously. They looked at Su Chen, their eyes filled with shock and fervor. Consider tonight your reward. Su Chen pulled both of them into his arms at the same time. Let me see the results of your recent learning as well. The room's lighting had somehow become ambiguous. A teaching session filled with rewards and temptations has begun once again. Chapter 69: The Lost Temple. Late at night. On the huge round bed in the master bedroom, Yi Qingcheng and Morong Shui lay on Su Chen's chest like two lazy cats, one on each side, their faces flushed with satisfaction. The exhilarating teaching session they just attended gave them an unprecedented sense of satisfaction, both physically and spiritually. Especially Morong Shui, this intellectual female scholar, completely opened herself up under Su Chen's guidance. She discovered that this deep fusion of mind and body not only brought her ultimate pleasure, but also stimulated her brain's potential, giving her a deeper understanding of profound knowledge. Su Chen, what you just said, is it true? Yi Qingqing's fingers gently tapped on Su Chen's firm pectoral muscles, her voice carrying a hint of uncertainty. What? You just said that, have you forgotten? What did you mean by saying you wanted to see beyond the world? Su Chen smiled and pinched the tip of her pert nose. Of course it's true, but not now. Although he possessed complete Stargate technology and star maps, the materials and energy required to build a Stargate were astronomical. With his current strength and resources, it is far from enough. Moreover, he has not yet fully unraveled the secrets of this world itself. The high and mighty Empress and the mysterious Sky City weighed heavily on his heart like two mountains. He can't go anywhere until these problems are resolved. Then, what do we need to do? Morong Shui also raised her head, her eyes, which always held a thirst for knowledge, were now filled with anticipation. Wait, Su Chen said, uttering only one word. He was waiting for an opportunity. An opportunity that would allow him to wipe out all his enemies in one fell swoop. And this opportunity was hidden in the vast database in his mind. The days that followed. Su Chen once again entered a state of focused cultivation. He entrusted all matters to Yi Qingcheng and Li Yi to handle. One operated in the open, the other in the shadows, managing his newly formed power in an orderly manner. He himself devoted all his energy to analyzing that ancient database. It's like an endless maze. Every time you delve deeper, you discover new surprises. He discovered that the so-called psychic energy is, in essence, a high-dimensional energy originating from the mental activities of living beings. Every person, and even every living being, in this world is constantly radiating this energy. Sky City utilizes a massive psychic matrix to collect the psychic energy of the entire planet and convert it into energy to sustain the city's operation. At the same time, he also discovered the most crucial secret about the Queen's bloodline. It turns out that the so-called Empress was not a hereditary ruler. Each Empress is selected through a brutal selection process, chosen from among all the most outstanding women in the Empire, as the individual with the highest compatibility with the psionic matrix. Once chosen, she will become the Matrix's core processor, possessing supreme power to mobilize the psionic energy of the entire planet. But at the same time, she will also be forever bound to that cold throne, becoming a part of the Matrix. She will lose herself, lose her emotions, and become an absolutely rational god who maintains the imperial order. This discovery evoked in Su Chen a complex, even sympathetic, feeling towards the Empress he had never met. But sympathy is sympathy, and an enemy is still an enemy. Su Chen continued to delve deeper into the database. He believed that since there was a control system called the psionic matrix, there must be a way to break it or even reverse control of it. Finally, he found what he was looking for in an inconspicuous encrypted folder. It was an incomplete logbook, left by one of the original designers of the psionic matrix, a male scientist. The log records that when he designed the matrix, in order to prevent the matrix from going out of control or being misused by later generations, he secretly left a backdoor program. He hid this backdoor program in a little-known, independent secondary matrix core. And the location of that secondary matrix core is a lost temple? Su Chen frowned slightly as he looked at the place name recorded in the log. He had never heard of this place before. Neither the Empire's official records nor Rose's secret intelligence contain any information about the lost temple. It's as if this place never existed in this world from the very beginning. Looks like I need to ask a professional. Su Chen ended his meditation, got up, and walked towards Morong Shue's study. At this moment, Morong Shue was wearing glasses and concentrating intently on translating a stone slab she had brought back from the ruins. Busy? Su Chen walked up behind her and naturally massaged her shoulders. Morong Shue responded without turning around, still focused on her work. This stone slab records a very peculiar ancient sacrificial ritual. They were not worshipping gods, but something known as the Eye of the Stars. Her voice was filled with confusion. Eye of the Stars? Su Chen's heart stirred. He remembered that the male scientist in the log had mentioned this term as well. The Lost Temple, do you know this place? Su Chen asked directly. Morong Shue's body suddenly stiffened. She slowly turned her head, took off her glasses, and looked at Su Chen with an unprecedented look of shock. How did you know about this place? Her voice trembled slightly with excitement. So you knew all along. Su Chen understood as he looked at her reaction. This is a place that only exists in legends. Morong Shue's breathing became rapid. There are scattered records of it in the oldest, taboo documents. Legend has it that it is the origin of an ancient civilization and a sacred place where they communicated with the gods. But for thousands of years, no one has ever actually found it. She looked at Su Chen, her eyes burning with fervor. You found a clue to it? I guess so, Su Chen nodded. An unparalleled light instantly shone in Morong Shue's eyes. For a historian and archaeologist, finding the lost temple is equivalent to finding the ultimate, coveted holy grail of this world. Take me with you. Please, she pleaded humbly, grabbing Su Chen's arm. She was willing to give everything in her quest for truth. Su Chen smiled as he looked at her fervent expression. He leaned down and whispered seductively in her ear, of course, but before we set off, shouldn't you pay today's tuition? Morong Shue's face flushed red instantly. Without the slightest hesitation, she stood on tiptoe and took the initiative to kiss Su Chen's lips. Ancient books were scattered all over the study. A deeper lesson on knowledge and truth quietly unfolded in the afternoon sunlight. Su Chen also obtained the new clues he wanted during this lesson. Chapter 70 The Night Before the Storm. Having found the crucial clue of the lost temple, Su Chen's entire plan immediately became clear. His goal was no longer simply to accumulate strength and confront Sky City head-on. Instead, the goal is to find that secondary matrix core and, fundamentally, seize control of this world. This is undoubtedly a risky move, but it is also the only opportunity for him to turn the tables and become the true player. He immediately summoned his core team, Yi Qingcheng, Li Yi, Fengwu, and Morong Shue, and held a secret meeting in the underground laboratory. When Su Chen revealed his entire plan, all the women present were shocked like never before. Controlling the psionic matrix? This is insane. Yi Qingcheng was the first to object. That's the core of the entire empire. Not to mention us, even if all the families of Sky City united, they couldn't shake it in the slightest. How do you know it's impossible if you don't try? Ria's eyes gleamed with excitement. Leader, I support you. The Sisters of Rose have had enough of this life of hiding. Rather than living like rats in the shadows, let's go all out and do something big. Fengwu didn't speak, but her clenched fists and resolute gaze made her stance clear. Since following Su Chen, her vision has long since expanded beyond her personal martial arts cultivation. Morong Shue was so excited that her face turned red. The Lost Temple. If we can really find it, we might be able to unlock all the secrets of this world. Mr. Su, whatever decision you make, I will always be your most loyal follower. Looking at the three women's fanatical eyes, Yi Qingcheng felt a deep sense of powerlessness. She found that she seemed to be the most conservative one in this small group. She shook her head with a wry smile and looked at Su Chen. Fine, since you're all crazy, then I can only go crazy with you. She paused, her expression turning serious. However, the Lost Temple only exists in legends. How can we find it? All eyes were focused on Su Chen. Su Chen smiled and turned his gaze to Morong Shue. This will have to rely on our Dr. Morong. Morong Shue was taken aback. Me? Yes. Su Chen nodded. According to the information I have, the location of the Lost Temple is not fixed. It is hidden by a powerful spatial technology and will randomly jump between a few fixed coordinate nodes every once in a while. And the key to unlocking these nodes is hidden in the oldest documents that the Empire has listed as taboo. Su Chen looked at Morong Shui with eyes full of trust. I believe that with your professional knowledge, you will definitely be able to find the clues we need from those vast ancient books. Entrusted with such an important task by Su Chen, Morong Shui felt an unprecedented sense of mission. I will do my best. Her voice trembled slightly with excitement. After the meeting ended, the entire team immediately began operating at high speed. With the help of the Yi family and Xiangwei, Morong Shui gained access to the top floor of the Imperial Royal Library, the Hall of Sacred Words, which houses all forbidden documents. She devoted herself to studying old documents day and night, embarking on a long and arduous task of deciphering the mystery. Yi Qingqing then mobilized all of the Yi family's wealth and connections to begin preparing supplies and equipment for this unknown expedition. From state-of-the-art all-terrain vehicles to special operations suits capable of withstanding extreme environments, they have it all. Li Yi and her Rose were responsible for intelligence gathering and perimeter security. Their spies are spread throughout every corner of the empire, and no matter what happens, nothing can escape their eyes. Feng Wu and the girl squad named Ghost were undergoing hellish training in the underground base. Su Chen taught them some simple and efficient fighting techniques and killing skills from the database. These girls are improving their strength by leaps and bounds, transforming from a group of naive young girls into true, cold-blooded warriors. Su Chen himself spent most of his time accompanying and guiding the women who were with him. He knew that the future of this expedition was uncertain. He must secure his rear completely before leaving. Whether it's Yi Qingqing, Li Yi, Feng Wu, or Morong Shui, each of them is an indispensable part of his plan. He needs them to at least have the ability to protect themselves. The best way, of course, is to engage in the deepest communion between the spirit and the flesh. In each teaching session, their dependence on Su Chen grew day by day. Their strength also improved by leaps and bounds under Su Chen's nourishment. The entire manor presents a thriving and harmonious scene. However, Su Chen and the others were unaware of this. Just as they were making preparations in full swing, an even greater storm, aimed at them, is quietly brewing at the very top of Sky City. Deep within the palace. Inside the core hall of the psionic matrix, forever shrouded in coldness and majesty. A woman dressed in a magnificent royal robe, with a face so perfect it seemed otherworldly, sat quietly on the throne made of pure white crystal. She was the supreme ruler of the empire, the Empress. A massive light screen floated before her. On it, all the intelligence regarding the downfall of the Wang family and the rise of the Yi family was displayed. The Yi family. Su Chen. The Empress's lips parted slightly, uttering two cold names. Her voice was devoid of any emotion, as if it were the most advanced intelligent computer performing data analysis. Order the Inspector General, Rolling, to personally lead a team to Tsangyun City. I want to know everything about this man. If any anomalies are found. A chilling, icy blue light flashed in her eyes. Clear it on the spot. Yes, Your Majesty. A respectful voice rang out in the empty hall. Immediately, a short-haired woman in a black uniform, with a straight posture, stepped out of the shadows, knelt on one knee, and received the order. A storm is coming. Su Chen, who was at the center of the storm, was completely unaware of this. He was lying on the large bed in the master bedroom, enjoying the ultimate sensory feast brought to him by several stunningly beautiful women of different styles. This may be the calm before the storm. Chapter 71. A terrifying name. The night was as dark as ink. The manor was silent, save for the soft clicking of the patrolling guard robots. Inside the master bedroom, a team building session that lasted for several hours had just come to an end. Yi Qingqing, Li, Feng Wu, and Morong Shui, for women who could stand on their own in the outside world, were now lying lazily and haphazardly beside Su Chen, as if they had lost their bones. Su Chen sat up refreshed, looking at his victory with a satisfied smile. He discovered that this multi-person teaching not only allowed him to reach greater bliss, but also enabled him to gain a deeper understanding and control over his enhanced abilities through feedback from different women's bodies. He can now control the pace and intensity of each of their ascents to the clouds at will. He was like a top-notch hypnotist, able to easily make their souls tremble under his control. He quietly got out of bed without disturbing any of the women who were still sleeping. He walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the brightly lit Tsangyun City, and felt a sense of peace. Everything was proceeding smoothly and according to his plan. The Ghost Legion is growing stronger, and Morong Shui is also making progress in deciphering the Lost Temple. Before long, he will be able to embark on a new journey. However, at that moment, a faint, yet intensely malevolent killing intent flashed away without warning from a corner of the manor. Su Chen's pupils suddenly contracted. His physique, strengthened to the extreme, gave him the instincts of a wild beast. He could clearly sense that something extremely dangerous had infiltrated. Moreover, the other party's target is very clear, themselves. They arrived so quickly. In Su Chen's mind, alarm bells rang instantly. He originally thought that it would take at least some time before Sky City would react. Unexpectedly, the other party's actions were so swift and covert. They were able to break through the Yi family's top-level security system and infiltrate here silently. The person who came is definitely not to be underestimated. Su Chen kept quiet. He didn't want to disturb the women in bed. He simply poured himself a glass of water, pretending nothing was wrong, and then slowly walked out of the bedroom. The corridor was quiet. The warm-colored wall lamp emits a soft glow. Su Chen's steps were light, but his spirit had been raised to its peak. He could clearly hear his own heartbeat, and another, faint breathing sound that was almost blending into the environment. That breathing sound came from the ventilation duct in the ceiling. Su Chen walked to the corner of the corridor and pretended to stretch. The instant he raised his arm. Call out. A faint whooshing sound suddenly rang out from the ventilation opening above his head. A poison needle, gleaming with a chilling blue light, shot silently toward the back of his neck at supersonic speed. This strike was fast, accurate, and ruthless. Moreover, the angle was tricky, and the timing was absolutely perfect. Any master of ancient martial arts would probably find it difficult to avoid. However, Su Chen's reaction was even faster. He didn't even turn around. The body shifted half a meter to the side in an instant, defying the laws of physics. The deadly poison needle grazed his neck and embedded itself deeply into the opposite wall. Sizzle. On the wall, the hard special alloy was corroded into a small hole emitting black smoke the moment it came into contact with the poison needle. What a potent poison! A cold glint flashed in Su Chen's eyes. The first shot missed, but the person inside the ventilation duct did not hesitate for a moment. Boom! The ceiling suddenly exploded. A dark figure, like a ghost, descended from the sky. She was an exceptionally petite woman, wearing a black bodysuit that perfectly hugged her body curves, and a plain white mask without any patterns on her face. In her hands, she held two short blades that gleamed with a ghostly blue light, like the fangs of a viper. Her body twisted in mid-air in an incredible way, the twin blades transforming into a whirlwind of death, slashing towards Su Chen's chest. She exuded a pure, emotionless, and icy killing intent. This is a top-tier assassin. Good timing. Instead of retreating, Su Chen advanced, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. He wanted to see just how powerful the world's top combat force really was. He didn't use any weapon, he simply raised his fist. Bang! The fist collided violently with the whirlwind of death. A visible shockwave suddenly spread outwards from the two people. The walls on both sides of the corridor cracked under the impact of the shockwave. The white-masked assassin let out a muffled groan, his body flying backward uncontrollably. Su Chen swayed slightly before standing firmly in place. In a head-on clash, the opponent was utterly defeated. The white-masked assassin performed a graceful somersault in the air, dissipating the force, and landed steadily on the ground. She looked at Su Chen, and for the first time, a look of shock appeared in her eyes, which were hidden behind the mask. She hadn't expected that her target's physical strength would be so terrifying. Her greatest skill was using speed and technique to carry out deadly assassinations. But her most prized attack couldn't even break through his defenses. Without further hesitation, her body instantly transformed into a series of afterimages, circling around Su Chen and beginning to move at high speed. Countless deadly blades flashed from all directions, blocking all of Su Chen's escape routes. However, Su Chen simply stood still, motionless. Faced with his powerful mental strength, all of the opponent's attack routes and all possible variations were instantly predicted in his mind. He doesn't even need to use his eyes to see. He simply acted on his body's instincts, casually reaching out to block, grab, or flick. Ding! Ding! Clang! Clang! The crisp, metallic clanging sounds echoed densely in the corridor. All of the white-masked assassin's attacks were effortlessly and casually neutralized by him in an almost artistic manner. The more frantic her attacks, the more intense her horror became. She felt as if she wasn't attacking a human being. It's more like attacking an unshakable machine. Want to continue? Su Chen's voice rang out leisurely. I'm already tired of seeing your moves. The words fell. He finally took the initiative. His figure vanished from the spot in an instant. The white-masked assassin's pupils suddenly contracted. She felt an irresistible sense of crisis completely enveloping her. She wanted to hide, she wanted to retreat. But it was too late. A hand like an iron clamp had silently gripped her slender neck. She was lifted into the air. The white-masked assassin struggled violently, wildly slashing at Su Chen's arm with his twin blades. But it didn't work. The sharp blade, capable of slicing through alloy, struck his arm, producing only a series of ear-piercing scraping sounds, leaving not even a white mark. Despair overwhelmed her in an instant. "Tell me, who sent you?" Su Chen's voice was cold, yet filled with an undeniable authority. The white-masked assassin did not answer. A resolute glint flashed in her eyes. She gritted her teeth suddenly. The venom sac hidden inside the tooth ruptured instantly. However, Su Chen was faster than her. He gripped her chin with a slight pressure. Click! A crisp sound of bone cracking. He crushed the white-masked assassin's jaw. The intense pain made even suicide a distant dream for her. Just then, the bedroom door was suddenly pushed open. Yi Qingcheng, Li, Fengwu, and Murong Shui, hearing the commotion outside, had already dressed and rushed out. When they saw the white-masked assassin in Su Chen's hand, being held like a chick and still struggling, they were all speechless with shock. Su Chen ignored their shock. He walked up to the white-masked assassin, reached out, and slowly removed the mask from her face. Beneath the mask was an unusually young, even somewhat immature, face. He looks to be no more than 15 or 16 years old. But her eyes were cold, numb, and devoid of any emotion. This is a killing machine, raised from childhood. Su Chen looked at her and slowly spoke, his voice carrying a hint of inexplicable emotion. Loling sent you? Upon hearing the name, the girl's body trembled violently. For the first time, fear appeared in those numb eyes. Chapter 72. The new king arrives. The air in the corridor seemed to freeze at freezing point because of Su Chen's last question. Yi Qingqing looked at the white-masked assassin, whose jaw had been crushed by Su Chen and who was now suspended in mid-air, with a look of surprise and uncertainty. She couldn't understand why Su Chen knew the name Lorraine. This name is a top-secret information throughout the entire empire. Aside from a handful of people at the very top of Sky City and the inspectorate members who live in the shadows, almost no one knows about it. Ria's pupils contracted the most. As the intelligence chief of the Rose organization, her fear of this name was deeper than anyone else's. Rolling, the chief inspector of the Imperial Inspectorate, is the sharpest and bloodiest blade in the Empress's hand. She was like a grim reaper walking among humans, specifically tasked with eliminating any abnormal factors that posed a threat to the Empire's rule. Over the years, countless resistance organizations and families with ulterior motives have been silently wiped out by this woman. The Rose organization was a key target of her attention. Li Yi had dreamt of this woman's face more than once in her nightmares. But now, this name, which strikes fear into the hearts of the entire underworld, is being uttered so casually by Su Chen. The white-masked assassin, who had been utterly despondent and seeking only death, finally felt fear for the first time when he heard the name Loling. It was a tremor that came from the depths of the soul and could not be concealed. She looked at Su Chen as if he were a devil more terrifying than Chief Executive Officer Rolling. Looks like I guessed right. Su Chen understood as he looked at her reaction. He released his grip on her neck, but his other hand, which was holding her chin, did not let go. He threw her on the ground like trash. Take her to the basement and lock her in a room, Su Chen ordered Li Yi behind him, his tone calm but carrying an undeniable authority. Find a doctor to put her jaw back on. Don't let her die. Yes, leader. Li Yi immediately came to her senses. She gave a wink to the two Rose members behind her, and the two immediately stepped forward and dragged the assassin, who was still twitching on the ground but unable to make a sound, away like a dead dog. You guys go back to sleep too, it's nothing serious, Su Chen said, turning around to Yi Qingqing and the other two women who were still in shock. The three women exchanged glances, and each saw deep worry in the other's eyes. Nothing serious? An assassin who can silently infiltrate the Yi family's top-level security system, a killer from the Empire's most mysterious and terrifying inspectorate, is this not a big deal? Su Chen, what exactly happened? Yi Qingqing stepped forward, grabbed Su Chen's arm, and asked urgently, why did Luo Lin and the others send people to kill you? Just a self-righteous woman. Su Chen patted her hand to reassure her. As for the reason, it's simple, we've made too much noise and attracted the attention of some people. His gaze seemed to pierce through the ceiling, looking towards the distant Sky City. It seems that Her Majesty the Empress, who is high and mighty, is starting to get restless. Upon hearing the word Empress, Yi Qingchang and Morong Shui's faces instantly turned deathly pale. To ordinary people in this world, the Empress is a god. It is the supreme and inviolable being. Now, it seems that they have unknowingly placed themselves on the opposite side of God. Only Feng Wu, whose cool and aloof face also carried a solemn expression, showed an even stronger sense of eagerness to fight. Ever since witnessing Su Chen's godlike power, her pursuit of the ultimate martial arts has no longer been limited to personal cultivation. What she craves is a broader stage, to spar with even more powerful enemies. What should we do now? Morong Shui's voice trembled slightly. When soldiers come, we'll block them. When water comes, we'll dam it. A playful smile appeared on Su Chen's face. If they want to play, then we'll play along and have some fun. Looking at the three stunningly beautiful women before him, each with her own unique charm, who now belonged entirely to him, his interest surged once more. However, before that he reached out and pulled Yi Qingchang and Feng Wu into his arms, one on each side, while his other hand lifted Morong Shui's chin. Our team building session just now, it seems, isn't it over yet? Tonight, I will show you what true power is. In the deepest interrogation room of the underground base. The lights were a stark white. The female assassin whose jaw was crushed by Su Chen was currently tied to a specially made metal chair. Her chin had been reattached using the most professional techniques by the doctor that Li Yi had found, but the excruciating pain still left her covered in cold sweat. Her name is Yingxi, and she is the 7th person in the Ying series of the Inspectorate. From the time she could remember, she had been undergoing the most brutal training in that hellish place. She was stripped of her name, stripped of her emotions, and instilled with a single belief. It means obeying orders and completing tasks. J.K. Rowling is their god. She was someone they both respected and feared. She never imagined that she would fail her mission one day. He never imagined that he would fall into the hands of the enemy. She was prepared to endure any form of torture. In her mind, falling into the hands of the enemy meant only one fate, to die in endless torment. However, when the interrogation room door opened and the man walked in, a fear even stronger than the fear of facing death welled up in Yingxi's heart. Su Chen didn't bring anyone with him. He simply moved a chair over and sat opposite Yingxi, quietly watching her. He didn't speak or make any move. But those deep eyes were like two bottomless abysses, threatening to suck her soul in completely. Yingxi felt that all her secrets and thoughts were laid bare under that gaze. Time passed, second by second. In the interrogation room, only the faint breathing of the two people could be heard. Under the invisible pressure from Su Chen, Yingxi's psychological defenses are crumbling little by little. Finally, she couldn't hold back any longer. What do you want to know?" she asked, her voice hoarse and dry. "Your name," Su Chen finally spoke, his voice calm. "I have no name, only a code name, Shadow 7. Who gave you the code name?" "Chief of Staff Rowling." "What kind of person is she?" Shadow 7 fell silent. She didn't know how to describe that woman. In the hearts of these shadows, Director Rowling is invincible, perfect, and a god to whom they must pledge their lives. But at the same time, she is also the most terrifying devil. She will use the cruelest methods to punish those who fail in their missions or show the slightest dissent. It seems you're very afraid of her. Su Chen smiled when he saw her conflicted expression. He stood up, walked to Yingxi, reached out and gently placed his hand on the top of her head. Yingxi's body trembled violently. She thought Su Chen was going to torture her, and she instinctively closed her eyes. However, the expected pain did not come. A gentle yet powerful energy, brimming with life, slowly flowed from Su Chen's palm into her mind. That energy, like a pair of gentle hands, soothed her nerves, which were taut with fear and pain. She felt a warmth seep into her long-numbed, cold heart at that moment. What is this?" Yingxi opened her eyes in surprise and looked at the man in front of her. "From today onwards, you are no longer Shadow 7. Su Chen's voice carried a peculiar magic that seemed to reach the depths of one's soul. "Everything from your past is dead. I will give you a new name, a new identity, a new faith." His eyes shone with confidence. What he was going to do was not a simple interrogation. He wanted to turn the Queen's sharpest blade into his own weapon. He wanted to turn this killing machine, which he had raised from childhood, into his own most loyal shadow. "Are you willing?" Su Chen looked at her and asked slowly. Yingxi looked into his eyes, which seemed to see through everything, and into his heart, which had been frozen for more than a decade. For the first time, I wavered. Chapter 73: The Thorny Rose. Su Chen's instruction of the young female assassin lasted all night. He did not use any torture or conduct any verbal interrogation. He simply used his vast spiritual power, derived from an ancient database, supplemented by pure life energy, to gradually dismantle the deep-rooted ideological imprint that Rowling had planted in the girl's mind. This process is far more dangerous than any physical torture. Su Chen was like a master surgeon, using an invisible scalpel to perform a marvelous operation in the girl's mental world. He carefully peeled away the erroneous instructions about loyalty and obedience that had been forcibly instilled in him, while at the same time deeply imprinting his own mark on them. When the first rays of sunlight in the morning shined through the small window of the basement, the girl, Ingqi, who was tied to the chair, slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes were no longer numb and cold, nor were they filled with the fear and hesitation she had shown when facing Su Chen. Those were eyes, pure and clear, like those of a newborn baby, yet with a hint of bewilderment. She looked at Su Chen sitting opposite her, her eyes filled with the most primal, fledgling-like attachment and trust towards its mother. "Master," she began softly, her voice still a little hoarse, but it carried an absolute obedience from the depths of her soul. "Very good." A satisfied smile appeared on Su Chen's face. He succeeded. He completely turned this top-notch killing machine into his own possession. He stood up and untied the restraints binding her. "From today onwards, you are no longer Shadow 7. Su Chen looked at her and said slowly, "I bestow upon you a new name, Zero. It represents the beginning of everything, and it also represents that you will be the sharpest, first blade in my hand. Thank you, Master, for bestowing this name upon me." Zero slid off the chair, knelt down, and kissed Su Chen's toes with the utmost devotion. Su Chen did not stop her. He knew that for someone like Zero, whose mind had been completely formatted, she needed a new, supreme faith to fill the void in her heart. And he himself was her new god. When Su Chen led Zero out of the basement, Li Yi was already waiting at the door. She didn't sleep all night, constantly worrying about Su Chen's safety. When she saw the young assassin who had been hostile to her own people just yesterday now following Su Chen like a docile pet, her eyes, which always held both allure and danger, were filled with unbelievable shock. What exactly did he do? In just one night, he turned a top assassin who had been brainwashed by the Imperial Inspectorate for over a decade into his loyal hound. This method was completely beyond Rai's comprehension. "Chief, she's one of ours from now on." Su Chen interrupted her and said calmly, "Take her to get acquainted with the environment, and while you're at it, pick a few of the best aptitude members from the Ghosts and have her personally lead their training." He wanted to use the Inspectorate's training methods to arm his army. Use their own methods against them. "Yes, Chief." Li Yi suppressed the turmoil in her heart and replied respectfully. Her gaze toward Su Chen grew increasingly fervent. She knew that choosing to submit to this man was the best decision she had ever made in her life. "Also, what have you found out about that Rowling?" Su Chen asked. Upon hearing this name, Ryo's expression instantly turned serious. "We found some." She transmitted an encrypted electronic document to Su Chen's personal terminal. "Lorraine, the chief inspector of the Imperial Inspectorate, is Her Majesty the Empress's most trusted henchman. She is 45 years old, of commoner origin, but possesses an exceptionally high talent for mental strength. She was promoted by the Empress despite not meeting the usual standards. She is ruthless and cruel, and no one who falls into her hands will have a good end. Under her command is a secret force called Shadows, composed entirely of orphans. These people were adopted by her when they were 3 or 4 years old, subjected to the most brutal brainwashing and training, and have absolute loyalty to her. They are a sword hanging over everyone's head in the Empire, specifically responsible for handling some shady things." The document also included several photos of Rowling. She was a woman wearing a black uniform and sporting a neat short haircut. Her features were delicate, but when put together, they gave off a cold and mean feeling, especially her eyes, which were as sharp as an eagle's and seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. "A troublesome woman," Su Chen commented, looking at the photo. "It's more than just trouble." A bitter smile appeared on Li Yi's face. "She's a madwoman. She'll stop at nothing to achieve her goals. Several of our rose branches have been destroyed by her." However, Li Yi changed the subject, her tone tinged with schadenfreude. "According to our latest intelligence, it seems that Chief of Staff Rowling has run into big trouble." "Oh? The shadow she sent to assassinate you didn't return all night. This is unprecedented in the history of the Inspectorate. It is said that Chief Inspector Rowling was furious in Sky City and has personally led a team to Sangyun City in secret." "You came in person?" Su Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. "Perfect timing, saves me the trouble of going to find her again." He was worried about not finding a suitable opponent to test his current strength. The Empire's most powerful sword has arrived at just the right time. Just then, Yi Qingqing's communication request came through. On the screen, Yi Qingqing's face was pale, and her eyes were filled with anxiety. Su Chen, this is bad. Our Yi family's informant in Sky City has sent word that Inspector General Luo Lin has secretly arrived in Sungyun City. Her target is very likely you. I understand, Su Chen replied, his tone as calm and collected as ever. Why aren't you worried at all? Yi Qingqing was frantic with worry seeing him like this. That's Rolling. A ruthless female demon. We need to find a way to get out of here right now. Why leave? Su Chen smiled. I think our manor has beautiful scenery and would be perfect as a hunting ground. He looked at Yi Qingqing's pretty face on the screen, which was filled with worry, and a thought struck him. Alright, don't worry. What you need to do now is not think about how to escape, but dress up nicely. Dress up? Yi Qingqing was stunned. Yes. A wicked smile appeared on Su Chen's lips. I hope that when I return from the hunt, I will see the most beautiful queen in bed, waiting for my favor. Celebrate my victory in your most enthusiastic way. Chapter 74, The Hunt Begins. The communication light screen went dark. Yi Qingqing's pretty face, which was filled with anxiety, disappeared. Su Chen's smile did not fade. He put down his personal terminal and turned to look behind him. Li Yi and Ling, one alluring and charming, the other pure as paper, stood there quietly, awaiting his command. Chief, Rolling has come in person. Should we avoid her for now? Li Ye's voice was tinged with seriousness. Her fear of Rolling was ingrained in her bones. The Rose organization had suffered too many losses at the hands of this woman. Several branches that had been built up over many years were uprooted by her with ruthless methods. I'm avoiding her? Su Chen asked casually. The prey has already been delivered to my doorstep, why would I let it go? He walked up to Li Yi, reached out, and gently stroked her cheek, which was slightly stiff from nervousness. Are you afraid of her? The warm touch made Li Ye's body tremble slightly. She met Su Chen's deep eyes, and from them, she could not see a trace of tension, only pure anticipation and amusement for the upcoming battle. That confidence infected her, miraculously calming her previously restless heart. With the leader here, I'm not afraid. She lowered her head obediently. Very good. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. His hand slid down Li Yi's cheek and finally patted her shoulder gently. Go. Use all the power of Rose to keep a close watch on Rolling and every dog she brought. I need to know their every foothold in Sungyun City, every breath they take. Yes, leader. Li Yi accepted the order, turned around and left quickly, her back view resolute, without the slightest hesitation. Su Chen's gaze finally landed on Zero. The girl, whose spirit he had reshaped, simply looked at him quietly, her clear eyes filled with nothing but pure affection and trust. Zero. Owner. Your former owner is here. Would you like to give her a big gift? Zero's gaze remained unchanged. To her, the term former master was like a label unrelated to her, unable to stir any emotion within her. In her world, there was only one master, and that was Su Chen before her. I will follow the master's instructions. Very good. Su Chen walked up to her, reached out, and placed his hand on the top of her head. A surge of powerful spiritual energy coursed through her once more this time. It was not about disintegration and reconstruction, but about infusion. He poured all the training methods, combat skills, assassination tactics, and even some control methods targeting the mental weaknesses of the shadows that only Rolling herself knew into Zero's mind without reservation. From this moment on, you are the nemesis of all shadows. Su Chen's voice carried an undeniable magic. Go, take your ghost squad and lay a trap for me. I want Rolling to see with her own eyes how her most prized creation can turn around and tear her to pieces. Yes, master. Zero knelt on one knee, kissed the tip of Su Chen's shoe, then stood up and silently disappeared into the shadows. In the empty hall, only Su Chen remained. He walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window and looked down at the entire Sungyun City. Under his powerful mental perception, the city was like a giant chessboard, and Rolling's arrival was merely adding a few insignificant pieces to that chessboard. He was in no hurry to take action. He was going to wait for Rolling to take the initiative to walk into the hunting ground he had carefully prepared for her. He returned to the master bedroom, but Yi Qingqing was no longer there. The sound of running water came from the bathroom. Su Chen pushed open the door and entered, a wave of warm, moist air hitting him. In the huge bathtub, Yi Qingcheng was facing away from him, her long black hair was tied up, revealing her smooth back and graceful swan neck. Hearing the noise, she turned around and saw Su Chen, a blush rising on her face. "You, how did you get in?" "My queen is taking a bath, so as her servant, I should naturally come in and serve her." Su Chen smiled, took off his clothes, and stepped into the bathtub. The warm water instantly enveloped my entire body. He pulled Yi Qingcheng's soft and supple body into his arms from behind. "Still worried?" His deep voice sounded in her ear. "With you here, I'm not worried." Yi Qingcheng leaned against his chest, feeling his strong heartbeat. I just feel like this is all a dream." She never imagined that she would become an enemy of the most terrifying institution in the entire empire for the sake of a man. But she didn't regret it. In fact, she felt a thrill she had never experienced before. "This is not a dream." Su Chen's hand explored haphazardly. "This is reality." His lips touched her sensitive earlobe. "Besides, reality is far more interesting than dreams." She turned around and took the initiative to meet Su Chen's lips. "Lorraine, she's a terrible woman, you have to be careful." Even in the heat of the moment, she didn't forget to remind him. "Don't worry." Su Chen picked her up and made her face him. "In my eyes, she is no different from those women I trampled under my feet. Their only value is to become my spoils, and then to please you with their submission." As soon as he finished speaking, all tenderness vanished from his lips. At the same time, the top floor of an unremarkable hotel in Sangyun City. Wearing a black uniform and sporting a neat short haircut, Rolling stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the bustling city. Her face was expressionless, but her hawk-like eyes burned with fierce anger. Behind her stood a dozen or so shadows dressed in black bodysuits and wearing pure white masks. The room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive. The last place where Shadow 7's life signal disappeared was that manor? Her voice was cold, devoid of any warmth. "Yes, Chief of Staff," a white-masked man knelt on one knee and answered respectfully. A top-tier Shadow Realm expert failed in a small city like Sangyun, unable to even send out a distress signal. Rolling slowly turned around, her gaze sweeping across the faces of each of her subordinates. "Why do you think that is?" No one dared to answer. "Useless." Rolling's voice suddenly rose. "A bunch of useless cowards who only know how to follow orders. They don't even know how their own sisters died." All the white-masked men knelt down in unison, their bodies trembling slightly with fear. "Commander, please calm down." Rolling took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the anger in her heart. She knew this wasn't the time to lose her temper. This target was far more difficult than she had imagined. "Pass the order, seal off all spatial nodes around the manor and cut off all external communications. Tonight, I'm going to turn that manor into a true island. I want that man named Su Chen to kneel before me and tell me how he killed my Shadow 7. Then, I will make him experience all 108 kinds of torture in the inspectorate, and die screaming in endless despair." Her voice was filled with cruelty and resentment. However, she didn't know that. At the very moment she gave the order, an invisible net, woven by Su Chen himself, has quietly enveloped the entire Sangyun city. And she, along with her proud shadows, are the primary prey in this web. Chapter 75: The Uninvited Guest. Night fell. The manor was brightly lit and appeared no different from any other day. But in unseen corners, a chilling atmosphere had already permeated the air. Li Yi mobilized all of Rose's hidden contacts in Sangyun City, and an intelligence network covering the entire city was quietly set in motion. Rolling and her shadows were being tracked down to Su Chen's personal terminal in almost real time. They've started their operation. There are 12 of them in total, divided into 4 teams, approaching the manor at high speed from different directions. Li Ye's voice came through the communicator, tinged with tension. "Very good." Su Chen sat in the central control room of the manor, with dozens of high-definition monitoring screens in front of him, giving him a complete view of everything inside and outside the manor. He held a glass of red wine, looking relaxed, as if he were watching a blockbuster movie about to start. "How are preparations going on Zero's side?" "She has already led the Ghost Squad to set up ambushes at several locations you specified. Have all the girls on the periphery withdraw. They're not suitable to participate in the next scene," Su Chen instructed calmly. "Yes, Chief." The door to the central control room was pushed open, and Yi Qingcheng, Feng Wu, and Morong Shui walked in. Their faces all wore solemn expressions. "Su Chen, do you really not need our help?" Yi Qingcheng asked. She had already changed into a smart combat uniform, clearly ready for battle. No need. Su Chen shook his head and pointed to the screen. You can all stay here and enjoy watching how I hunt. Feng Wu's gaze fell on the screen, where the black dots moving at high speed from the darkness exuded a deadly aura. She could sense that the strength of each of the newcomers was no less than hers. Their target is you, we can't just sit idly by, Feng Wu insisted. Don't worry. Su Chen smiled and turned his gaze to Morong Shui. Dr. Morong, haven't you always been very interested in the thought imprint technology? Today, I'll let you see for yourself what an interesting scene it will be when two different schools of thought imprints collide. Morong Shui was taken aback for a moment, then understood what Su Chen meant. Rolling Shadow and Su Chen's Zero are essentially killing machines controlled by the imprint of thought. Tonight will be their first head-to-head confrontation. Outside the manor, in a dense forest 1 kilometer away. 3 dark figures, like ghosts, moved among the shadows of the trees without making a sound. They were the Shadow Squad sent by Rolling to break through from the west. The leader, Shadow 3, made a gesture, and the 3 of them immediately stopped, lowered their bodies, and blended into the darkness. The target manor's defense system has been activated, infrared sensing, motion capture, microwave detection, it's a military-grade defense standard, came the voice of the technicians in Shadow 3's earpiece. No big deal. A disdainful sneer appeared on Shadow 3's lips. This level of defense is practically useless against top-tier assassins like them. She took out a small jamming device from her waist and activated it. Instantly, an invisible electromagnetic pulse spread out. The surveillance footage on the west side of the manor showed static for 3 seconds. Now! With a low shout, Ing San and his 2 companions shot out of the dense forest like arrows, rushing towards Zhuang Tianyi's flawless wall. However, just as they rushed out of the dense forest, a sudden change has occurred. 3 black shadows, faster and more unpredictable than them, burst forth from the soil beneath their feet without warning. Puff! 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 3 muffled thuds as sharp blades pierced flesh. Before the 3 members of Shadow Squad even had time to react, 3 short blades gleaming with cold light pierced their hearts from behind. They looked down in disbelief at the familiar, standard-issue short blade protruding from their chests. Their eyes were filled with shock and bewilderment. The attackers were 3 girls who looked to be only teenagers with youthful faces. They wore the same black bodysuits as me, and held the same weapons in their hands. What terrified them most was the look in the girls' eyes. It was a gaze even colder and more numb than theirs, filled with pure murderous intent. You. With great difficulty, Shadow 3 managed to squeeze out 2 words from his throat before his body went limp and he collapsed. She couldn't understand it until she died. Why would the other side have the exact same equipment and tactics as them? Why is it that the other party's concealment skills are even more advanced than those of these shadows? In the darkness, Zero's figure slowly emerged. She stared at the 3 still warm corpses on the ground, her eyes showing no emotion. Dispose of it and continue to carry out the master's orders. Yes. Hotel rooftop. On the light screen in front of Rolling, the 3 dots representing the vital signs of the Shadow 3 squad went out instantly. Her pupils suddenly contracted. What happened? Report to the chief. Shadow Squad 3 has lost contact. Their life signals all disappeared in an instant. The technician's voice was filled with undisguised horror. The entire command center was deathly silent. Have they lost contact? An elite squad of 3 top shadows was wiped out without even seeing the enemy. How is that possible? Chief, our operation may have been exposed, an adjutant said in a deep voice. The other side was prepared. We've just walked into a trap set by someone else. Rolling's face was so gloomy it could drip water. That man named Su Chun was not only incredibly strong, but also frighteningly meticulous. Order the other squads to suspend operations and remain in place. Rolling's voice was icy cold. She knew that conventional infiltration methods were no longer effective. She had to take action herself. She closed her eyes, and a vast and aggressive spiritual force instantly erupted from her mind, like an invisible giant net, enveloping the brightly lit manor. She will use her most powerful weapon to drag out the man hiding in the shadows. Chapter 76: The Battlefield of Mental Power. When Rolling's immense and aggressive spiritual power surged towards the manor like a tidal wave. In the central control room, Su Chen's lips curled into a playful smile. The fish has taken the bait. On the monitoring screen in front of him, the radar graph representing energy fluctuations suddenly lit up with a blinding red light. This is such powerful mental energy. Morong Shui exclaimed in surprise as she looked at the number that had instantly skyrocketed. Although she also cultivated her mental energy, compared to the energy displayed on the screen, it was like comparing a firefly to the bright moon. Lorraine's spiritual talent is a once-in-a-century genius in the Empire. It was precisely because of this that the Empress promoted her so exceptionally, Yi Qingqing explained from the side, her face full of worry. Su Chen, you. Shoo. Su Chen made a shushing gesture, then slowly closed his eyes. He did not choose to use his mental strength to resist head-on. That would be too crude and boring. What he had to do was prepare a welcome ceremony that this guest from afar would never forget. He slowly released his vast, star-like spiritual power, which originated from an ancient database. But instead of a direct confrontation, it is like a skilled web weaver, rapidly constructing an incredibly complex, vast labyrinth composed of countless data streams and information fragments outside its own mental world. Rolling's mental power invaded the manor's territory without any hindrance. She could see the robots patrolling the manor and hear the tense breathing of the women in the control room. Everything was under her control. Her mental power, like a sharp scalpel, began to perform a thorough scan of the entire manor, searching for the most important target. Soon, she saw the man sitting in the central control room, eyes closed, with a calm expression. That's him. Rolling was overjoyed and without hesitation, she condensed all her mental energy into an invisible spike and stabbed it fiercely into Su Chen's mind. This was her all-out attack. She wanted to use the most direct and domineering method to instantly destroy the other person's consciousness and turn him into an idiot. However, just as her mental thorn was about to touch Su Chen, the scene before her eyes changed without warning. The once clearly visible control room has vanished. Instead, there was a boundless, vast galaxy composed of countless luminous, pale blue data streams. She felt as if she had been instantly detached from her body, becoming a tiny consciousness floating in this ocean of data. Where is this? For the first time, Rolling felt a sense of confusion. She tried to break free, to try to return to her own body. But to her horror, she discovered that all her mental energy seemed to be stuck in a quagmire, completely unable to move. She was trapped. Just then, a gentle voice rang out in this galaxy of data. Welcome, Chief of Staff Rolling. My world, isn't it pretty? Rolling suddenly turned around and saw a huge humanoid silhouette composed of countless data streams, silently floating in front of her. That silhouette was exactly like Su Chen's. Who exactly are you? Rolling's voice trembled slightly for the first time. Her pride in her spiritual strength was as insignificant as a speck of dust in this man's spiritual world. She felt as if she wasn't facing a human being. It's more like facing a god. A digital god composed of data and information, all-knowing and all-powerful. Me? Su Chen smiled. I'm just a collector who's very interested in your work. The words fell. The surrounding data streams began to change rapidly. Familiar scenes began to unfold before Rolling's eyes. That was the most brutal training scene for the Shadow Troops. It was a picture of 3 or 4-year-old children struggling in mud and blood. It was she who personally peeled away those images representing humanity from their minds, bit by bit. It was she who imprinted the ideas of loyalty and obedience deep into their souls. These are her deepest secrets, and also her proudest masterpieces. But now, these secrets have been laid bare before her by this man in an almost humiliating manner. Your methods are quite good, Su Chen's voice rang out again, with a hint of amusement in his tone, but unfortunately, they're too crude. The true imprint of thought is not about erasure or coverage. Instead, assimilation. As he spoke, a new scene appeared before Rolling. It was a pure white space filled with holy light. Shadow 7, no, 0, was kneeling before a massive statue of Su Chen made of light, offering the most devout prayer. Her face was no longer numb and cold. Rather, it is a sacred radiance emanating from the depths of the soul, filled with happiness and contentment. It was the expression of a fanatic who had found their one true God. No. Impossible. Rolling watched the scene, and her mental world was shocked like never before. Her proudest, most perfect work was completely turned into someone else's believer by this man in a way she couldn't understand. Nothing is impossible. Su Chen's voice carried a hint of pity. Lorraine, you and your high and mighty empress have both made the same mistake. You think you are gods. But little did they know that in this world, even gods can be replaced. The words fell. The entire data galaxy began to boil violently. Countless streams of data transformed into ferocious dragons, roaring as they devoured Rolling's tiny consciousness. Ah! A piercing scream, emanating from the depths of her soul, resounded in Rolling's mental world. Hotel rooftop. Rolling, who had been sitting with her eyes closed, suddenly opened them. Puff! A mouthful of blood gushed from her mouth. Her face turned deathly pale instantly, her body swayed, and she fell directly off the chair to the ground. Commander! The surrounding shadows were shocked and rushed forward to help her up. Rolling's eyes were unfocused, empty, and filled with unprecedented fear. She lost. They suffered a complete and utter defeat. In that invisible, spiritual battle, she was utterly crushed by her opponent in a crushing manner. Her spirit was severely damaged. Retreat, retreat quickly. She used all her strength to squeeze out 2 words from her throat. Chapter 77. The female demon wavers. Rolling's order to retreat left all the shadows feeling unprecedented confusion and shock. In their minds, Chief of Staff Rolling was an invincible being, an undefeated god. They never imagined they would hear the word retreat from her mouth. But an order is an order. The remaining shadow squads, without any hesitation, immediately abandoned the siege of the manor and retreated swiftly like a tide. They came quickly, and they left even faster. In less than 5 minutes, the entire perimeter of the manor returned to deathly silence, leaving only a few cold corpses as evidence of the brief but dangerous confrontation that had just taken place. Inside the central control room. Watching the red dots on the screen disappear rapidly into the distance, Yi Qingcheng and Moron Shui both breathed a sigh of relief. They just quit like that? Yi Qingcheng couldn't believe it. It seems our chief of staff, Lorraine, was quite frightened. Su Chen slowly opened his eyes, his face showing a hint of fatigue, but more so, a victor's smile. That mental clash just now was not without its drawbacks for him. Constructing such a vast mental labyrinth and crushing a mental power master like Rolling within it would be a considerable test of his own mental strength. But he succeeded. He not only dealt a heavy blow to Rolling, but more importantly, he planted a seed called fear in her heart. This seed will, at some point in the future, take root, sprout, and become the most crucial factor that will ultimately destroy her. Leader, we've captured a prisoner alive, came Lia's communication message at just the right moment. Oh? Su Chen raised an eyebrow. Take me to the basement. I'll go see for myself. Hotel rooftop. With the help of her subordinates, Rolling returned to the command room. Her face was still pale, and her breathing was rapid. The severe mental trauma had left her listless and dispirited. Chief, are you all right? An adjutant asked worriedly. Rolling waved her hand to indicate that she was all right. She sat back down in her chair, closed her eyes, and the mental battle that had just taken her by heart was still replaying in her mind. That man's spiritual world was vast and profound, filled with ancient and boundless knowledge that she could not comprehend. In his presence, she felt like a toddler looking up at a towering giant. This sense of powerlessness made her feel incredibly humiliated and filled her with unprecedented fear. She knew that this time, she might have really bitten off more than she could chew. This man named Su Chen is definitely not an ordinary awakened one. The power he wielded was completely beyond the Empire's comprehension. Commander, what should we do now? The adjutant asked again. Shadow 5 squad has also lost contact during the retreat. Another squad has gone missing. This news struck Rolling like a heavy blow. She suddenly opened her eyes, and a flash of crazed killing intent appeared in her hawk-like eyes. If he wants to play, then I'll play with him and have some fun. She couldn't just slink back to Sky City like that. In that case, she would become a laughingstock of the entire empire. The word failure doesn't exist in J.K. Rowling's dictionary. Contact the military and mobilize all the troops stationed near Tsangyun City to surround that manor. Furthermore, activate the heavenly punishment system. No matter what method I use or what price I have to pay, tonight I will make that manor disappear completely from the map. She's going to use the military, even strategic weapons, to deal with Su Chen alone. Commander! Think it over, the adjutant exclaimed in alarm. Using the army and the divine punishments system without Her Majesty the Empress's orders is a serious crime. If anything goes wrong, I will take full responsibility. Rolling's voice was filled with unquestionable authority. Execute orders. The adjutant wanted to persuade her further, but seeing Rolling's bloodshot, crazed eyes, he swallowed his words. He knew that the chief of staff had been completely enraged by that man and had lost his mind. The manor, the underground interrogation room. The shadow that Ria caught was tied to a metal chair. Her codename is Shadow 5, and she is responsible for providing support on the east side. During the retreat, they were ambushed by Zero and the Ghost Squad. Outnumbered, they were captured alive. When Su Chen entered the interrogation room, she was looking down, silent, and seemingly resigned to her fate. Su Chen did not rush to interrogate her. He simply moved a chair over, sat opposite her, and quietly watched her. "What's your name?" Su Chen finally asked after a long while. Shadow 5 did not answer. "Do you know Ing Chi?" Su Chen asked again. Upon hearing the familiar codename Shadow 7, Shadow 5's body trembled almost imperceptibly. But she still didn't say anything. "It seems Rolling's brainwashing was very successful," Su Chen smiled. "However, even the strongest dam will have cracks." He stood up, walked to Shadow 5, reached out and placed his hand on the top of her head. Shadow 5's body stiffened abruptly. She thought Su Chen was about to torture her, and instinctively closed her eyes. However, the expected pain did not come. A gentle energy flowed into her mind once again. Unlike his previous encounter with Zero, this time Su Chen did not forcibly dismantle the mental imprint in her mind. He simply used his mental power to create an illusion for her. In the illusion, she saw herself and Ing Chi training and growing up together since childhood. They rolled in the mud together and danced on the edge of a knife together. They are sisters, each other's only support. Then, the scene changes. She saw Shadow 7, also known as Zero, kneeling at Su Chen's feet, a genuine, happy smile on her face. She saw Zero, who, under Su Chen's guidance, was training a group of girls the same age as them. She saw Zero, and had a new name, a new identity, and a new faith. She was no longer a cold-blooded killing machine. She became a person, with flesh and blood, with laughter and tears. This illusion had a far greater impact on Shadow 5 than any form of torture. For the first time, a crack appeared in her heart, which had been frozen for over a decade. Su Chen withdrew his hand, looked at her face filled with struggle and hesitation, and slowly said, "Lorraine treats you as tools, using you and then discarding you. But I can give you a new choice. A choice that allows you to live your life again." After saying that, he untied the restraints binding Shadow 5. "You can go now." Shadow 5 was stunned. "Go back and tell Rolling that I've taken over her game." Su Chen turned around and walked towards the door. "Also, tell her that I'm waiting for her to come and die." The door to the interrogation room was closed. Only Shadow 5 remained, sitting blankly in the chair, unable to come back to his senses for a long time. Chapter 78 Hunting Ground Carnival. When Shadow 5 returned to the top floor of the hotel, dejected, he relayed Su Chen's words to Rolling verbatim. The air in the entire command room seemed to freeze. Rolling's face was so gloomy it looked like it could be wrung out of water. He actually let you go?" She looked at Shadow 5, who was unharmed, her eyes filled with suspicion. "Yes." Shadow 5 lowered his head, not daring to look her in the eye. "What did he do to you?" Rolling's voice became sharp. He didn't do anything." Shadow 5's body trembled slightly. "He just showed me some things." "What did you see?" Shadow 5 remained silent. She didn't know how to describe the illusion she saw, and she dared not reveal that Zero had betrayed her. In Rolling's view, her silence was the best answer. This man not only severely damaged her spirit and turned her Shadow 7 against her, but now he even wants to shake the loyalty of her other shadows. This is intolerable. Very good, very good." Rolling laughed angrily. She stood up, walked to Shadow 5, reached out and grabbed her neck. "Do you think I'll still believe you?" Chief. Shadow 5's face showed a pained expression. "From the moment he captured you, you were already tainted." A chilling killing intent flashed in Rolling's eyes. "My shadow cannot tolerate any flaws." Snap. A crisp sound of bone cracking. She snapped Shadow 5's neck with her bare hands. Her eyes, which were still filled with confusion and doubt, instantly lost all their luster. Rolling tossed her body onto the ground like trash. In the command room, the other shadows stared at Shadow 5's corpse, all silent and trembling, yet their hearts were filled with turmoil. They never expected that the chief of staff would be so ruthless as to kill his own people. A seed called doubt was quietly planted in their hearts. Rolling ignored her subordinates' reactions. She walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looked at the brightly lit manor in the distance, and her eyes were filled with nothing but a frenzied desire for destruction. "Pass on my orders." Divine punishment system, target locked on the manor, prepare for launch. Meanwhile, at a military base in the suburbs of Sunyun City. The piercing alarm sounded throughout the entire base. Countless soldiers rushed out of the barracks and assembled urgently. Armored vehicles and armed aircraft drove out of the hangar, their engines roaring and tearing apart the quiet night sky. The deepest part of the base. A huge, missile silo-like device slowly opened. A giant missile, 10 meters long and entirely silver-white, exuding a futuristic feel, slowly rose from the ground. The missile's warhead is engraved with a ferocious emblem composed of lightning bolts and skulls. This is one of the Empire's most powerful strategic weapons, the Heavenly Punishment electromagnetic railgun. Its single strike is enough to wipe a small city off the map in an instant. Commander-in-Chief, the Heavenly Punishment system has been activated, the target has been locked, and we are ready to launch at any time. Lowling. Rolling's voice was cold and resolute. With her command. The giant, silver-white missile instantly emitted a dazzling blue burst of lightning from its tail. With a deafening roar, it transformed into a streak of light tearing through the night sky, hurtling toward Su Chen's manor at a terrifying speed exceeding dozens of times the speed of sound. The manor, central control room. The piercing alarm also sounded. Warning! Warning! Extremely high energy reaction detected. Originating from a suburban military base. Warning! Strategic weapon strike. Expected arrival in 10 seconds. The voice of the smart home assistant echoed throughout the control room. Yi Qingcheng and Morong Shue's faces turned deathly pale instantly. Strategic weapons? Rolling is a madwoman. She actually dared to use something like that. Su Chen. Yi Qingcheng looked at Su Chen in alarm. However, Su Chen's face remained calm. He simply raised his head, his gaze seemingly piercing through the ceiling, and saw the rapidly falling Death Star. Good timing. He slowly stood up and smiled at the women beside him. The real hunt is just beginning. After saying that, his figure vanished from the control room in an instant. The next second, he had already appeared above the manor, hundreds of meters in the air. He stood suspended in mid-air, his clothes fluttering in the wind, like a god descending to earth. He stared at the missile, which was growing larger and larger in his pupils, carrying the power to destroy the world, and slowly raised his right hand. Then, a punch was thrown. He didn't use any techniques with this punch. Only the purest, most primal, and system-enhanced physical power. Boom! A deafening roar, beyond description, exploded over Tsangyun City. The entire night sky seemed to be lit up. The Heavenly Punishment missile, which was powerful enough to destroy a city, actually disintegrated in mid-air under Su Chen's seemingly ordinary punch. Countless metal fragments, mixed with violent electromagnetic energy, transformed into a dazzling, deadly fireworks display that bloomed in the night sky. The entire city of Tsangyun was violently shaken. Countless people were awakened from their sleep, staring in horror at the apocalyptic scene outside their windows. Hotel rooftop. Rolling and her shadows stared in disbelief at the missile signal that vanished in an instant on the screen, and at the night sky that had been illuminated in half. Their minds were blank. Heavenly, divine punishment, was intercepted? The technician's voice trembled uncontrollably. Rolling swayed and almost fell to the ground. Her prized trump card was easily neutralized by the other party in a way she couldn't comprehend. He destroyed a strategic missile with his bare hands? This is no longer human. This is a devil. While they were still in a state of great shock, a lazy voice suddenly rang out in the empty command room. Chief of Staff Rolling, have you finished setting off your fireworks? Everyone jolted at the same time and turned to look at the source of the sound. Suddenly, Su Chen appeared silently in the center of the command room. He was spotless, with a half smile on his face, watching them with great interest. Now, isn't it my turn? Chapter 79 Sword in God. Su Chen's sudden appearance plunged the entire command room into a deathly silence. Rolling seasoned shadows were now like chickens with their throats choked, their faces pale and their bodies stiff, not daring to move an inch. Their prized skills of stealth and assassination became a joke in front of this man. He was like a ghost walking among humans, ignoring all the hotel's security systems and these top-notch guards, appearing silently in their heart. This strength has completely exceeded their understanding. Fear, like a tidal wave, completely overwhelmed them. Only Rolling, after the initial shock, revealed a desperate, frenzied madness in her eyes, like a cornered beast struggling for survival. She knew she had no way out. Kill him. She let out a hysterical scream, and was the first to draw two short blades that gleamed with a ghostly blue light from her waist, charging towards Su Chen. The other shadows also seemed to wake up from their daze, and they all drew their weapons and launched an attack on Su-Chen from all directions. They were all killing machines raised by Rolling from childhood, and they had absolute obedience to Rolling's orders. Even knowing it's like moths to a flame, they are fearless. In an instant, the small command room was filled with the glint of swords and the palpable aura of killing intent. However, this siege was enough to make any ancient martial arts master's scalp tingle. Su-Chen's face remained calm. He didn't even move. He just stood there quietly. An invisible, powerful aura suddenly spread outwards from him. Those shadows who rushed to his side felt as if their bodies had hit an invisible wall, and were instantly thrown away by an irresistible force. Bang! 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 More than a dozen bodies slammed heavily against the wall, slid to the ground, coughed up blood, and instantly lost their fighting ability. Only Rolling, with her powerful mental strength, managed to barely withstand the impact of that aura and rushed to Su-Chen's side. Her eyes flashed with a crazed killing intent, and the twin blades in her hands transformed into a whirlwind of death, slashing towards Su-Chen's chest. This strike was the culmination of her life's work. She wanted to use this attack to take this devil down with her. However, faced with her desperate attack, Su-Chen simply raised his right hand casually. Then, with his index and middle fingers, he casually pinched the two heavy short blades between his fingers. Clang! A crisp metallic clang rang out. Rolling's attack came to an abrupt end. She remained frozen in place, still holding the knife in her hand. Her face was filled with disbelief. She watched as her blade, crafted from the finest materials and capable of slicing through alloys, was easily caught between two fingers by the other party. Too weak. Su-Chen's voice rang softly in her ear. Then, he applied slight pressure with his fingers gripping the blade. Snap! A crisp cracking sound. Those two incredibly hard short blades were broken in two with just two fingers, like two fragile biscuits. Rolling's mind went blank. Her pride, her dignity, her martial arts at this moment, this man crushed them to pieces in the most direct and brutal way. Su-Chen released his grip, letting the two broken blades fall to the ground. Then, his hand gripped her slender neck, lifting her entirely into the air. You, what kind of monster are you? Rolling struggled violently, but to no avail. The hand gripping her neck was like an iron clamp, making it impossible for her to breathe or move. Despair overwhelmed her in an instant. Su-Chen did not answer her question. He just looked at her quietly, a strange light gleaming in his deep eyes. His immense mental power surged once more, like invisible probes piercing Rolling's mind. What he was going to do was not a simple interrogation. He wanted to see all of this woman's memories and secrets clearly. He saw her humble, ant-like childhood. She was born in a slum and suffered bullying and contempt from a young age. Until one day, the young queen, while touring the slums, unexpectedly discovered her innate and powerful spiritual talent. The queen took her back to the palace, gave her a new name, a new identity, and a new faith. From that day on, she became the sharpest and most loyal knife in the empress's hand. As empress, she eliminated dissidents and suppressed rebellions. Her hands were covered in blood. She devoted all her emotions to the high and mighty empress. The empress was her god, her everything. So, you're nothing more than a pathetic tool. Su-Chen's voice rang directly in Luo Lin's mind. Shut up! You are not allowed to insult Her Majesty the Queen. Rolling roared angrily. An insult? Su-Chen laughed. I'm just stating a fact. Do you really think the Queen trusts you? What she trusts is nothing more than your powerful mental strength and your foolish loyalty, which she herself has cultivated. You did so many dirty jobs for her, but what did she give you in return? Besides the empty title of Inspector General, what else did she give you? She didn't even teach you real power. Su-Chen's voice was like a series of sharp knives, piercing deeply into Rolling's most vulnerable spiritual core. The rudimentary methods of using spiritual power that you have cultivated are nothing more than child's play in her eyes. True power is the ability to rewrite reality, to create life, and to become God. As Su-Chen spoke, a spiritual energy that was 1,000 times more powerful, purer, and more vast than that of Rolling instantly surged into her mind. That energy showed her a completely new world that she had never imagined. In that world, mental power is no longer a simple means of attack and defense. Instead, it can create things out of thin air, distort space, and control life and death. Rolling's decades-long faith in the Queen collapsed at this moment. Her heart, which had long been frozen, shattered completely. She looked at the man before her. All the madness and resentment in his hawk-like eyes had faded, leaving only endless confusion and emptiness. She felt like a walking corpse, stripped of all faith. Now, do you still think your queen is a god? Su Chen's voice, like the whisper of a devil, echoed in her ears. Rolling's eyes completely lost focus. She gave up all thinking. All her will was crushed before this man's godlike power. Chapter 80 New Collection. Rolling's mental world is now a ruin. Her faith, which she had held fast to for decades, was utterly and irrevocably destroyed in the face of Su Chen's godlike power. She was like a puppet that had lost all support, her eyes empty, letting Su Chen lift her up in midair, no longer able to muster the slightest thought of resistance. Su Chen looked at her distraught appearance and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He knew that the time was right. He did not provoke her further with words. What he wanted to do was to build a new faith for her, one that belonged only to him, on this ruin. He released his grip on her neck, letting her collapse to the ground. Then, he slowly squatted down, reached out his hand, and gently placed it on the top of her head. From this day forward, everything in your past is dead. Su Chen's voice carried a peculiar magic that seemed to reach the depths of the soul. I will give you a new name, a new identity, a new master. A surge of spiritual power, mixed with pure life energy, slowly flowed from his palm into Rolling's mind once again. This process is far more difficult and complex than when we were transforming Zero. Rolling's mental world is like a dangerous ocean filled with countless reefs and whirlpools. Her memories, her emotions, and her twisted loyalty all transformed into solid barriers, stubbornly resisting Su Chen's invasion. But it didn't work. Faced with Su Chen's vast, star-like spiritual power originating from an ancient database, all her resistance seemed so pale and powerless. Su Chen carefully peeled away the erroneous instructions about loyalty and obedience that the Empress had forcibly instilled in him. At the same time, he also deeply imprinted his own mark on it. This process lasted a long time. In the command room, those shadows who had been stunned by Su Chen's aura had slowly regained consciousness. They looked at the man squatting on the ground with his hand on the head of the chief of staff, and they were all too frightened to make a sound. They could only huddle in the corner, trembling. They had no idea what the man was doing. But they could clearly feel the terrifying pressure emanating from that man, a pressure that made their very souls tremble. Time passed, second by second. As the sky outside the window began to lighten with the first hint of dawn, Su Chen slowly withdrew his hand. His face was also somewhat pale, and a fine layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. At the same time, transforming a mentally powerful expert like Rolling would be a huge drain on him. But he succeeded. He looked at the woman who was still slumped on the ground, and slowly spoke, his voice tinged with weariness. Rolling, whose side are you on now? The woman on the ground shuddered violently. She slowly raised her head. Those eyes, once sharp as an eagle's, were no longer cold and crazed, nor empty and confused. Those were eyes that, like those of a newborn baby, were pure, clear, and held a hint of absolute obedience. She looked at Su Chen sitting opposite her, her eyes filled with the most primal, fledgling-like attachment and trust towards its mother. Oh nar. She spoke softly, her voice still a little hoarse, but it carried an absolute obedience from the depths of her soul. Very good. A satisfied smile appeared on Su Chen's face. He completely turned the Empire's most powerful sword into his own possession. He stood up and walked over to the shadows who were still huddled in the corner, trembling. And you? He asked casually. Those shadows watched as Luo Lin, who had just been so arrogant, now rose from the ground like the most docile pet and followed closely behind Su Chen. Their already numb hearts were struck by an unprecedented and enormous shock. Their faith, their god, the being they revered most, had actually been completely tamed by this man? Thump! I don't know who was the first to kneel down. Immediately afterwards, all the shadows knelt down in unison. We are willing to die for our master. Their voices trembled, yet were filled with determination. They knew that from this moment on, their world had changed. And the man before them was their new god. Looking at the group of top assassins in the Empire who had sworn allegiance to him, Su Chen felt a surge of pride. He knew that from this moment on, he finally possessed a power in this world that was truly his own, enough to overturn everything. This power will be the sharpest sword in his hand, cutting through all thorns and pointing straight at the sky city that stands above the clouds. A new game has been set up. And he will be the sole player. Chapter 81 Taming the Imperial Hounds. As the first rays of morning sunlight streamed in through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows of the command center, The entire city of Sanyun is gradually awakening from the earth-shattering commotion of last night. No one knew that on this very night, this city was experiencing a silent war that would change the entire empire's landscape. The Imperial Inspector General, the Empress's most trusted henchman, Rolling, and her elite shadow forces have changed hands overnight. Su Chen did not linger at the hotel for long. He returned to the manor quietly, accompanied by Rolling and a dozen of her shadows. When Li Yi saw that the female demon who had been so aggressive yesterday, threatening to raze the manor to the ground, was now following Su Chen respectfully like the most docile maid. Her eyes, which always held a captivating blend of allure and danger, were now filled with an unbelievable shock. What exactly did he do? In just one night, she turned the most terrifying woman in the empire, whom even she feared, into her loyal hound. This method was completely beyond Rai's comprehension. Chief, she is one of us now. Su Chen interrupted her and said calmly, take her and her people to familiarize themselves with the environment, and while you're at it, add them to the ghost group as well. He wanted to completely integrate Shadow and Ghost, two top forces that originally belonged to different factions, and create an invincible assassination legion that would only obey his orders. Yes, Chief. Li Yi suppressed the turmoil in her heart and replied respectfully. Her gaze toward Su Chen grew increasingly fervent. She knew that choosing to submit to this man was the best decision she had ever made in her life. Also, Su Chen paused, then turned his gaze to Rolling. Tell me everything you know about that Empress. Yes, Master. Without any hesitation, Rolling told Su Chen everything she knew about the Queen, Sky City, and the Psychic Matrix. Through Rolling's narration, Su Chen gained a deeper understanding of the truth of this world. It turns out that the so-called Empress was not a specific person. It's more like an administrator with the highest authority, deeply bound to the Psi Matrix of the entire planet. Each Empress is selected through a brutal selection process, chosen from among all the women in the Empire with the highest spiritual talent, and chosen for their highest compatibility with the psionic matrix. Once chosen, she will become the matrix's core processor, possessing supreme power to mobilize the psionic energy of the entire planet. But at the same time, she will also be forever bound to that cold throne, becoming a part of the matrix. She will lose herself, lose her emotions, and become an absolutely rational god who maintains the imperial order. The current Empress, Evelina Augusta, is the Empress with the highest compatibility with the psychic matrix and the strongest among all the previous Empresses. She has ruled this empire for 200 years. 200 years? Su Chen frowned slightly. A person's lifespan cannot be that long. Yes, Master, Rolling explained, Her Majesty the Empress has slowed down her aging through a special genetic technology, but this technology is not perfect. Every once in a while, she needs to go into a period of sleep to repair her body's genetic chains. And when she is asleep, that is when the Empire's defenses are at their weakest. When will she fall into a deep sleep next? Su Chen asked, a thought stirring within him. 3 months from now, Rolling replied. Each slumber will last for a month. During this time, the defense of the entire Sky City will be jointly handled by the Royal Guard and the Inspectorate. A glint of light flashed in Su Chen's eyes. 3 months later. This might be the best opportunity for him to launch a counterattack on Sky City and seize control of this world. Very good. Su Chen nodded, already having a preliminary plan in mind. Looking at the Empire's strongest hound who now belonged entirely to him, another thought arose in his mind. Although Rolling possessed powerful mental strength, her physical body was no different from that of an ordinary person. This is her greatest weakness. Su Chen decided to lend her a hand. He reached out again and placed his hand on Rolling's head. This time, he was no longer carrying out a mental transformation. Instead, he mixed the pure life energy within his body with a genetic modification program called Divine Guardian from the database and slowly injected it into her body. He wanted to transform this woman's body into that of a super soldier, just like him, invulnerable to swords and bullets, and impervious to water and fire. An unprecedented feeling of power instantly spread throughout Rolling's body. She could clearly feel that her body was undergoing tremendous changes. Her muscles, her bones, every cell in her body were rejoicing, filled with an unprecedented, powerful sense of strength. She felt as if she had been reborn. After an unknown amount of time, Su Chen slowly withdrew his hand. Rolling opened her eyes, a glint of light flashing in them. She looked at her hands, feeling the immense power within her, her face filled with awe. She had no doubt that she could punch through an alloy wall with a single punch. Thank you, Master, for giving me a new life. She knelt on one knee, expressing her gratitude and loyalty to Su Chen with the utmost sincerity. Su Chen did not stop her. From this moment on, this woman truly became his possession, inside and out. 1. The most perfect weapon, absolutely loyal to him in both spirit and body. Chapter 82. The Tremors of Sky City. The collective disappearance of Rolling and her shadow forces was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, creating a huge wave in Sky City. The Inspectorate, a violent institution that struck fear into the hearts of the entire empire, was plunged into chaos and leaderlessness overnight. The news quickly reached the deepest part of the palace. Inside the core hall of the psionic matrix, forever shrouded in coldness and majesty, Empress Evelina Augusta, dressed in magnificent royal robes and with a face so perfect it seemed otherworldly, sat quietly on the throne made of pure white crystal. A huge light screen floated in front of her. On the screen was the final report on Rolling's actions in Sunyun City. The report concludes with the moment Rolling orders the activation of the divine punishment system. After that, everything went blank. Did Rolling fail too? The Empress's lips parted slightly, uttering a few cold names. Her voice was devoid of any emotion, as if it were the most advanced intelligent computer performing data analysis. She slowly stretched out her fair hand and gently placed it on the empty space in front of her. The next second, the entire core hall of the psionic matrix lit up. Countless pale blue data streams converged frantically into her palm from all directions. She was mobilizing the computing power of the psionic matrix, trying to deduce what exactly had happened in Sunyun City. However, when she set her sights on Su Chen's manor, an invisible force, filled with an ancient and powerful aura, rebounded instantly. Buzz. The entire psionic matrix shuddered violently. The Empress's body swayed slightly, and for the first time, her icy blue eyes revealed an emotion called surprise. Her deductions were abruptly interrupted by an unknown force. This is something that has never happened in the past 200 years. Interesting. For the first time, a smile that could be described as amused appeared on the Queen's face. It seems that an anomaly has finally appeared in this world that can interest me. She slowly stood up, her gaze seemingly piercing through the endless void, looking towards the distant city on the surface of the earth. Pass on my orders. Order the 1st, 3rd, and 5th legions of the Royal Guard to immediately proceed to Sunyun City and surround the city. In addition, notify all top families to convene a top-level roundtable meeting. Tell them that the Empire may be facing an unprecedented war. Her voice, though calm, carried a terrifying sense of impending doom and impending storm. The Queen's order spread throughout the entire Sky City at top speed. In an instant, all the top families were shaken. The Royal Guard is the Queen's most elite and powerful military force. Normally, they are stationed in Sky City, responsible for guarding the safety of the palace. Now, the Empress has actually mobilized 3 legions at once to go to a small city like Sunyun? Moreover, a top-level roundtable meeting is to be held? The last time a meeting of this level was held was 100 years ago, when the Empire was invaded by alien creatures. What exactly happened? Could it be that the man named Su Chen is really that terrifying? In an instant, countless speculations and discussions spread wildly in the upper circles of Sky City. The Yi family, as the first family to come into contact with Su Chen and the one with the closest relationship, was instantly thrust into the spotlight. The atmosphere inside the Yi family's ancestral home was extremely heavy. The head of the family, Yi Wanqing, sat in the main seat, her face so gloomy it could drip water. Below were several core elders of the Yi family, all of them looking worried. Master, Her Majesty the Empress is serious this time. 3 legions. That's a military force powerful enough to crush a medium-sized country. Yes, and that high-level roundtable meeting, it's clearly a public trial for our Yi family. It's all Qingqing's fault. She insisted on bringing back such an arrogant and ignorant man from outside. Now look what's happened, she's dragged the entire Yi family down with her. Listening to the elders' discussion, Yi Wanqing felt even more irritated. She was certainly aware of the seriousness of the situation. But she knew even more clearly that now, the Yi family had no way out. From the moment she agreed to Su Chen's harsh conditions, binding the entire Yi family to Su Chen's chariot, their fates were already inextricably linked with that man. We all prosper together, and we all suffer together. Enough! Yi Wanqing slammed her hand on the table, interrupting the elders' argument. Now that things have come to this, there's no point in complaining or blaming anymore. Her gaze swept across the faces of each elder, and her voice became firm. Now, the only thing we can do is trust him. Believe in that man who can make the Inspector General and her shadow forces vanish overnight. I believe he can create another miracle. After saying that, she stood up, ignoring the elders who were looking at each other in bewilderment, and turned to walk towards her study. She needed to contact her daughter immediately and tell Su Chen everything that had happened in Sky City. She wanted Su Chen to know that the Yi family would always be his strongest support. This is a high-stakes gamble. A high-stakes gamble that stakes on the entire Yi family's century-old legacy. She didn't know whether she had made the right bet or the wrong bet. But she knew that the world was about to change. Chapter 83 Special Celebration Methods. When Yuan Qing conveyed the news of Sky City to Su Chen through encrypted communication. At Su Chen's manor, a unique victory celebration banquet is underway. On the huge round bed in the master bedroom, Yi Qingchang was wearing a black silk nightgown with lace trim. She nestled beside Su Chen like the gentlest cat, gently massaging his shoulders with her small, fair hands. Her face bore a blush of satisfaction and a lingering weariness. Just now, she celebrated her king's victory in the most passionate way. It was an ultimate feast that made her soul tremble. She never imagined that her body could unleash such astonishing energy. She never imagined that submitting to a man could bring such intoxicating pleasure. She looked at the man beside her, who was resting with his eyes closed and looked content, her eyes filled with infatuation and adoration. This man, in just one night, turned the most terrifying woman in the entire empire into his prisoner. This extraordinary method deeply shocked her and gave her an unprecedented sense of security. She knew that she could never leave this man for the rest of her life. Is the Empress really going to war with us? Yi Qingqing's voice trembled slightly. 3 royal guard regiments, a round-table meeting of the highest level. Each of these words represents a mountain of heavy pressure. Not with us, but with me. Su Chen slowly opened his eyes, pulled her into his arms, and said with a smile, "You and your mother are both overcomplicating things." Ha? Yi Qingcheng looked at him, puzzled. The Empress's mobilization of troops and convening of meetings may seem aggressive, but in reality, it's just a show of bravado. Su Chen's eyes gleamed with wisdom. She's testing me, probing my strength and also the attitudes of the other families in Sky City. She wouldn't dare to start a war with me easily. Because she knew that once war broke out, regardless of victory or defeat, her seemingly stable rule, which had lasted for 200 years, would be cracked with an irreparable rift. And this is something she absolutely cannot accept. Su Chen's words enlightened Yi Qingcheng. Having grown up in the center of power, she was naturally familiar with these political maneuvering tactics. Concern can cloud judgment. Being caught up in the situation, one cannot see things as clearly as an outsider like Su Chen. So what should we do now? She asked. Wait, Su Chen said, uttering only one word. Wait? Yes, wait. Su Chen smiled and pinched her pert nose. Wait for the Empress to come and talk to me. Will she? She will. Su Chen's tone was full of confidence. Because I have what she wants most. He was referring to Rolling. And, in Rolling's mind, the most crucial secrets about the psionic matrix and the Queen's bloodline. These are all potentially fatal threats that could shake the very foundations of the Empress's rule. Seeing Su Chen's composed and strategic demeanor, Yi Qingqing finally felt completely relieved. She buried her face in Su Chen's chest, greedily inhaling the comforting scent emanating from him. Su Chen. I still want to. Her voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Su Chen smiled. He rolled over and pinned the Queen, who had already tasted the sweetness of pleasure, beneath him. My Queen, I will grant all your wishes. The temperature in the room rose sharply again. A more profound celebration, filled with conquest and possession, has begun once again. At the same time, the Sky City, deep within the Imperial Palace. Empress Evelina stood alone at the core of the psionic matrix. A huge light screen floated in front of her. The screen displayed all the information about Su Chen. From his appearance in Sunyun City, to his entry into the Yi family, and then to his destruction of the Wang family and the disappearance of Luo Lin overnight. All his actions were recorded. The Empress watched silently, her icy blue eyes devoid of any emotion. After a long while, she slowly spoke, her voice echoing in the empty hall. A variable from another world? It seems that the balance that has been maintained for 200 years is finally about to be broken. All right. Let me see what kind of surprise you, this variable, can bring me. A slow, chilling smile crept onto her lips. A new game has begun. For a long time, she had not encountered an opponent who could excite her. A storm is coming. Su Chen, who was at the center of the storm, was completely unaware of this. At this moment, he is immersed in a world of pleasure, enjoying the fruits of his victory. This may be the calm before the storm. Chapter 84. The enemy is at the gates. 3 fully equipped Royal Guard legions, like 3 giant swords descending from the sky, silently pierced the area surrounding Sangyun City. Their efficiency was astonishing. Without unnecessary reports or tedious negotiations, a steel Great Wall rose from the ground overnight, completely surrounding the city. All transportation routes were cut off, and all communication signals were forcibly blocked. Sangyun City, a bustling metropolis on the surface of the earth, was instantly transformed into an isolated island cut off from the world. The sudden lockdown triggered widespread panic within the city. The citizens were horrified to discover that they could not contact their relatives outside the city or leave the city. The suspended driveway was deserted, and the once bustling commercial area was now deserted. The skies above the city. Black warships painted with royal insignia cruised silently like circling vultures, their cold cannons overlooking every terrified soul below. Rumors began to spread like a virus. Some say that the Empire has discovered an ancient virus powerful enough to destroy the world and is determined to completely purify the entire city. Some say that a large force of the rebel organization Rose has infiltrated the area, and Her Majesty the Queen is about to lead the campaign herself. Regardless of the rumors, the heavy shadow of war has already loomed over everyone's heart. However, in the heart of the city, engulfed in panic and despair, Su Chen's manor presented a completely different scene. Inside the underground training base, Rolling was training the new Ghost Legion, which she and Rai had jointly integrated, in an almost harsh manner. These girls, who were already top-notch assassins, are undergoing a complete transformation under the personal tutelage of Rolling, the former Inspector General. Their killing techniques became more efficient, and their teamwork became more seamless. Rolling looked at the girls, her eyes no longer cold as before, but filled with a hint of fervor. The new life Su Chen gave her was not only a physical enhancement, but also a spiritual liberation. She was no longer a tool bound by the shackles of loyalty. She found a new faith and new values. She will build an invincible army for her new master, an army powerful enough to tear the heavens apart. In the master bedroom of the manor, Su Chen was leisurely leaning back on the sofa, enjoying the foot massage that Li Yi was kneeling in front of him. The former rebel leader was wearing a tight black leather outfit that accentuated her stunning figure. With her head bowed and her expression focused, she used her soft and nimble hands to soothe Su Chen's fatigue. Her movements were very professional, and her strength was just right, clearly indicating that she had undergone specialized training. "Chief, the atmosphere in the city is getting more and more tense," Li Yi reported in a low voice while pressing her hand. "Our informant in the city hall said that the mayor has held 3 emergency meetings in a row, but he can't get in touch with Sky City at all. They are like a bunch of headless flies." As expected, Su Chen said calmly, his eyes closed. However, the Yi family's reaction was rather strange, Li Yi continued. Aside from a few chaotic hours at the beginning, they quickly stabilized. All of the Yi family's businesses were put on high alert, but there was no indication that they wanted to evacuate or ask us for help. That's because Yi Wanqing is a smart woman. Su Chen opened his eyes and looked at Li Yi's alluring face. She knows that the only way to save them now is not to run away, but to me. A hint of admiration flashed in Li Yi's eyes. This man always manages to manipulate everything. Just then, Yi Qingqing's communication request came in. On the screen, her face was somewhat pale, clearly showing that the pressure of the past few days had left her exhausted. "Su Chen, my mother sent word that the situation in Sky City is very bad." Her voice carried a hint of anxiety. Almost all the top families launched a joint impeachment against our Yi family at this roundtable meeting. The Li and Zhao families are even more outrageous, demanding that the Empress immediately launch a military strike against us and wipe our Yi family, along with you, from this world. And then? Su Chen's tone remained calm. Then Her Majesty the Queen didn't say anything. Yi Qingqing's tone was tinged with confusion. She just listened, without expressing her opinion or issuing any new orders. "That's right." Su Chen smiled. If she really wanted to take action, she wouldn't need to hold any roundtable meeting. Those 3 Royal Guard legions would be enough to plow the entire Sangyun city several times over. She surrounds me without attacking, holds meetings without making decisions, she's showing everyone her attitude, and also putting pressure on me. Su Chen pulled Li Yi into his arms, letting her sit on his lap, and his hand wandered inside her leather jacket. Li Yi's body trembled slightly, but she did not resist. Instead, she obediently leaned against his chest. "She's telling me that she can crush me at any time, but she also wants to see what tricks this ant can pull." Then Li Qingqing looked at the intimate scene on the screen and felt a strange jealousy well up in her heart, but she dared not show it. We don't need to do anything. Su Chen's hands roamed freely over Li Yi's body, feeling her amazing elasticity and warmth. Let us continue our celebration. Li Yi's breathing gradually became rapid, and an alluring blush rose on her face. But there's no buts, Su Chen interrupted her. Qingcheng, you have to remember, when facing an enemy stronger than you, the more flustered you appear, the more she will look down on you. On the contrary, the calmer and more indifferent you appear, the more uncertain she will feel. Now, the Empress is waiting for me to bow down. And I am waiting for her to lose patience. A cold glint flashed in Su Chen's eyes. Let us see who can hold out until the end. After saying that, he ignored Yi Qingcheng and hung up the call. Leader. Li Yi's voice trembled slightly as she held him in her arms. Su Chen lowered his head and kissed her alluring red lips. Your skills are good, you deserve a reward. The temperature in the room began to rise rapidly. A celebration filled with conquest and possession had begun once again. Meanwhile, outside Sangyun City, at the temporary command post of the Royal Guard, a tall woman with a stern face, dressed in a silver-white general's uniform, stood quietly in front of the huge holographic sand table. She was the commander-in-chief of this operation, Hua Qingyi, the commander of the 5th Legion of the Royal Guard. Reporting to the Legion commander, everything is normal in the city. No unusual movements have been detected, an adjutant reported. Where is that man? Hua Qingyi's voice, like her personality, was cold and capable. The target remains at his estate, making no move. According to our intelligence, he seems to have been indulging in pleasure with his women these past few days. The adjutant's tone carried a hint of disdain. Hua Qingyi's brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. With a formidable enemy at hand and troops besieging the city, how could he still have the mood to play with women? Is it foolishness or arrogance? She looked at the manner marked in red on the sand table, a strong interest flashing in her hawk-like eyes. Continue to monitor the situation and do not let your guard down. Yes. The storm has completely enveloped the city. But the man at the eye of the storm remains indulging in a life of pleasure and debauchery. This game of chess is getting more and more interesting. Chapter 85: The Surge Beneath Sky City. Sky City, the steel behemoth suspended above the clouds, is currently enveloped by an invisible undercurrent. Her Majesty the Queen's roundtable meeting was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, stirring up 1,000 waves. All the top families were involved, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. Inside the Li family's ancestral home, a secret family meeting is underway. The head of the family, Li Yueru, a well-maintained and beautiful woman who looked to be no more than 30 years old, was gently tapping the table with her long, nail-painted fingers. The Wang family has fallen, Rolling has gone missing, and now the queen is putting on such a grand show. What do you all think? Her voice was languid, yet carried an undeniable air of authority. Below are several core elders of the Li family. Patriarch, is there even a question? This is clearly Her Majesty the Empress sounding the alarm for us, an impatient elder immediately said. That man named Su Chen has become a huge threat. We must immediately sever ties with him, and even volunteer to cooperate with the Royal Guard to eliminate him and that slut from the Yi family. Eliminate? A mocking smile curled at the corner of Li Yueru's lips. Easy for you to say. Rolling and her shadow army, strong enough, right? And what happened? They vanished without a trace. The heavenly punishment system, powerful enough, right? And what happened? It was smashed to pieces with a fist. Tell me, what can our Li family use to eliminate him? The elder was so choked up that his face turned red and he couldn't speak. What does the patriarch mean? Another meticulous elder asked tentatively. Let's wait and see. A shrewd glint flashed in Li Yueru's eyes. No one can fathom Her Majesty's thoughts. She seems to be coming on strong this time, but she hasn't made a move yet, which in itself speaks volumes. She's waiting for that man to make the first move. And we must wait. Li Yueru stood up, walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, and looked down at the sea of clouds below. We'll wait for the two of them to decide the winner. If that man loses, our Li family will go along with it, step on him, and take a slice of the cake left by the Yi family. But what if the Empress loses? Her words caused all the elders present to gasp in shock. Lose? Her Majesty the Queen, how could she possibly lose? How could a god who has maintained his rule for 200 years possibly lose to an unknown man from the surface of the earth? This idea is too bold, too crazy. Nothing is impossible. Liueru slowly turned around, her gaze sweeping across the faces of each elder. Nothing in this world is permanent. 200 years of peace has been too long. So long that everyone has forgotten how to respect the unknown. Pass on my order, all family members outside the family should behave themselves. In the near future, do not provoke the Yi family. Also, prepare a generous gift, just in case. Master, this gift is for whoever wins, it's yours. The same scene was playing out repeatedly in the mansions of the Zhao family and other top families in Sky City. These old foxes, who had been navigating the game of power for centuries, all sensed the unusual atmosphere in the air. Like a group of experienced hunters, they lurked in the shadows, patiently waiting for the strongest Lion King and the newly arrived tiger to determine the final victor. At this moment, the Yi family, which has been pushed to the forefront of public opinion, is under unprecedented pressure. Inside the Yi family's ancestral home, the atmosphere was so heavy it was almost palpable. The head of the family, Yi Wanqing, sat alone in her study. On the screen in front of her, the Yi Group's stock price continued to fall, along with a series of ambiguous emails from former partners announcing the termination of their cooperation. Knock, knock, knock. A knocking sound rang out on the door. Come in. An elderly woman with gray hair, leaning on a cane, slowly walked in. She is the eldest elder of the Yi family and Yi Wanqing's aunt, holding a pivotal position in the family. Wanqing. The first elder's voice was old and hoarse. Aunt. Yi Wanqing stood up and bowed slightly to her. You've seen what is happening outside, haven't you? The first elder walked to her side, looked at the data on the screen, and sighed. If this continues, within 3 days, our Yi family's century-old foundation will be destroyed. I know. Yi Wanqing's expression was also very unpleasant. Is that man really worth risking the fate of our entire family for? The first elder's gaze sharpened. Yi Wanqing fell silent. The image of that man resurfaced in her mind, that scene in the laboratory where he seemed like a god, rewriting reality. It also reveals his calm and composed demeanor when facing the royal guard and the queen's thunderous wrath. Worth. After a long while, she slowly uttered those 2 words. Although the voice was not loud, it was filled with an undeniable firmness. The elder looked at her, a complex emotion flashing in his cloudy eyes. In the end, she nodded. Good. Since you've made up your mind, then we old guys will go crazy with you one more time. However, I have one condition. Please speak, Aunt. I want to speak with him in person. Yi Wanqing was taken aback for a moment, then understood what her aunt meant. She nodded. Okay, I'll arrange it. The Manor, an underground intelligence center. Su Chen was looking with great interest at the core confidential information about the top families of Sky City that Luo Lin had compiled for him. This intelligence was so detailed that it included the business layout of each family, the personality weaknesses of each core member, and even their dirty, unspeakable secrets. With these things, Su Chen felt like a player with a full map sheet. The distribution of power in the entire Sky City became completely clear to him. Master, Yi Wanqing has requested a communication, Luo Lin reminded her from the side. Bring him in. The light screen lit up, revealing the wrinkled face of the Yi family's eldest elder. Mr. Su, I am Yi Rushuang, an elder of the Yi family. I apologize for disturbing you. The old woman's voice, though aged, was full of vigor. What's up? Su Chen's tone remained as casual as ever. I only have one question for you, sir. Yi Rushuang's gaze was fixed on Su Chen. Faced with Her Majesty the Empress's wrath, what are your chances of victory? Su Chen smiled. Odds of winning? He slowly stood up, walked to the light screen, and looked into the eyes of the old woman who had lived for over 100 years. Old man, you've got things wrong. From the very beginning, I never thought about competing with her. Because the outcome of this entire game of chess has never been decided by her. His eyes gleamed with an air of dominance over the world. It is up to me. Chapter 86. A Strike from Afar. Sky City, Royal Palace, Roundtable Conference Hall. The hall, crafted from pure white crystal and symbolizing the highest power in the empire, was now packed to capacity. The heads of all the top families sat upright, their expressions solemn. At the very head of the hall, on the magnificent throne carved from psionic crystal, lay an empty seat. Her Majesty the Queen did not attend in person. However, this did not affect the solemn atmosphere of the meeting. Everyone knew that Her Majesty the Queen's will was watching their every move through the psionic matrix that spanned the entire hall. The meeting was chaired by the Royal Home Secretary, a middle-aged woman with a stern and unsmiling expression. By order of Her Majesty the Empress, a high-level roundtable meeting is being held today to review the case of the Yi family colluding with dangerous elements on the surface in an attempt to overthrow the rule of the empire. The Home Minister's icy voice echoed in the hall. All eyes turned to the woman sitting alone in the dock. Yi Wanqing, the head of the Yi family. She was dressed in a black suit today, her face expressionless, just sitting there quietly, as if the hostile and scrutinizing gazes around her had nothing to do with her. Patriarchally, please state your accusations. The Minister of the Interior looked at Li Yueru. Li Yueru stood up, bowed slightly to the empty throne above, and then slowly spoke in her languid yet alluring voice. Your Excellency Minister of the Interior, and esteemed family heads, our Li family has been loyal to Her Majesty the Empress and to the Empire for generations. We will never tolerate any attempt to undermine the foundations of the Empire. According to our reliable intelligence, the Yi family has recently been in close contact with a man of unknown origin named Su Chun. This man is cunning and ruthless. He not only wiped out the Wang family overnight, but also caused the disappearance of Inspector General Luo Lin. The Yi family, instead of distancing themselves from such dangerous individuals, treated them as honored guests and even entrusted them with the control of the family's security forces. We have reason to suspect that the Yi family has betrayed the empire, and that they and that man are brewing a terrible conspiracy that could overthrow us all. Li Yueru's words were forceful and persuasive. That's right. The head of the Zhao family immediately stood up and echoed, our Zhao family can also testify. That man named Su Chen is a devil. He bewitched Yi Qingcheng and controlled the Yi family. His ultimate goal is to challenge Her Majesty the Empress as supreme authority. Immediately, public sentiment was agitated. Almost all the families began to verbally and in writing criticize the Yi family. Throw the Yi family into the dungeon. Torture them severely. Seize all of the Yi family's assets. We cannot let their conspiracy succeed. Your Majesty, I beseech your divine judgment. Immediately dispatch troops to raze Tsangyan City to the ground and tear that man to pieces. The sound waves rose higher and higher. Yi Wanqing became the target of public criticism, as if she would be torn to shreds by the surging public opinion at any moment. However, she remained sitting there calmly. The words Su Chen had said to her echoed in her mind. The outcome of this entire game has never been decided by her. It is up to me. She chose to believe him. Just as the Minister of the Interior picked up the scepter that symbolized the verdict, preparing to announce the preliminary results of the trial against the Yi family, an unexpected change occurred. In the center of the hall, the huge holographic screen flickered without warning. Immediately afterwards, the light screen that was displaying the meeting agenda turned into a snowflake. What happened? Technical department. Check the system immediately. Just as everyone was filled with doubt and uncertainty, the snowflakes disappeared. A new image appeared on the screen. It was a luxuriously decorated secret room. Li Yueru, the head of the Li family, is conducting a secret transaction with a woman dressed in a military uniform. On the screen, it was clearly shown that Li Yueru handed a document marked top secret to the military general. The general then handed her a briefcase. The box was opened, revealing it filled with glittering, high-purity energy crystals. Don't worry, this batch of weapons is absolutely the most advanced model in the empire, enough to arm an entire regiment. As long as you can help us deal with the Yi family, we, the Li family, will need your patronage in our business on the border in the future. Li Yueru's seductive voice, amplified by the loudspeaker, clearly resonated throughout the entire hall. Boom! The entire round-table conference hall erupted in chaos. Disbelief was written on everyone's face. Smuggling weapons. This is a grave crime of treason. Li Yueru's face turned pale instantly. She looked at her smiling self on the screen and her body began to tremble uncontrollably. How is this possible? This video shows a transaction she conducted a month ago in a completely confidential location. Besides her and that military general, there was absolutely no way a third person could know. However, before she could recover from the enormous shock, the image on the screen changed again. This time, the protagonist is the head of the Zhao family. In the scene, she is conducting a dirty deal with an ugly alien merchant from another planet. She sold the Empire's latest forbidden technology related to biological genes to the other party at a high price. With this technology, your race can mass-produce powerful biological weapons in a short period of time. Then, whether dealing with the Empire or other civilizations, you will be invincible. If Li Yueru's arms smuggling only shook the foundations of the empire. Therefore, the Zhao family's actions are blatantly handing a knife to the empire's enemies. They've gone mad, they've all gone mad. The heads of the families in the hall were all terrified, their faces turning ashen. They never imagined that these two seemingly respectable families were actually engaged in such heinous acts behind the scenes. Li Yueru and the head of the Zhao family were completely slumped in their seats. They knew they were finished. It's completely over. Amidst this chaos, the image on the light screen changed for the last time. This time, what appeared was a man's face. A face so handsome it seemed otherworldly. It was Su Chen. He sat on a luxurious sofa, with two beautiful women in his arms. A playful smile played on his lips. His gaze seemed to pierce through a curtain of light, landing on the face of every person in the hall. Good afternoon, everyone. Let me introduce myself, my name is Su Chen. Those two short videos I just shared were a small gift for you all. I hope you will like it. After he finished speaking, he raised the wine glass in his hand towards the camera and gently swirled it. Then, the light screen went completely dark. The entire round table conference hall fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was completely stunned by this sudden scene. This man actually used such a direct and brutal method to give the Li family and the Zhao family a resounding slap in the face in front of all the top families. Such extraordinary methods and such arrogance sent chills down everyone's spine. For the first time, the Minister of the Interior's usually stern face showed a look of shock. She slowly turned her gaze to Yi Wanqing, who had remained silent throughout. At that moment, Yi Wanqing slowly stood up. A victor's smile appeared on her face. The deepest part of the palace. The core hall of the psionic matrix. Empress Evelina watched silently as the image of the man's arrogant smile finally froze on the screen. Much later, a slow, amused smile crept onto the corners of her lips. Interesting. It seems this game is more interesting than I imagined. Chapter 87: The Queen's Chess Game. The roundtable meeting ended abruptly in a way that no one had expected. The Li and Zhao families, who were just moments before aggressively trying to destroy the Yi family, instantly became pariahs. Their patriarch was arrested by the royal guards who were already waiting outside the palace gates before he even stepped out. What awaits them is the empire's harshest trial. The other families, after witnessing Su Chen's unpredictable and mysterious methods, all became cowards and dared not utter a single word against the Yi family. A deadly trap aimed at the Yi family was effortlessly averted by that man thousands of miles away. As the heads of the families left the hall one by one, looking dejected, the Minister of Internal Affairs called out to Yi Wanqing. Patriarch Yi, please wait. Yi Wanqing stopped and turned around, looking at her calmly. Your Majesty, the Queen wishes to see you. Yi Wanqing's heart skipped a beat. But she remained calm on her face. Please lead the way. Led by the Minister of the Interior, Yi Wanqing walked through a series of heavily guarded corridors filled with futuristic technology. Finally, they arrived at a spacious yet majestic hall. The core hall of the psionic matrix. This is the core of the entire Sky City, and even the entire empire, and also the residence of Her Majesty the Empress. Normally, no one except the Queen herself is allowed to approach. Yi Wanqing took a deep breath and tidied her appearance. Then, alone, he slowly walked into the door that emitted a pale blue light. The interior of the hall was simpler and more impressive than she had imagined. There were no luxurious decorations, no superfluous furnishings. Only an endless galaxy of pale blue data streams flowed slowly beneath her feet, above her head, and around her body. She felt as if she were not in a room, but at the center of the universe. At the very center of that data galaxy, a woman dressed in a magnificent royal robe, with a face so perfect it seemed otherworldly, was quietly suspended in mid-air. She is the supreme ruler of the empire, Empress Evelina Augusta. Yi Wanqing greets Her Majesty the Empress. Yuan knelt down on one knee and performed a deep bow with the utmost sincerity. Get up. The Queen's voice echoed in the empty hall. The voice was devoid of any emotion, ethereal yet majestic, as if it were an echo of the heavens. Yi Wanqing slowly stood up, her head lowered, not daring to meet that godlike gaze. Your friend is quite good, the Queen said slowly. Yi Wanqing's heart tightened suddenly. His name is Su Chen, right? Yes, Your Majesty. A very interesting variable. The Queen's lips curled into a playful smile. He used an invisible knife to cut an interesting slit in my chessboard. Our Yi family has absolutely no disloyalty to His Majesty. Yi Wanqing quickly pledged her loyalty. I know, the queen interrupted her. If you truly had ulterior motives, you wouldn't be standing here speaking to me now. Her gaze seemed to pierce through the endless void, landing on that distant city on the surface of the earth. I'm very interested in him. I want to talk to him face to face. The Empress's words caused Yi Wanqing's pupils to shrink sharply. Should we talk to Su Chen face to face? What does that mean? Was it a trap, or an offer of amnesty? I don't know if he's willing. Yi Wanqing said cautiously. He will, the queen said confidently. Go back and tell him I'm in Sky City, waiting for him. Tell him that this is an invitation, but also an order. After saying that, she slowly closed her eyes and said no more. The surrounding data streams began to accelerate, gradually engulfing her figure. Yi Wanqing knew this was an invitation to leave. She bowed deeply once more, and then slowly withdrew from the suffocating hall. When she stepped out of the palace and breathed in the cool air of the Sky City again, she realized that her back was already soaked with cold sweat. She dared not delay for a moment and immediately returned to her family, conveying the queen's invitation to Su Chen through the most secure encrypted channel. The manor, the master bedroom. After hearing Yi Wanqing's account, Su Chen smiled knowingly. Everything was within his expectations. Su Chen, you can't go. Yi Qingcheng, who was standing to the side, grabbed Su Chen's arm immediately after hearing the news, her face filled with panic. This must be a trap. The Empress, she wants to kill you. Li Yi and Luo Lin also stood to the side, their expressions solemn. Master, Sky City is the queen's domain. There, she can mobilize the power of the entire psionic matrix. If you go there, it will be tantamount to walking into a trap, Rolling advised in a deep voice. She knew better than anyone just how terrifying the queen was in her home turf. Yes, chief. A wise man avoids dangerous situations. We don't need to take that risk, Ria added. Seeing the genuine worry on the women's faces, Su Chen felt a warmth in his heart. He pulled Yi Qingcheng into his arms, patted her back, and said with a smile, "You all think too simply of her. If she really wanted to kill me, she wouldn't need to use such complicated methods. Her invitation to Sky City just shows that she can't do anything about me right now. She wanted to find out my background and also wanted to negotiate with me." Negotiation? Yi Qingcheng looked at him in confusion. Yes, negotiation. Su Chen's eyes gleamed with wisdom. She wants to know how many of her secrets I hold. She also wants to know what I really want. And I, too, just happen to want to see with my own eyes what that woman who ruled this world for 200 years really looks like. I also want her to know who should set the new rules for this world from now on. His words were filled with unparalleled confidence and domineering presence. Looking at him, Yi Qingcheng's anxious heart gradually calmed down. She knew that her man never did anything without being sure of success. But that's the Sky City after all. Don't worry. Su Chen smiled and pinched her pert nose. The game has only just begun. How could I, a player, possibly go and challenge the final boss alone right after leaving the starting village? I will make her understand that if she wants to see me, she can. But you must follow my rules. Chapter 88 My Rules are the Rules. Su Chen's response reached Sky City in a way that exceeded everyone's expectations. He did not go through the Yi family or any official channels. He directly used the Inspectorate's top-level encrypted network, which was under Rolling S control, to send a short letter to the Queen's private terminal. The letter was simple, yet arrogant. If you want to see me, you can. Within 3 days, withdraw all troops besieging Sangyun City and lift all blockades. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. The signature consisted of only one name: Su Chen. When the contents of this letter circulated through certain clandestine channels in the upper echelons of Sky City, everyone thought that this man named Su Chen must have gone mad. Who does he think he is? How dare he speak to Her Majesty the Empress in such a commanding tone? How dare he threaten the Empress? This is a blatant provocation. This is the most serious trampling on the supreme authority of the Empire. In an instant, the entire Sky City was shaken. Countless families jointly petitioned Her Majesty the Empress to immediately order the execution of this arrogant and ignorant madman on the spot. Several legion commanders of the Royal Guard even petitioned outside the palace, saying that if the Empress gave the order, they would immediately lead their army to raze Sangyun City to the ground. Everyone believed that a real, devastating war was about to break out. However, the Queen's reaction once again surprised everyone. Faced with Su Chen's almost humiliating conditions, she neither felt anger nor made any rebuttal. She simply issued an order that shook the entire empire. Issue my decree, the 1st, 3rd, and 5th legions of the Royal Guard shall immediately cease military operations and return to their base in Sky City. Lift all blockades on Sunyun City. In addition, prepare a top-of-the-line royal ceremonial ship for Mr. Su Chen. 3 days later, the Minister of the Interior will personally go to Sunyun City to welcome Mr. Su to Sky City for the appointment. This order, like a depth charge, unleashed a massive wave in Sky City. Everyone was stunned. Her Majesty the Empress actually agreed? She actually compromised with a man from the surface world? This is something that has never happened in the past 200 years. What kind of magic does this man named Su Chen possess? What kind of leverage does he actually possess? How could such a huge concession be made by Her Majesty the Empress, who was absolute in her word and regarded the dignity of the empire as everything? Countless speculations and discussions were rampant in every corner of Sky City. For the first time, the name Su Chen truly inspired deep awe and fear in all the top families. They knew that this man was no longer a variable that could be manipulated at will. He is a terrifying force capable of directly confronting Her Majesty the Empress. The world is truly about to change. Sunyun City. As the 3 Royal Guard legions, which had loomed over the city like dark clouds for days, slowly rose into the air and eventually disappeared into the horizon. When the communication network, which had been cut off for several days, was restored to normal, the entire city erupted in a deafening cheer, as if everyone had survived a catastrophe. Citizens rushed into the streets, embracing and weeping. They didn't know what had happened, but they knew that the shadow of war had dissipated. Peace has returned. The Yi family, on the other hand, emerged as the biggest winner in this turmoil. Everyone knows that the Yi family has latched onto a powerful figure, even more powerful than Her Majesty the Empress. In no time, the threshold of the Yi family was almost worn down by various forces coming to curry favor. As the instigator of all this, Su Chen remained as calm and collected as ever. He stood on the terrace of the manor, watching the royal VIP ship, made entirely of silver-white metal and exuding an air of luxury and majesty, slowly descend onto the helipad. And the Minister of Home Affairs who stepped off the ship with a complicated expression. A victorious smile curled at the corners of his mouth. He knew that he had won the first round of this psychological battle. Moreover, the victory was clean and decisive. Su Chen, are you really going? Yi Qingcheng walked to his side, took his arm, and still had a trace of worry on her face. Although Su Chen had created a miracle, the thought of him going alone into that dangerous place made her unable to feel completely at ease. Of course I'll go. Su Chen turned around and pulled her into his arms. Your Majesty the Empress has already prepared such a grand welcoming ceremony for me. If I don't go, wouldn't that be too disrespectful? But don't worry. Su Chen lowered his head and kissed her forehead. While I'm gone, the safety of the manor is in the care of Luo Lin and Li Yi. With them there, even if the Royal Guard comes again, they won't get any advantage. You just stay home and wait for me to come back. His voice possesses an irresistible, calming power. When I come back, I hope to see the most beautiful queen. In bed, prepare the most sumptuous victory feast for me. The warm breath brushed against Yi Qingcheng's earlobe, instantly bringing a blush to her cheeks. She nodded, buried her face in Su Chen's chest, and greedily inhaled the comforting scent emanating from him. After calming his woman down, Su Chen straightened his clothes and, under the respectful yet complex gaze of the Minister of the Interior, slowly boarded the royal ceremonial ship, a vessel reserved for the most distinguished guests of the empire. He didn't bring anyone with him. He wanted to go alone to meet the so-called god who had ruled the world for 200 years. He wanted her to know. Even gods can be replaced. The airship slowly ascended into the sky. We sped through the thick clouds toward the legendary city in the sky. A new game is about to begin. Su Chen was already eager to see what kind of surprise the high and mighty Empress could bring him. Chapter 89 City in the Clouds. The Royal Navy's VIP ship flies at extremely high speeds and with exceptionally smooth flight. Su Chen sat in the luxurious cabin, looking down through the huge porthole at the mountains and rivers rushing past below. The Minister of the Interior stood respectfully to one side, not daring to breathe loudly. She secretly sized up the young man, her heart filled with turmoil. She simply couldn't understand how this man, who looked to be no more than 20 years old, could have gotten that capricious and dignified empress to make such a huge concession. He seemed shrouded in layers of mystery, making it impossible for her to see through him. Su Chen ignored her thoughts. He closed his eyes and began to organize all the information about Sky City that Rowling had provided to him in his mind. The Sky City is not simply floating in the air. It uses a massive psychic matrix that covers the entire planet to absorb the spiritual energy emitted by all life on the surface in order to maintain its operation. It can be said that this city is a giant parasite built upon all life on the planet. The Empress is the administrator of this parasite, possessing the highest authority. This is why she possesses almost godlike power in Sky City. Because there, she could freely mobilize the spiritual energy of the entire planet. A very interesting concept, Su Chen thought to himself. About an hour later, the speed of the spaceship began to decrease slowly. "Mr. Su, we have arrived." The Minister of the Interior's voice brought Su Chen out of his thoughts. Su Chen opened his eyes and looked out the window. Even though he was mentally prepared, he was still deeply shocked by the sight when he saw the legendary city with his own eyes. It was a magnificent city that defied description. Countless futuristic buildings, constructed from pure white metal and transparent crystals, stand in a staggered pattern atop massive artificial islands supported by anti-gravity engines. The buildings are connected by countless transparent, crystal-like strips of light. Countless aircraft of various shapes and sizes shuttled back and forth between the light strips in an orderly manner. The entire city was enveloped in a faint, multicolored energy shield. Sunlight pierced through the shield, refracting into a dreamlike halo. This doesn't feel like a city. It's more like a heavenly kingdom that only exists in myths and legends. "Welcome to Sky City." The Minister of the Interior's voice carried an undisguised pride. Instead of landing on the city's public airstrip, the spaceship passed directly through several energy barriers and flew towards the very center of the city. There stood a pure white building, more magnificent and majestic than any other building, like a mountain peak. Imperial Palace. The airship slowly landed on a huge helipad atop the palace. As Su Chen stepped out of the cabin, he immediately sensed a pure spiritual energy in the air that was hundreds of times more concentrated than that on the ground. Here, he doesn't even need to consciously absorb it, the energy will automatically enter his body. "Mr. Su, please follow me. Her Majesty the Empress is already waiting for you." The Minister of the Interior led the way. Su Chen followed her into the interior of the palace. The interior of the palace was not as magnificent as he had imagined. Instead, it was filled with a minimalist style and a futuristic feel. The floor was as smooth as a mirror, the walls emitted a soft glow, and the holographic projections floated slowly in the air. Along the way, they encountered many royal guards dressed in magnificent armor and wielding energy weapons. The guards looked at Su Chen with a mixture of curiosity and wariness. But none of them dared to come forward and question them. Because Su Chen was accompanied by Her Majesty the Empress's most trusted Minister of the Interior. And because of this, the man's name has spread throughout the entire Sky City in the past few days. He was the only man who dared to challenge the Empress's authority and succeeded. We walked through a long, seemingly endless corridor. The Minister of the Interior finally stopped in front of a massive door made of pure light. "Mr. Su, His Majesty is inside. His Majesty has decreed that no one is allowed to enter and disturb the peace." After speaking, she bowed slightly to Su Chen, then turned and stepped aside. Su Chen looked at the light gate in front of him, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. He could sense the immense, unfathomable spiritual energy emanating from behind the door, like a vast ocean. Without the slightest hesitation, he strode forward and walked straight through the portal of light. After a brief, disorienting feeling, I realized that time and space had been distorted. The view before me suddenly opened up. He found himself standing in a vast, boundless galaxy composed of pale blue data streams. This is the heart of the entire Sky City. The core hall of the psionic matrix. It also belongs to that Empress, the divine realm. Su Chen's gaze swept around the surroundings. Finally, it landed at the very center of that data galaxy. There, a figure was silently suspended. She wore a magnificent royal robe that was more dazzling than starlight. Her long, golden hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall. Her features were so perfect that not a single flaw could be found. Those icy blue eyes were quietly watching him. That look in his eyes was devoid of any emotion. Calm, indifferent, as if gazing at a tiny, insignificant speck of dust. She was the supreme ruler of the empire. That god who ruled the world for 200 years. Evelyn Augusta. Chapter 90, The Game of Gods. Their eyes met. The entire core hall of the psionic matrix fell into absolute silence. There seemed to be invisible lightning flashing in the air. Su Chen calmly looked at the woman floating in the center of the data galaxy, and couldn't help but feel a sense of amazement. He had seen many beautiful women, Yi Qingqing's nobility, Li Ye's allure, Feng Wu's aloofness, and Luo Lin's heroic spirit. But the woman before me possessed a beauty that transcended the mundane. It is a kind of inhuman, divine beauty that can only be presented through the most precise calculations and the most perfect genetic arrangement. But in Su Chen's eyes, there was only admiration, not the slightest bit of infatuation. Because he knew that beneath this perfect exterior lay a cold soul, bound for 200 years, long since devoid of self and emotion. She is not alone. She is a core processor deeply bound to the entire planet's psionic matrix. You are Su Chen? Empress Evelina finally spoke slowly. Her voice, like her, was devoid of any emotion. It was ethereal yet dignified. Each syllable seems to resonate with the surrounding data stream, striking directly into the depths of one's soul. Anyone who heard that voice would probably be unable to resist kneeling down in submission. But Su Chen simply smiled faintly. It's me. You are more interesting than I imagined. The queen's gaze swept over him without restraint, as if she wanted to see him clearly from the inside out. I can sense that there is a power within your body that does not belong to this world. You're not from this world, are you? Su Chen's pupils contracted almost imperceptibly. He didn't expect that the other party would directly expose his biggest secret as soon as they opened their mouth. So what if it is? So what if it isn't? He quickly regained his composure and asked in return. Not so much. For the first time, a smile that could be described as playful appeared on the queen's face. I'm just a little curious, what kind of place is your world? A place that is much freer than here. Freedom? A hint of confusion flashed in the queen's eyes. What is that? Looking at her, Su Chen suddenly felt that this high and mighty goddess was somewhat pitiful. She possessed supreme power, yet she didn't even know what freedom was. It seems we have nothing to talk about. Su Chen didn't want to waste any more words with her. Let's get straight to the point. What exactly do you want from me? What do I want to do? The Empress laughed, her laughter echoing in the empty hall. Su Chen, you seem to have misunderstood something. Now, it is you who stands in my divine realm. Here, I am everything. The words fell. The entire data galaxy began to boil violently. An incredibly powerful and terrifying pressure instantly surged towards Su Chen from all directions, pressing in relentlessly. Su Chen felt as if his body was being crushed by an invisible mountain. His bones made cracking sounds, as if they were about to break under the strain. His breathing also became difficult. He could clearly feel the surrounding psychic energy transforming into billions of invisible needles, attempting to pierce his body and destroy his will. This is the power of the Empress. In this realm that belongs to her, she is an omnipotent god. She can manipulate everything at will. However, this attack was powerful enough to instantly annihilate any living being. Su Chen's face still showed no fear whatsoever. He simply stood there quietly, letting the devastating force assault his body. His body, having undergone multiple systematic enhancements, was already indestructible. His will was as firm as a rock. Is this your way of treating guests? Su Chen raised his head, looking at the high and mighty woman, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth. It seems that ruling for 200 years has made you forget how to communicate with people on an equal footing. For the first time, surprise appeared in the queen's eyes. She never expected that this man would emerge unscathed from her divine power. His physical strength and mental resilience far exceeded her expectations. Interesting. She slowly withdrew that oppressive aura. The surrounding galaxy of data, which had been boiling over, returned to calm once more. It seems that conventional methods are not working on you. The Empress looked at Su Chen, her eyes becoming serious. Then, let's try a more interesting way to play. A game, or rather, a gamble. Would you dare to take it? What are we betting on? Let's gamble on our fates, the Queen said, a hint of excitement in her voice. And on the future of this world. The rules of the game are very simple. I will no longer use force against you. I can even provide you with certain conveniences. I want you to stay in Sky City for a month. You can do whatever you want during this month. As long as you can do something that surprises me, or rather, makes things difficult for me, you win. So what if we win? You have won, and I will acknowledge your status. From this day forward, you will rule this empire with me. A mad light flashed in the Empress's eyes. You will have a place in Sky City. This offer is very tempting, Su Chen smiled. But what if I lose? You have lost. You, and everything you possess, will become my property. The queen's voice turned icy. I will cut your body apart inch by inch, and peel your soul away piece by piece. I will study all the secrets within you, until you become the most perfect piece in my collection. This is a devil's gamble, full of temptation and deadly danger. Su Chen looked at her and suddenly smiled. In your opinion, this bet is fair, right? Certainly. Unfortunately, you still got one thing wrong. Su Chen shook his head. I am the kind of person who never gambles my fate with others. Because my destiny is only in my own hands. His gaze sharpened. However, I am very interested in your game. So, I've decided to play along with you. However, I will set the rules. He looked at the queen's flawless face and slowly threw out his first chip. Your biggest secret is that every now and then you need to go into a month-long sleep to repair your body, which has been riddled with holes by psionic energy. And your next period of slumber will be 3 months from now. Am I right, Evelina, your majesty? The words fell. The entire data galaxy froze completely at that moment. For the first time, the Empress's perpetually cold face revealed a genuine emotion called shock. Chapter 91 Fatal Gamble. Su Chen's words were like the sharpest dagger, coated with deadly poison, precisely and mercilessly piercing Queen Evelina's softest and most fatal weakness. Sleeping. This was her greatest secret to maintaining her rule for 200 years, and also her only fatal weakness. This secret could never be known to anyone other than herself. She looked at the man before her, and for the first time, a genuine, chilling killing intent ignited in his icy blue eyes. At this moment, the temperature in the entire core hall of the psionic matrix seemed to drop to freezing point. The surrounding data streams stopped flowing, froze in midair, and emitted a dangerous, chilling light. How did you know? The queen's voice was no longer ethereal and majestic as before, but filled with suppressed, volcanic rage. Guess? Su Chen's face still held that calm and nonchalant smile. He knew he had made the right bet. Rolling, the trump card he had prepared from the very beginning, indeed played the most crucial role. The Empress's chest rose and fell slightly. She desperately wanted to erase this man, who knew her biggest secret, from the world immediately. But she can't. Because she didn't know who else besides him knew the secret. She had no idea how many other secrets this man still knew about her. If she kills him here, the secret will likely spread throughout the entire Sky City in the next second. At that time, her seemingly stable rule, which has lasted for 200 years, will crumble in an instant. Those top families who outwardly obeyed her but inwardly defied her, those ambitious individuals who had long coveted the throne, would pounce on her like sharks smelling blood, tearing her to shreds. She couldn't afford to pay that price. Much later, the Empress slowly suppressed the murderous intent in her heart. The frozen data stream around us slowly began to run again. She looked at Su Chen, her eyes filled with complex emotions. There was apprehension, there was anger, but more than anything, there was a morbid excitement of meeting a worthy opponent. Very good. Su Chen, you really didn't disappoint me. You have successfully made me want to kill you. You have also successfully made me hesitant to kill you easily. A chilling smile appeared on her lips once again. It seems that our game can be changed to a fairer way. Go on, I'm listening. Su Chen knew that he had successfully regained control of the game. The bet remains the same, the queen said slowly. You have 1 month to do as you please in Sky City. If you win, I can grant you one condition that isn't unreasonable. If you lose, you must tell me all the secrets you know. Then, you will remain in this palace forever, becoming a part of me. This condition sounds better than the previous one, Su Chen said, stroking his chin. However, I still feel it's not quite fair. Oh? Your standards for surprise and tricky are too vague. In the end, whether you win or lose will be entirely up to you. So what do you want? It's simple. A sly glint flashed in Su Chen's eyes. Let us change to a more specific, more quantifiable bet. Within a month, I will completely transform the underground world of Sky City. I will give new masters to all the rats that live in the dark corners. I want to plant the rose flag in every slum of Sky City. I want to give those people at the bottom of society, whom you regard as garbage and dust, the right to say no to you. Every word Su Chen spoke was like a heavy hammer blow, striking the Empress's heart. She hadn't expected this man to have such great ambitions. He wanted not only power, but also status. What he wants is subversion. It fundamentally shakes her rigid class rule that has lasted for 200 years. You can't do it. The queen shook her head. The order of Sky City is deeply entrenched. The servility of the lower classes is ingrained in their very bones. They dare not rebel, nor will they. Then we'll wait and see. Suchen smiled. And if I succeed, so what? If you can really do it, then you win. A hint of sarcasm flashed in the Empress's eyes. At that time, don't even mention a single condition. Even if you want this royal robe of mine, I might not be able to refuse you. She simply couldn't believe that Su Chen could accomplish such a fantastical feat in just 1 month. Very good. Su Chen nodded. It's a deal. However, I have one more small condition. Explain. I need a proper identity. And absolute freedom of action. The Empress pondered for a moment, then nodded. Can. She stretched out her fair hand and gently touched the empty space in front of her. A token composed of data streams and radiating golden light slowly condensed and flew in front of Su Chen. This is the identity token of the Royal Special Inspector. Seeing this token is as if I were here in person. Within Sky City, you are free to enter and leave anywhere except my palace. Everyone must unconditionally cooperate with your actions. Thank you. Su Chen accepted the token without any hesitation. So, may our bet now officially begin? The queen looked at him, her eyes filled with anticipation. Certainly. Su Chen greeted her with the gentlemanly courtesy of his world. Then, he turned around and strode towards the portal he had come from. As she watched his receding figure, a strange light flickered in the queen's eyes. A variable from another world. A gamble that will disrupt the established order. All right. Let me see what kind of surprise you, this variable, can bring me. She slowly closed her eyes and once again merged into that boundless galaxy of data. But she didn't know that. The opponent she personally released was not an interesting one. Rather, it was a prehistoric behemoth, capable of utterly devouring her and her decaying empire. Chapter 92 Variables. When Su Chen's figure reappeared outside the palace, the Minister of the Interior, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately came forward to greet him. Her face showed an undisguised mix of nervousness and curiosity. She was eager to know what this man and Her Majesty the Queen had discussed. However, when her gaze fell upon the golden token in Su Chen's hand, her pupils suddenly contracted. This is a Royal Special Inspector's order? Her voice became somewhat shrill due to extreme shock. This token was issued only 3 times in the 200 years since the Empire was founded. Each time, it represents Her Majesty the Empress's supreme will and possesses the unparalleled power to act first and report later. And now, this token, which symbolizes the highest power of the Empire, has actually appeared in the hands of a man from the surface of the earth. The Minister of the Interior's mind went blank. She looked at Su Chen, her eyes no longer filled with the scrutiny and wariness of before, but only with endless, soul-deep awe. From now on, all my actions in Sky City will be arranged by you. Su Chen tossed the token to her and calmly instructed, prepare a place for me to stay. It needs to be quiet, private, and big enough. Yes, yes. Lord Su, Lord Su. The Minister of Internal Affairs hurriedly accepted the token, his hands trembling slightly. I will arrange it for you immediately. The Yi family's Cloud Top Manor is the most luxurious private residence in the entire Sky City. What do you think? Can. Su Chen nodded, said no more, and boarded the Royal Navy VIP ship that was still waiting on the tarmac. The news that Su Chen met with the Empress and was appointed Royal Special Inspector swept through the entire Sky City like a Category 12 superstorm in just a few hours. All the top families who heard this news went completely mad. They couldn't understand it, nor could they comprehend it. A few days ago, this man was also an enemy whom Her Majesty the Empress considered a major threat and was determined to eliminate. How did he suddenly transform into an imperial envoy serving Her Majesty the Empress? What exactly happened in between? Countless speculations and discussions were taking place frantically in the secret chambers of various families. Some believed that this was a scheme by Her Majesty the Empress to praise him to death, intending to put Su Chen in a difficult position, make him a target of public criticism, and then destroy him with her own hands. Some people believe that Su Chen, through some unknown means, reached a secret agreement with Her Majesty the Empress, and the two have formed an alliance. But regardless of the specific speculation, they all point to a common conclusion. That is, this man named Su Chen has become a crucial and super variable in this power arena that no one can ignore. In this storm, the Yi family undoubtedly experienced the most significant changes in their status. Just a few days ago, they were a criminal, facing boycott from all their families and the constant threat of having their homes ransacked and being wiped out. Now, they have become the hottest rising stars in the entire Sky City. The threshold of the Yi family was almost worn down by the heads of various families who came to visit and curry favor. Yi Wanqing, the head of the Yi family who had just narrowly escaped death, had now become the object of everyone's flattery and fawning. She sat in her living room, looking at her old friends who had been mocking her just a few days ago but now wore fawning smiles, and felt a mix of emotions. She knew that none of this was because Yi Wanqing had any influence. It was because of that man. That man, who turned the entire power structure of Sky City upside down in just one day. Looking out the window at the misty cloud-top manor where Su Chen was about to stay, her sense of awe deepened. She knew that binding the entire Yi family to Su Chen's cause was the most correct, and also the most insane, decision she had ever made. Hentaying Manor. Su Chen was soaking in the huge infinity pool that was suspended in mid-air, looking down at the bustling city below, which was full of futuristic technology. Yi Qingqing's communication arrived just in time. On the screen, her face showed undisguised excitement and joy. Su Chen. Did you see that? We won. We really won. Now, the entire Sky City is talking about you. You've become a legend here. My mother said that those families who used to look down on our Yi family are now practically wearing down our doorstep. Seeing her excitedly gesturing, Su Chen smiled. This is just the beginning. I'll come back to see you after I've finished what I need to do here. Yes. Yi Qingqing nodded heavily, her eyes filled with infatuation and admiration as she looked at Su Chen. I'll wait for you to come back. After hanging up the call, Su Chen's gaze once again fell on the enormous city below. His eyes became deep. He knew that the Empress had given him this title, seemingly granting him supreme power and glory. But in reality, it also pushed him to the opposite side of everyone. She wanted to see how he would struggle and perform in this murky water. Unfortunately, she underestimated him. He's not here to perform. He's here to cause trouble. He took out his personal terminal and dialed an encrypted number. The call was answered quickly. Leader? A voice filled with surprise and disbelief came from the other end of the phone. She never expected that Su Chen would contact her from Sky City. I've arrived in Sky City, Su Chen said calmly. What? Li Ye's voice instantly rose 8 octaves. Now, I need you to do something for me. Please give your orders, leader. Even if it means going through fire and water, Rose will never refuse. Li Ye's voice was full of determination. Very good. A cold smile curled at the corner of Su Chen's lips. I want you to use all the power of Rose in Sky City to give me the most detailed list. A blacklist of all the underground forces in Sky City. I need to know each of their names, each of their territories, and who stands behind each of them. I want to see this list on my desk within 3 days. Yes, Chief. Li Yi replied immediately without any hesitation. Also, Su Chen paused, spread the word and tell the sisters to get ready. A grand hunt is about to begin. And this time, our hunting ground is the entire Sky City. Chapter 93 The First Prey. The night in Sky City is deeper and colder than the night on Earth. Above the clouds, without the glow of city lights, there was only a clear, cold moon and a sky full of stars. However, in the dark corners of this city, in places where the sunlight cannot reach, there flows an undercurrent that is even dirtier and more chaotic than the night itself. Slums, garbage disposal centers, abandoned underground pipes. These places are the inner world of Sky City, and also blind spots of imperial law and order. Countless gangs and organizations have grown wildly here, building their own dark kingdoms through prostitution, gambling, drugs, and all sorts of shady dealings. They are maggots clinging to this city, greedily sucking its nutrients. The Empress and those high-ranking families, however, turned a blind eye to this. In their view, the life and death of these people at the bottom of society are none of their business. They even relish the existence of this chaos. Because a chaotic, ununited grassroots is the easiest grassroots to be ruled. However, they were unaware of this. A variable from another world has cast his cold, aggressive gaze upon this dark land that they have forgotten for countless years. 3 days later. Hentaying Manor, study. Su Chen looked at the thick list that Li Yi had sent through encrypted channels, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Rose was more efficient than he had imagined. This list not only records in detail the information of hundreds of underground forces, large and small, in Sky City. They even listed out the top families who were protecting them and had illicit dealings with them. It seems that this seemingly glamorous city is already rotten inside. Su Chen's finger slowly slid across the light screen, finally stopping at a name. Black Widow, Zheng Hui. This woman is the head of the largest underground force in the western district of Sky City. She controlled all the casinos, brothels, and illegal gladiatorial arenas in the entire West End. Her methods were ruthless and cruel, and she was bloodthirsty. All those who dare to challenge her authority will eventually become the prey of the mutated creatures in her arena. And the powerful backer behind her is none other than the Zhao family, whom Su Chen had ruined at the roundtable meeting. Let's start with you. A cold smile curled at the corners of Su Chen's lips. He wanted to make an example of someone. He wanted to use the most direct and brutal method to let everyone know. This dark world will have a new master starting today. He stood up, faced the door, and casually instructed Lorraine. Yes, master. A black figure appeared silently at the door of the study. Rowling was still wearing that smart black uniform, but her aura was more restrained and more dangerous than before. The genetic modification of Divine Guardian bestowed upon her by Su Chen has been initially completed. Now, she not only possesses powerful mental strength, but also terrifying physical strength comparable to that of an ancient martial arts master. She is a perfect killing weapon. Come out with me, I need to kill someone. Su Chen's tone was as calm as if he were saying, let's go out for a meal. Yes, master. The West End, Black Widow's lair, the Fallen Paradise Club. Deafening music, mixed with the smell of alcohol and hormones, filled the entire space. Countless scantily clad women were wildly gyrating their bodies on the dance floor. On the top floor of the club, in a private box decorated like a palace, a voluptuous woman with heavy makeup was leaning back on a huge sofa, holding two young and beautiful girls in her arms, enjoying their service. She is Black Widow, Zheng Hui. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door of the private room. Get lost. Can't you see I'm busy? Zheng Hui snapped impatiently. However, the door was kicked open from the outside. Boom! With a loud crash, the heavy door, made of alloy, was transformed into a terrifying dent in fluid, slamming heavily onto the ground. The music in the private room suddenly stopped. Everyone was stunned by this sudden turn of events. Zheng Hui suddenly sat up from the sofa, her face contorted with rage. Who the hell dares to run wild on my turf? She had barely finished speaking. Two figures, one after the other, slowly walked in through the door. The leader was a handsome young man who seemed otherworldly. A playful smile played on his lips. Behind him followed a woman in black, her face expressionless. You are Zheng Hui? Su Chen asked calmly, looking at the woman with a face full of scars. Who the hell are you? Do you know whose territory this is? Zheng Hui's dozen or so bodyguards immediately surrounded her, each of them drawing their weapons. Su Chen did not answer her question. He simply spoke a single word softly to Rowling behind him. Clear the area. Yes, master. Rowling's figure vanished from the spot in an instant. The next second, a series of piercing screams echoed from inside the private room. Those bodyguards who appear fierce and menacing to ordinary people are as vulnerable as lambs to the slaughter in front of Rowling. Rowling didn't even use a weapon. She used only her fair, seemingly harmless hands. Whether it's a fist, a palm, or a finger. Every strike was accompanied by the sound of bones shattering and a body collapsing. Her movements were elegant, yet deadly. In less than 10 seconds. Inside the private room, apart from Zheng Hui and the two girls in her arms who were already terrified, there was no one left who could stand up. Looking at her subordinates writhing on the ground and the black-clad woman standing in a pool of blood, yet her clothes were spotless, Zheng Hui finally showed a look of fear on her face. She looked at the young man who had stood still the whole time, seemingly calm and collected, and her body began to tremble uncontrollably. Who are you? Su Chen walked slowly to her, looking down at her from his superior position. From today onwards, I am your new master. His voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. Now, I'm giving you two choices. First, kneel down and swear allegiance to me. 2. Die. Chapter 90 for the New Order. Zheng Hui's body was trembling. It was a tremor that came from the depths of one's soul, an uncontrollable shudder. Fear, like icy seawater, instantly engulfed her from the ground, chilling her to the bone and almost robbing her of her ability to think. She had been a fixture in the West Side underworld for over a decade, her hands stained with blood, having weathered countless storms, and she thought her heart was hardened to the core. But the scene before her completely shattered all her preconceived notions and pride. The dozen or so battle-hardened bodyguards she had hired at great expense, including some ruthless individuals with genetic modifications, couldn't even last 10 seconds against this expressionless woman in black. That wasn't a battle, it was a one-sided massacre. The young man who had been standing at the door the whole time with a playful smile on his face didn't even move a finger. He simply watched all of this calmly, with the same disdain one might have for ants. This absolute, overwhelming power, and that indifference that treated human life as worthless, made Zhang Hui understand for the first time what true despair meant. Who exactly are you? Her voice was dry and hoarse, each word exhausting all her strength. Su Chen walked slowly to her, his expensive leather shoes making no sound as they stepped on the ground, which was mixed with blood and alcohol. He looked down at the woman slumped on the sofa, his tone flat and emotionless. From today onwards, I am your new master. Now, I'm giving you two choices. First, kneel down and swear allegiance to me. 2, die. Every word was like a heavy hammer, striking Zhang Hui's heart hard. Die? Of course she didn't want to die. Having climbed to her current position, enjoying the fruits of money, power, and beauty, she was more afraid of death than anyone else. But loyalty? Should she pledge allegiance to a man of unknown origin who is so ruthless that he terrifies her? When has Zhang Hui ever bowed her head to anyone? Behind her is the Zhao family, one of the top families in Sky City. Although the Zhao family has recently suffered a great loss of strength because of that man named Su Chen, even a starved camel is bigger than a horse, and they are not someone that just anyone can mess with. A hint of struggle and hesitation flashed in her eyes. Su Chen saw through her thoughts. He didn't say anything more, but simply turned his head slightly towards Luo Lin behind him. Rolling understood. She took a step and slowly walked towards the two young girls who were already pale with fright and trembling in the corner of the sofa. No. No. Zhang Hui's heart tightened suddenly, and she let out a terrified scream. These two girls were her most beloved playthings, and also symbols she used to demonstrate her power and status. However, Rolling did not pause in her steps. She walked to the sofa, stretched out her hands so white they were unbelievable, yet they had just taken more than a dozen lives, and grabbed two girls by the slender necks, lifting them into the air. The girls struggled violently, their legs kicking wildly in the air, their faces turning purple from lack of oxygen. I'll kneel. I'll kneel. At this moment, Zhang Hui's psychological defenses completely collapsed. She scrambled off the sofa and knelt heavily in front of Su Chen with a thud, her forehead pressed tightly against the cold, blood-stained floor. I Zhang Hui am willing to swear allegiance to you, please spare them. Her voice was filled with pleading and despair. A satisfied expression appeared on Su Chen's face. He snapped his fingers lightly at Rolling. Rolling released her grip, and the two girls fell to the ground like rag dolls, gasping for air and coughing violently. Very good. Su Chen looked at Zhang Hui kneeling at his feet and spoke slowly, it seems you are a smart woman. He stretched out his foot and gently lifted Zhang Hui's heavily made-up face, now covered in tears and fear, with the tip of his shoe. Remember, this is your first and last chance. From this moment on, your life, everything you have, belongs to me. Yes. Master. Zhang Hui's body trembled even more violently. She dared not resist in the slightest and could only respond to this devil in the most humble manner. Su Chen withdrew his foot, turned around, and sat down on the huge and luxurious sofa that belonged to Zhang Hui. He glanced around the messy private room and the bodyguards still groaning and rolling on the floor, his brow furrowing slightly. Rolling, clean this place up. Yes, master. Rolling disappeared again. The next second, the screams of the bodyguards who were still groaning in the private room stopped abruptly. Rolling's movements were clean and efficient. She simply pressed lightly on the back of each man's neck, and the burly man fell completely silent. After doing all this, she acted like a professional cleaner, dragging the corpses one by one to a corner and arranging them neatly. Throughout the entire process, her face remained expressionless. As Zhang Hui knelt on the ground and watched this scene, her fear deepened. This woman in black is not only a killing weapon, but also a heartless machine for processing garbage. Now, let's get down to business. Su Chen leaned back on the sofa, legs crossed, in a languid posture. Call all the managers of your venues here. Yes, master. Zhang Hui didn't dare to be negligent and quickly took out her personal terminal to make calls one by one. Half an hour later. The largest conference room in the Fallen Paradise Club was brightly lit. Almost all the prominent figures in the West Side underworld were present. The casino owner, the brothel madam, the manager of the underground arena, the head of the smuggling network, more than 30 women, each with a fierce aura and ruthless eyes, the kind of people who could scare children to tears if they walked down the street. They rushed over after receiving Zhang Hui's urgent message and are now gathered in twos and threes, discussing the matter. Why did Sister Hui call us here in such a hurry? What happened? I don't know, but the tone of your voice on the phone sounded really off. Damn it, who dares to mess with Sister Hui in the West District? They don't want to live anymore. Just as they were discussing this, the conference room door was slowly pushed open. Zhang Hui lowered her head, like a primary school student who had made a mistake, and cautiously walked in from outside the door. Behind her were two figures. The leader was a young man who was so handsome he seemed otherworldly. A faint smile graced his face, and his gaze calmly swept over everyone present. Behind him followed the expressionless woman in black, rolling. Chapter 95: The Change of Power in the West District. The noise in the conference room vanished instantly. All eyes were focused on Su Chen. There was doubt, scrutiny, and even undisguised hostility and contempt. In this matriarchal world, it is extremely strange for a man to appear in such a setting. Sister Hui, who is this kid? A woman with a bald head and a ferocious black dragon tattooed on her arm was the first to stand up, pointing at Su Chen and asking rudely. She is the owner of the largest casino in the Western District, a veritable den of iniquity, and one of Zhang Hui's most capable lieutenants. However, she had barely finished speaking. Zhang Hui's face turned pale instantly. She turned around abruptly and slapped the bald woman hard across the face. Smack! The crisp sound was particularly jarring in the quiet conference room. Everyone was stunned by this sudden turn of events. The bald woman also covered her face, looking at Zhang Hui in disbelief. Hui! Sister Hui, why did you hit me? Shut your filthy mouth. Zhang Hui's voice became shrill with fear. Kneel down. Apologize to your master. Owner? These two words, like a depth charge, exploded in everyone's hearts. They stared in horror at the young man standing calmly behind Zhang Hui. Their queen, their Black Widow, actually, calls a man master? Has this world gone mad? Su Chen ignored their shock. He walked slowly to the head seat in the conference room and sat down. Rolling stood silently behind him like a cold sculpture. It seems that everyone is not very familiar with me, their new master. Su Chen's gaze swept across everyone's faces, his voice calm yet carrying an undeniable air of authority. Let me introduce myself, my name is Su Chen. From today onwards, I will take over the entire underground world of the West District. You now have two choices. First, like her, kneel down and pledge allegiance to me. 2. He paused, his eyes turning icy, death. The conference room was deathly silent. Everyone was stunned by Su Chen's domineering declaration. They looked at the man sitting in the main seat, like an emperor, and then at Zhang Hui kneeling on the ground, her body still trembling slightly. They knew that the world in the West End was truly about to change. After a brief silence. Thump! The bald woman who had been slapped by Zhang Hui was the first to kneel down. She was a smart woman. She knew that the existence that could instill such fear in Zhang Hui was something they couldn't possibly resist. Once there's a first, there's a second, a third. In less than a minute. In the conference room, all the leaders of the underground forces knelt down in unison. We pay our respects to our master. The synchronized voices echoed throughout the conference room for a long time. Su Chen looked at the group of women bowing down to him and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He knew that his name was etched into this dark land. And this is just the beginning. He stood up, walked to the window, and looked down at the brightly lit, decadent city below, a place brimming with sin and desire. From today onward, a new order will be established here. My order. His voice wasn't loud, but it was clear and reached everyone's ears. It also reached every dark corner of the city. What happened at the Fallen Paradise Club was like a Category 12 superstorm that swept through the entire underground world of Sky City in just one night. The West District has changed. The ruthless Black Widow Zhang Hui, who has ruled the West District's underworld for over a decade, actually knelt down and submitted to a young man of unknown origin. This news left everyone who heard it in disbelief. At first, many people thought it was just a joke. But when Zhang Hui's leaders began to implement that man's new order, they finally realized that this was no joke. The West End has truly changed owners. Su Chen's new order is simple and brutal. He didn't try to change the business model of those casinos and brothels because he knew that these things were the most primal desires in human nature, and it was better to guide them than to suppress them. He simply revised the rules for distributing the benefits. He wants to take 70% of all the income. The remaining 30% was distributed among Zheng Hui and her subordinates. This is an extremely domineering rule, almost like robbery. But no one dared to raise any objections, because they had all witnessed the terror of that man and the woman in black behind him. Resistance means death. In addition to the distribution of profits, Su Chen also issued another order that puzzled everyone. He demanded that Zhang Hui take a portion of the profits extracted from casinos and brothels and use it to improve the living conditions in the western slums. Establish free food distribution points to provide basic sustenance for those who are starving. Temporary medical stations were set up to provide free treatment for the poor who were sick but could not afford medical care. He even organized a makeshift security team of thugs to patrol the slums, maintain basic order, and strictly prohibit anyone from bullying the weak there. These actions were utterly incomprehensible to the leaders of those underground forces. They couldn't understand why this new owner would waste money on those lowly people who were like ants. But they dared not ask, nor dared they disobey. They could only follow Su Chen's orders meticulously. These actions stirred up a tremendous wave in the hearts of the underprivileged people living in slums, long forgotten by the world, and shrouded in despair and numbness for countless years. When they received steaming hot food for the first time from the gang members who usually bullied them. When their children, seriously ill and on the verge of death, are snatched back from the jaws of death by free medical stations. When they walk on the streets at night, they no longer have to worry about being dragged into dark alleys for no reason and being wantonly bullied. For the first time, their long-dead hearts felt a trace of warmth and hope. They did not know who the new master was who issued these orders. All they knew was that their lives were undergoing earth-shattering changes. An invisible, heartfelt fervor and faith is quietly gathering on this dark land, and ultimately, it flows towards the man standing in the cloud-top manor, overlooking the entire city. Chapter 96: A Feast of Slaughter. Hentang Manor, Master Bedroom. Su Chen was enjoying the service of two stunningly beautiful maids, Li Yi and Luo Lin, who had very different styles. Ryo was dressed in a black lace-made outfit that perfectly accentuated her voluptuous figure. She knelt in front of Su Chen, using her soft and nimble hands to give him a professional head massage. Her movements were gentle and the pressure was just right, making Su Chen feel extremely relaxed. Rolling, still dressed in her sharp black uniform, stood behind Su Chen, expressionless, massaging his shoulders. She used great force. Each massage felt like she could crush Su Chen's bones, yet it also stimulated his acupoints perfectly, giving him waves of pleasant tingling and numbness. "Master, your move was truly brilliant," Li Yi said in her adoring and charming voice as she pressed down on him. "You only issued a few simple orders, and you easily won over the hearts of the entire lower class in the West District. Now, they almost worship you as their savior." "This is just the beginning," Su Chen said calmly with his eyes closed. "The human heart is the cheapest thing, but also the most precious weapon. The Empress and those top families regard them as trash, so I will turn this trash into the sharpest knife that can overthrow their rule." Li Yi gazed at Su Chen's handsome profile, her eyes growing increasingly infatuated. Just then, Su Chen's personal terminal rang. It was Yi Qingqing's communication. "Su Chen, the Zhao family has made a move." On the screen, Yi Qingqing's expression was somewhat solemn. According to the information from our informants in the Zhao family patriarch was furious after learning about what happened in the West District. She has secretly dispatched the Zhao family's most elite Crimson Rose Guards, and the target is very likely you. A blood-red rose? Su Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. Yes. Yi Qingqing nodded and explained, that's a female bodyguard team that the Zhao family secretly trained at great expense. Every member has undergone the most rigorous training in genetic modification, making them far more powerful than ordinary bodyguards. They are the sharpest and bloodiest blade in the Zhao family's hands, specializing in handling shady matters. It is said that their captain is a powerful figure who has reached the level of an ancient martial arts grandmaster. An ancient martial arts master? Su Chen's face showed a hint of interest. That's interesting. He was just worried about not finding a suitable opponent to test Rolling's current strength. This blood-red rose has arrived at just the right time. How many of them are there? When will they make their move? Su Chen asked. The number is unknown, but it shouldn't exceed 20. The operation will most likely take place tonight. Yi Qingqing's tone was full of worry. Su Chen, you must be careful. Should I send Feng Wu over to help you? No need. Su Chen shook his head. The Zhao family is nothing to us, there's no need for such a big show. His gaze fell on Rolling behind him. I have here the most perfect killing weapon. After saying that, he hung up the call and ignored Yi Qingqing's worries. He stood up, walked to Rolling, reached out, and gently lifted her expressionless face. Tonight, a good show is about to begin. His voice held a hint of amusement. Are you ready to present your master with a magnificent feast of slaughter? Yes, master. A cold, bloodthirsty glint flashed in Rolling's eyes. Every cell in her body, which had been modified by Su Chen, yearned for the baptism of blood. That night. The night was dark and the wind was high. A dozen or so black figures, like ghosts, silently infiltrated the Cloudtop Manor area. Their movements were lightning fast, perfectly coordinated, and without making a sound. They are the blood-red roses of the Zhao family. The leader was a tall woman wearing a red, tight-fitting combat suit and a blood-red rose mask on her face. She is Zhao Hongxiu, the captain of Bloody Rose. A genuine master of ancient martial arts. The target is in the study on the top floor. All units, take note and proceed according to plan. Make sure it's a fatal blow. Zhao Hongxiu issued the order through an encrypted communication channel. Yes. A dozen or so figures instantly dispersed, flanking the main building of the manor from different directions. However, they were unaware of this. Their every move was already being watched by the manor's surveillance system. In the study, Su Chen looked at the rapidly approaching red dots on the monitor screen, a hunter's smile spreading across his face. The fish has taken the bait. He turned to Rolling beside him and said calmly, Go, let them experience what real fear is. Yes, master. Rolling's figure vanished from the spot in an instant, disappearing into the night outside the window. A one-sided hunting game has officially begun. Zhao Hongxiu, along with 2 team members, quietly infiltrated the rooftop of the main building. Their movements were as light as cats, without triggering any alarm devices. Captain, the defenses here seem much looser than we thought, a team member whispered. Don't be careless. Zhao Hongxiu frowned slightly, a strange unease rising in her heart. Everything was going too smoothly. It went smoothly, which was somewhat unusual. Just then, a black figure appeared before them without warning. She was a woman in a black uniform with a blank expression. She stood there quietly, as if she had been waiting for a long time. Who is it? Alarm bells rang in Zhao Hongxiu's mind. She could sense the dangerous aura emanating from the woman in front of her, an aura that made her heart pound. Rolling did not answer. She simply looked at them, a flicker of pity flashing in her emotionless eyes. The next second, her figure moved. Quick! It's almost at its limit. Zhao Hongxiu felt a blur before her eyes, and then an irresistible, immense force slammed into her chest. Puff! A mouthful of blood gushed from her mouth. Her body, like a kite with a broken string, flew backward and crashed heavily into the wall in the distance. The 2 teammates next to her didn't even have time to react before Rolling casually pierced their throats with 2 fingers. Sold out instantly. Another instant sell out. Zhao Hongxiu struggled to get up from the ground, looking incredulously at the woman in black standing in the moonlight, whose clothes were spotless. Her pride and joy, her master-level cultivation, was actually utterly insignificant in front of this woman? Who are you? Rolling did not answer her. She simply walked slowly toward her. Every step felt like stepping on Zhao Hongxiu's heart. The shadow of death completely enveloped her. Just as Rolling was about to walk up to her, a lazy voice suddenly came from the study window. Leave one alive, I still have a use for him. It's Su Chen. Rolling stopped abruptly. She turned around, facing the direction of the study, and respectfully knelt on one knee. Yes, master. Chapter 97. A warning to others. The study was dimly lit, and Su Chen sat leisurely on the leather sofa, holding a glass of red wine and swirling it gently. The image of the rooftop was clearly displayed on the light screen. Zhao Hongxiu collapsed to the ground, her chest aching terribly, each breath causing her broken ribs to ache. She stared blankly at the woman in black kneeling on one knee in the direction of the study. Owner? This woman, so powerful that she drove her to despair, was actually just a servant? What kind of terrifying being must that man sitting in the study be? An unprecedented fear surged in Zhao Hongxiu's heart. She knew that this time, she had kicked a steel plate that was enough to smash the entire Zhao family to pieces. Su Chen didn't rush out, he watched the surveillance footage with great interest. He wanted to let fear slowly ferment in Zhao Hongxiu's heart, completely destroying her pride as a master of ancient martial arts. A few minutes later, he put down his wine glass and said calmly to the air, "Lorraine, bring her in." "Yes, master." Rolling got up, walked over to Zhao Hongxiu, picked her up from the ground like a chick, and dragged her into the study without any effort. With a bang, Zhao Hongxiu was thrown onto the carpet. She struggled to lift her head and finally saw the man sitting on the sofa. Handsome, young, with a nonchalant smile on his face. If she hadn't personally experienced that nightmare, she would never have been able to connect the seemingly harmless young man in front of her with that terrifying master. "You are Zhao Hongxiu, the captain of Bloody Rose?" Su Chen's voice was soft, yet it carried a power that penetrated straight to the heart. What exactly do you want?" Zhao Hongxiu gritted her teeth, her voice trembling with pain and fear. "What do I want?" Su Chen smiled. He stood up, walked to Zhao Hongxiu, and slowly squatted down to meet her gaze. "That's the question I should be asking you. Your Zhao family has provoked me time and time again. What exactly do you want?" Zhao Hongxiu was speechless. Yes, from the very beginning, it was the Zhao family that took the initiative to provoke them. From the initial attack at the roundtable meeting to tonight's assassination attempt. They assumed that the other party was just a man from the outside world with a bit of cleverness, someone they could easily manipulate. Unexpectedly, their opponent was a prehistoric behemoth capable of tearing them all to shreds. "It seems you don't know the answer either." Su Chen shook his head, a hint of disappointment on his face. "In that case, there's no use keeping you around." He raised his hand, as if to strike. "Wait!" Zhao Hongxiu screamed in terror. "No! Don't kill me! I know all the secrets of our Zhao family. I can tell you everything. Please, don't kill me." Faced with the threat of death, even the most basic notions of loyalty and dignity become utterly insignificant. "Oh?" Su Chen's hand stopped in mid-air. He looked at her with interest. "Tell me about it." Our Zhao family's biggest secret is that there is a secret gene laboratory in the eastern district of Sky City. The security there is even tighter than that of our family's ancestral home." Zhao Hongxiu dared not hide anything and told everything she knew like pouring out beans from a bamboo tube. That laboratory is the true foundation of the Zhao family. The reason their family was able to establish itself in Sky City was not because of their visible industries, but because of the various shady and taboo genetic technologies they developed in this laboratory. They sold these technologies at high prices to alien civilizations hostile to the Empire, or to underground black market organizations, in exchange for enormous wealth and resources. What Su Chen exposed at the roundtable meeting was just the tip of the iceberg. "Very good." Su Chen smiled with satisfaction after hearing this. This is exactly what he wants. He knew that although the Queen had given him the title of Royal Inspector, she was actually watching his performance. If he simply uses violence to consolidate the underworld, sooner or later it will provoke a united resistance from other top families, and may even give the Queen an excuse to suppress him. He must have a legitimate reason for his actions. And the Zhao family's secret laboratory is the perfect excuse. Lolling. Su Chen stood up. "Yes, master. You must be very familiar with the Inspectorate of Sky City, right?" "Yes, master. I have the highest level of access to the Inspectorate's internal network," Rolling replied. "Very good." A cold glint flashed in Su Chen's eyes. "Use your authority to issue a top-level search warrant in the name of Royal Special Inspector. Target, Zhao family's secret genetic laboratory. Charge, treason." He wanted to show everyone that he, Su Chen, not only had the power to overturn the table, but also the wisdom to use the rules to destroy his opponents. He wanted to use the blood of the Zhao family to warn all those who harbored ill intentions towards him. To strike the mountain to intimidate the tiger. "Yes, master." Rolling didn't hesitate and immediately began to operate. An hour later. In the eastern part of Sky City under the cover of night, alarms blared loudly. Dozens of armed aircraft bearing the Inspectorate's insignia descended from the sky, completely surrounding what appeared to be an ordinary industrial building. The person in charge of the building, a member of a collateral branch of the Zhao family, was still asleep when he was dragged out of bed by fully armed members of the Inspectorate. "What are you doing? Do you know whose territory this is?" she roared in a mixture of shock and anger. However, what she received in return was a cold, golden search warrant. By order of the Royal Special Inspector Su Chen, this place is suspected of treason and is now subject to a forced search. Any resistance will be met with death. The Inspector General's operations captain announced loudly. Royal Inspector General? Su Chen? Upon hearing the name, the person in charge turned deathly pale. She knew that the Zhao family was finished. The inspectorate acted swiftly and decisively. They quickly found the entrance to the secret laboratory hidden beneath the building. They faced that enormous gate, made of more than a dozen layers of alloy, powerful enough to withstand attacks from strategic weapons. The Inspector General's blasting experts used state-of-the-art high-energy particle cutting equipment. Boom! With a deafening roar, the seemingly indestructible gate was forcibly torn open. When the inspectors rushed into the laboratory, everyone was stunned by what they saw. Countless enormous petri dishes were filled with all sorts of bizarre and repulsive biological weapons. On some of the lab tables, there were still traces of blood and the remains of some dismembered, unidentified creatures. The air was filled with a strong, pungent smell, a mixture of blood and formaldehyde. Deep inside the laboratory, they found a massive data center. It contains detailed records of all the illegal transactions the Zhao family has conducted with extraterrestrial civilizations over the past few decades. There are witnesses and physical evidence. The Zhao family's treasonous crimes have been definitively confirmed. This news, like a super earthquake, shook the entire Sky City once again in the early hours of the morning. The heads of all the top families were awakened from their sleep. They were terrified as they watched the live reports about the Zhao family's laboratory coming from the personal terminal. Su Chen. It's Su Chen again. This man is a devil. He not only possesses terrifying martial arts prowess that can overwhelm ancient martial arts masters, but also such precise and ruthless political skills. He first forced the Zhao family to assassinate him, in order to gain leverage over them. Then, using the identity bestowed upon him by the Empress, he could legitimately deliver a fatal blow to the Zhao family. Interlocking steps, leaving no room for error. This cunning and these methods sent chills down everyone's spine. Those families who were originally observing or even harboring ill intentions towards Su Chen completely abandoned all such thoughts at this moment. They knew that this man was someone they could no longer afford to offend. He is a prehistoric behemoth disguised in official robes. Anyone who dares to stand in his way will only meet one fate. That is, to be torn to pieces. Henteing manner. As Su Chen watched the Zhao family patriarch being taken away from his home by members of the inspectorate on the screen, his face filled with despair and resentment, he slowly drank the last sip of red wine from his glass. The game is getting more and more interesting. His gaze fell once again on that thick list of underground forces. The chicken of the Zhao family has already been killed by him. Now, it's time to let those monkeys experience what fear is. Chapter 98 Olive Branch. The sudden downfall of the Zhao family caused far more turmoil in Sky City than Su Chen had anticipated. This is not just the downfall of a top family, but more like a reshuffling of power. The name Su Chen has completely transformed from an interesting variable into a taboo existence that inspires fear and awe in everyone. His methods, his power, and his background have all become a veil of mystery in everyone's minds. No one knew what his trump card was, and no one dared to test it easily again. Thus, a bizarre phenomenon began to unfold simultaneously in both the high society and the underworld of Sky City. Those forces that once looked down on Su Chen or even harbored hostility towards him began to rush to extend olive branches to him. Visitors to Henteing Manor are coming in droves. Some were leaders of other underground forces. They brought lavish gifts and knelt humbly before Su Chen, offering their loyalty, hoping to secure a place under his protection. Some were representatives of top families, bringing goodwill and a desire for cooperation from their families. Their words were sincere and their demeanor humble, as if they were not the ones who had previously criticized the Yi family at the roundtable meeting. Su Chen did not turn away these prey who came to him willingly. He knew that violence alone was not enough to gain a foothold in the murky waters of Sky City. He needs to build his own power base and weave his own network of relationships. So he decided to hold a banquet. A dark banquet, only for the leaders of the inner world of Sky City. The banquet was to be held in the West District, at the Fallen Paradise Club, which he had renamed New Order. 3 days later, at night. The New Order Club, brightly lit, was a far cry from its usual hustle and bustle. There was no deafening music, no wildly twisting dancers. Only scantily clad, curvaceous maids, carrying trays laden with fine wine and delicacies, moved silently through the enormous banquet hall. In the center of the banquet hall stood a huge, round table made of obsidian. The long table was surrounded by leaders of underground forces from various areas of Sky City. The White Widow of the East District, the Fire Phoenix of the South District, the Ice Queen of the North District, these female tyrants, who were all powerful and influential in their respective territories, were now sitting upright with solemn expressions, not daring to even breathe loudly. Because, at the head of the long table sat that legendary man, Su Chen. Today he was wearing a well-tailored black suit, without a tie, and his shirt collar was casually open, revealing his delicate collarbone. A faint smile graced his face, and his calm gaze swept over everyone present. To his left sat Zhang Hui, the Black Widow, who had completely submitted to him. To his right stood the expressionless woman in black, like an iceberg, named Rolling. The atmosphere in the entire banquet hall was extremely oppressive. "Good evening, everyone." After a long silence, Su Chen finally spoke, breaking the stillness. "Thank you all for gracing my small banquet." His voice wasn't loud, but it was clear and reached everyone's ears. "Everyone, don't be so reserved. Eat and drink well." However, no one dared to make a move. They just watched Su Chen nervously, waiting for him to continue. Su Chen smiled and stopped being polite. "I have invited you all here today for only one thing." His gaze sharpened. "From today onward, there can only be one voice in the underground world of Sky City. That is my voice. I don't care whose people you were before, or which family you have backing. From now on, you will all have only one new master. That's me." His words were direct and domineering. The female tycoons present had different expressions. Some people had an I-knew-it look on their faces. Yes, a hint of resentment and struggle flashed in his eyes. But no one dared to refute it. Because they all knew that the fate of the Zhao family was a warning to them. Of course, I'm not an unreasonable person either. Su Chen changed the subject. "Follow me, and you'll have something to eat." He snapped his fingers. Rolling understood, and she took out a data storage device and connected it to the holographic projection in the banquet hall. The next second, a huge map of the underground pipe network of the Sky City appeared before everyone. On the pipeline diagram, dozens of red, flashing dots were marked. "These are the latest secret smuggling routes for supplies opened by the Imperial military," Su Chen said calmly, pointing to the light screen. "Previously, these routes were controlled by the Zhao family. Now, they are mine. As long as you are willing to work for me, I can open these passages to you. How much money you make will depend on your own abilities." Su Chen's words were like a bombshell, causing a stir in the hearts of all the female tycoons. Military smuggling routes? That's a truly lucrative business. In the past, they could only do some small businesses involving prostitution, gambling, and drugs. Although they could make money, it was nothing compared to arms smuggling. For a moment, everyone's breathing became rapid. The look in their eyes as they looked at Su Chen was no longer filled with fear and awe, but also with a burning, greedy intensity. "Of course, I also have my own rules," Su Chen's voice rang out again. "First, I'll take 70% of all the profits. Second, all actions must be under my unified command. Third, and most importantly," his eyes turned icy, "absolutely no betrayal is allowed. Anyone who dares to do anything underhanded behind my back. The Zhao family is your role model." Threats and temptations. Su Chen had mastered both of these skills to an unparalleled degree. He knew that fear alone could not truly subdue these outlaws. They must be given sufficient benefits. Let them know that by following me, they can not only survive, but also thrive. Really? Faced with the enormous lure of profit, these female tycoons no longer hesitated in the slightest. "I, White Widow, am willing to follow my master." The White Widow from the East District was the first to stand up and kneel on one knee. "I, Fire Phoenix, am willing too. I, the Ice Queen, pay my respects to my master." In an instant, the banquet hall was filled with people kneeling down. All the leaders of the underground forces pledged their loyalty to Su Chen. Su Chen looked at the scene before him and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He knew that from this moment on, he had firmly grasped the entire underground world of Sky City in his own hands. He stood up and picked up his wine glass. "Very good. Cheers to our shared future." "Cheers." All the female tycoons excitedly raised their glasses and drank them down in one gulp. The atmosphere of the banquet reached its climax at this moment. After several rounds of drinks, Su Chen's gaze fell on the White Widow who had been drinking silently without saying a word. She was a woman who looked to be in her 30s, wearing a white cheongsam, with a plump figure and a beautiful face. She possesses a mature woman's unique intellectual charm. "What's your name?" Su Chen asked. My name is Bai Su, the widow replied respectfully, quickly putting down her wine cup. Bai Su, a very nice name. Su Chen smiled. I heard that you're in charge of all the brothels in the Eastern District? Yes, master. Bai Su's cheeks flushed slightly. Very good. Su Chen stood up, walked to her, reached out and gently lifted her chin. Tonight, you will stay and keep me company. His voice wasn't loud, but it was clear and reached everyone's ears. Bai Su's body trembled violently. A complex emotion flashed in her eyes. There was humiliation, there was resentment, but more than anything, there was an indescribable excitement. She knew that this was a gift from her new master, but also a disguised test. She had no right to refuse. Yes, master. She lowered her head, her voice trembling slightly. The other women in the banquet hall watched this scene with eyes full of envy and jealousy. They knew that this woman named Bai Su was about to rise to prominence and become a phoenix starting tonight. And they became even more determined to cling tightly to Su Chen's coattails. That night, Su Chen also experienced an unprecedented, wild, and unrestrained extreme pleasure with that mature woman named Bai Su. He used the most direct and domineering method to make her understand who her true master was. Chapter 99 The Empress's Gaze. Su Chen's efforts to integrate the underground world of Sky City are progressing exceptionally smoothly. Faced with absolute power and enormous profits, those usually unruly female tyrants all turned into the most docile sheep. Within just a few days, a massive network centered on Su Chen and covering the entire Sky City inner world quietly took shape. Countless riches, intelligence, and illicit resources began to flow into Cloudtop Manor. Su Chen's power expanded rapidly, like a snowball rolling downhill. His actions, of course, did not escape the eyes of the Empress in the palace. The deepest part of the palace. The core hall of the psionic matrix. Empress Evelina floated silently in the center of the data galaxy. A huge light screen floated in front of her. The screen displayed a detailed report on all of Su Chen's actions in Sky City. From his arrival at Cloudtop Manor to his destruction of Fallen Paradise, to his swift and decisive annihilation of the Zhao family, and finally, his bringing all the leaders of the underground forces under his command. His every move was recorded. That's interesting. As the Empress looked at the man on the screen, receiving the homage of the women in the banquet hall, a smile, which had never appeared on her eternally cold face, appeared for the first time. He not only possesses the courage of a common man, but also the wisdom of a ruthless leader. It seems I underestimated you. She originally thought that after Su Chen obtained the identity of Royal Special Inspector, he would wander around Sky City like a headless fly, eventually becoming the public enemy of all the top families and being played to death. Unexpectedly, he took a different approach, tearing open a hole in the dirtiest corners that all of them had overlooked. Moreover, within just a few days, she built up a massive force that even she could not ignore. All right. A morbid excitement flashed in the Queen's eyes. Games are too boring if they are too easy. She stretched out her fair hand and gently touched the empty space in front of her. Summon the Minister of the Interior to come see me. Half an hour later. Henteing Manor. Su Chen was soaking in the huge infinity pool, enjoying the service of Bai Su and Zhang Hui, his two newly acquired, still charming maids. One person massaged his shoulders, while the other fed him peeled crystal grapes. His posture was humble, and his movements were skillful. Just then, the voice of the smart home assistant rang out. Master, the Minister of the Imperial Household requests an audience. Su Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. They've arrived. He knew that his actions had already attracted the attention of the Empress. Let her in. He stood up from the pool, and Bai Su and Zhang Hui quickly came forward to wipe the water droplets off his body with soft bath towels. Su Chen casually put on a bathrobe and sat down on the sofa in the living room. Soon, the Minister of the Interior entered, led by a maid. Her face still wore that rigid expression, but when her gaze fell on Su Chen and the two humble-looking former underworld female bosses behind him, her pupils contracted almost imperceptibly. This man's methods were even more terrifying than she had imagined. Lord Su, how have you been? The Minister of the Interior bowed slightly and gave a salute. Minister of the Interior, you don't come here unless you have something important to say. Speak, Your Majesty, what new instructions do you have this time? Su Chen asked bluntly. Lord Su is too kind. The Minister of the Interior forced a stiff smile. His Majesty is very satisfied with your performance in Sky City. Not only did you eradicate the Zhao family, the biggest scourge in the city, in a short period of time, but you also restored order to the entire underworld. This is a feat that our inspectorate has been unable to accomplish for decades. Her words were impeccable, expressing both the Empress's appreciation and subtly pointing out that Su Chen's actions had exceeded the scope of an inspector. So? Su Chen looked at her with a half-smile on his face. Therefore, His Majesty has decided to give you a new task. The Minister of the Interior took out an encrypted electronic document from his briefcase. This is all the information about Rose, the largest rebel organization in Sky City. The Minister of the Interior pushed the document in front of Su Chen. This organization is a major threat to the Empire. They have been lurking in the dark corners of the city for many years, inciting the lower classes to carry out various sabotage activities. Our inspectorate has launched many campaigns to suppress them, but all have been to little avail. His Majesty hopes that you, Lord Su, can use the underground forces you currently control to eradicate this cancer as well. Su Chen looked at the document in front of him and found it somewhat amusing. Let him go and wipe out Rose? This Empress really knows how to give him a tough time. She wanted him and Li Yi to fight like dogs, ending up with a mess. Unfortunately, she miscalculated one thing. Rose has long been his woman. Okay. Su Chen didn't refuse and put the document away. However, I have one small condition. Please speak, Lord Su. Eliminating Rose will require a large amount of manpower and resources, and the number of people I have is probably not enough, Su Chen said slowly. I need command of the Sky City Guard. City Guard. Upon hearing these three words, the Minister of the Interior's expression changed for the first time. The City Guard is an armed force responsible for maintaining daily security in Sky City. Although its combat strength is not as good as the Royal Guard, it numbers in the tens of thousands. It was, in the truest sense, the violent machine of the Empire. This man actually demanded command of the city guards the moment he opened his mouth? Just how ambitious is he? Lord Su, this request is probably a fine layer of cold sweat appeared on the Minister of the Interior's forehead. What, is that not allowed? Su Chen's tone turned somewhat cold. Since Her Majesty the Empress wants me to work for her, she should at least give me some authority to do so, right? Or does Her Majesty the Queen simply want me to fight Rose to the death with my own strength, so that she can reap the benefits? Su Chen's words were quite blunt. The Minister of the Interior's face turned pale, then red. She knew that this man had seen through Her Majesty the Empress's intentions. This conversation has turned into a naked power struggle. I need to consult His Majesty. After a long while, the Minister of the Interior finally managed to squeeze out these words. Go ahead, Su Chen waved his hand. I'll be waiting for your good news. The Minister of the Interior, feeling as if granted a pardon, hurriedly got up and fled this suffocating manner. Watching her hurried departure, Su Chen's face revealed a victor's smile. He knew that the Queen would agree. Because he has already proven to her that he is qualified to sit at the same table as her and engage in an equal game. The command of the city guards was the first bargaining chip he won in this game. The Imperial Palace. After listening to the Minister of the Interior's report, the Empress fell into a long silence. After a long while, a smile of interest slowly crept onto the corners of her mouth. That's interesting. It seems that the hound I released was not an obedient one. Instead, it's a hungry wolf that wants to turn on its master. She looked at Su Chen's confident and aggressive face on the screen, her eyes flashing with an inexplicable light. All right. Let me see just how much trouble you hungry wolf, can stir up in this city. Pass on my orders. Command of the 1st and 3rd detachments of the City Guard will be temporarily transferred to Lord Su Chen. Yes, Your Majesty. An order came from the deepest part of the palace. The entire Sky City was shaken once again. Everyone knows. The man named Su Chen is no longer a simple variable. He is a terrifying force capable of directly confronting Her Majesty the Empress. The world is truly about to change. In this silent struggle, Su Chen once again gained the upper hand. He not only defused the Empress's open scheme with ease, but also turned the tables and seized a portion of the Empire's armed forces from her. This game of chess is getting more and more interesting. Chapter 100 The Banner of the Rose. Having secured command of 2 detachments of the City Guard, Su Chen did not immediately launch an encirclement and suppression operation against Rose. He knew very well that the Queen was both dangling a carrot in front of him and setting a trap for him. Although the city guards were nominally under his command, most of the officers were cronies planted by the top families and would never truly obey him, an outsider. Acting rashly will only make you a pawn in someone else's game. What he needs to do is first truly make this armed force his own. So the first thing he did was to give both detachments a major overhaul. Under the pretext of rectifying military discipline and eliminating traitors, he dismissed and investigated all officers associated with top families on various fabricated charges. Then, a new batch of officers were promoted from among the lower-ranking soldiers who came from common backgrounds, were capable, but were suppressed because they had no connections. This move was ruthless and ingenious. The families behind those dismissed officers, though seething with hatred, dared not utter a single complaint. Because Su Chen possesses the Royal Special Inspector Order personally bestowed by Her Majesty the Empress, and also the bloody example of the Zhao family's treason case. Anyone who dares to stand up against this at this time will be the next Zhao family. Those civilian officers who were promoted ahead of schedule were deeply grateful to Su Chen and regarded him as their only benefactor. They knew that their future was now inextricably linked to that of Lord Su Chen. We all prosper together, and we all suffer together. Using a carrot-and-stick approach, Su Chen managed to bring these two city guard detachments, which were originally riddled with factions and demoralized, firmly under his control in less than a week. They became the sharpest, most official blade in Su Chen's hands. After doing all this, Su Chen began his second step in the plan. He did not immediately launch an attack on the Rose Organization as the Queen had anticipated. Instead, he used his control over the underground forces and the city guards to launch a massive city purification movement. He mixed the gang members he recruited with the city guard soldiers into different units. Numerous security posts and patrols have been set up in the various slums and chaotic neighborhoods of Sky City. They crack down on all criminal activities, whether it's robbery, fighting, or gambling, prostitution, or drugs. Anyone caught will be punished severely. In an instant, the security environment of the inner world of Sky City improved like never before. Those gang members who used to run rampant seemed to have found a new value after putting on the uniforms of the city guards, and they all became respectable and arrogant. Of course, Su Chen did much more than that. With Li Ye's cooperation, he established countless mutual aid stations in various slums under the name of the Rose Organization. These stations provide free food, inexpensive medicine, and basic education to those living at the very bottom of society. They taught illiterate women to read and taught homeless children skills. They told those at the bottom of society who were already struggling to breathe because of life's burdens that they were not trash, they were human beings, and they also had the right to pursue a better life. On one hand, there is the city guard's iron-fisted crackdown. On the other hand, there is Rose's warm care. One hard approach and one soft approach, working together. In a way that no one could understand, Su Chen established an absolute order at the very bottom of Sky City that belonged only to him. West End, slums. A long queue formed in front of a makeshift food distribution point adorned with rose flags. Dressed in simple casual clothes, Li Yi personally distributed steaming hot food to the ragged people. Her face no longer held its former charm and allure. Instead, it radiated a pure and holy glow from within. She looked at the people who thanked her profusely after receiving the food, some even kneeling and kowtowing, and felt a mix of emotions. She remembered herself. She had once been one of them. I once fought with a stray dog for a cold steamed bun. In order to survive, he once sold his dignity. She thought she would spend her whole life in darkness and hatred. Unexpectedly, the godlike man not only gave her a new life, but also showed her the hope of realizing her lifelong dream. Chief, you've arrived. Seeing that familiar figure appear not far away, Li Yi quickly put down the spoon in her hand and went to greet her. Su Chen was also dressed casually today, with only Luo Lin by his side. He looked at the neighborhood before him, which, though still impoverished, was full of life and order, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Well done, he said, looking at Ria. Li Ye's cheeks were slightly flushed. Receiving praise from her master makes her happier than any reward. This is all thanks to master, she said respectfully, bowing her head. No, this is also thanks to you. Su Chen reached out and gently stroked her cheek. It was you who perfectly carried out my will. The warm touch made Li Ye's body tremble slightly. A warm feeling welled up from the bottom of my heart. She looked up into Su Chen's deep eyes, her gaze filled with fascination and admiration. Chief, She wanted to say something, but found that no language could express her feelings at that moment. She could only take the initiative, tiptoeing, and press her red lips onto the man's lips. This kiss was devoid of any lust. Only the purest gratitude and love. Su Chen did not refuse. He embraced Ria's soft waist and deepened the kiss. In the sunlight, their figures intertwined. The surrounding people, upon seeing this scene, not only did not find it inappropriate, but instead showed kind smiles. In their eyes, this beautiful and kind Rose leader and the legendary mysterious master who brought them a new life were a match made in heaven. They even began to silently offer their most sincere blessings to this perfect couple in their hearts. The Imperial Palace. Queen Evelina watched quietly as the warm and harmonious scene unfolded on the screen. For the first time, a hint of confusion flashed in her eyes. She couldn't understand it. What exactly does this man want to do? He went to great lengths to control the underworld and seize command of the city guards, not for wealth or power. Instead, it was to help those, in her view, worthless, lowly trash? What is he after? She couldn't understand it, nor could she comprehend it. This variable from another world, his behavior patterns have completely exceeded her comprehension. The unknown often represents a loss of control. It seems it's time to go and meet him in person. The Empress slowly rose from the cold throne. A dangerous yet excited light gleamed in her icy blue eyes. She decided to end this game early. She wanted to use the most direct method to uncover all the secrets of this man. Chapter 101 Expansion of the Hunting Grounds. Su Chen's management of the lower levels of Sky City was remarkably effective. Within just half a month, the rose flag was planted in every slum and chaotic neighborhood of Sky City. Those ordinary people who were once filled with resentment and numbness towards the Empire and the Empress now regard Su Chen and Rose as their only faith and salvation. A massive force of faith originating from the people began to continuously converge on Su Chen. Although this power is still very weak, it cannot compete with the entire planet's psionic matrix. But like a tenacious seed, it took root and sprouted on the seemingly indestructible, decaying land of Sky City. Sooner or later, it will grow into a towering tree, powerful enough to overthrow the entire empire. After doing all this, Su Chen turned his gaze back to the surface world of Sky City. He knew that relying solely on the support of the grassroots was far from enough. To truly shake the Empress's rule, he must acquire more power belonging to the upper world. So he set his sights on his next target. East District, Bai family. The Bai family is one of the top families in Sky City. Although its power is not as great as that of the Zhao family before, it is still an undisputed force in the Eastern District. Bai Yueru, the head of the Bai family, is a beautiful woman who looks to be in her 40s and still retains her charm. Her methods were far more sophisticated than those of Black Widow Zhang Hui. She never gets involved in those dirty deals involving gambling, prostitution, and drugs. What she controls is the entire East End's luxury goods, entertainment, and art market. She presented herself as an elegant, refined, and patron of the arts. But in reality, she was more greedy and ruthless than anyone else. She used her connections and influence to monopolize the market, suppress her competitors, and siphon off the city's wealth in the most elegant way. And the powerful backer behind her is the Li family, the most powerful family in Sky City besides the royal family. Let's start with you. In the study of Cloudtop Manor, Su Chen looked at Bai Yueru's face with a hint of arrogance on the screen, and a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He wanted everyone to know that his hunting grounds were no longer confined to the dark inner world. He wanted to extend his claws into the city's most glamorous and dazzling surface world. 3 days later. In the East District, the most exclusive private club under the Bai family is Moon Goddess Palace. A grand art auction is being held here. Those invited here are all celebrities and socialites from the very top tier of Sky City. They wore gorgeous evening gowns, held champagne glasses, chatted and laughed, and exuded an air of superiority and aristocracy in every gesture. As the hostess, Bai Yueru wore a tailor-made, silver-white fishtail dress and moved through the crowd with ease. Just as the auction was reaching its climax, the club's doors were violently pushed open by a group of uninvited guests. Bang! Dozens of soldiers dressed in city guard uniforms and fully armed, led by a female officer, rushed in and surrounded the entire venue. The music in the venue suddenly stopped. Everyone was stunned by this sudden turn of events. They looked at the heavily armed soldiers with expressions of panic and confusion on their faces. Bai Yueru's face instantly darkened. Who are you? Do you know where this is? Who gave you the audacity to trespass into my Moon Goddess Palace? She walked up to the female officer and questioned her sharply. She didn't believe that anyone in Sky City would dare to disrespect the Bai and Li families. However, the female officer merely gave her a cold look and then stepped aside to make way for her. 2 figures, one after the other, slowly walked in from outside the door. The one leading them was Su Chen. Behind him, still the expressionless Rolling, followed. The moment they saw Su Chen, all the socialites and ladies present let out a gasp that they could not suppress. Su Chen! It was actually Su Chen! That mysterious man who recently stirred up a storm in Sky City. They never expected to see this legendary figure in person here. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on him. There was curiosity, admiration, and even more so, a deep sense of awe. Bai Yueru's pupils also contracted sharply. As she watched the young man slowly walk towards her, a sense of foreboding welled up inside her. So you are Bai Yueru? Su Chen walked up to her and asked calmly. Lord Su. Lord Su. Bai Yueru forced a smile, suppressing her unease. I didn't know Lord Su had graced us with his presence. What brings you here? She knew that the man before her was the royal special inspector personally appointed by Her Majesty the Empress, and she could not afford to offend him. It's nothing serious, Su Chen smiled. We just received a report that your place is suspected of smuggling and trading ancient artifacts that are prohibited by the Empire. So, I brought people here specifically to investigate. His words made Bai Yueru's heart sink. Smuggling ancient artifacts? This is a serious crime. Although she was indeed doing it, she was confident that she had done it flawlessly and that no one could possibly know. Where did this man get his information from? Lord Su, you must be mistaken, she quickly explained. All transactions at our Moon Goddess Palace are legal and compliant, and there is absolutely no possibility of any contraband. Is that so? A playful smile appeared on Su Chen's face. He ignored her and simply spoke a single word softly to Rolling behind him. Search. Yes, master. Rolling's figure vanished in an instant. The next second, a faint sound of metal cracking echoed from the secret underground chamber of the club. Less than a minute. Rolling reappeared in front of Su Chen, this time holding a combination lock box made of a special metal. She placed the briefcase on the ground, and then, in an extremely violent manner, tore open the hard lid with her bare hands. The box was opened. An energy filled with an ancient and sinister aura instantly emanated from it. Inside the box lay a grotesque statue carved from unknown black bones. When they saw the statue, everyone present changed their expressions. It's a statue of the Abyss God. This is the most evil sacrificial offering, which was strictly forbidden in ancient civilizations. A noblewoman who was quite knowledgeable about ancient culture exclaimed. It is said that this kind of statue contains powerful spiritual energy that can corrupt people's hearts. Long-term contact with it can drive people crazy and bloodthirsty. It's a classic contraband, strictly prohibited by the Empire. Bai Yueru looked at the statue, and her face instantly turned ashen. She knew she was finished. Caught red-handed, she had no room for defense. She looked at the man who remained calm and composed throughout, and her body began to tremble uncontrollably. How did you know that? Su Chen did not answer her question. He simply walked slowly to her, looking down at her from his superior position. Patriarch Bai, I am now formally arresting you in my capacity as a special royal inspector. His voice was calm, yet it sounded like a final judgment. Furthermore, I suspect that your Bai family is involved in multiple acts of treason. From now on, the city guards will officially take over all of your Bai family's businesses and conduct a thorough investigation. No one may interfere before the investigation is concluded. His words caused everyone present to gasp in shock. This man not only wants to capture Bai Yueru, he also wants to devour the entire Bai family. His methods and his ambitions are simply appalling. Bai Yueru collapsed to the ground. She knew that she and the Bai family had become new prey for this man as he expanded his hunting grounds. She had no chance to resist. Su Chen didn't look at her again. He turned around and glanced at the socialites and ladies present, who were already terrified. Excuse me, everyone, I'm sorry to have disturbed your enjoyment. That concludes today's auction. Everyone, please go back. His voice was gentle and polite. But to the ears of those noble women, it terrified them more than any command. They dared not be negligent in the slightest, and one by one they fled this place of trouble in a disheveled state. Soon, only Su Chen and his men remained in the huge banquet hall. And then there was Bai Yueru, who was slumped on the ground, her eyes vacant, as if she had lost all her soul. Su Chen walked up to her and slowly squatted down. Now, I'll give you two more choices. First, like the Zhao family, they will suffer disgrace, ruin, and death. Second, become my woman and give the entire Bai family to me. His voice, like the whisper of a devil, echoed in Bai Yueru's ears. Bai Yueru looked at his handsome face, which filled her with immense fear. After a long while, she managed to squeeze out 2 words from her throat. I choose option 2. Chapter 102: The Yi family's choice. The Bai family's downfall was faster and more thorough than the Zhao family's. Under Su Chen's swift and decisive actions, catching the suspect red-handed, the Bai family didn't even have a chance to struggle before the city guards and the inspectorate jointly seized all their assets. The head of the family, Bai Yueru, was also imprisoned in the most heavily guarded prison in the empire, Blackstone Prison, for treason. And the Li family, her powerful backers, never stood up for her or said a word. Everyone knows that it's not that the Li family doesn't want to, but that they dare not. In the face of Su Chen, a madman who wields the Empress's decree and acts without restraint, the authority of any family seems so pale and powerless. For a time, the entire upper class of Sky City was plunged into an eerie atmosphere of fear and insecurity. Those once arrogant top families have all become cowards, hiding all their claws and teeth, for fear that they might accidentally provoke that evil star and follow in the footsteps of the Zhao and Bai families. In this storm, the Yi family is undoubtedly in the most awkward and delicate position. As the first family to cooperate with Su Chen, the Yi family is undoubtedly the biggest beneficiary in this power reshuffle. They not only absorbed the huge market gap left by the downfall of the Zhao and Bai families, but also unprecedentedly enhanced the strength and influence of their families. It was precisely because of their relationship with Su Chen that they became the most sought-after and most feared figures in the entire Sky City. However, along with the enormous profits come equally enormous risks. Everyone knows that the Yi family is now inextricably linked with Su Chen's chariot, which seems poised to challenge the entire imperial order. Once Su Chen falls from power, the Yi family will face an abyss of no return. The Yi family's ancestral home. The head of the family, Yi Wanqing, sat alone in her study, looking at the various feats of Su Chen on her personal computer, as well as the soaring stock price of the Yi Group, feeling a mix of emotions. She was both excited about the Yi family's rapid development and deeply worried about Su Chen's increasingly outrageous and crazy behavior. This man, like a wild horse that is broken free, is galloping toward an unknown and dangerous abyss at a speed she cannot understand or control. And the Yi family was firmly bound to the carriage by him. Just when she was feeling uneasy, an unexpected communication request came in. The caller was Li Yueru, the head of the Li family. That woman in Sky City, whose power was second only to the royal family, and whose cunning and scheming were unfathomable. Yi Wanqing hesitated for a moment, but finally answered the call. On the screen, a beautiful woman who looked to be no more than 30 years old appeared. She was well-maintained and had a languid yet alluring demeanor. She is Li Yueru, the head of the Li family. Patriarch Yi, how have you been? Li Yueru had a lazy smile on her face, as if she wasn't the one who had kicked the Yi family when they were down at the roundtable meeting. Master Li, what brings you here? Yi Wanqing's tone was neither warm nor cold. It's nothing serious, Li Yueru smiled. I just wanted to chat with Patriarch Yi about some interesting things that have happened in Sky City recently. The interesting story she referred to was naturally about Su Chen. That man named Su Chen is quite impressive. Li Yueru's eyes gleamed with shrewdness. At such a young age, he has such skill and courage. Even I admire him. However, she changed the subject. The tallest tree in the forest is the first to be felled by the wind. His style of doing things is too flamboyant and too domineering, and has already affected the interests of too many people. Although Her Majesty the Empress is now very lenient with him, it is only to use him to warn us disobedient families. Once all our families have behaved themselves, do you think Her Majesty the Empress will still keep this double-edged sword of hers, which could harm her at any time? Li Yueru's words were like a sharp knife, precisely piercing the part of Yi Wanqing's heart that she was most worried about. Patriarch Li, what exactly are you trying to say? Yi Wanqing's face darkened. It's very simple. Li Yueru's smile became somewhat meaningful. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Our Li family is willing to form an alliance with your Yi family. With our two families joining forces, along with several other top families, we can form a force that even Her Majesty the Empress cannot ignore. At that time, whether it's dealing with that arrogant man or fighting for our rightful interests from Her Majesty the Empress, we will be invincible. Li Yueru's words were incredibly tempting. She was inviting the Yi family to betray Su Chen and join their side. Yi Wanqing's heart skipped a beat. She admitted that she was attracted to him. If they could join forces with the Li family, the Yi family would no longer have to bet everything on Su Chen alone, living in constant fear. They can be adept at navigating complex situations and maximizing their own interests. Just as she was about to speak and agree to Li Yueru's suggestion, suddenly, a rapid alarm sounded on her personal terminal. An encrypted, top-priority urgent document was sent to her email address. The sender was Su Chen. An ominous premonition welled up in Yi Wanqing's heart. She said, "Wait a moment," to Li Yueru on the screen, and then opened the document. When she saw the contents of the document, her pupils contracted sharply. That was a video. The video footage is somewhat dim, suggesting it was filmed secretly in a secluded room. The protagonist of the video is none other than Li Yueru, the smiling head of the Li family, who is currently on the screen. Sitting opposite her was a woman dressed in the uniform of an imperial military general. The two were engaged in a dirty deal. Li Yueru handed a document marked top secret concerning the deployment of imperial border troops to the military general. The general then handed her a briefcase. The box was opened, revealing it filled with glittering, high-purity energy crystals. Treason. Another act of treason. Moreover, their actions were even worse than those of the Zhao family. The Zhao family merely resold forbidden technology, while the Li family was actually selling the empire's most core military intelligence. Looking at Li Yueru's face, still bearing a lazy smile, on the screen, Yi Wanqing felt a chill run down her spine. She knew this was Su Chen's warning. He was telling her that he not only had leverage over the Zhao family, but also over the Li family. He could make the Li family follow in the footsteps of the Zhao family at any time. Yi Wanqing's back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. She knew she had no other choice. From the moment she agreed to Su Chen's request to tie the Yi family to his chariot, she had no way out. She took a deep breath and turned her gaze back to Li Yueru on the screen. "Patriarchally, your proposal is very tempting. However, our Yi family has already decided to stand with Mr. Su through thick and thin." Her voice, though not loud, was filled with an undeniable firmness. The smile on Li Yueru's face froze instantly. She hadn't expected Yi Wanqing to refuse so decisively. "Patriarch Yi, you should think this through." Her voice turned cold. "You are making an enemy of the entire Sky City." "No." Yi Wanqing shook her head, a complicated smile on her face. "I'm just choosing a more powerful ally." After saying that, she simply hung up the call. The study returned to silence. Yi Wanqing leaned back in her chair, feeling as if she had just experienced a thrilling war. She knew that today she had made the most important decision, one that would determine the fate of the Yi family for the next 100 years. She didn't know whether this decision was right or wrong. But she knew that the man named Su Chen had already manipulated the entire Sky City with his unpredictable methods. All the Yi family could do was follow him closely. Henteing manner. Su Chen looked at the interrupted communication on his personal terminal and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He knew that Yi Wanqing had made the right choice. And he successfully transformed the Yi family, their most important pawn, into his own. Now, it's time to move on to the next step of the plan. He took out his personal terminal and dialed Li Ye's number. "Leader. Li Ye, how's the task I entrusted to you going?" Reporting to the leader, "It has been completed." Li Ye's voice carried a hint of excitement. "We have integrated all of Rose's forces in Sky City, and they are ready to be at your command at any time." "Very good." A cold glint flashed in Su Chen's eyes. "Pass the word down and tell the women to get ready. A real hunt is about to begin. And this time, our target is the entire Sky City." Chapter 103: Visitors from the Lower City. Just as Su Chen was preparing to make his mark in Sky City and turn this decaying land upside down, an unexpected visitor disrupted his entire plan. That afternoon, he and Rolling were in the underground training ground, testing her modified, incredibly powerful body. Rolling's strength and speed have completely surpassed the realm of humanity. Every punch and kick carries the terrifying power to tear through the air. Su Chen had no doubt that she was now capable of fighting even against the most elite mechs of the Royal Guard. Just as the two were getting into the swing of things, Yi Qingqing's urgent communication came through. On the light screen, Yi Qingqing's expression was unusually strange. "Su Chen, you'd better come to the door in person." Her voice carried a hint of uncertainty and shock. "What's wrong?" Su Chen stopped what he was doing and asked, somewhat puzzled. "Your mom is here." "What?" Su Chen was stunned. His mother? Su Qing? Or Jiang Wanru? How did they end up in Sky City? Without a second thought, he abandoned Rolling and rushed to the manor gate as fast as he could. At the entrance of the manor, there was an ordinary hovercar with a ground license plate. The car door opened, and a middle-aged woman stepped out, dressed in simple casual clothes, with a gentle demeanor but an unusually firm gaze. It was Jiang Wanru, one of his mothers. Beside her followed another figure, one that Su Chen was even more familiar with. Zhao Xiaoya. That innocent, kind-hearted, and somewhat socially awkward girl next door at the vegetable growing center. Mom? Xiaoya? What brings you here? Su Chen looked at them, his face full of surprise. Xiao Chen. When Jiang Wanru saw Su Chen, her eyes, which always held a gentle smile, instantly turned red. She strode forward and hugged Su Chen tightly, as if she wanted to meld him into her body. You brat! You ran off to such a dangerous place without even telling your family. If Miss Qingcheng hadn't told us, we would still be completely in the dark. Her voice carried a hint of lingering fear and reproach. Su Chen could feel her body trembling slightly. He knew that his absence during this period must have worried his two mothers back home terribly. A long-lost warmth called family affection welled up in his heart. He patted Jiang Wanru on the back and gently comforted her. Mom, I'm fine, I'm perfectly alright. Su, brother Su Chen. Zhao Xiaoya, standing to the side, looked at Su Chen, her voice barely audible, and a blush rising to her cheeks. She still had that shy and timid demeanor, but her eyes were filled with undisguised longing and admiration as she looked at Su Chen. Su Chen released Jiang Wanru, walked up to her, and smiled as he ruffled her hair. Zhao Xiaoya's face turned even redder, and she lowered her head, not daring to look at him. Alright, it's cold outside, let's go inside first. Su Chen took their hands and walked into the manor. In the reception room, Su Chen finally learned the whole story from Jiang Wanru. It turned out that during the time he left Sangyun City for Sky City, his two mothers couldn't contact him and were frantic with worry. They tried everything they could, contacting every possible link in the chain of command, but to no avail. It wasn't until a few days ago that Yi Qingqing managed to contact them through an encrypted channel and tell them about Su Chen's whereabouts in Sky City. After learning that Su Chen was safe, Jiang Wanru breathed a sigh of relief, but she was still worried and insisted on coming to Sky City to see for herself. Su Qing couldn't refuse her, so she had to ask the Yi family for help to get her a temporary pass to Sky City. Zhao Xiaoya, upon learning that Jiang Wanru was coming to see Su Chen, mustered the greatest courage of her life and secretly followed her. She missed him so much. I dream about him every night. She dreamed of his gentle smile, his domineering kiss, and his powerful strength that made her soul tremble. So, she came. Even if she could only catch a glimpse of him from afar, she would be content. After listening to Jiang Wanru's account, Su Chen felt a mix of emotions. He never imagined that he would have such a profound bond in this world. Looking at Jiang Wanru's worried face and Zhao Xiaoya's adoring eyes, he felt a strong urge to protect her. He knew that from this moment on, he was no longer fighting alone. He has family, whom he is willing to protect with his life. Mom, don't worry, I'm doing fine here. Su Chen held Jiang Wanru's hand and said earnestly, not only will I be alright, but I'm also going to trample this entire city under my feet. His voice was filled with unparalleled confidence. Jiang Wanru looked at her son. Although she didn't understand what he was doing, she could sense that he was no longer the child who needed her protection and never grew up. He became a true, upright man. A man who can shelter her from the wind and rain. Her heart was filled with pride. Just then, Yi Qingcheng, Li Yi, Luo Lin, Bai Su, Zhang Hui, and a group of other women also rushed over upon hearing the news. When they saw the middle-aged woman sitting on the sofa with a gentle and elegant demeanor, they were all stunned. They had heard from Su Chen that he had two mothers. But they never expected to meet one of them in this way. In a short time, the atmosphere in the reception room became unusually strange. Jiang Wanru looked at the women in front of her, each with a different style, yet all equally stunning, and all filled with awe and admiration for her son. Her mind went blank for a moment. She knew her son was excellent, but she never imagined he was so exceptionally outstanding. How long have you been in Sky City? They've already built such a huge back garden? Moreover, judging from the demeanor and clothing of these women, none of them are ordinary people. Ahem. It was Su Chen who broke the awkward silence first. He stood up and introduced Jiang Wanru in a generous manner. Mom, let me introduce you. This is Yi Qingcheng, the heir of the Yi family, and also my current business partner. This is Ryo, the leader of Rose, and now my secretary. This is Rolling, formerly the chief of the inspectorate, now she's my bodyguard. This is Bai Su, from the East District. This is Zhang Hui. Every time Su Chen introduced someone, Jiang Wanru's heart would tremble. The heir to the Yi family? Rebel leader? Director General of the Inspectorate? Each of these titles is enough for an ordinary person to look up to for a lifetime. But now, they've all become his son's subordinates? Jiang Wanru felt that her worldview had been completely overturned at this moment. She looked at her son, who stood calmly in the center of the group of women, and her eyes were filled with nothing but endless shock. She knew that her son had flown too high and too far. So far away, she could no longer understand it at all. Su Chen, however, was unaware of the turbulent emotions raging within his mother's heart. He just felt that his rear seemed to be becoming more and more secure. However, he was unaware of this. The arrival of Jiang Wanru and Zhao Xiaoya brought him the warmth of family, but it also brought him a fatal weakness. One weakness that could be exploited by his greatest enemy. The royal palace, the core hall of the psionic matrix. Queen Evelina watched the heartwarming scene of Su Chen and Jiang Wanru reuniting as their son on the screen. A cold, cruel smile flashed in those icy blue eyes. Family? It seems that you, this fearless wolf, are not invincible after all. All right. Let me use what you cherish most to toll your death knell. The corners of her mouth slowly curved upwards. A more insidious and deadly conspiracy targeting Su Chen is quietly brewing. Su Chen, however, was completely unaware of this. At this moment, he is immersed in the joy of reuniting with his family. He was even considering bringing his other mother, Su Qing, to Sky City so the family could reunite. He was unaware that danger had already crept in. Chapter 10 for the final chapter of the gamble. The joy of reuniting with family did not last long. Su Chen knew very well that although Cloud Top Manor was safe, Sky City was ultimately the Empress's territory. The arrival of Jiang Wanru and Zhao Xiaoya was like two sheep wandering into a pack of wolves, who could become his weak points at any moment. He must quickly and completely take control of the situation in Sky City. So, after settling Jiang Wanru and Zhao Xiaoya in, Su Chen once again devoted all his energy to conquering Sky City. The power he wields is already immense. They control the black of the underworld, wield the white of the city guards, and have the gold of the Yi family, a top-tier family, in the business world. In his hands, the three forces of black, white, and gold were perfectly integrated into a massive power that would attract the attention of anyone. He began to launch a ruthless, dimensional reducing attack on those top families who had once been on good terms with the Zhaoanbai families but still harbored hostility towards him. Using Rose's intelligence network and the secrets he learned from those underground leaders, he accurately located the lifeblood of those families. Then, leveraging the Yi family's immense influence in the business world, they launched a devastating commercial attack on their industries, effectively undermining their foundations. Finally, he personally led the city guards to check the water meter under the guise of a royal special inspector. The series of punches came together smoothly and unstoppably. In just half a month, 3 more top families that had stood tall in Sky City for hundreds of years collapsed before his eyes. Some were completely eradicated by him under the pretext of treason, with the head of the family and core members all imprisoned. Some, on the verge of bankruptcy, chose the wisest course of action: surrender. Like Bai Yuaru before them, they dedicated their entire families to Su Chen, becoming his most loyal vassals. Su Chen's power was once again expanding at a terrifying speed. The entire Sky City was shrouded in the shadow of fear he brought. Everyone knows that no one in this world can stop this man's rise. Except for that high and mighty Her Majesty the Empress. A month passed quickly. The time has come for the answer to Su Chen's bet with the Empress. That day, Su Chen didn't bring anyone with him. Alone, he boarded once again the royal VIP ship that served only him. He wanted to go to the palace in person to meet the so-called god who had ruled the world for 200 years. He wanted to show her what kind of report card he had submitted in the past month. I also wanted her to know that she had already lost this bet. The royal palace, the core hall of the psionic matrix. It was still that boundless, vast galaxy composed of pale blue data streams. Empress Evelina, still with that sacred and majestic appearance, quietly floated in the center of the data galaxy. When Su Chen's figure reappeared here, for the first time, a clear emotional fluctuation appeared in her icy blue eyes. There was surprise, there was admiration, but more than anything, there was a sense of excitement at meeting a worthy opponent. Su Chen, you have indeed not disappointed me. The Empress spoke slowly, her voice still ethereal, but no longer devoid of emotion as before. What you've accomplished in the past month has far exceeded my expectations both in terms of surprise and tricky. You not only integrated the underworld, but also destroyed 3 top families. Furthermore, you even won over the hearts and minds of the city guards and a portion of the lower-class population to your own use. Your methods, your wisdom, and your courage are enough to put you on equal footing with me. She looked at Su Chen with admiration in her eyes. So, you won this bet. Su Chen smiled. So, according to the agreement, shouldn't you fulfill your promise? Of course. The queen nodded. Tell me, what do you want? Wealth? Status? Or ownership of a certain family, a certain woman? In her mind, what men pursue was nothing more than these things. However, what Su Chen said next once again exceeded her expectations. What I want is very simple. Su Chen looked at her and said, word by word. I want to enter the Hall of Holy Words within the Psionic Matrix. Church of the Holy Word? Upon hearing those 3 words, the playful smile that had been gracing the Empress's flawless face instantly froze. Instead, there was an unprecedented solemnity and vigilance. How did you know about the Hall of Holy Words? Her voice turned cold for the first time. The Hall of Holy Words is the most central and confidential area of the entire psionic matrix. There, the most primal and authentic secrets about the origin of this world, about the great gender transformation, and about the Queen's bloodline are stored. This place is a top-level taboo in the entire empire. Apart from the empresses of each generation, no one knew of its existence. And now, this man actually wants to go inside as soon as he opens his mouth? Just how many secrets does he know that he shouldn't know? Guess? Su Chen's face still held that calm and nonchalant smile. Of course, he wouldn't tell her that he learned all this information from Rolling and from the obelisk in the ancient ruins, the one whose data he had absorbed. The queen looked at him and fell into a long silence. At this moment, the temperature in the entire core hall of the psionic matrix seemed to drop to freezing point. The surrounding data flow stopped again. An incredibly powerful and suffocating pressure came from all directions, pressing down on Su Chen relentlessly. However, Su Chen remained standing quietly, his expression calm, as if he had not been affected in any way. He knew that the queen was hesitating and struggling. She desperately wanted to eliminate him immediately, this man who knew too many secrets. But she can't. Because she didn't know how many more deadly bargaining chips this man still possessed that could shake the foundations of her rule. Furthermore, this man's power in Sky City has become so immense that even she cannot easily shake it. If she makes a move here, the entire Sky City could very well be plunged into an unprecedented and devastating civil war in the next second. She couldn't afford to pay that price. Much later, the Empress slowly withdrew that terrifying pressure. The frozen data stream around us slowly began to run again. Can. She looked at Su Chen and, with difficulty, managed to squeeze out those 2 words from her throat. I can grant you entry into the Hall of Holy Word. However, I also have one additional condition. You say. I need you to help me find something. A complex light flashed in the queen's eyes. What is that? The core of life, the queen said, enunciating each word clearly. Su Chen's pupils contracted almost imperceptibly. The core of life? Isn't that the thing he absorbed in the Yi family ruins? She was looking for this too? What is that? Su Chen asked, feigning ignorance. That is the most powerful energy core left behind by an ancient civilization, the queen explained. It contains enormous life energy, enough to change the genetic sequence of the entire world. Yes, it's my only hope for repairing my body, which has long been riddled with holes by psionic energy. Her words stirred up a storm in Su Chen's heart. He never imagined that what he had absorbed as an experience pack would have such important significance for the Empress. Where is that thing? Su Chen continued to ask. I don't know. The queen shook her head. I only know that it is hidden in the ruins of some ancient civilization. And the clues to finding it are hidden in the oldest documents in the Hall of Sacred Words. So, you let me into the Hall of Sacred Words so that I could help you find it? Su Chen instantly understood her intention. That's right. The queen nodded. This is a new gamble. If you help me find the core of life, I will let you see all the truths of this world. This deal is very fair. Su Chen looked at her and suddenly smiled. Make a deal. He agreed without hesitation. Because he knew that the core of life was already inside his body. And he also happened to want to go to that so-called Hall of Sacred Words to see how many interesting secrets this world still held. For example, the lost temple that only exists in legends. Very good. The queen looked at him, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. She stretched out her fair hand and gently made a stroke in the empty space in front of her. A portal of light, composed of pure, golden data streams, slowly opened before Su Chen. On the other side of the door lies a vast sea of books, filled with an ancient and mysterious atmosphere. Go. Go and find the answer you seek. I also hope that you can bring back the surprise I want. Su Chen gave her a standard, gentlemanly bow. Then, turning around, without hesitation, he stepped through the door that led to the truth of the world. Watching his receding figure, the Empress's lips curled into a chilling smile once more. A variable from another world. A gamble that will disrupt the established order. All right. Let me see who will be the final winner between the two of us. She slowly closed her eyes and once again merged into that boundless galaxy of data. But she didn't know that. The door she opened with her own hands was not a door to hope. Rather, it was a Pandora's box, capable of burying her in her decaying empire completely. Chapter 105 Hall of Sacred Words. The portal formed by the golden data stream slowly closed behind Su Chen, completely separating him from the world of Empress Evelina. The scene before him left even the well-traveled Su Chen feeling a sense of shock. This is not a library or archive in the traditional sense, but a vast ocean of pure information. Countless ancient runes, radiating a soft glow, floated in the air like stars, slowly rotating and connected to each other in a mysterious pattern, forming a three-dimensional and complex star map. Each rune contains a piece of history buried in the past, a lost secret. This is the Hall of Sacred Words, the highest level forbidden place in the Empire, which stores all the most primal and authentic secrets of this world. If an ordinary person came here, they would probably be overwhelmed by the unimaginable flood of information and become a complete idiot. But Su Chen is different. He closed his eyes and slowly released his immense spiritual power. Instead of trying to force an interpretation of the runes, he used the vast database he had absorbed from the ancient obelisk as a key to connect with the ocean of information before him. In an instant, all the runes in the Holy Word Hall lit up. As if they had found something of the same origin that had been lost for many years, they began to actively open their arms to Su Chen's consciousness. Countless images, countless sounds, and countless fragments of memory flooded into his mind. He saw the origin of this world, a blue planet, and a civilization with highly advanced technology, indistinguishable from humans on Earth. They explored the universe, modified genes, and created a glorious era. He also saw the truth behind the major gender shift. It was not a natural disaster, but a complete and inhumane man-made catastrophe orchestrated by those in power. In order to eliminate war and strife and to create a so-called perfect society, the ruling class at the time launched a genetic modification project called Project Athena. They attempted to construct an absolutely rational matriarchal society by suppressing male genes and strengthening female genes. However, the experiment went out of control. The male genetic chain has suffered an irreversible collapse, resulting in a sharp drop in birth rates and near extinction. Women, on the other hand, have gained longer lifespans and greater strength, but at the cost of gradually diminishing emotional intelligence. To cover up this heinous crime and to maintain the legitimacy of their rule, the surviving rulers destroyed all historical records, fabricated the lie of a natural disaster, and built a sky city, portraying themselves as gods who would save the world. And the Empress was the first successor to this enormous lie. Su Chen also witnessed many more, even darker, secrets. For example, the sordid history of those top families, how they betrayed their compatriots and colluded with foreign enemies to obtain tickets to Sky City. The Li family, the Zhao family, the Bai family, almost every family that stands tall above the clouds has blood on their hands that can never be washed away. This intelligence will become his most lethal weapon in the future, allowing him to shake up the power structure of the entire Sky City. Su Chen greedily absorbed this information, his brain working at an unimaginable speed. Soon, he found what he most wanted to know. The Lost Temple. There are only a few words about it in the entire Church of the Word, which are sealed and kept in the most central area. It does exist. But it's not a fixed location, rather, it's a mobile divine realm that utilizes ancient spatial technology to randomly jump between several coordinate nodes. Hidden there is the secondary core of the entire psionic matrix, and also the last backdoor program left behind by that male scientist. The log details the key coordinates for opening the temple, as well as the unique psionic frequency required to enter it. I see. Su Chen opened his eyes, a look of understanding flashing in them. He has gotten all the answers he wanted. He didn't linger, turned around, and walked back the way he came. When his figure reappeared in the core hall of the psionic matrix, Empress Evelina was still hovering there, waiting quietly. Have you found the answer you're looking for? She asked Su Chen, her voice ethereal. I've found something interesting. Su Chen's face still held that calm and composed smile. However, the clues about the core of life are too ancient and complex. I need some time to slowly decipher them. All right. The Queen nodded, not in a hurry. In her eyes, this man was already a fish in her net, and there was no way he could escape her grasp. I'll give you time. I hope you won't keep me waiting too long. Of course. Su Chen gave her another standard gentlemanly bow. Then, I shall take my leave, Your Majesty. After saying that, he turned around and boarded the royal VIP ship that served him without hesitation. As the ceremonial ship disappeared into the sea of clouds, an uncontrollable, morbid excitement finally surfaced on the Empress's flawless face. Su Chen, just how many secrets are you still hiding? She murmured to herself. But it doesn't matter. Soon, everything you have will become my property. She didn't know that what she had opened with her own hands was not a treasure trove revealing hope, but a Pandora's box that would bury her and her decaying empire forever. And Su Chen, the man who holds the key to the magic box, has already begun his next plan. The first thing he had to do was to eliminate those hungry wolves who dared to lay their claws on those around him. Chapter 106 Pandora's Box. The Royal Navy ship landed smoothly on the helipad at Hentaying Resort. As soon as Su Chen stepped out of the cabin, Yi Qingcheng, Li Yi, and Luo Lin immediately came to greet him. Their faces all bore undisguised worry. How was it? She didn't give you any trouble, did she? Yi Qingcheng was the first to rush up, grabbing Su Chen's arm and looking him up and down, as if afraid he might be missing a single hair. I'm fine. Su Chen patted her hand to reassure her. Not only am I fine, but I also got a lot of good things from her. He briefly recounted to them what he had seen and heard during his visit to the Church of the Holy Word, as well as his new wager with the Queen. When they heard that Su Chen was not only unharmed, but had also obtained permission from the Empress to enter the Empire's highest forbidden area, the three women's faces were filled with shock. Rolling, in particular, understood better than anyone what the Hall of Holy Word meant to the Empress and the entire Empire. That place was an absolute forbidden zone, the dragon's Achilles heel. And Su Chen actually managed to get the Empress to willingly open that door for him. Just how many trump cards is this man hiding, cards that even the Queen fears? Rolling's gaze toward Su Chen grew increasingly filled with awe and fervor. Master, what are your plans next? Rolling asked respectfully. I need you to help me investigate a few places. Su Chen sent the coordinates he had noted down in the Holy Word Hall to Li Yi and Luo Lin respectively. Li Yi, use Rosa's intelligence network around the world to find out all the information about these coordinates, whether it's above ground or underground, don't let any clue slip by. Lorraine, use your knowledge of the Imperial military and the Inspectorate to investigate the military deployments and historical records of these locations through official channels. Yes, Chief. Yes, Master. Li Yi and Luo Lin immediately accepted the order, turned around and left quickly, their eyes burning with excitement. After assigning tasks, Su Chen, accompanied by Yi Qingcheng, returned to the main building of the manor. As soon as he entered, he saw Jiang Wanru and Zhao Xiaoya sitting anxiously on the living room sofa. Xiao Chen. You're back. Jiang Wanru's heart finally settled down when she saw Su Chen. Mom, Xiaoya, I'm back. Su Chen stepped forward and gave his mother a warm hug. Brother Su Chen Zhao Xiaoya looked at Su Chen, her clear eyes filled with worry and longing. These past few days, with Su Chen away from the manor, she felt a void in her heart. She was restless every day, fearing something might happen to him. I'm fine, don't worry. Su Chen smiled and ruffled her hair, then took her in her mother's hands and sat down on the sofa. He didn't mention the dangers he faced going to the palace, but simply said that he had gone out to take care of some business. Looking at his mother and Zhao Xiaoya's concerned faces, Su Chen felt a long-lost warmth welling up in his heart. This is what family feels like. No matter how much trouble he stirs up outside, he can find the safest haven here. He decided that he would not think about anything or do anything today, but simply spend time with his family. He accompanied Jiang Wanru on a walk in the garden of the manor, listening to her chatter on and on about the everyday life of Sunyun City. He accompanied Zhao Xiaoya as she planted several peculiar vegetable seeds from Sky City in her newly cultivated vegetable garden. Under the sunlight, the girl's cheeks were flushed red, and fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, but her smile was even brighter than the sunlight. That evening, Su Chen personally cooked a sumptuous dinner for them. Although his culinary skills were far inferior to his extraordinary ability, seeing Jiang Wanru and Zhao Xiaoya eating with great satisfaction filled him with a sense of accomplishment. It's late at night. Jiang Wanru had already gone back to her room to rest. Only Su Chen and Zhao Xiaoya remained in the living room. The atmosphere suddenly became somewhat ambiguous. Zhao Xiaoya lowered her head, nervously twisting the hem of her clothes with both hands, her cheeks so red they looked like they could bleed. Brother Su Chen, I. She wanted to say something, but didn't know how to start. Su Chen's heart stirred when he saw her shy and timid appearance. He reached out and pulled her into his arms. Xiaoya, thank you for coming to keep me company. His voice was deep and gentle. Zhao Xiaoya's body trembled violently. She raised her head and looked at the face so close to hers, the face that haunted her dreams. Her girlish heart was instantly filled with sweetness. I just wanted to see you. Her voice was barely audible. Su Chen did not speak again. He lowered his head and kissed her soft lips, which carried a hint of vegetable fragrance. The kiss was light and gentle. It carried a hint of soothing, but also a hint of an irrepressible possessiveness. Zhao Xiaoya's mind went blank. She abandoned all thought, closed her eyes, and awkwardly responded to the man who made her soul tremble. She felt like a small boat adrift on a vast ocean, and Su Chen was her only harbor to rely on. She gave him everything she had without reservation. The temperature in the room rose rapidly without anyone noticing. A teaching session filled with youthful awkwardness and tenderness was quietly taking place under the tranquil moonlight. Su Chen guided this innocent girl step by step, in his gentlest way, to explore the most primal and wonderful mysteries of life. While Su Chen was enjoying this rare moment of tenderness, he was unaware of what was happening. A sinister trap is being quietly woven against the person he cherishes most. The royal palace, the core hall of the psionic matrix. Empress Evelina was quietly watching the information about Jiang Wanru and Zhao Xiaoya displayed on the screen. Family, weaknesses. A cold smile slowly curved her lips. She stretched out her fair hand and gently touched the empty space in front of her. An encrypted document containing the identity information of Jiang Wanru and Zhao Xiaoya was sent through a clandestine channel to a pawn she had carefully chosen. The head of the Li family is Li Yueru. This woman, who suffered heavy losses in the previous power reshuffle because she sided with the Bai family, harbors deep hatred for Su Chen and the Yi family. When Li Yueru received this unexpected gift, her eyes, which always held a lazy and alluring quality, instantly flashed with a wicked yet excited light. Su Chen. I've finally found your weakness. She looked at Zhao Xiaoya's innocent face on the screen and a cruel smile appeared on her face. Let me use what you cherish most to toll your death knell. A more insidious and deadly conspiracy is quietly brewing. Su Chen, however, was completely unaware of this. At this moment, he was immersed in the joy of conquest and possession, enjoying the last calm before the storm. Chapter 107: A Gentle Trap. After spending a few days in the luxury and comfort of Cloudtop Manor, Zhao Xiaoya's heart, which had been hanging in suspense since arriving in Sky City, gradually calmed down. Everything here feels like a dream. A vast estate, countless servants, and stunningly beautiful women who were only heard of in legends and were completely devoted to Su Chen. Sometimes she felt inferior, like an ugly duckling who had accidentally wandered into Swan Lake, completely out of place with everything there. Unlike Yi Qingcheng, who was noble and shrewd enough to manage Su Chen's vast business empire, she was not. She wasn't like Li Yi, alluring yet decisive, capable of leading Su Chen's dark underworld. She is not like Rolling, who is powerful and ruthless, and could become the sharpest knife in Su Chen's hand. She was just an ordinary girl next door who only knew how to grow vegetables. All she could do was prepare a delicious meal for Su Chen when he was tired, or use her youthful and clumsy body to please and comfort him when he needed it. At these moments, she would feel a sense of satisfaction. But more often than not, it's a feeling of being lost and anxious. She was afraid that she would be swallowed up by this bizarre and fantastical world. She was afraid that she would drift further and further away from the man who had already flown too high and too far. Just as she was feeling unsettled, an unexpected communication request came in. The caller was an unfamiliar number. Zhao Xiaoya hesitated for a moment, but still answered the call. On the screen, a woman's face appeared that she recognized but couldn't quite place. Excuse me, who are you? Zhao Xiaoya asked cautiously. Xiaoya. Don't you recognize me? I'm Sister Wang. Sister Wang from the Tsangyun City Vegetable Planting Center, the woman on the screen said enthusiastically. Sister Wang? Zhao Xiaoya's memory was instantly pulled back to that familiar vegetable greenhouse, filled with the scent of soil and sunshine. She remembered that this Sister Wang was a former colleague of hers at the planting center, and they had a fairly good relationship. Sister Wang? How come you're in Sky City? Zhao Xiaoya asked in surprise. Sigh, don't even mention it. Sister Wang sighed, a look of worry on her face. My daughter was recently admitted to a university in Sky City, so I came here to accompany her. Who knew that I would be scammed so soon after arriving? Now I'm penniless and don't even have the money to go back. As she spoke, her eyes reddened. A few days ago, I happened to see a news report about a girl who looked a lot like you next to Missy. I guessed it was you. I'm calling today to ask if you could lend me some money so I can buy a ticket back home. Sister Wang's tone was full of humility and pleading. Kind-hearted Zhao Xiaoya could not resist such pleas. Upon hearing that her old colleague was in trouble, she immediately felt compassion. Sister Wang, don't worry, where are you now? I'll come find you, she said without hesitation. Really? That's great. Sister Wang's face immediately lit up with surprise. I'm on 7th Avenue in the West End, there's a place called Starlight Cafe there. Okay, I'll be right there. After hanging up the call, Zhao Xiaoya still felt a little hesitant. She knew that Su Chen and Yi Qingcheng had both told her not to leave this place easily. But when she thought of Sister Wang's pitiful appearance, she couldn't bear it. Moreover, she also wanted to go out for a walk and get some fresh air. She felt like she was going to get moldy from staying at home these past few days. After thinking about it, she finally decided to sneak out for a while. She left Su Chen a note, telling him that she was going out to meet a friend and would be back soon. Then, she changed into simple clothes, avoided the patrolling guards, and quietly left the Cloud-Top Manor, which to her felt like a golden cage. She boarded a public hoverbus and headed towards the West End. She didn't know. From the moment she left the manor, her every move was under surveillance. Behind the hoverbus she was riding, a black hovercar without any license plates was following quietly at a distance. Inside the car sat Li Yueru, the head of the Li family. Master, the fish has taken the bait, a subordinate reported respectfully. Very good. A venomous smile appeared on Li Yueru's face. Pass the word down to the people in the West District. As soon as she enters the coffee shop, make your move. Remember, do it cleanly and efficiently, without leaving any trace. Yes. Li Yueru looked out the window at the West District, a place filled with sin and chaos, getting closer and closer, her eyes gleaming with a crazy and excited light. She could almost see Su Chen's utter disarray and furious rage after learning that his beloved woman had been kidnapped. She wanted him to know just how terrible the price he would pay for offending her, Li Yueru, and the Li family. Zhao Xiaoya was unaware that danger was closing in on her step by step. She got off the hoverbus and quickly found the Starlight Cafe following the address given by Sister Wang. It was a very ordinary, even somewhat old-fashioned, coffee shop located in a secluded alley. Zhao Xiaoya didn't think much of it and pushed the door open to go inside. The cafe was dimly lit and empty except for a waiter dozing off behind the counter. Excuse me, is Sister Wang here? Zhao Xiaoya asked softly. The waiter looked up at her, a strange smile on his face. She's waiting for you inside. He pointed to a private room at the very back of the coffee shop. A sudden, inexplicable unease welled up in Zhao Xiaoya's heart. But she still mustered her courage and walked towards that private room. She pushed open the door to the private room. Inside, there was no Sister Wang, only a few burly women with fierce expressions. Who are you? Where is Sister Wang? Zhao Xiaoya asked in a panic. The woman in the lead walked towards her with a sinister grin. Little sister, don't be afraid. We're taking you to an even more fun place. Bang! The door to the private room was slammed shut. Zhao Xiaoya's final scream, filled with terror, was completely shut out in this dark, gentle trap. Chapter 108 Hungry Wolf. Hentang Manor, Master Bedroom. Su Chen had just finished a deep exchange with Yi Qingcheng, one filled with conquest and possession. Yi Qingcheng, like a well-fed cat, lazily lay on his chest, her slender fingers drawing circles on his pectoral muscles. You're really going too far. Her voice was hoarse and satisfied. I have an important board meeting tomorrow, and my legs are already weak. That's perfect. The meeting's cancelled. You can stay home today and spend some quality time with me. Su Chen smiled and kissed her smooth forehead. Just then, his personal terminal vibrated slightly. It's a message from the smart home assistant. Master, Miss Zhao Xiaoya left a note and left the manor alone 2 hours ago. Su Chen's brows furrowed instantly. Did Xiaoya go out? An ominous premonition welled up in his heart. He immediately sat up and picked up the note from the bedside table. The handwriting on the note was delicate yet childish. Brother Su Chen, I'm going out to meet a former colleague. She's having some trouble, and I'm going to help her. I'll be right back. Xiaoya. Colleagues? Difficulties? Su Chen's heart sank suddenly. He knew Zhao Xiaoya too well. That kind-hearted, somewhat naive girl was the easiest to be taken advantage of. He immediately dialed Zhao Xiaoya's contact number. However, all that came through the communicator was a cold, disconnected tone. Something's happened. This thought struck Su Chen's mind like a bolt of lightning. His face, which always carried a hint of a playful smile, instantly turned cold and gloomy at this moment. A terrifying, almost tangible killing intent suddenly erupted from his body. The temperature in the entire bedroom seemed to have dropped to freezing point. Yi Qingcheng, standing beside him, trembled in fright at the sudden burst of murderous aura emanating from him. Su Chen, what's wrong? She asked in a panic. Xiaoya, something's happened. Su Chen's voice was icy cold and devoid of any emotion. He immediately got out of bed and dressed as quickly as possible. Immediately, use all the power of the Yi family to seal off all exits of Sky City. I want to turn this city into a true island. Furthermore, retrieve all CCTV footage from the manor entrance and the area around 7th Avenue in the west side within the last 3 hours. I need to know exactly where she went and who she met. Su Chen's command was concise, yet filled with an undeniable authority. Okay. I'll get right away. Yi Qingcheng didn't dare to delay in the slightest and immediately jumped out of bed to contact the power of her family. Su Chen ignored her and rushed out of the bedroom to the underground training base. Ria and Rolling are here, overseeing the training of the Ghost Legion. When they saw Su Chen's face, which was so gloomy it seemed to drip water, they were all startled. Leader. Owner. Li Yi. Su Chen's voice seemed to come from the deepest hell. I want you to mobilize Rose and all the underworld's informants within 10 minutes to turn the entire West District upside down. I need to know all suspicious persons and vehicles from the last 3 hours. Yes, Chief. A storm raged within Li Ye's heart. She had never seen Su Chen so furious. She knew something enormous must have happened. Lorraine. Su Chen's gaze turned to Lorraine. Yes, Master. I want you to immediately take over the City Guard's command system. In the name of the Royal Special Inspector, declare martial law throughout the city. Conduct an indiscriminate, carpet search of the Western District. Anyone who dares to resist will be killed without exception. Yes, Master. A cold, bloodthirsty light flashed in Rolling's eyes. She knew that her master was truly enraged. The master's rage needs to be quelled with the blood of his enemies. With Su Chen's command. The 3 forces he controlled, black, white, and gold, were like 3 sophisticated and efficient war machines, instantly starting to operate at high speed. The entire Sky City was shaken. Countless city guards rushed out of the barracks and blocked all the streets. Countless gang members emerged from the shadows, searching like hounds for any suspicious clues. The Yi family's vast business empire also leverages its pervasive influence to mobilize all resources. A vast, inescapable net covering the entire Sky City was quietly formed within just half an hour. Everyone was stunned by this sudden and swift action. They didn't know what had happened. All they knew was that the man who ruled the city, both its darkness and its light, was enraged. His rage was enough to burn the entire Sky City to ashes. The hungry wolf has finally revealed its sharpest fangs. The Li family's ancestral home. Li Yueru was leisurely sipping a glass of fine red wine, waiting for her subordinates to bring her the good news that the mission was completed. However, what awaited her was a series of terrible news that terrified her. Master. Something terrible has happened. The city guards have suddenly declared martial law and are conducting a thorough search of the Western District. Master. Our informants in the underworld have sent word that Rose and all the gangs are frantically searching for a girl. Patriarch. The Yi family has activated its highest-level emergency response plan. All of their businesses are cooperating with that man's actions. As she listened to the reports from her subordinates, the smile on Li Yueru's face gradually froze. The wine glass in her hand also fell to the ground with a crack and shattered into pieces. She hadn't expected Su Chen's reaction to be so quick and so intense. He actually used all his power to turn the entire Sky City upside down for an ordinary girl. This man is insane. A complete madman who doesn't play by the rules. Quick! Contact the people in the West District immediately and have them move her out of there. Get rid of that girl. Leave no trace. She hadn't finished speaking. The light screen in front of her suddenly lit up. What appeared was Su Chen's cold face, filled with endless killing intent. Li Yueru. Su Chen's voice was calm, yet it sent a chill down Li Yueru's spine. I'll give you 10 minutes. If I don't see Xiaoya appear in front of me safe and sound within 10 minutes, I guarantee that your Li family will be completely wiped out from this world. Believe me, I can do it. Chapter 109 The End of the Li Family. Su Chen's ultimatum hung over Li Yueru's head like a cold sword of judgment. Looking into those emotionless eyes on the screen, she felt a fear that, for the first time, came from the depths of her soul. She had no doubt that this man could do what he said he would do. Madman, you madman. She muttered to herself, her face as pale as paper. She originally thought that she had grasped the other party's weakness and could manipulate them at will. Little did he expect that he had provoked an ancient ferocious beast whose wrath had been touched. Quick! Go to the West District. Bring that girl back to me unharmed, she screamed hysterically at her men. However, it was too late. At the very moment she gave the order. Cloud Top Manor, Underground Command Center. Rolling's cold voice rang out. Master, target locked. On the huge holographic map in front of her, a red dot of light flickered on an inconspicuous building in the West District. Based on the signal source analysis, it was a secret cargo transfer station belonging to the Li family. Very good. Su Chen's eyes revealed a murderous intent. He gave Li Yueru no further chances. He wanted to use the most direct and brutal method to let everyone know the consequences of crossing his bottom line. Loling, bring your people. Li Yi, assemble the Ghost Legion. Target, Li family's cargo transfer station. Tonight, I will let the blood of the Li family stain the entire West District red. Under the cover of night, the Western District of Sky City was already completely surrounded by the city guards and gang members. A somber atmosphere enveloped every street. Inside the Li family's secret transit point, several women on guard were gathered together, anxiously awaiting the patriarch's latest orders. Zhao Xiaoya, who was tied to the chair, was already trembling with fear and tears streaming down her face. She couldn't understand why she had ended up in the hands of these vicious women when she was just trying to help an old colleague. Just then. Boom! A deafening roar. The transfer station's door, made of special alloy and strong enough to withstand heavy weapon attacks, was blasted open from the outside by an indescribable force. Countless metal fragments, accompanied by violent shockwaves, surged back into the room. The women on guard didn't even have time to react before they were thrown back by the terrifying shockwave, crashing heavily into the wall, their fate unknown. The smoke and dust cleared. Two figures, one after the other, slowly walked in through the broken gate. The one leading them was Su Chen. Behind him followed Rolling, who had an expressionless face but exuded the aura of death. Su Chen Ge. When Zhao Xiaoya saw that familiar figure, her heart, which had been filled with fear and despair, was instantly replaced by endless joy and grievance. She could no longer hold back and burst into tears. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Su Chen's figure vanished from the spot in an instant. The next second, he was already in front of Zhao Xiaoya. He reached out and gently waved his hand, and the ropes binding her snapped inch by inch. He pulled the trembling girl into his arms tightly. It's all right, it's all over now, he comforted her softly, gently patting her back. Feeling the warm and reassuring presence in the man's arms, Zhao Xiaoya's sobs gradually subsided. She simply buried her face deep in his chest, greedily inhaling the comforting scent. Just then, urgent alarms blared from all directions around the transfer station. Dozens of women dressed in Li family guard uniforms rushed out from various passages and surrounded Su Chen and Luo Lin. Put down your weapons. Surrender. Otherwise, kill us without mercy, the head guard captain shouted sternly. Su Chen ignored them. He simply and gently placed Zhao Xiaoya, whom he was holding, into Luo Lin's hands. Protect her. Yes, master. Then, he slowly turned around and looked at the Li family guards who were surrounding him. His face was expressionless. But in his eyes burned a raging fire, a fire powerful enough to consume everything. Today, all of you will die. His voice was calm, yet it sounded like the pronouncement of death. The words fell. His figure moved. That's not moving, that's teleporting. He transformed into a blur too fast for the naked eye to see and plunged into the crowd. A one-sided, bloody massacre thus began. No weapons, no skills. Only the purest, most primal, and overwhelming power. Fist, palm, fingers, elbow, knee. Every part of his body had been transformed into the most deadly killing weapon. Every strike was accompanied by the sound of bones shattering and a body flying backward. Those Li family guards who seemed powerful to ordinary people were as fragile as a group of paper dolls in front of him. Their attacks landed on him, but couldn't even scratch his skin. And each of his counterattacks could easily take a life. In less than a minute, the entire transit station has become a living hell. Limbs and severed bodies were everywhere, and blood flowed like a river. Apart from Su Chen, there was no one else who could stand up. He stood in the center of the pool of blood, yet his body was completely untouched. He looked at his hands, the hands that had just taken dozens of lives, and his eyes remained completely calm. He knew that this was just the beginning. He turned around and looked at the guard captain who was standing not far away, already pale with fright. That was the only survivor he had deliberately kept alive. Take me to see Li Yueru. An hour later. The Li family ancestral home. Su Chen strolled leisurely into the magnificent hall, filled with classical charm, like a tourist taking a walk. Behind him followed the distraught captain of the guard. In the hall, Li Yueru, the head of the Li family, and all the core members were already waiting there. They looked at the man who was alone but seemed to carry the aura of 1,000 troops, and they were all terrified, their faces turning ashen and their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Mr. Su. Li Yueru looked at Su Chen and squeezed out a few words with difficulty. She wanted to beg for mercy and to explain herself. But when she saw Su Chen's cold, emotionless eyes, she knew it was all too late. Su Chen ignored her. He simply took out his personal terminal and connected it to the holographic projection in the hall. The next second, clear video clips, complete with audio recordings, appeared before everyone. The video contains all the evidence of the Li family's crimes over the past few decades, including colluding with foreign enemies, smuggling arms, and selling imperial intelligence. These pieces of evidence are more detailed and more incriminating than those previously revealed at the roundtable meeting. Treason is punishable by death. Su Chen looked at Li Yueru, who was already slumped on the ground, and slowly uttered 4 words. Then, he took out the golden token that symbolized the Empress's supreme will. I hereby announce this in my capacity as the Royal Inspector General. The entire Li family shall be punished for treason. All core members, kill them on the spot. All industries will be seized and nationalized. His voice, like a final judgment, echoed in the empty hall. The words fell. Hundreds of city guards who had been waiting outside poured in like a tide. A more thorough purge has begun. The Li family, a top-tier family that had stood in Sky City for hundreds of years, was completely wiped out from the annals of history on this night. Su Chen, on the other hand, used their blood to announce his arrival to the entire Sky City. It also proved its fangs to that high and mighty Empress. Chapter 110: The Queen's Wrath. Castle in the Sky. The Royal Palace, the core hall of the Psionic Matrix. Empress Evelina floated silently in the center of the data galaxy, with a huge light screen in front of her displaying everything that was happening inside the Li family's ancestral home in real time. From Su Chen's unfettered entry into the Li family's gates, to his release of evidence that would bring the Li family to ruin, and then to his swift and decisive order to kill them all. She saw the whole thing clearly. When they saw Li Yueru's face, filled with despair and resentment, finally pierced by the city guard's energy beam. The Empress's face, so perfect it seemed otherworldly, was expressionless, but her icy blue eyes blazed with fury. She wasn't angry about the downfall of the Li family. In her eyes, whether it was the Li family, the Zhao family, or the Bai family, they were all just pieces on her chessboard that she could discard at any time. What truly angered her was Su Chen's loss of control. This man, whom she considered an interesting variable, was brutally tearing apart her carefully laid out game in a way that she could neither predict nor control. Her original plan was to use the Li family to create some trouble for Su Chen, to use his weakness, Jia Shoya, to test his bottom line, to temper his arrogance, and to make him understand who the real ruler is in this Sky City. What she wanted to see was Su Chen overwhelmed with worry about saving people, bowing down to absolute power, and ultimately being forced to ask her for help. But what was the result? Instead of losing his composure, Su Chen used this as an excuse to overturn the table. He not only mobilized the entire armed forces and underground forces of Sky City in an almost tyrannical manner, but also uprooted and completely eliminated the pawns she used to test him. He used the destruction of the Li family to demonstrate his terrifying power and ruthless methods to everyone, including the Empress. He wasn't responding passively. He's retaliating. He was using the most direct and bloody method to warn all those who dared to probe his weaknesses. Good, very good. The Empress's lips parted slightly, uttering a few cold words. An overwhelming pressure emanated from her, and the data flow throughout the core hall of the psionic matrix began to boil and distort violently because of her rage. She desperately wanted to give the order immediately for the royal guard to kill that arrogant man on the spot. But she can't. Because every step Su Chen took was legitimate and justified. It is a fact that the Li family kidnapped his family members. The Li family's treason is undeniable, and that is a fact. He held the royal special inspector's order, which granted him the power to act first and report later, a power she herself had bestowed upon him. If she were to take action against him now, it would be tantamount to telling the whole world that she, the Empress, is openly protecting a traitor, which is a slap in her own face. She couldn't afford to pay that price. More importantly, Su Chen's power in Sky City has now grown to a point that even she finds troublesome. Once war breaks out, the entire Sky City will inevitably be plunged into a devastating civil war. Su Chen. As the Empress gazed at the man on the screen, his face, grim against the backdrop of blood and fire, was terrifyingly calm. For the first time, a flicker of fear crossed his icy blue eyes. She knew that she was losing control of the game. Pass on my order, summon Su Chen to the palace immediately. Henteing manner. A thrilling crisis has finally come to an end. Zhao Xiaoya cried for a long time in Su Chen's arms before finally falling into a deep sleep. Su Chen carefully carried her back to the room, covered her with a blanket, and left a gentle kiss on her smooth forehead. Looking at her peaceful sleeping face, still streaked with tears, Su Chen's murderous intent gradually subsided. Instead, there was an unprecedented, intense protective instinct. He knew that from this moment on, protecting his family would be his highest priority in all his actions. He left his room and went into the living room. Yi Qingqiang, Li Yi, Luo Lin, and Zhang Wanru, who had just returned, were all waiting there. Is Xiaoya all right? Zhang Wanru's face was filled with worry and lingering fear. Mom, she's fine. She was just a little frightened and fell asleep, Su Chen comforted her. It's all my fault. If I hadn't failed to keep a close eye on her. Zhang Wanru said remorsefully. Mom, it's not your fault. Su Chen held her hand. It's me. I failed to protect you. He looked at his mother, his heart filled with guilt. He brought them to Sky City with the intention of giving them a better life, but he never expected that he would put them in such a dangerous situation. Su Chen, this isn't your fault. Yi Qingqiang stepped forward and said softly, we all underestimated the enemy's shamelessness. Leader, the Li family has been completely wiped out. All core members have been apprehended without exception, Li Yi reported from the side, a hint of satisfaction in her voice. Master, the city guards have completed the seizure and takeover of all of the Li family's properties, Rolling added. Su Chen nodded, but there was no joy on his face. The destruction of the Li family was nothing to him. What he truly cared about was the Empress, who was hiding behind the scenes, manipulating everything. Just then, an urgent message from the Minister of the Interior came in. Lord Su, Her Majesty the Empress summons you to the palace immediately. They've arrived. A cold glint flashed in Su Chen's eyes. He knew that the real confrontation was only just beginning. I see. He hung up the call and said to the women, you stay at the manor and protect my mother and Xiaoya. Rolling, you come with me. Su Chen, be careful, Yi Qingqiang said worriedly. Su Chen nodded, then turned and walked out with Luo Lin. When he returned to the palace and arrived at that familiar central hall, he could clearly feel an intense, suppressed, and chilling rage permeating the air. Empress Evelina remained as sacred and majestic as ever. But the playfulness and appreciation that had been in her icy blue eyes were gone, replaced by an undisguised, chilling killing intent. Su Chen, do you think that just because I gave you a little power, you can do whatever you want in this city? Her voice was no longer ethereal, but filled with a tangible, terrifying sense of oppression. However, Su Chen simply looked at her calmly, even with a slight smile on his face. Your Majesty, what makes you say that? I am simply exercising the power you have given me to purge the traitors from the Empire and protect my own family. Or is it that in your eyes, the Li family's treason is a minor issue, while my loss of control as a variable is the major one? Su Chen, without any hesitation, threw the question back at her. With just one sentence, he shut down all of the Queen's accusations. The temperature in the entire hall dropped to freezing point again. A true duel between kings has officially begun at this moment. Chapter 111 New Bet. Inside the core hall of the psychic matrix, the confrontation between Su Chen and the Empress brought the surrounding data flow to a standstill. Invisible pressure collided in the air, creating ripples. Empress Evelina stared intently at Su Chen with her icy blue eyes, and for the first time, a clear anger appeared on her flawless face. She ruled the world for 200 years, and no one had ever dared to speak to her in such an attitude. Su Chen, don't try to test my patience. The Empress's voice was icy cold. Do you think that by destroying a small Li family, you have the right to stand on equal footing with me? Killing you is easier for me than crushing an ant. Yeah? Su Chen's smile remained unchanged, but his tone held a hint of sarcasm. Then why don't you make a move? Is it because you're afraid of the evidence I have regarding the top families? Or are you afraid of my identity as a royal special inspector? Or perhaps, you're afraid that if you make a move, the entire Sky City will descend into civil war, causing your seemingly stable rule to crumble instantly? Every question Su Chen asked was like a sharp knife, precisely piercing the Empress's sore spot. He had already seen through her concerns. He is no longer the variable who was just a newcomer and could be manipulated at will. The power he wields, his status, and his ruthless and unconventional style of doing things all make him an extremely tough nut to crack. A tough nut to crack that even the Empress had to treat with utmost care. The Empress's chest heaved violently, and the data galaxy behind her flickered wildly and uncertainly due to her emotional turmoil. After a long while, she managed to suppress her anger. She knew that Su Chen was right. She really can't do anything about him right now. This man has earned himself the right to sit at the card table and speak with her as an equal through his strength and wisdom. Speak, what exactly do you want? The Empress's voice regained a trace of calm, but it was still icy. Isn't your Majesty very clear about what I want? Su Chen shrugged. What I want has always been very simple. What I want is the truth about this world. What I want is the power to allow me and my family to live peacefully and safely in this world. Su Chen looked at her, then changed the subject. But now, I have a new goal. Oh? I'm suddenly very interested in that core of life. A playful smile appeared on Su Chen's face. Something that your Majesty the Empress values so much must be very interesting. What do you mean? The Queen's eyes turned wary again. My meaning is simple. Su Chen's smile became somewhat meaningful. You asked me to help you find the core of life, and I will help you. However, the terms of this deal need to be changed. What kind of stakes do you want to add? I need you to provide everything necessary for my upcoming expedition. Su Chen's voice was filled with an undeniable air of dominance. I want a royal guard that obeys only my orders. I want the Empire's most advanced exploration ships, capable of interstellar travel. I also want the highest level of access to all restricted areas in Sky City. Each of Su Chen's requests made the Empress's expression grow increasingly unpleasant. He's not just making demands anymore, he's blatantly asking for the Empire's military power and supreme authority. He's trying to empty the Empire's coffers to arm himself. Su Chen, your appetite is far too great. The Empress's voice was almost squeezed out from between her teeth. Not much. Su Chen shook his head. Compared to the value of the core of life, these are just a drop in the ocean. Moreover, Su Chen looked at her, his gaze deepening. Your Majesty, you should be more anxious than I am, shouldn't you? He was referring, of course, to the Queen's upcoming slumber period. These words struck at the Queen's Achilles heel once again. Her body, riddled with holes from the corrosive power of psychic energy, was nearing its limit. The core of life was her only hope for repairing her body and continuing her reign. The clue to finding the core of life lies in that mysterious lost temple. She had no choice. Or rather, Su Chen didn't give her any choice at all. The entire hall fell into a long silence once again. The Empress looked at the man before her, her icy blue eyes filled with struggle, resentment, and a trace of helplessness that she herself did not even realize. She felt like a gambler pushed to the edge of a cliff. The man opposite her was holding the chip she wanted most, and also the most dangerous one, forcing her to place a bet. Good. After a long while, she managed to squeeze out the word from her throat. I agree to your terms. However, I have one condition. A glint of light flashed in her eyes. The 5th Legion of the Royal Guard, and its commander Huoqingyi, will assist you throughout your operation. They will represent me and monitor your every move. Huoqingyi? The 5th Legion of the Royal Guard? Su Chen raised an eyebrow. He knew that the Empress was planting spies in his ranks. This Huoqingyi must be the Empress's most loyal confidant. Sure, Su Chen agreed without hesitation. He didn't care what spies the Queen planted. Faced with his absolute strength and charisma, any nail will eventually be transformed into his own shape. Well then, it's a pleasure to cooperate, Your Majesty. Su Chen's face once again showed a victor's smile. He knew that he had won this game again. He not only completely thwarted the queen's conspiracy, but also turned the tables on her, extorting from her a vast amount of resources enough for him to build an invincible fleet. The queen could only watch helplessly as he used her money to undermine her. That must feel really frustrating, right? Su Chen looked at the empress's gloomy face and felt a surge of secret pleasure. He gave her a graceful bow, then turned and strode away. Watching his arrogant back, the queen clenched her fists tightly. Su Chen. One day, I will crush you, along with your damn confidence, into dust. Chapter 112 Preparations for the Expedition. Upon returning to Cloudtop Manor from the palace, Su Chen immediately summoned his core team and announced the upcoming expedition to the Lost Temple. When Yi Qingcheng, Li Yi, and the others heard that the empress not only did not hold Su Chen responsible for destroying the Li family, but also promised to provide him with a royal guard and a top-of-the-line exploration ship for his expedition, their faces were filled with indescribable shock. This man has once again created a miracle. Not only did he emerge unscathed from his struggle with the empress, but he also turned the tables, manipulating the high and mighty goddess at will. Leader, you are simply a god. The look in Li Ye's eyes when she looked at Su Chen was no longer simple worship, but a fanatical fervor. Master, you have once again surpassed my understanding. Even the usually calm rolling S voice trembled slightly. Only Yi Qingcheng, after the initial shock, quickly regained her composure. She walked to Su Chen's side, her tone tinged with worry. Will the empress really compromise so easily? The Huo Qingyi and the 5th Legion she sent are probably not so simple. I know, those were her spies. Su Chen pulled her into his arms and said nonchalantly, but it doesn't matter. No matter how sharp a knife is, if it's held by the wrong person, it can only be used to peel an apple. His confidence inspired everyone present. In the days that followed, the entire Cloudtop Manor entered a state of high-speed preparation. An expedition to unknown lands requires a massive amount of preparation. As the commander-in-chief and logistics officer, Yi Qingcheng demonstrated her amazing coordination skills as a top CEO. She mobilized all the resources of the Yi family and the newly annexed Bai and Li families to begin procuring and preparing supplies for this expedition. From all-terrain exploration vehicles that can adapt to any extreme environment to individual combat uniforms that can withstand high-intensity energy impacts. From high-purity energy crystals to compressed food and medical supplies sufficient to sustain hundreds of people for several years. Countless resources, like flowing water, converged into the underground warehouse of Cloudtop Manor, piling up like mountains. Ryo and her Rose organization were responsible for intelligence gathering and perimeter security. Their spies were everywhere in Sky City. Any news about the 5th Legion of the Royal Guard and the woman named Huo Qingyi would be reported to Su Chen immediately. At the same time, she also selected a group of the most skilled and loyal elites from Rose and the newly recruited underground forces to form a support force, ready to support Su Chen's actions at any time. Rolling and her shadow troops, along with Su Chen's newly formed Ghost Legion, were undergoing hellish intensive training in the underground training base. Su Chen imparted to them, without reservation, some more efficient fighting techniques and cooperative combat tactics that he had obtained from the ancient database. The strength of these girls is increasing at a rate that is visible to the naked eye. They are no longer a group of killing machines that only know how to obey orders, but have begun to learn to think and cooperate, and are transforming into a truly invincible army. Su Chen himself spent most of his time accompanying and guiding the women who were with him. He knew that this expedition was fraught with uncertainty and danger. He must thoroughly secure his rear base before leaving. He spent the whole day with Jiang Wanru and Zhao Xiuya in the most bustling commercial district of Sky City. He bought his mother the most gorgeous clothes and the most expensive jewelry, and for Zhao Xiuya, he bought her favorite exotic plant seeds. Seeing the satisfied and happy smiles on their faces, Su Chen's heart was filled with warmth. In the evening, he would transform into the strictest yet most generous teacher. The huge round bed in the master bedroom became his main teaching space. Whether it's the noble and aloof Queen Yi Qingcheng or the alluring and charming rebel leader Li Yi, they will all shed their usual pretenses here and transform into the most devout students, learning the most primitive and profound knowledge under his tutelage. Their bodies, under Su Chen's nourishment, became increasingly sensitive and passionate. Their strength was greatly enhanced through repeated fusions of spirit and flesh. Yi Qingcheng discovered that her mental strength had become so powerful that she could easily handle the group's most complex financial statements and even vaguely sense the emotional fluctuations of her opponents in business negotiations. As for Li Yi, she felt that the violent power within her body was being tamed by Su Chen little by little, becoming more refined and more controllable. Their dependence on Su Chen grew day by day, becoming deeply ingrained and inescapable. They were completely branded with this man, both in body and soul. Time flew by in this busy yet fulfilling atmosphere. 1 week later. Preparations for the expedition are basically complete. The supervisor sent by the Queen finally arrived at Cloudtop Manor. She was an arrogant woman who drove a heavy military hovercraft and parked it directly at the gate of the manor. She was dressed in a crisp, silver-white Royal Guard officer's uniform. Tall and athletic, with a neat short haircut and a cold, heroic face, she exuded an aura of unapproachability. She is Huo Qingyi, the commander of the 5th Legion of the Royal Guard and the Queen's most trusted sword. She stepped down from the chariot, not even glancing at the Yi family steward who had come to greet her, and coldly uttered a few words. "Bring Su Chen out to see me." Her tone was full of the unquestionable arrogance of someone in a superior position. Chapter 113: Huo Qingyi's Challenge. Huo Qingyi's arrival was like a cold front, instantly sweeping through the entire Cloudtop Manor. Her inherent arrogance and undisguised contempt for Su Chen made everyone in the manor feel a sense of displeasure. When Su Chen saw her in the reception room, she was sitting casually in the main seat like a hostess, scrutinizing the luxurious decorations around her with a critical eye. When Su Chen came in, she didn't even get up. She just raised her eyelids and scanned Su Chen up and down with her sharp, hawk-like eyes. "You are Su Chen?" Her voice, like her personality, was cold and capable. "It's me." Su Chen's face remained calm. He walked to the sofa opposite Huo Qingyi, sat down, and poured himself a cup of tea. "By order of Her Majesty the Empress, I will lead the 5th Legion of the Royal Guard to assist you throughout this expedition." Huo Qingyi deliberately emphasized the word assist, the sarcasm in her tone was self-evident. "From now on, I expect you to report all plans and action routes to me. I don't want the entire operation to fail because of the incompetent command of a few individuals." She is blatantly asserting her dominance. In her eyes, Su Chen was nothing more than a gigolo who rose to power through some schemes and women. The true mastermind behind this expedition should be her, a battle-hardened commander of the Imperial Legion. Su Chen found her condescending remarks somewhat amusing. He wasn't angry, he simply took a leisurely sip of tea. "Commander Hua, you seem to have misunderstood something." "Oh? I am the supreme commander of this expedition, not you." Su Chen put down his teacup, looked at her, his eyes calm but carrying an undeniable power. "You are here to assist me, not to command me. My plans do not need to be reported to anyone. My orders are simply to be obeyed unconditionally." Su Chen's words caused Huo Qingyi's face to darken instantly. She never expected that this seemingly harmless man would dare to be so arrogant. "Obey?" She sneered, stood up, and looked down at Su Chen. "Su Chen, who do you think you are? A peasant from the bottom of the earth, who climbed to a high position through connections with women, and you really think you're someone important? I, Huo Qingyi, only obey the orders of the strong. Do you even deserve it?" A powerful aura erupted from her, a fierce and ruthless killing intent honed amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The air in the entire reception room seemed to freeze. However, Su Chen remained seated calmly, as if he were unaffected. "It seems Commander Huo would like to spar with me?" "That's right." Huo Qingyi's eyes blazed with fighting spirit. "I've heard you have some brute strength, that you could even destroy the heavenly punishment system with your bare hands. Today, I'll see for myself just how much you're really worth. I don't want to take advantage of you. You choose the location. You can also choose the weapon. No need for all that trouble." Su Chen stood up and straightened his collar. "Just leave it here. As for the weapons..." He smiled. "I don't even need weapons to deal with you." Arrogant. This was the only thought in Huo Qingyi's mind. She felt that her dignity had been challenged like never before. "Fine. You asked for this." Without another word, she leaped backward, creating distance between herself and Su Chen. Then, she pressed a button on her wrist. Buzz. A slight mechanical whirring sound rang out. A set of silver-white, streamlined, lightweight powered armor instantly extended from her combat suit, enveloping her entire body. This is the Empire's most advanced 5th-generation individual combat mech, the Skyblade. It not only provides powerful defense, but also amplifies the user's strength and speed by more than 10 times. Once Huo Qingyi donned the mecha suit, her aura surged once more. She was like a Valkyrie descended to earth, radiating a cold, metallic luster. "Su Chen, it's not too late to regret it now." She loosened the joints of the mecha, making a clicking sound. "Can we begin?" Su Chen asked, his face even showing a hint of impatience. "Court death." Huo Qingyi was thoroughly enraged by his contemptuous attitude. The ground beneath her feet suddenly trembled, and she transformed into a silver lightning bolt, instantly rushing in front of Su Chen. The iron fist, encased in alloy and carrying terrifying power capable of tearing through the air, slammed fiercely towards Su Chen's face. This punch is enough to turn a heavy tank into scrap metal. However, faced with this thunderous blow, Su Chen simply raised his right hand casually. Then, with his palm, he casually caught her fist. Bang! A dull, loud bang. A visible white shockwave emanated from the two of them and spread wildly outwards. In the reception room, the expensive furniture and decorations were instantly torn to shreds by the impact of this shockwave. Su Chen remained firmly in place, completely still. Huo Qingyi's pupils suddenly contracted. She felt as if her fist had struck an unshakable, ancient divine mountain. The overwhelming force emanating from the other's palm caused the bones in her entire arm to groan in agony, as if they were about to burst from the unbearable weight. How is this possible? Her pride in power, enough to split mountains and shatter rocks, was actually so utterly vulnerable in front of her opponent. In that moment of shock, Su Chen's hand moved. He grasped her fist and tightened his grip slightly. Snap! A sickening, metallic cracking sound rang out. Her mecha gauntlets, made of the hardest vibranium, were actually deformed and shattered by Su Chen's 5 fingers. Too slow, and too weak. Su Chen's voice softly rang in her ear. Then, he kicked Huo Qingyi in the stomach. Boom! Huo Qingyi's massive mecha body was sent flying backward as if hit by a high-speed train. She crashed heavily through the wall of the reception room, then through several load-bearing walls, and finally became deeply embedded in the rockery of the garden on the outskirts of the manor. The entire cloud-top manor was violently shaken. Smoke and dust filled the air. Su Chen slowly walked out of the broken wall hole, his body spotless. He looked at the woman embedded in the artificial mountain, her mecha tattered and battered, and slowly spoke. Commander Hua, now, do you think I'm qualified to command you? Beneath the artificial hill, Huo Qingyi struggled, trying to climb out of the mecha. But it didn't work. The mecha she was wearing was completely destroyed. She herself suffered serious internal injuries from that attack. She watched the man slowly walk towards her, and for the first time, his eyes, which were always filled with arrogance and fighting spirit, revealed an expression of fear and despair. She lost. They suffered a complete and utter defeat. The defeat was utterly humiliating. This man is not human. He is a monster in human skin. Chapter 114 Departure from the Lost Land. Huo Qingyi's crushing defeat plunged the entire 5th Legion of the Royal Guard into a deathly silence. Those elite soldiers who, like their legion commander, had previously held Su Chen in contempt and disdain, now looked at the man standing calmly atop the ruins with eyes filled with nothing but endless awe and fear. They finally understood why Her Majesty the Queen had chosen this man to lead the operation. Because his power was completely beyond their comprehension. Su Chen ignored Huo Qingyi, who was still embedded in the artificial hill, and looked lost. He knew that this proud Valkyrie's dignity and pride had been completely crushed by his attack just now. From this moment forward, she will be the most obedient knife in my hand. He turned around and gave his first order to the still shocked soldiers of the 5th Legion. Clean up the site and restore the manor. In addition, notify the entire army to assemble on the tarmac in 2 hours and prepare for departure. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable air of authority. Yes. All the soldiers gave him a perfect military salute in unison, their voices ringing out in unison and shaking the heavens and the earth. The doubts that had been there before were gone from their eyes, only absolute obedience remained. 2 hours later. On the huge helipad of Henteing Resort. A massive interstellar exploration ship, brimming with futuristic technology and entirely dark silver in color, was quietly moored there. This exploration ship, the Empire's most advanced explorer-class spaceship, was specially granted to this expedition by Her Majesty the Empress. It not only possesses an ultra-strong energy shield capable of withstanding asteroid impacts, but is also equipped with an experimental warp drive that allows for short-distance space jumps. It can be said that this ship itself is a mobile, high-tech fortress. Su Chen's expedition team has been fully assembled. Luo Lin, Li Yi, Yi Qingcheng, and Huo Qingyi, who had changed into a clean uniform but whose face was still somewhat pale and whose eyes were complicated. They will be the core members of this expedition. Before setting off, Su Chen said his final goodbyes. Mom, Xiaoya, you must take good care of yourselves while I'm gone. He held Jiang Wanru and Zhao Xiaoya's hands and gently instructed them, I have already made arrangements for the safety of the manor. Even if the Empress herself comes, she will not be able to harm you in the slightest. Xiao Chen, you must also be careful. Jiang Wanru's eyes were red, and her face was full of reluctance. Brother Su Chen, you must come back soon. Zhao Xiaoya lowered her head, her voice trembling with tears. Su Chen embraced them both and placed a deep kiss on their foreheads. Don't worry, when I come back, I will bring you a whole new world. After calming his family down, Su Chen's gaze fell on the women who had come to see him off, including Bai Su and Zhang Hui, whom he had completely conquered. While I'm gone, everything about the manor is in your hands. Yes, master. All the women knelt down on one knee in unison, offering their loyalty to their king with the utmost devotion. After doing all this, Su Chen turned around and, under the complex gazes of the crowd, slowly boarded the huge, dark silver exploration ship. Let's set off. With his command, the exploration ship's engines emitted a low, rumbling sound. The massive ship slowly rose into the air, eventually transforming into a silver dot of light and disappearing beyond the horizon. A great expedition targeting the very origins of the world has begun. Exploration vessel, bridge. Su Chen sat in the spacious captain's seat, looking out the porthole at the rapidly receding sea of clouds, his heart at peace. Behind him, Yi Qingchang was methodically directing the crew to perform various data checks. Li Yi and Luo Lin stood like two guardian deities, one on the left and one on the right, behind him, vigilantly watching everything around them. Hua Qingyi stood alone in the corner, looking at the man sitting in the captain's seat who seemed to have been born with the air of a king, her eyes filled with extreme complexity. She was still reliving the crushing defeat she had suffered 2 hours earlier, a defeat she would never forget. She couldn't understand how a person's body could be so strong as to be able to withstand a mecha. How many secrets is this man still hiding? Reporting, Captain, we are about to reach our first coordinate point, Sea of Mist. This area is constantly shrouded in strong electromagnetic storms, making the space extremely unstable. Any communication equipment and detectors will malfunction. We recommend taking an alternate route. A crew member's report interrupted Hua Qingyi's thoughts. No need, Su Chen's voice rang out calmly. Activate the energy shield and proceed at full speed. But Captain, that's too dangerous, a crew member exclaimed. Execute the order. Su Chen's tone left no room for argument. Yes. Without slowing down in the slightest, the exploration ship, like a sharp sword, plunged straight into the terrifying electromagnetic storm churning with purple lightning. Boom! 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 The violent energy crashed against the spaceship's shields, creating a series of deafening roars. The entire bridge began to shake violently. The crew members all wore expressions of panic. Even the usually calm Yi Qingchang subconsciously grabbed the handrail next to her. Only Su Chen remained seated calmly. His gaze pierced through the raging electromagnetic storm and looked toward that unknown, lost land, full of danger and opportunity. A hunter's excited smile appeared on his face. He knew that the real game was only just beginning. He couldn't wait to see what kind of surprise was hidden in that so-called lost temple. Chapter 115: The Sea of Mist. Inside the bridge of the exploration ship HMS Explorer. The piercing alarm blared and the violent metallic scraping of the ship's hull mingled together, making every crew member's heart leap into their throat. Dark purple lightning flashed wildly outside the porthole, like countless raging pythons trying to tear the steel behemoth that had invaded their territory to pieces. The energy shield readings on the main screen were jumping wildly, with each impact causing the value to drop significantly, a truly alarming sight. Captain! The energy shield's output power has reached 120%. If this continues, the shield generator will overload. A crew member in charge of energy monitoring was pale, his voice trembling with fear. Captain, we've deviated from the safe course, our spatial coordinates are jumping erratically, and the warp drive can't lock onto the target. Another navigator's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Panic quickly spread through the bridge. These were the Empire's most elite crew members, who had experienced countless perilous interstellar voyages, but had never seen such a terrifying electromagnetic storm. This place is like a sea of death abandoned by the gods. Any living being that tries to enter will be mercilessly crushed. Yi Qingchang gripped the armrest of the captain's seat tightly, forcing herself to remain calm, but her rapid breathing betrayed her inner unease. Li Yi and Luo Lin stood guard on either side of Su Chen, their bodies tense, entering the highest level of alert. Only Hua Qingyi stood in the shadows of the corner, her body swaying with the rocking of the ship, but her gaze was fixed on the man sitting in the captain's seat. He remained calm, as if the devastating storm outside was nothing more than a boring rain shower. His fingers tapped rhythmically on the armrest, his eyes deep, as if he were deep in thought. What is this man thinking? Didn't he know that taking one more step forward would mean the ship would be destroyed and everyone would perish? Or perhaps, in his eyes, this most advanced exploration ship of the Empire, along with its hundreds of elite soldiers and crew, are merely pawns he can discard at will in his game? A strange sense of irritation and resentment welled up in Ho Ching-yi's heart. Her pride had just been crushed by this man's absolute power, and she was forced to submit. Does this mean that in the blink of an eye, we will perish together in this unknown sea of death? Report. High-intensity energy source detected ahead. Unable to analyze. Approaching at high speed. The radar officer's screen pulled Ho Ching-yi back to reality. All eyes were on the main screen. Deep within the raging purple lightning, a gigantic, indescribable shadow was slowly emerging. The thing was enormous, far exceeding the size of the Explorer, and its body appeared to be composed of pure electromagnetic energy and countless fragments of the ship. Countless thick energy tentacles danced wildly around its body, leaving dark cracks in the space with each swing. What kind of monster is this? Yi Qingqing's voice trembled slightly. The cleaner of the sea of mist. Ho Ching-yi murmured to herself. Her face turned even paler than before. She had seen scattered records of this creature in the military's top-secret files. Legend has it that they are unique energy life forms born from this electromagnetic storm, capable of devouring any intruding matter, whether it be meteorites or spaceships, all of which will become part of their bodies. They are the guardians of this sea of death. Captain! Order a retreat! We are no match for it, the crew cried out in despair. However, Su Chen simply stared at the monster getting closer and closer on the screen, his face showing no fear whatsoever, but rather a hint of interest in his smile. A nice appetizer. He stood up, straightened his collar, and then gave an order into the communicator that no one could believe. Luo Lin, Li Yi, Ho Ching-yi, come with me. Yi Qingcheng, you stay on the bridge and stabilize the situation. Remember, without my order, do not retreat or turn, and maintain full speed ahead. Su Chen! Are you crazy? Yi Qingcheng exclaimed. Execute the order. Su Chen's tone was devoid of emotion, yet carried an irresistible air of authority. Ignoring the shock of the crowd, he turned and walked out of the bridge. Li Yi and Luo Lin followed without hesitation. Ho Ching-yi hesitated for a few seconds, but finally gritted her teeth and took a step forward. She didn't know what the man wanted to do, but she knew she had no choice. The three arrived at the airlock at the top of the spaceship. Put on your combat uniform, Su Chen ordered. Ria and Luo Lin immediately retrieved 2 sets of tight-fitting black combat suits from a hidden compartment in the wall. When Ho Ching-yi saw the familiar silver-white Skyblade mecha, her body trembled almost imperceptibly. That was once her proudest companion, but now it has become a symbol of her shame. I've had Yi Qingcheng repair and upgrade your mecha, Su Chen's voice rang in her ear. Put it on, and don't let me down. Ho Ching-yi didn't say anything, but silently walked forward and pressed the start button. The cold metal enveloped her body once more, but this time, she lacked her former confidence and pride, leaving only endless complexity. After the 3 women were dressed, Su Chen looked at them and nodded in satisfaction. Ready? He asked with a smile. We're going to meet that big guy outside. Chief, are we going to exit the cabin? Li Ye's voice was a little dry. To exit the capsule amidst such a violent electromagnetic storm is tantamount to suicide. Of course, Su Chen said matter-of-factly, otherwise, how could I move around freely? After saying that, he didn't give them any time to react and directly pressed the button to open the airlock. Warning! The hatch is opening. The external environment is extremely dangerous. A cold, mechanical beeping sounded. The massive alloy gate slowly opened, and the raging purple lightning and energy storm powerful enough to tear steel rushed in instantly. Li Yi and Ho Ching-yi instinctively closed their eyes, preparing to face their impending death. However, the expected pain did not occur. A gentle yet powerful invisible force field enveloped the 3 of them, keeping all the violent energy at bay. They opened their eyes and saw Su Chen standing calmly in front of them, not even wearing combat uniforms, letting the violent lightning ravage his body, yet he was completely unharmed. Let's go, our audience can't wait any longer. Su Chen was the first to step into that purple sea of death. Chapter 116: The Usurper. The moment Ho Ching-yi stepped out of the airlock, she felt her worldview being completely overturned once again. The Skyblade mech she wore was the culmination of Imperial technology, and its energy shield was strong enough to withstand the frontal bombardment of a cruiser's main gun. However, at this moment, in that raging electromagnetic storm, the mech's energy readings were dropping at an alarming rate, and the alarm was shrill and piercing, almost bursting her eardrums. But that man, Su Chen, wasn't even wearing the most basic protective gear. He was shirtless, wearing only ordinary casual pants, and hovering in the void. The purple lightning bolts, powerful enough to tear through alloy, coiled around his body like docile pets, yet could not cause him any harm. There wasn't even a trace of char on his skin. He wasn't resisting the storm, he seemed to be enjoying it. What kind of monster is he? Stay close to me. Su Chen's voice rang directly in the minds of the three women. It was a pure mental communication that ignored the interference of the electromagnetic storm. He took the lead and flew towards the enormous energy life form, the scavenger. Luo Lin and Li Yi followed closely behind, their combat suits remaining stable under the protection of Su Chen's force field. Huo Qingyi gritted her teeth, activated the mecha's thrusters, and followed. The cleaner had clearly also discovered these tiny creatures that dared to challenge its authority. It let out a silent roar, and the hundreds of tentacles around its massive body, made of energy and spaceship wreckage, transformed into a deadly forest, lashing out at Su Chen and his companions in a devastating onslaught. Each tentacle possesses a terrifying power capable of shattering mountains. Scatter! Attack freely! Su Chen gave a concise command. Rolling and Li Ye immediately understood. In a flash, they transformed into two black streaks of light, deftly avoiding the attacks of the giant tentacles. The high-frequency blades in their hands drew deadly arcs in the air, precisely slicing at the relatively vulnerable joints of the tentacles. Huo Qingyi, as a seasoned Legion commander, had her fighting instincts ingrained in her very being. Almost instinctively, she turned the mecha to maximum power, and the high-energy particle cannon in her hand was instantly charged. Beams of blazing white energy accurately bombarded the attacking tentacles. However, their attacks were like tickling the massive body of the scavenger. The severed tentacles will quickly regrow from the main body, and the gaps created by the particle cannon will be instantly filled by the surrounding electromagnetic energy. This is simply an unkillable, immortal monster. Just as the three women were locked in a fierce battle, Su Chen finally made his move. He didn't use any fancy moves, he simply and calmly extended his right hand toward the core of the scavenger. Then, give it a gentle squeeze. Buzz. An indescribable, primordial suction force, seemingly from the very beginning of the universe, suddenly erupted from his palm. The electromagnetic storm throughout the entire sea of mist came to a standstill at this moment. The violent purple lightning seemed to have found an outlet, transforming into visible torrents of energy that frantically converged towards Su Chen's palm. And that enormous cleaner let out a mournful wail. Its energy-based body was being forcibly peeled away and absorbed by Su Chen at a speed visible to the naked eye. It struggled violently, waving all its tentacles, trying to break free from the deadly suction. But it was no use. Faced with Su Chen's almost godlike power, it was like a planet thrown into a black hole, with no room for resistance. The three women simultaneously stopped their attack, staring in disbelief at the miraculous scene unfolding before them. Their brains have completely shut down. He absorbed an electromagnetic storm with his bare hands? Bare-handed, he devoured an energy life form comparable to an interstellar fortress? This is beyond what the word powerful can describe. This is a power possessed only by gods. Huo Qingyi looked at the man who was suspended in the center of the storm, like the ruler of the universe. Her proud heart, which had long been crushed, turned to dust at this moment. She finally realized how foolish and ridiculous she had been. She wasn't challenging just one person. Instead, it is a god in human skin. After an unknown amount of time, the last wisp of purple lightning was absorbed into Su Chen's palm. The entire sea of mist has returned to an unprecedented calm. The once arrogant cleaner has also vanished completely, leaving only some ownerless spaceship wreckage floating silently in the void. Su Chen slowly withdrew his hand and let out a satisfied burp. "It tastes good, and the energy is very pure," he commented. Then, he turned around, looked at the three women who were still frozen in shock, and smiled. "All right, the appetizers are done, it's time to get down to business." He returned to the Explorer with the three women. On the bridge, Yi Qingchang and all the crew members remained in their previous positions, their mouths agape as if an egg could fit inside. Su Chen ignored their shock and sat back down in the captain's seat. "Keep moving forward, target, first coordinate point." "Yes, yes. Captain." The exploration vessel restarted and smoothly sailed out of the now calm sea. Half an hour later, the spacecraft arrived at the first coordinate point. It was a vast ruin floating in space. Judging from the remaining architectural structures, this place must have once been a large-scale interstellar outpost. But now, only ruins and endless silence remain. This is the first coordinate point? It looks like it's been abandoned for a long time. Yi Qingqing walked to Su Chen's side, looked at the scenery outside the porthole, and said softly, "Send a survey team down to take a look," Su Chen ordered. "Yes." Huo Qingyi replied immediately. This time, her voice no longer contained the previous complexity, only absolute obedience. Soon, an exploration team of 30 elite soldiers from the 5th Army Corps landed on the ruins in a small landing craft. Su Chen and his core team monitored the exploration team's actions in real time through holographic projection. The ruins were eerily silent. There were no signs of life. All the metal showed signs of corrosion, as if it had been subjected to some kind of high-intensity energy. "Captain, we have located an encrypted data terminal in the central control room, but it has run out of power and cannot be started," the exploration team leader's voice came back. "Bring its core modules back," Su Chen ordered. "Yes." Soon, the exploration team returned to the exploration ship with a black metal block that looked like some kind of memory. Yi Qingqing immediately instructed the technicians to crack the core module and recover the data. However, no matter what method they used, they couldn't start the module. It was like a real, dead stone. "Captain, the internal structure of this module uses an encryption method we've never seen before, and the energy system is completely damaged. I'm afraid, it's beyond repair," the technical director reported with a troubled expression. "Let me see it." Su Chen held out his hand. The technical supervisor respectfully handed the black metal block to Su Chen. Su Chen placed the metal block in his palm and closed his eyes. A surge of powerful spiritual energy, mixed with the pure energy originating from the core of life within his body, slowly seeped into it. The next second, the once lifeless black metal block suddenly lit up with light blue lines, like those on a circuit board. Immediately afterwards, a holographic projection appeared above the metal block. The projection showed the figure of a middle-aged man wearing a white lab coat, who looked somewhat haggard. He was the male scientist who left a backdoor program in the psionic matrix. His video footage appears to be a pre-recorded log. "When you see this message, it means you have found the first beacon I left behind. It also means that the world has reached the point I least wanted to see. I don't know who you are, but I know that you must possess the most primal key that originates from the same source as me. To make a long story short, the psionic matrix is a miracle that she and I created together. Its original purpose was to usher in a new era for human civilization. But she betrayed our ideals. She tampered with the core program of the Matrix, turning the entire world into a cold prison for herself. I couldn't stop her, so I could only leave her with this last hope of setting things right. The Lost Temple is a secondary core of the Matrix, and the only place outside her control. Find it, restart it, and you can regain half of the control over this world. The next coordinates are at the deepest part of the Eye of the Storm. There, I left behind the second key. Remember, don't trust anyone, especially those who are high up, the rulers. Good luck, fellow stranger." That's all for the video. The black metal block lost its luster once again and turned into a pile of powder. The entire bridge was deathly silent. Everyone was completely stunned by the shocking secret revealed in this message. The Empress was actually a usurper? Is the truth of this world really this cruel? Shock and bewilderment were written all over Yi Qingqing and Huo Qingyi's faces. The education they had received since childhood and the beliefs they had always upheld collapsed at this moment. Only Su Chen maintained that calm expression on his face. Because all of this was within his expectations. He gazed at the vast universe outside the porthole, a cold smile curving his lips. The Eye of the Storm? The game is getting more and more interesting. Chapter 117: The Queen's Pawn. The Imperial Palace. The core hall of the psionic matrix. Empress Evelina slowly opened her icy blue eyes. For the first time, a hint of surprise appeared on her face. The cleaner's life signs have disappeared? Her voice echoed in the empty hall, devoid of any emotion, yet it made the surrounding data streams tremble. The Sea of Mist was a natural barrier she set up herself, and the Scavenger was her most loyal guard dog placed there. Its power is enough to tear apart a small fleet. For 200 years, no intruder has ever survived its jaws. But now, it has disappeared. Moreover, it disappeared without a trace after the explorer entered that area of water. The Empress extended her slender, white fingers and gently tapped the air in front of her. A huge screen of light unfolded before her. On the light screen, countless data streams flashed wildly, probing everything that might happen in the Sea of Mist. However, no matter how much she increased the computing power of the psionic matrix, the result was always a blank page. That area of the sea seemed to be completely shielded by an even more powerful force that she could not comprehend. Su Chen. The Empress uttered the name softly, and a solemn expression finally appeared on her flawless face. This man, once again, exceeded her expectations. She originally thought that by placing Huo Qingyi and the 5th Legion by his side and using the dangers of the Sea of Mist, she could wear down most of his sharpness and make him understand who the real mastermind was in this game. But now it seems that what she sent were not monitors or stumbling blocks. Instead, they were a group of believers who had witnessed the miracle. Interesting, very interesting. A sickly, excited smile slowly crept onto the Empress's lips. It had been far too long since she had encountered an opponent who could pose a real challenge to her. This feeling of being out of control did not make her angry. Instead, it stirred a long-lost emotion called expectation in her heart, which had been frozen for 200 years. She wanted to see just how much of a surprise this interesting variable could bring her. But, a game is still just a game. The chessboard, too, must be firmly in one's own hands. She could no longer allow Su Chen to run rampant on her chessboard. Pass on my orders. Her voice turned cold and authoritative once again. Yes, Your Majesty. A respectful voice rang out from the shadows of the hall. Order the 1st Legion of the Royal Guard, Commander Crimson Thunder Lilith, to immediately lead the entire army to the outer star field of Eye of the Storm for tactical deployment. Tell her that a group of reckless space pirates might be passing through there. I only gave her one task. A chilling glint flashed in the Empress's eyes. Crush them, along with their spaceships, into cosmic dust. Yes, Your Majesty. The voice from the shadows, without any hesitation, immediately accepted the order and left. The 1st Legion of the Royal Guard is the Queen's most elite and powerful trump card. Their Legion commander, Crimson Thunder Lilith, is a war maniac known for her brutality and madness. Her loyalty to the Queen had reached the level of fanaticism. In her eyes, anyone who disrespects Her Majesty the Queen is a heretic who must be thoroughly purged. The Queen knew that she had made a very serious move. In fact, some of these things are inconsistent with her usual style of preferring to manipulate everything from behind the scenes. But she didn't care. She wanted Su Chen to know that no matter how powerful he was, no matter how many secrets he uncovered, under the starry sky that she had ruled for 200 years, he would always be just a pawn that could be discarded at any time. She looked at the dark silver exploration ship on the screen, which had already sailed out of the Sea of Mist and was heading towards the unknown deep space. Her icy blue eyes gleamed with anticipation. Su Chen, I hope you won't disappoint me. Hopefully, Lilith's thunder can bring you back to your senses. The bridge of the USS Explorer exploration ship. The atmosphere remained somewhat oppressive. Although the spaceship was out of danger, the miraculous scene was still deeply imprinted in everyone's mind. The soldiers and crew of the 5th Legion no longer looked at Su Chen with simple awe, but with a kind of fanaticism that was almost like looking at a god. They had no doubt that if this man gave the order, they would not hesitate for a moment even if it meant immediately crashing into a star. Although Yi Qingcheng, Li Yi, and Luo Lin were already used to Su Chen's various miracles, they were still deeply shocked this time. What exactly is the limit of this man's potential? Huo Qingyi, however, remained the most silent one. She stood alone in the corner, head down, lost in thought. From the moment she returned to the bridge, she remained silent. Su Chen could sense that this proud Valkyrie was undergoing an unprecedented and intense internal struggle. Her beliefs, her worldview, and everything she had upheld for the past 30 years were utterly shattered in that instant. Su Chen did not disturb her. He knew that there were some things she needed to figure out for herself. What he wanted was not a tool force to obey out of fear. What he wanted was a sharp knife that was truly willing to be used by him. And now, this knife is undergoing the most crucial process, quenching. Su Chen turned his gaze back to the starry sky outside the bridge. His mind was still replaying the pure and powerful energy he had felt when he devoured the scavenger. That energy not only greatly nourished his body, but also gave him a completely new understanding of the psychic energy of this world. He discovered that the psychic energy in this world seemed to be different from any other energy he had ever encountered before. It's more like a living energy aggregate with simple consciousness. The Empress, through the psionic matrix, forcibly integrated these unclaimed consciousnesses and transformed them into her own power. An interesting thief, Su Chen thought to himself. He had a premonition that the so-called Lost Temple and the secondary Matrix Core would bring him even greater surprises. He couldn't wait. Just then, Huo Qingyi, who had been silent all along, suddenly raised her head, took a step, and walked up to Su Chen. Her eyes were still complex, but now they held an unprecedented firmness. She didn't speak, she just quietly looked at Su Chen. Then, to everyone's astonishment, she slowly knelt on one knee. She presented him with both hands the high-frequency battle blade that symbolized her status as a Legion commander. From this day forward, Huo Qingyi's life and this knife will be used solely for you. Her voice was hoarse, yet filled with an undeniable resolve. Whether you are human, demon, or God, I will always be the most loyal blade in your hands. For you, I will cut down all enemies who stand in your way. Chapter 118 Goddess of War. Huo Qingyi's oath instantly froze the atmosphere on the entire bridge. Yi Qingcheng, Li Yi, and Luo Lin all looked at the Valkyrie, who had just been so arrogant but was now kneeling humbly, with complicated expressions. They knew that this woman had finally put down her ridiculous pride and chosen the right path of submission. The soldiers of the 5th Army Corps didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Their Legion commander, their invincible goddess, had actually offered her loyalty to a man in this way. This scene had a revolutionary impact on them. Su Chen calmly looked at Huo Qingyi kneeling in front of him, and saw that her eyes, which were no longer filled with confusion but only with determination, revealed a satisfied expression on his face. He did not take the sword that symbolized military power. He simply reached out and gently lifted her chin. Very good. His voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached Huo Qingyi's ears. Remember what you said today. A knife is only valuable when it's at its sharpest. Don't let me down. The warm touch from her chin made Huo Qingyi's body tremble violently. She looked up and met Su Chen's deep, all-seeing eyes, and a faint blush rose on her cheeks. She didn't know why she was reacting this way. All she knew was that from this moment on, the man before her was her only master, her only god. Get up. Su Chen released his hand. Go and prepare. We'll be conducting our first ground exploration soon. I need you, and your 5th Legion, to be the sharpest spearhead in my hands. Yes, master. Huo Qingyi stood up, her voice firm and resolute. She sheathed her weapon, turned, and walked towards the bridge. Her back remained upright, but now held a hint of something called faith. Watching her departing figure, Li Yi walked to Su Chen's side and said in a coquettish voice that only the two of them could hear. Chief, your methods of taming women are becoming more and more sophisticated. You can even easily subdue this thorny iron rose. There's nothing I can do. Who told me to have nourishment here that she can't refuse? Su Chen smiled, his hand wandering as he wrapped his arm around Li Yi's soft waist, whispering in her ear, after this expedition is over, I will also give you the most abundant nourishment. Li Yi's body went limp instantly. She leaned against Su Chen's chest, her breathing became rapid, and her eyes became unfocused. The explorer continued its journey for another dozen hours in the desolate universe. Finally, a new coordinate point appeared on the radar screen. It was a dark red planet that looked like it had long since died. The planet's surface is covered with huge impact craters and jagged canyons, and its atmosphere is thin and filled with various toxic and radioactive gases. Reporting, Captain, we have arrived at the second coordinate point, Eye of the Storm. Yi Qingqing's voice broke the ambiguous atmosphere in the bridge. According to the detection, there is a huge core inside this planet, composed of a high-intensity energy storm, which is the so-called Eye of the Storm. That is the most violent and unstable place in the entire planet's energy. The second key left by the scientists is right there. Su Chen looked at the data on the screen, his eyes calm. But the environment there is too harsh. Our landing craft and exploration vehicles simply cannot operate in that environment for an extended period of time. Yi Qingqing's face was filled with worry. No need for that trouble. Su Chen stood up. Huo Qingyi, Luo Lin, Li Yi, the three of you, come down with me. Yi Qingcheng, you and the main force of the 5th Legion will stay on the ship and be ready to provide support at any time. Yes, master, the three women replied in unison. This time, no one raised any questions. The four returned to the airlock and donned their respective equipment. When Huo Qingyi donned the silver-white azure blade once more, her mindset was completely different. She stretched the joints of the mecha, feeling the familiar yet powerful force, and a flame called fighting spirit rekindled in her eyes. But this time, her fighting spirit was no longer for herself, but for the man who was about to lead them into hell. Four figures leaped from the exploration ship, transforming into four streaks of light, and plummeted rapidly towards the dark red planet. After passing through the thin and highly toxic atmosphere, the four landed steadily on a vast, scarlet Gobi desert. The gravity here is 3 times that of standard gravity. A pungent smell of sulfur permeates the air. In the sky, there were two dim, blood-red suns. The whole world was permeated with an ominous, deathly aura. According to the log, the entrance to the eye of the storm is located in the deepest part of the Gobi Desert, in a huge underground rift valley. Su Chen's mental message echoed in the minds of the three women. Without stopping, the four immediately sped into the depths of the Gobi Desert. However, they didn't go very far. Boom! 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 The ground ahead suddenly began to tremble violently. Immediately afterwards, one after another, huge monsters made of red crystals and metal, resembling giant scorpions, burst out of the ground. These monsters were each over 10 meters tall, covered in thick crystal armor. Their two enormous pincers gleamed with a cold metallic light, while the poisonous stingers at their tails dripped a green liquid that looked extremely toxic. It's a crystal scorpion. A native creature of this planet. Beware of their stingers, they possess potent corrosive and neurotoxin properties. Huo Qingyi immediately recognized the monsters and shouted a warning. There are too many. At least 100. Li Ye's expression also turned serious. Leave it to me. Su Chen's voice rang out softly. However, he didn't have time to make a move. A silver-white figure transformed into a bolt of lightning and took the initiative to meet the attack. It's Huo Qingyi. Master. These grunts are not worthy of your attention. Her voice, amplified by the mecha's loudspeaker, was filled with soaring fighting spirit. Please allow me to clear all obstacles in your path. She is no longer the timid and defeated person she once was. She will prove her worth to her new master with a magnificent battle. Blade of the Sky, full power. A fighting spirit surged in Huo Qingyi's eyes. The high-frequency battle blade in her hand emitted a high-frequency buzzing sound and instantly turned blazing red. Her massive mecha body, under her control, displayed astonishing agility that was completely disproportionate to her size. She moved at high speed through the forest of death, composed of giant pincers and poisonous thorns, like the most elegant dancer. Every dodge was perfectly timed. Every strike is precise and deadly. The blazing red blades drew magnificent, deathly trails through the swarm of scorpions. Those hard crystal shells were as fragile as tofu in front of the high-frequency battle blade. One after another, enormous crystal scorpions were cleanly and efficiently dismembered and severed by her blade. Green blood splattered everywhere. She was like a merciless goddess of war descended to earth, using the blood of her enemies to compose a hymn of victory for herself. Both Rolling and Rai were deeply shocked by what they saw. They never expected that this proud female legion commander, after letting go of her burdens and completely surrendering, would be able to unleash such terrifying combat power. Su Chen looked at Huo Qingyi, who was slaughtering indiscriminately on the battlefield, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He knew that the knife named Huo Qingyi had become even sharper than he had imagined after the tempering. However, just as Huo Qingyi was getting into the swing of things, behind the swarm of scorpions, the earth cracked open once more. A gigantic scorpion king, several times larger than any of the other crystal scorpions and with a dark golden body, slowly crawled out from the ground. The aura emanating from it was far more terrifying than that of the other crystal scorpions. Its crimson compound eyes were fixed on the silver-white mech that was slaughtering its people. Hiss! A sharp screech. The Scorpion King's enormous stinger, like a black lightning bolt, pierced the air instantly, striking Huo Qingyi's back with a speed too fast for the naked eye to perceive. Watch out! Ria and Luo Lin exclaimed at the same time. Huo Qingyi also sensed the deadly danger behind her. She wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Just as that black poisonous stinger was about to pierce through the cockpit of Skyblade, a figure appeared in front of her without warning. It's Su Chen. He didn't even turn around, he simply casually stretched out his hand behind him. Then, with a casual touch, he caught the terrifying poisonous stinger that was powerful enough to pierce the armor of a warship. Snap! A crisp cracking sound. The seemingly indestructible poisonous thorn shattered into dust the moment it touched Su Chen's palm. Su Chen's palm didn't even leave a white mark. Chapter 119: The Valkyrie's Return. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. Huo Qingyi stared blankly at the figure that stood in front of her, easily taking the Scorpion King's fatal blow with his own flesh and blood, his mind completely blank. Her mecha's sensors clearly showed that the kinetic energy contained in the Scorpion King's sting was enough to penetrate a 10-meter-thick alloy steel plate. But this man caught it with just one hand, effortlessly, without even breaking his skin. This is not just powerful, this is a miracle. What are you spacing out for? Su Chen's voice snapped her out of her shock. Your battle isn't over yet. Su Chen did not turn around. With a simple backhand flick, an invisible burst of energy erupted, and the enormous Scorpion King let out a mournful cry as its massive body was sent flying, crashing heavily against a distant mountain wall, its fate unknown. The rest is up to you. Su Chen's voice was calm, but it made Hua Qingyi's heart skip a beat. She understood that this was her master giving her a chance. An opportunity for her to fight this battle herself, wash away the shame, and prove herself. Yes, master. In Hua Qingyi's eyes, there was no longer any hesitation, only the raging flames of war. She stopped trying to figure out how unfathomable this man truly was. All she needed to know was that she was his weapon, and that was enough. Ah! She let out a delicate shout, and the silver-white mecha once again transformed into a streak of light, rushing into the remaining swarm of scorpions. This time, her attack was more ferocious and more precise than before. Each cut contained all her will and strength. She wanted to repay her master's trust with a resounding victory. Rolling and Li Ye exchanged a glance, both seeing a hint of relief in each other's eyes. They didn't interfere, but simply stood quietly behind Su Chen, supporting Hua Qingyi. They knew that this battle belonged to Hua Qingyi alone. The battle did not last long. Under Hua Qingyi's almost frenzied attack, the remaining dozens of crystal scorpions were quickly slaughtered. As the last crystal scorpion fell, Hua Qingyi, leaning on her battle blade, knelt on the ground, the chest of her mecha heaving violently. The intense battles took a huge toll on her physical and mental strength. Su Chen slowly walked up to her. Well done. He reached out and placed his hand on the somewhat damaged helmet of Skyblade. A gentle yet pure life energy flowed slowly into his palm. Hua Qingyi felt a warm current spread throughout her body, and her body, which had been exhausted just moments before, instantly returned to its peak condition, even more energetic than before. This is... Hua Qingyi felt the changes within her body, her eyes filled with disbelief. A small reward. Su Chen withdrew his hand. Let's go, we should go find the second key. Yes, master. Hua Qingyi stood up and followed behind Su Chen. At this moment, the heart that belonged to the Valkyrie completely surrendered. She was not only impressed by his strength, but also captivated by his gift. She knew that by following this man, she would reach a completely new level, one that she had never even dared to imagine before. The four continued their journey deeper into the Gobi Desert. Soon, a massive, bottomless chasm appeared before them. Below the chasm, a raging storm of scorching energy roared and surged. The entrance is just below, Su Chen said, pointing to the bottom of the Rift Valley. He was the first to jump. Rolling and Ria followed closely behind. Hua Qingyi took a deep breath and piloted her mecha into the raging sea of energy. The deeper you go into the rift, the more violent the surrounding energy becomes. The temperature was terrifyingly high. The outer armor of Hua Qingyi's mecha was already glowing red hot. After descending for an unknown amount of time, the four finally landed on solid ground. This is a huge underground space constructed from an unknown metal. In the center of the space stood a huge, obelisk-like black stone monument. The surface of the stone tablet was covered with mysterious and complex runes, emitting a faint light. This should be the second base left by that scientist, Li Yi said softly, looking around. Su Chen didn't speak. He slowly walked to the huge black stone tablet. He could sense that inside the stone tablet was an energy that shared the same origin as the core of life within his body, but was far more complex and chaotic. This should be the so-called second key. He reached out and slowly placed his hand on the stone tablet. The moment his palm touched the stone tablet, the entire underground space trembled violently. All the runes on the stone tablet instantly lit up with a dazzling golden light. An unimaginably massive torrent of information, mixed with violent energy, surged wildly into Su Chen's mind along his arm. Su Chen let out a muffled groan, his face instantly turning pale. This energy was far more violent than the core of life he had absorbed in the Yi family ruins. It was like a wild horse that had broken free, rampaging wildly in his mental world, trying to destroy everything he had. Owner. Leader. The three women were shocked to see Su Chen's unusual behavior and rushed forward immediately. Don't come any closer. Su Chen hissed, his voice hoarse with pain. Guard the surroundings and don't let anything disturb me. He knew this was a test left by the scientist. Only by using his will to completely subdue this violent energy can he obtain the true key. The three women dared not be negligent and immediately formed a triangular formation, protecting Su Chen in the center and vigilantly watching everything around them. Su Chen sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and focused all his attention on fighting against the violent energy. His mental world had now become a stormy ocean. Countless chaotic fragments of memory, negative emotions, and the most primal desire for destruction transformed into ferocious beasts, rushing madly toward the core of his consciousness. Anyone with slightly weaker mental strength would likely have their consciousness completely overwhelmed and turn into a complete madman the moment they came into contact with this energy. But Su Chen is not. His will was as firm as a rock. His vast, star-like spiritual power, originating from an ancient database, transformed into an unbreakable dam, stubbornly resisting the onslaught of the torrent. At the same time, he began to try to analyze and assimilate that energy. This process was difficult and lengthy. Time passed, second by second. After an unknown amount of time, just as Li Yi and Huo Qingyi began to feel anxious and uneasy. At the other end of the underground space, amidst the surging energy storm, a strange buzzing sound, like a swarm of insects, suddenly came from the area. Immediately afterwards, countless creatures, entirely black with transparent wings and resembling giant locusts, emerged from the energy storm, covering the sky and the earth. Dangerous electric light flashed in their mouthparts, and their compound eyes were scarlet, filled with bloodlust. It's void locusts. Extra-dimensional creatures that feed on energy. For the first time, Rolling's expression turned serious. There are too many of them. We must stop them all before they get close to our master. Clear. Li Yi and Huo Qingyi responded in unison. Without further hesitation, the three women bravely faced the black swarm of insects. An even more difficult and dangerous battle to protect has begun. Chapter 120: The Truth of the Lost Temple. Inside the underground space, the battle erupted instantly. Luo Lin, Li Yi, and Huo Qingyi transformed into three streams of light of different colors and plunged headlong into the black wave composed of void locusts. Rolling's fighting style remains as concise and efficient as ever. The high-frequency blade in her hand, each swing as fast as lightning, with tricky angles, always precisely cuts through the most vulnerable joints of those locusts. Her figure darted swiftly through the swarm of insects, like a top-tier assassin performing an elegant yet deadly dance. Per Knight, on the other hand, is even wilder and more unrestrained. She pushed the power within her body to its limit, and black energy coiled around her fists. She abandoned all defense, trading injury for injury, using the most direct and violent punches to smash the swarming void locusts into a bloody pulp. Green sap splattered all over her, making her look like a demon returned from hell. Huo Qingyi, on the other hand, demonstrated her strong ability to control the situation as a Legion commander. Piloting the Skyblade, she became the three women's strongest support. The missile launchers on the mech's shoulders opened continuously, and miniature tracking missiles roared out, exploding into bursts of fire in the swarm of insects. The high-energy particle cannon in his hand never stopped, its blazing white beams sweeping across, always clearing out vacuum zones in the swarm of insects. The three women worked together seamlessly, forming an unbreakable defensive line that firmly kept the endless swarm of insects 10 meters away from Su Chen. However, the number of void locusts was simply too great. They were fearless and relentless, seemingly endless. The three women's stamina was being depleted at an alarming rate. Several deep cuts from the locust's mouthparts had appeared on Li Ye's body, but the black toxins were spreading along them. Her face was turning pale, and her movements were becoming sluggish. Huo Qingyi's mecha's energy had also dropped below the 30% warning line, and the firing frequency of the particle cannon had noticeably slowed down. Only Luo Lin, who had undergone genetic modification by Su Chen, was in relatively stable condition, but her breathing had begun to become somewhat rapid. No. If this continues, we won't be able to hold out for long. Huo Qingyi's voice rang out in the three's mental channel, tinged with anxiety. We must find a way to locate their mother nest. Rolling said in a deep voice. Just when the three women were about to be completely overwhelmed by the insect swarm. A powerful will, so strong that it made the entire underground space tremble, suddenly awakened from behind them. Step back. Su Chen's voice echoed in their minds. The three women, as if granted a pardon, immediately retreated. Su Chen, who was sitting cross-legged, slowly stood up. His tightly closed eyes suddenly opened at that moment. What kind of eyes were those? His left eye was a deep, dark black, as if it could devour everything. His right eye was a dazzling gold, like a star, as if it could create everything. Destruction and creation, two diametrically opposed forces, merged perfectly in his eyes, forming a divine majesty that commanded the submission of all things. He succeeded. He not only subdued the violent energy, but also completely absorbed the core authority about destruction contained in the second key regarding the psychic matrix and made it his own. He is no longer simply an individual with powerful life energy. Half of him has become a god in this world. A bunch of ignorant insects. Su Chen stared at the overwhelming black swarm of insects, his face expressionless. He simply raised his left hand slowly. Then, gently, he snapped his fingers. Smack! A soft sound. There were no earth-shattering noises, nor any dazzling light and shadow effects. But the once menacing swarm of black insects suddenly and eerily froze in that instant. Then, under the indescribable, horrified gazes of the three women, all the void locusts, their bodies began to silently decompose and collapse at the most microscopic particle level. Less than a second. Those tens of thousands of void locusts, enough to give even a small fleet a headache, simply vanished from this world out of thin air. It was as if they had never existed. This is the power of God. Li Yi murmured to herself, looking at Su Chen's back, her eyes filled with the purest, fanatical worship. Rolling and Huo Qingyi were completely stunned by this scene that exceeded their comprehension, and they couldn't utter a single word. Su Chen ignored their shock. He turned around and looked once again at the huge, now dull and dark black stone monument. He raised his right hand, and golden creative power surged forth. He raised his left hand, and black destructive power swirled around it. Hands clasped together. In my name, open the gate to the origin. As he finished speaking, creation and destruction, two diametrically opposed yet most fundamental forces, were perfectly fused together in his palm. A spatial gate, woven from black and white light and imbued with an aura of mystery and profoundness, slowly materialized in front of the stone tablet. On the other side of the door was a pure white space that seemed to have no end. In the center of the space, a magnificent temple, composed of countless crystals and rays of light, floats silently, exuding a sacred aura. The Lost Temple. It has finally been revealed to the world. Let's go. Su Chen was the first to step into that space. The three women suppressed their excitement and shock and followed closely behind. The moment they stepped into that pure white space, they all felt an unprecedented tranquility and peace. It was as if all their worries and distractions were completely washed away in that instant. The four of them walked slowly into the magnificent temple. The temple's interior was completely empty. Only at the very center of the altar floated a massive, slowly rotating sphere of light composed of countless golden runes. That is the secondary core of the psionic matrix. Beneath the sphere of light lay a quiet, ancient journal made of an unknown metal. Su Chen stepped forward and picked up the diary. He opened the journal, and the male scientist's last words were displayed before his eyes. When you see this journal, it means that you have collected two keys and arrived at this sanctuary of the world's origin. Congratulations, you now have the qualifications to confront her head-on. Now, let me tell you the final truth of this world. The psionic matrix is not simply an energy collection system. Its essence is a massive genetic stabilizer. Its existence is to repair the genetic chain of our race, which has long been on the verge of collapse due to endless wars and genetic modification. At the core of the matrix, two of the most fundamental forces, yin and yang, creation and destruction, need to work together to achieve perfect balance. I represent creation. And she represents destruction. We should be the guardians of this world together. But she was blinded by power. She craved immortality and absolute power. She betrayed me, banished me from the core of the matrix, and tried to make the entire matrix her own. However, the matrix without the power of creation is incomplete. Although it remains powerful, it can no longer repair genes. Instead, it will continuously absorb the life energy of all life forms on this planet to make up for its own defects. This is the truth about the major gender transformation. The male gene chain, having lost the nourishment of the power of creation, begins to irreversibly decline and collapse. While women have gained greater power, their genes are being assimilated and eroded little by the matrix. They are gradually losing their emotions and their sense of self, becoming like her, cold and soulless gods. The whole world is heading towards a slow, irreversible death. Su Chen, I don't know who you are. But I can feel the pure and powerful creative force within you. You are the only variable I have been waiting for 1,000 years. Go, find her. Use the key in your hand to reconnect to the core of the matrix. To destroy or to redeem. To become a new tyrant or to become a true savior. The future of this world will be decided by you. That's the end of the log. The entire temple fell into a long silence. Yi Qingcheng, Li Yi, Luo Lin, and Huo Qingyi, the faces of these four women were filled with an indescribable, immense sorrow and anger. They never imagined that the world they lived in, the empress they revered, and everything they upheld was built upon such a cruel lie. They are not descendants of divine favor. They were merely pathetic victims created by a selfish thief to satisfy his own desires. Su Chen, looking at the logbook in his hand, revealed a meaningful smile. He raised his head, his gaze seemingly piercing through the temple's dome, through the endless void, and landing on that distant, sky city suspended above the clouds. Evelina, I'm here. Are you ready to welcome your new master? Chapter 121 The King's Declaration. Having obtained the world's ultimate secret, Su Chen did not linger in the lost temple. He knew that the real game was only just beginning. He walked up to the massive secondary matrix core composed of golden runes and extended his right hand. As if sensing the power of the same origin, the ball of light proactively separated a soft golden light, which slowly merged into Su Chen's palm. In an instant, Su Chen felt a faint but real connection established between himself and the psychic matrix of the entire world. He could see that in the faraway sky city, in the deepest part of the palace, that perfect yet lonely figure sitting alone on the cold throne. He could also hear the faint lament emanating from her heart, which had long been eroded and riddled with holes by power and time. A pitiful woman, Su Chen commented in his heart. But this will not change his next plan. He mixed a trace of his spiritual imprint with that aggressive and possessive declaration, and without hesitation, transmitted it directly into the depths of the Empress's mind through that faint connection. He wanted her to know that her divine realm was no longer indestructible. He wanted her to know that the man she had always considered an interesting variable now possessed terrifying power that could overturn her chessboard at any moment. He wanted her to wait for his arrival amidst fear and unease. After doing all this, Su Chen turned around and said to the three women who were still in shock and anger, "We should go back." "Master, shall we march back to Sky City now?" Hua Qingyi was the first to step forward, her eyes burning with the flames of revenge. After learning that she and all the imperial soldiers were merely victims of a lie, her loyalty to the Empress completely transformed into overwhelming hatred. "No rush." Su Chen shook his head. Sky City is her home turf that she has cultivated for 200 years. If we rush over there now, it would be like throwing an egg against a rock. Then what should we do? Yi Qingchang also recovered from her complicated emotions. As the team's strategist, she immediately began to think about the next countermeasure. "Let us go back to the manor first." Su Chen smiled confidently. "Let her digest this surprise I gave her. She must be more anxious than we are right now. She will withdraw all her power back to Sky City and turn it into a true war fortress." And that's exactly what I wanted to see. A glint of wisdom shone in Su Chen's eyes. She thought that was her home turf. Little did she know that it would also be her grave. Castle in the sky. The core hall of the psionic matrix. Buzz. Without warning, the entire data galaxy suddenly and violently boiled over. That domineering and aggressive mental shock from the other side of the world pierced through Empress Evelina's mental barrier like the sharpest knife. "Evelina, I'm here. Are you ready to welcome your new master?" The man's voice exploded in the deepest part of her mind. Puff. For the first time, a trace of color returned to the Empress's flawless face. A mouthful of golden blood slowly spilled from the corner of her mouth. Her body trembled violently, and for the first time, her icy blue eyes, which were always filled with divinity and majesty, revealed true emotions called shock and fear. How could he possibly do that? How could he possibly penetrate the layers of the psionic matrix and project his will directly into her core divine domain? Could it be that he has already found the lost temple? Has he already obtained the second key? Countless questions and speculations flashed wildly through the queen's mind. For the first time in 200 years, she felt out of control. A fatal sense of crisis, where a piece leaves the board and even threatens to devour the player, completely overwhelmed her. She immediately mobilized all the computing power of the psionic matrix in an attempt to trace the source of the mental shock. However, no matter how hard she tried, the result was always chaos. That man was like a ghost that didn't exist in this world. He came without a trace and went without a trace. Su Chen. The queen abruptly rose from her throne, letting out a roar that suppressed boundless rage and a hint of excitement that she herself was unaware of. The entire Sky City trembled violently because of her rage. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder. All the people living in Sky City felt the divine wrath emanating from the depths of the palace, a wrath that made their very souls tremble. They had no idea what was happening, and could only kneel down in terror, praying continuously towards the palace. The Empress's chest heaved violently. After a long while, she managed to suppress the turmoil in her heart. She knew she couldn't act rashly. Especially in situations like this, she needs to remain absolutely calm. That man was defying her, declaring war on her. He wanted to throw her into a panic. Want to play? The queen slowly sat back on her throne. In her icy blue eyes, all emotions had faded, leaving only absolute, cold rationality. Then I'll play a good game with you. The corners of her mouth once again curled into that heart-stopping smile. But this time, the smile no longer held the playfulness and contempt of before. Only the purest, most insane killing intent remained. Pass on my orders. Her voice, transmitted through the psionic matrix, instantly spread throughout the entire empire. The 1st Legion of the Royal Guard immediately end the deployment mission at Eye of the Storm and return to Sky City. All legions stationed outside the city immediately abandon all missions and return to Sky City as quickly as possible, entering a state of maximum combat readiness. Block all external space routes from Sky City. From this moment forward, entry is permitted, but exit is not. Furthermore, notify the heads of all top-tier families to immediately proceed to the palace for an audience with the emperor. A series of orders emanated from the deepest part of the palace. The entire empire, this enormous machine that had been running smoothly for 200 years, began to operate at an unprecedented speed and frantically at this moment. Countless warships converged on the Sky City from every corner of the empire. Countless soldiers stood ready for battle, their killing intent soaring to the heavens. Everyone knew that an unprecedented war, one that would determine the fate of the empire, was about to begin. And they have only one enemy. That man, named Su Chen, who lives far above the earth. The Empress looked at the countless points of light representing armies and warships that had been mobilized in the psionic matrix, and a satisfied expression appeared on her face. She wants to build Sky City into an indestructible, absolute fortress. She wanted to show that man what true divine majesty was. She was going to use her absolute power on her home turf to completely crush him, along with his ridiculous confidence, into dust. However, she didn't know that. All her actions and all her plans had been anticipated by that man. This final game, which she had set up herself and thought was foolproof, was now in full swing. In the other person's eyes, it was nothing more than a magnificent cage used to bury herself. Chapter 122 Risking Everything. The atmosphere in Sky City became extremely tense within just a few hours. Countless warships, like a swarm of bees returning to their nest, converged from all directions, completely surrounding the floating city. The city's energy shield was activated at maximum power, with a pale blue light curtain enveloping every inch of the sky, radiating a heart-pounding energy fluctuation. On the streets, fully armed Royal Guard soldiers with solemn expressions can be seen patrolling everywhere. Their eyes were alert, their energy weapons were already loaded, and they were ready to deal with any possible emergencies at any time. The heads of all the top families were urgently summoned to the palace and did not come out for a full day and night. Rumors spread like wildfire through every corner of the city. Some say it's the legendary alien army about to besiege the city. Some say that the surface-based rebel organization Rose has obtained some kind of devastating weapon and is preparing to launch a full-scale attack on Sky City. But more often, it's about the legends surrounding that man. Su Chen. This name stirred up the entire empire in a very short time. Now, it has become a shadow hanging over the hearts of all the residents of Sky City. They didn't know who he was or what he wanted to do. All they knew was that their high and mighty empress, who had ruled for 200 years without ever suffering a defeat, was, for the first time, showing signs of being on high alert. And all of this is because of that man. The imperial palace, the council hall. The heads of all the top families sat upright, their expressions solemn. They had been sitting there for a day and a night. Her Majesty the Queen has not shown herself. She simply conveyed an order to them through the Minister of the Interior that left everyone bewildered. That is, wait. Waiting for what? Nobody knows. This kind of unknown waiting is the most agonizing. The heads of the Li and Zhao families looked the most displeased. Their families were originally the main force behind the suppression of the Yi family. However, they unexpectedly suffered a backlash, as that man named Su Chen used a video to nail them to the pillar of shame for treason. Although Her Majesty the Empress has not yet dealt with them due to dealing with a greater crisis, they know that once this storm passes, what awaits them is the empire's harshest reckoning. Yi Wanqing, the head of the Yi family, became the most eye-catching focus of the entire event. Those family heads who had mocked her and wished they could tear her apart just a few days ago now looked at her with complicated emotions. There was jealousy, there was envy, but more than anything, there was a deep sense of dread. They knew that the Yi family had made the right gamble this time. They placed the fate of their entire family on that mysterious man. Now it seems that the man truly possesses terrifying strength capable of directly confronting Her Majesty the Empress. Just as the atmosphere in the hall was about to explode from its oppressive tension, suddenly, a ripple appeared in the otherwise empty space at the head of the hall. Immediately afterwards, the sacred and majestic figure of Empress Evelina slowly materialized from the data stream. "Greetings, Your Majesty." All the family heads immediately stood up, knelt on one knee, and performed the most standard salute. "Get up, everyone." The Queen's voice was still ethereal, but it carried a hint of weariness that was barely perceptible. Her icy blue eyes slowly swept across the faces of each family head. Finally, they landed on Yi Wanqing. "Yi Wanqing. Your subject is here." Yi Wanqing's heart skipped a beat. "Your friend is more interesting than I imagined." A meaningful smile appeared on the Queen's face. "He has already declared war on me." These words were like a bombshell, causing an uproar in the hearts of all the family heads. Declaring war? That man actually dared to declare war on Her Majesty the Empress? Has he gone mad? "Your Majesty, please give the order. My Li family is willing to be the vanguard of the empire and vow to wipe out these madmen to the death." The head of the Li family was the first to jump out, loudly declaring her loyalty. She wanted to use this method to clear her family's name. "That's right. We beseech Your Majesty to make a wise decision. My Zhao family is also willing to devote all our strength to sharing Your Majesty's burdens." In an instant, the crowd was in a frenzy. All the families began vying to offer their loyalty to the Queen. However, the Queen simply watched them silently, her face expressionless. After a long while, she slowly raised her hand to stop their noise. "I have seen your loyalty. But this game is no longer one that you are qualified to participate in." Her voice was calm, yet it sent a chill down the spines of all the family heads. "From now on, you only need to do one thing." The Empress's gaze sharpened. "That is, look. Watch me, and see how I personally crush that arrogant man into dust. Behold how I maintain my absolute rule, which has lasted for 200 years. Her voice was filled with unparalleled confidence and madness. Looking at these so-called top families whom she had manipulated at will, she felt a loneliness she had never felt before. For 200 years, she has sat on this cold throne, looking down upon the world she created with her own hands. She thought she was a god. She thought she was in control of everything. Until that man appeared. He was like an unreasonable bolt of lightning, tearing open the carefully woven curtain called order and allowing her to see for the first time the real world outside the curtain, a world full of unknowns and dangers. She was afraid, but at the same time, she felt a kind of morbid excitement. She longed for a real, all-or-nothing contest with this opponent who made her feel threatened. She knew that Su Chen would definitely come. He will definitely come to this final stage, which she has carefully prepared for him. And she will be here, with the most absolute power, to tell him. God is invincible. She slowly closed her eyes and once again merged into that boundless galaxy of data. She must gather all her strength to prepare for the impending, fateful showdown. She staked her future, and the future of the entire empire, on this final gamble. She didn't know whether she would win eternal rule or lose everything. But she had been looking forward to this game for far too long. Chapter 123: The Emperor's Arrival. The bridge of the USS Explorer exploration ship. On the enormous holographic star map, a huge point of light representing Sky City is being surrounded by countless red points of light representing Royal Guard warships. The entire Sky City has been transformed into a veritable military fortress. "Master, the Empress has gathered more than 80% of the Empire's military force in Sky City." Looking at the star map, Rowling reported solemnly, "She has sealed off all space routes and activated the highest level of energy shield. Sky City is now a true impenetrable fortress." An impregnable fortress? Su Chen sat in the captain's seat, looking at the seemingly impregnable defense map, but a playful smile appeared on his face. "In my opinion, it's nothing more than a magnificent coffin prepared for herself." "Chief, what do we do now?" Li Yi asked. "Should we force our way in?" "With the capabilities of the Explorer, we might be able to create an opening, but we'll inevitably be surrounded." "Who said we were going to force our way in?" Su Chen smiled, stood up, walked to the control panel, and slowly placed the light sphere of the secondary matrix core obtained from the Lost Temple into the energy slot of the warp engine. "Yi Qingcheng, activate the experimental curvature engine and use the energy of this key as the jump coordinate." "What?" Yi Qingcheng was stunned. "Use it as a coordinate? We don't know where it will teleport us." This is too dangerous. The experimental warp drive was one of the Empire's most unstable technologies. Short-distance spatial jumps have an extremely high probability of failure. And now, Su Chen actually wants to use an energy entity of unknown origin as a beacon for the jump? This isn't just an adventure, this is playing with your life. Execute the order. Su Chen's tone left no room for argument. Yes. Yi Qingqing gritted her teeth and finally chose to obey. She knew that this man never did anything without being sure of success. She walked to the control panel, took a deep breath, and pressed the red button that represented space jump. Warp drive activated, energy injection in progress. Coordinates locked, secondary matrix core. Space jump, commence. Buzz. The entire explorer emitted a loud buzzing sound. The outer space outside the bridge began to twist and rotate violently, eventually transforming into a huge, colorful vortex that swallowed the entire exploration ship. Sky City, Royal Palace, core hall of the psionic matrix. The Empress, who was closing her eyes to gather strength, suddenly opened them. On the light screen in front of her, a huge red alert, representing fluctuations in an unknown space, began to flash frantically. Alert! Unknown, high-intensity space jump reaction detected. Target, the target is above the palace. How is this possible? For the first time, the Empress's face showed an expression of loss of composure. She had clearly blocked all space routes, so why were there still spaceships that could jump directly to her core area? Unless... An unbelievable thought surged into her mind. Unless, the other party is using her internal access to the psionic matrix. That man not only found the secondary core, he even mastered the method of controlling part of the functions of the reverse control matrix. In that moment of shock, without warning, a huge, pitch-black rift was torn open in the azure sky atop the palace. A massive interstellar exploration ship, entirely dark silver in color and exuding a futuristic technological feel, slowly emerged from the spatial rift. It hovered quietly above the palace, looking down at the Sky City below, which had fallen into complete chaos. Countless Royal Guard warships immediately turned their cannons and locked onto the uninvited guest. Countless Royal Guards rushed out from every corner of the city, looking up in horror at the spaceship that seemed to reign supreme over them like a god. Meanwhile, on the bridge of the USS Explorer, Yi Qingchun, Li Yi, Luolin, Huqingyi, and all the crew members stared in disbelief at the magnificent palace so close to them outside the porthole. They succeeded. They really bypassed the invincible Royal Guard and descended directly into the heart of the Queen's territory. All eyes turned to the man standing in front of the captain's seat. His silhouette, at this moment, appeared incredibly tall and imposing. All right, everyone. Su Chen slowly turned around, a calm smile on his face. Our stage is ready. Next, it's our turn to perform. He extended his hand to the four women beside him. My queen, my general, my blade, my shadow. Would you like to come with me to see the last god in this world? The four women exchanged glances, and in each other's eyes they saw the same resolute determination and fervor. They stepped forward and placed their hands in Su Chen's hands. I am willing to serve my master, even unto death. The hatch of the explorer slowly opened. Su Chen took the lead and walked out slowly. Behind him followed Yi Qingchun, Li Yi, Luolin, and Huqingyi, four women with distinct styles, yet all equally stunning. The five of them stood quietly on the deck of the exploration ship, looking down at the city below, which was now in complete chaos. There was no word spoken, nor any action taken. But an invisible, powerful, and suffocating aura emanated from them, enveloping the entire Sky City. Below, Lilith, the temporary commander of the Royal Guard, known as Crimson Thunder, looked at the five godlike figures on the light screen with a face so gloomy it could drip water. All troops, listen up. Target locked. Bomb them, along with that damned spaceship, to pieces, she roared hysterically. However, not a single warship dared to fire. Because, at the very moment she issued the order, an even more authoritative spiritual command, directly from Her Majesty the Queen, resounded in the minds of all the Royal Guard soldiers. All units, disarm and stand by. No one is allowed to fire without my order. Lilith, are you questioning my orders? Lilith's body trembled violently. She stared at the man's calm face on the screen, her eyes filled with resentment and madness. But in the end, she slumped down and lowered her head. Yes, Your Majesty. Su Chen looked down at the warships that had slowly lowered their cannons, a knowing smile on his face. He knew that the Queen had made her choice. She wanted to have a one-on-one duel between him, a battle of kings. He turned around, smiled at the 4 women behind him. Let's go, our audience can't wait any longer. 5 people jumped off the deck, which was 1,000 meters high. Their bodies, without falling at all in the air, seemed to be stepping on invisible stairs, slowly walking towards the magnificent palace. The sky made way for them. The clouds submitted to them. At this moment, they are the new gods reigning over this city. Chapter 124 New Gods in Order. When Su Chen and his group of 5 stepped onto the cold, smooth floor of the core hall of the psionic matrix, the entire vast galaxy of data came to a standstill. In the very center of the hall, a woman dressed in a magnificent royal robe, with a face so perfect it seemed otherworldly, floated silently. Her face no longer held the anger and madness of before, but rather an unprecedented calm and curiosity. Her gaze passed over the 4 women behind Su Chen and landed directly on Su Chen. Their eyes met. There was no lightning-fast collision, nor any earth-shattering impact. There is only one kind of gaze, a fateful one. As if spanning 1,000 years, the 2 beings who should have been the common rulers of this world finally met in person at this moment. You finally arrived. Empress Evelina spoke slowly. Her voice was still ethereal, but it carried a hint of complex emotion that she herself was unaware of. There was anticipation, apprehension, and even a hint of resentment. I'm here. Su Chen's answer was simple and direct. Looking at the pitiful woman before him, imprisoned on her divine throne for 200 years, he felt a strange emotion stirring within him. You are more powerful and more interesting than I imagined. The Queen's gaze swept over him without restraint. You have the key to creation and have seized the authority to destruction. Now, you have the right to stand on equal footing with me. On equal footing? Su Chen laughed. No, you've got it wrong. He slowly stepped forward, walking step by step, toward the Empress who was suspended in midair. From the moment I stepped into this place, there has been only one supreme voice in this world. That is my voice. His words were filled with unparalleled domineering power. The Empress's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. Arrogant. She uttered 2 words coldly. Su Chen, don't think that just because you have some access to the Matrix, you can challenge my authority. Here, I am still an omnipotent god. With just a thought, I can mobilize the spiritual energy of the entire planet to completely wipe you out, along with those pitiful followers behind you. The words fell. The entire data galaxy was once again boiling violently. A terrifying, world-destroying pressure, 1,000 times stronger than that in divine might, instantly pressed in from all directions towards Su Chen and his group of 5. Yi Qingcheng, Li Yi, Luo Lin, and Huo Qingyi, the 4 women's faces instantly turned deathly pale. They felt as if their bodies were being crushed into powder by an invisible mountain. Their souls trembled wildly under this terrifying divine power. However, just as they were about to break down, Su Chen simply raised his hand casually. A gentler yet equally powerful force field, filled with the aura of creation and destruction, emanated from his body, firmly protecting the 4 women within it. The earth-shattering pressure emanating from the Empress dissolved silently the moment it came into contact with Su Chen's force field, like ice and snow melting away. You. The Empress's pupils suddenly contracted. She never expected that her most powerful and proud divine might would be so utterly vulnerable in front of this man. I told you, your era is over. Su Chen's figure had already arrived in front of her. He reached out, ignoring the unbreakable shield of pure psionic energy surrounding her body, and directly gripped her slender, graceful, swan-like neck. The Empress's body suddenly stiffened. For 200 years, no one has ever dared to touch her body at such close range. A strange, chilling sensation spread from her neck throughout her entire body. She wanted to rebel, to unleash her spiritual power, and to blast this mortal who dared to blaspheme into ashes. But to her horror, she discovered that all her strength, the moment she came into contact with this man, became as docile as a lamb. The power of creation within him and the power of destruction within her seemed to be a natural pair. They are mutually reinforcing and mutually restraining, yet they also attract each other. Now, do you still think you are a god? Su Chen's voice gently rang in her ear. His other hand slowly pressed down on the top of her head. A powerful spiritual force, mixed with the purest, most primal energy, surged into her mind without hesitation. He did not try to destroy her will, nor did he try to erase her memories. He simply presented everything about himself, the vibrant and free world of Earth, to her without reservation. He showed her what true joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness are. He showed her what true love, hate, and passion are. He also showed her the heinous sins she had committed over the past 200 years in order to maintain that ridiculous rule. At this moment, Empress Evelina's mental world completely collapsed. Her heart, which had been frozen for 200 years, was also completely shattered. She looked at the man before her. In his icy blue eyes, all majesty and divinity had faded, leaving only endless confusion, pain, and a trace of emotion called desire, which she herself was unaware of. She longed to escape the cold cage that had imprisoned her for 200 years. She longed to have true freedom, like the people in that world. She longed for someone to share the endless loneliness she had endured for the past 200 years. The man before her seemed to be her only salvation. Now, I'll give you two more choices. Su Chen's voice, like the whisper of a devil, echoed in her mind. First, I will destroy you, destroy this decaying matrix, and return this world to chaos. Second, submit to me, become my woman, and together with me, create a completely new order. The Empress looked at him, and 2 lines of golden tears streamed down her icy blue eyes. Those are the tears of God. It was also the final release for a lonely woman who had been imprisoned for 200 years. Much later, she slowly closed her eyes, and with all her might, squeezed out a trembling word from her throat. I choose option 2. The words fell. Her enormous, godlike body began to slowly dissipate, transforming into the purest, pale blue data stream, which surged wildly into Su Chen's body. At this moment, the entire psionic matrix has found its true, one and only master. Su Chen closed his eyes, feeling the vast and boundless power that was enough to control the entire planet. He knew that from this moment on, he was the new god of this world. When he opened his eyes again, the previous aggression was gone from his deep eyes, only the purest, divine radiance remained. He slowly landed back on the ground. Yi Qingcheng, Li Yi, Luo Lin, and Huo Qingyi immediately came forward. They looked at Su Chen with eyes full of unparalleled awe and admiration. Just then, a beam of light condensed once again beside Su Chen. A blonde woman dressed in an ordinary white dress, looking like a girl next door, appeared before everyone. She was Evelina, who had shed her divine robes and relinquished all her power. She looked at Su Chen, and in her icy blue eyes, the previous majesty was gone, replaced by the purest, girlish affection and shyness. She walked up to Su Chen and slowly knelt down. Oh no. Su Chen looked at her and smiled. He reached out and pulled her, along with the other 4 women beside him, into his arms. The game is over. And our story is only just beginning. Chapter 125: A Special Coronation Ceremony. When Evelina's final divine radiance completely merged into Su Chen's body. Inside the main hall, the suffocating pressure dissipated. The vast galaxy of data has returned to its original tranquility, flowing slowly, as if paying the most humble respect to its new owner. Yi Qingcheng, Li Yi, Luo Lin, and Huo Qingyi finally relaxed their tense nerves. They quickly walked to Su Chen's side. Looking at him, there was an indescribable adoration and fanaticism in his eyes. They witnessed firsthand the changing of the gods, the end of an old era, and the beginning of a new one. And the person who created all of this is the man in front of us. Su Chen slowly opened his eyes, and a divine light flashed briefly in his deep eyes. He felt the immense power within him, enough to control the entire planet, and the close, almost blood-related connection he had established with the psionic matrix. From this moment on, he was no longer the variable who needed to proceed cautiously. He was the only rule in this world. His gaze fell on the blonde woman in a white dress who had just been reassembled from the data stream. Evelina. Or rather, it is Evelina who has shed her divinity, relinquished her authority, and returned to her most primal form. She looked like an ordinary girl next door. Her flawless face no longer held the haughty authority, nor the pain and confusion of being imprisoned for 200 years. At this moment, her face showed only one emotion, the purest attachment and shyness a fledgling bird feels when it sees a new creature for the first time. She looked at Su Chen, her icy blue eyes shimmering with tears, as if she wanted to draw him in completely. Then, slowly, she knelt down in front of Su Chen. Oh no. Her voice was no longer as ethereal as before, but carried a hint of the crispness and softness unique to young girls. Su Chen did not immediately go to help her up. He simply looked at her calmly, at this god who had once been high above and regarded all things as straw dogs. At this moment, it is submitting to me in the most humble posture. He wanted her to remember this feeling. He wanted her to understand that what she had chosen was not just submission, but a new beginning. Get up. After a long while, Su Chen finally spoke. He reached out and pulled her up from the ground. Then, his gaze swept over the other 4 women, his voice calm yet carrying an undeniable authority. From today onwards, your identities will also change. His gaze first fell on Yi Qingcheng. Yi Qingcheng. Yes, master. Yi Qingcheng's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly stepped forward. From this moment forward, you are no longer merely the heir of the Yi family, you are the new queen of commerce and administration of this empire. You will be in charge of all the empire's economic lifelines and all its public affairs. I want you to use your wisdom and methods to inject new blood into this decaying empire. Yi Qingcheng's breathing became rapid. A queen of business and administration? To control the economic lifeline of the entire empire? This man actually entrusted me with such important power? She looked into Su Chen's deep eyes and nodded heavily. Yes, Qingcheng. I will not fail you. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction and turned his gaze to Li Yi. Rai. Leader. Rai's eyes burned with excitement. Your Rose will no longer be a rebellious organization lurking in the shadows. It will become the gentlest yet sharpest blade in my hand, changing the bottom order of this world. I want you to plant the banner of Rose in every corner of this world. I want you to bring new hope and order to those forgotten and oppressed people. You will be my chosen ruler. Ryo's body trembled slightly with extreme excitement. She had been waiting for this day for far too long. She believed that her lifelong dream was to overthrow the Empress's rule. But unexpectedly, this man gave her a goal that was even more ambitious than overthrowing the regime. Create. Li Yi, I am willing to offer everything for the leader. She knelt on one knee, her voice hoarse with excitement. Next up is rolling. Rolling. Master. A rare hint of emotion flickered across Luo's usually cold face. The inspectorate will cease to exist. In its place will be a brand new intelligence and surveillance agency that obeys only me. I call it Sky Eye. And you will be the supreme commander of Sky Eye. I want you to be my shadow, to monitor every move in this world for me. Any conspiracy, any betrayal, will have nowhere to hide before you. Rolling didn't say anything more, she simply knelt on one knee in the most standard posture, expressing her absolute loyalty through her actions. Finally, Su Chen's gaze fell on Huo Qingyi, the Valkyrie who had been standing silently to the side with a complicated expression. Huo Qingyi. Master. Huo Qingyi stepped forward and lowered her proud head. The Royal Guard, the most powerful armed force in the Empire, will from this moment on belong only to you. No, only to me. I need you to be the most indestructible sword in my hand, the Empire's sharpest blade. For me, sweep away all enemies who dare to stand in the way of the new order. You will be the Empire's one and only goddess of war. Huo Qingyi's body jolted violently. She raised her head and looked at Su Chen. For the first time, her eyes, which were always full of fighting spirit, revealed a light called faith. Huo Qingyi is willing to go through fire and water, even unto death, for her master. For women, for different identities, representing the four most important pillars for Su Chen's future rule over this world. Commerce, people's livelihood, intelligence, military. He will use these four women to weave a web of absolute power that covers the entire planet. After doing all this, Su Chen turned his gaze back to Evelina, who had been standing quietly to the side watching everything. She looked at Su Chen, her eyes devoid of jealousy or resentment. Only pure curiosity remained. She was curious about what kind of world this man wanted to create. And what about you? Su Chen walked up to her, reached out, and gently lifted her chin. My future former empress, what kind of role should I assign you? A blush rose on Evelina's cheeks. Looking into Su Chen's eyes, which held a hint of amusement, her heart began to race uncontrollably. I don't know. For the first time in 200 years, she felt a sense of helplessness. Since you don't know, let's start with the simplest things first. Su Chen smiled. From today onwards, your task is to learn how to be a real woman. His hand slowly slid down her smooth chin. Finally, he stopped at her slender, supple waist, and with a gentle pull, he embraced her and the other four women. All right, my queens, the coronation ceremony is over. Now, it's time for us to enjoy the fruits of our victory. His voice echoed softly in the ears of the five women. The four women all wore expressions of shyness and anticipation. They knew that what followed would be a grandest celebration, a feast of conquest and possession, that belonged only to them and their new king. Evelina, the young girl who had just stepped down from her divine position, looked bewildered and curious. She didn't know what a victory celebration banquet was. But she could feel the warm yet aggressive aura emanating from the man, which made her heart, frozen for 200 years, begin to melt and boil uncontrollably. She had a vague premonition. What happens next will be more exciting and more anticipated than anything she has experienced in the past 200 years. Suchen didn't give them any more time to think. With a thought, the entire scene in the core hall of the psionic matrix instantly changed. The cold, starry river of data has vanished. Instead, there is a huge and luxurious imperial bedroom, filled with both classical and modern elements. A huge round bed covered in velvet, large enough to accommodate more than a dozen people rolling around on, appeared in the very center of the palace. Suchen, holding the 5 stunningly beautiful women in his arms, slowly walked to the bedside. He looked down at the 5 stunningly beautiful faces in his arms, some noble, some alluring, some cold, some heroic, and some innocent, and a victor's smile appeared on his face. An epic of conquest, belonging to the new gods and filled with primal and wild elements, has thus begun its most magnificent prologue. Chapter 126 Reunion. Time slipped away silently through Suchen's fingers. A month is but a fleeting moment in a world that has just undergone a change of dynasty. But for the inhabitants of Sky City, and even the entire planet, this month felt like an eternity of change. A new god brought a new order. Under the iron fist of Yi Qingcheng, the business queen, the entire empire's economic system was completely reshaped. Industries that were once monopolized by top families have been opened up one by one, giving countless small and medium-sized enterprises and emerging forces unprecedented development opportunities. Wealth is no longer the privilege of a few, but has begun to flow slowly to the whole society in a more equitable way. Thanks to the efforts of Ria, the elected official, the rose flag was planted in every slum and chaotic neighborhood of Sky City. Free food, cheap medicine, basic education, these were things that were considered luxuries in the past. Today, it has become the most basic right that every ordinary person can enjoy. Their hearts, which had long been numb, began to rekindle their passion and hope for life. Under the watchful eye of Rolling, the entire empire enjoyed unprecedented peace and order. Any conspiracy to challenge the new order, any dirty deal that cannot be exposed, will be discovered immediately by that omnipresent heavenly eye, and then ruthlessly and completely erased. Under the reorganization of Huaqingyi, the goddess of war, the empire's army has also taken on a completely new look. Those soldiers who once only knew how to be loyal to the empress and her family now regard Suchen as their only and supreme faith. Their fighting spirit was higher than ever before. The whole world is developing rapidly in a better direction at a speed visible to the naked eye. As the creator of all this, Suchen seemed rather leisurely. He delegated most of his power to the 4 women he trusted most. He himself is more like a behind-the-scenes, ultimate decision-maker. He spent most of his time on the top floor of the palace, in the hall he had converted into his private bedroom. Aside from handling some of the most critical matters, he spent the rest of his time guiding and accompanying his women. Especially Evelina. This young girl, who had just stepped down from her divine position, was like a blank sheet of paper, full of curiosity about everything in this world. Suchen patiently taught her how to eat, how to dress, and how to experience the joys and sorrows of the world like a normal person. He also used his most direct and primal methods to make her understand what it truly means to live. Each teaching session melted a little bit of Evelina's heart, which had been frozen for 200 years. She went from initial confusion and shyness to later falling in love and becoming infatuated. She discovered that, compared to that lofty yet lonely and cold divine position, she preferred being like this, as an ordinary woman, nestled in that man's arms, feeling his aggressive and powerful aura. She knew that she could no longer live without the man who had rescued her from her cage and opened a completely new door for her. Just when everything in Sky City was getting back on track, an unexpected message reached Suchen's ears. His mother, Jiang Wanru, and Su Qing, as well as the girl he always had some concerns about, Jia Xiaoya. Under the arrangement of the Yi family, they have arrived in Sky City. Upon receiving this news, Suchen immediately put down everything he was doing. He arrived at the public spaceport of Sky City all by himself, without even notifying anyone. When the ordinary civilian spaceship from the Earth slowly landed on the tarmac, a long-lost sense of tension arose in Suchen's heart. The hatch opened. 3 familiar figures appeared before him. Leading the group were his 2 mothers. Jiang Wanru still had that same warm and cheerful demeanor, but the wrinkles around her eyes were more pronounced than before. Su Qing maintained her cool and serious expression, but her eyes, which always carried a hint of sternness, were filled with undisguised worry and longing. Behind them stood a girl dressed in a simple cotton dress, seemingly out of place in this futuristic city. It was Zhao Xiaoya, who was several months pregnant and whose belly was slightly protruding. She kept her head down, nervously twisting the hem of her clothes with both hands, not daring to look at anything around her. "Mom, Su Ma." Su Chen walked forward quickly, his voice trembling slightly. "Xiao Chen." Jiang Wanru's eyes, which always held a smile, instantly reddened when she saw Su Chen. She rushed up and hugged Su Chen tightly, as if she were using all her strength. You brat! You've been gone for so long. You didn't even call home. Do you know how worried we were about you? Her voice was trembling with tears. Su Chen could feel that the clothes on his shoulders were quickly soaked with warm liquid. He patted his mother on the back, his heart filled with guilt. Mom, I'm sorry for making you worry. Humph, now you know you were wrong? Su Ching snorted coldly, but her eyes were also a little red. Su Chen released Jiang Wanru, walked up to her, and gave her a hug that was just as tight. Mom, I miss you too. Su Qing's body stiffened slightly. But she didn't push him away, she simply let him hold her. After a long while, she gently patted his back. It's good that you're all right. These 4 simple words contain the deepest, most profound maternal love. After calming the two mothers down, Su Chen's gaze finally fell on the girl who kept her head down and dared not speak. Zhao Xiaoya slowly raised her head and looked at the face that haunted her dreams. Her clear eyes instantly filled with tears. Brother Su Chen. She couldn't hold back any longer, rushed up, threw herself into Su Chen's arms, and burst into tears. She poured out all her longing, worries, and grievances from this period of time into tears. Su Chen didn't say anything, he just held her quietly, letting her tears soak his chest. Chapter 127 Family Banquet. That night, an unprecedented family banquet was held in the emperor's bedroom on the top floor of the palace. The main guests at the banquet were, of course, Su Chen and his family. Accompanying them were Yi Qingcheng, Li Yi, Luo Lin, Hu Qingyi, and Evelina, the 5 queens of the New World who now wielded immense power. When Jiang Wanru and Su Qing saw these 5 women, each with a different style but equally stunning, and all filled with awe and admiration for their son, their minds completely went blank. Jiang Wanru, in particular, stared at the room full of daughters-in-law with her mouth agape, wide enough to fit an egg. Little Chen, these are all. Mom, let me introduce you. Su Chen said generously, beginning to introduce them to her. This is Yi Qingcheng, now the Queen of Commerce and Administration of the Empire. This is Ryo, the elected official. This is Rolling, the commander of Sky. This is Hu Qingyi, the goddess of war of the Empire. And this one, Su Chen pulled Evelina, who had been sitting quietly beside him, curiously observing everything, closer to him. Her name is Evelina. She used to be the queen here, and now she is my personal maid and student. Every time Su Chen introduced someone, Jiang Wanru and Su Qing's hearts trembled violently. Business queen? Popular representative? Commander-in-chief with divine eyes? Goddess of war? The former empress? Each of these titles is enough to suffocate them. They felt as if they were not attending a family dinner, but rather a meeting of the mythical Olympian gods. And their son is the one who sits at the pinnacle of the gods, the king of gods. You, hello? Jiang Wanru looked at the women in front of her, whose powerful aura made her feel a little breathless, and managed to force a smile. Hello, auntie. Yi Qingcheng, as the official wife, was the first to stand up and bow slightly to Jiang Wanru and Su Qing, performing a junior's greeting. Her face lacked its usual arrogance and coldness, replaced by a perfectly balanced gentleness and respect. Li Yi, Luo Lin, and Hu Qingyi also stood up to greet the 2 mothers-in-law. Only Evelina remained seated, staring blankly at them, unsure of what to do. Su Chen smiled and patted her head. Eve, greet someone. Call what? Evelina blinked her icy blue eyes and asked, puzzled. Call her auntie. Aunt. Evelina mimicked his pronunciation, tilting her head to look at Jiang Wanru and Su Qing, and tentatively called out in her clear and soft voice. But Jiang Wanru couldn't help but laugh when she saw her innocent and cute appearance. The tense and awkward atmosphere instantly eased with that laugh. Zhao Xiaoya, standing to the side, kept her head down the entire time, not daring to speak. Looking at the women before her, who far surpassed her in status, position, and appearance, she felt a deep sense of inferiority. She felt like a tiny sparrow that had strayed into a flock of phoenixes. Su Chen noticed her unease. He reached out and quietly took her cold little hand under the table. Zhao Xiaoya's body trembled violently. She raised her head and met Su Chen's gentle, reassuring gaze. Her heart was instantly filled with a warm feeling. She knew that no matter how high this man flew or how strong he became, it wouldn't matter. In his heart, there will always be a place for her. This family dinner, filled with a variety of complex emotions, proceeded in an eerie yet harmonious atmosphere. After their initial shock, Jiang Wanru and Su Qing gradually accepted the fact that their son had become the God King. They began to care about Su Chen's life and the daily lives of these daughters-in-law like ordinary mothers. Yi Qingcheng and the others also put aside their usual status and airs, and chatted with the two elders like ordinary juniors. For a moment, the entire banquet hall was filled with laughter and joy. It seemed as if they were truly an ordinary, happy family. It's late at night. The banquet has ended. Su Chen escorted the slightly tipsy mothers back to the rooms that had been prepared for them. Then, he took Zhao Xiaoya's hand and led her to the top floor of the palace. Here, there is a vast aerial garden that he created himself using a psionic matrix. The garden is filled with all sorts of exotic flowers and plants from around the world. The two strolled along the garden path, bathed in the cool moonlight, neither of them speaking. After a long while, Zhao Xiaoya finally mustered up her courage and asked softly, "Brother Su Chen, they are all so outstanding, am I really useless?" Su Chen stopped, turned around, and pulled her into his arms. "Silly girl, how could you be useless?" He looked down into her uneasy eyes and said softly, "Xingqiang and the others are my sword, my armor, and the tools I use to conquer this world. And you are my harbor, the only place where I can let down my guard and find peace after I am exhausted. None of them can replace you." His words, like the most beautiful love poem, instantly struck the softest spot in Zhao Xiaoya's heart. Her eyes welled up with tears again. She tiptoed and, taking the initiative, kissed the man's lips. This kiss was no longer the awkward and clumsy one of before. Instead, it was filled with a deep, unyielding love. Su Chen responded to her warmly. He lifted her up by the waist and slowly walked to the center of the garden, to the lawn covered with the softest grass. Under the moonlight, a great harmony of life, more beautiful and moving than the flowers in a garden, quietly unfolded. He wanted her to know that she held a unique place in his heart. Let her become a complete part of yourself. But he didn't know that. On this night filled with love and tenderness, a seed of new life, full of hope, has quietly taken root and sprouted in her fertile land. Chapter 128: The Iron Bowl and the New Sprouts. The establishment of the new order was not without its challenges. When Su Chen's reforms touched upon the last remaining interests of the deeply entrenched old aristocracy, a backlash ensued. Some of the old nobles who had survived the previous power reshuffle, led by the remnants of the Li and Zhao families, began to secretly plot a rebellion that could overthrow the new regime. Using the connections and wealth accumulated by their families over hundreds of years, they incited the people and created chaos in every corner of Sky City. They spread rumors that Su Chen was an evil demon king from the surface of the earth, and that everything he did was to turn all the residents of Sky City into his tools of enslavement. They bribed local thugs to vandalize, loot, burn, and intimidate the underprivileged who had just seen a glimmer of hope in life at the mutual aid sites and free schools that Li Yi had established. They even secretly purchased a batch of powerful weapons from arms dealers hiding on the empire's borders, forming a private rebel army to prepare for a suicide attack on the palace. In an instant, the Sky City, which had just stabilized, was once again rife with undercurrents. An atmosphere of panic and unease began to spread to every corner of the city. However, the actions of these clowns were observed from the very beginning by the omnipresent Heavenly Eye. The Imperial Palace, the Sky Eye Command Center. Rowling stood in front of the huge holographic screen, looking at the red dots representing the rebels, as well as all their communication records and action plans, her face expressionless. "Master, all the fish have been caught in the net," she reported to Su Chen through an encrypted channel. "Let's close the net." Su Chen's voice was calm, yet carried a chilling killing intent. "Yes, Master." With Su Chen's command, a silent yet devastating purge unfolded simultaneously in every corner of Sky City. Rolling Sky Eye agents, like ghosts in the night, silently infiltrated the lairs of those rebel leaders, reaping their lives in the cleanest and most efficient way while they were still asleep. The Imperial Army, commanded by Huo Qingyi, transformed into a torrent of steel, surrounding the rebels' secret strongholds with overwhelming force. Faced with that rabble armed with crude weapons, the well-equipped and well-trained Imperial soldiers displayed overwhelming combat power. The battle ended completely in less than half an hour. All the rebels were either killed on the spot or surrendered on their knees. And Yi Qingcheng. She then used her power as a business queen. Overnight, all the families involved in this rebellion had all their companies and stocks forcibly liquidated, and all their assets frozen and seized. A rebellion that could have shaken the very foundation of the empire was easily and thoroughly crushed by Su Chen's iron fist. The next morning, when the people of Sky City awoke from their slumber, they were shocked to discover that the old nobles, who were usually high and mighty and domineering, had completely disappeared from the world overnight. Instead, the palace issued a series of strongly worded announcements. The announcement detailed the heinous crimes committed by those rebellious families over the past few centuries, including colluding with foreign enemies, exploiting the people, and betraying the country. And their ultimate fate. The entire clan was executed on the spot, and all their property was confiscated. The confiscated property was then transferred by Su Chen, in the name of the royal family, into the fund for the reform of the lower classes, which was overseen by Li Yi. That was a ruthless and brilliant move. He not only used the bloodiest methods to deter all the forces with ill intentions, but also returned the wealth that had been plundered from the old aristocracy to the people. For a time, Su Chen's reputation among the people reached an unprecedented peak. Everyone knows that the new god not only possesses an iron fist like thunder, but also a compassionate heart like a bodhisattva. After dealing with these trivial matters, Su Chen's life returned to normal. He spent more time with his family and teaching Evelina. He took Evelina to every corner of Sky City. He took her to the school that Li Yi had established, to see the children from the slums reading aloud in their bright and clean classrooms. He took her to Yi Qingqing's newly opened factory to see how those workers who used to struggle at the bottom were now creating wealth and value with their own hands on the spacious and bright assembly line. He also took her to Rolling's Eye in the Sky Center so that she could see with her own eyes how the filth and evil hidden under the light were gradually and thoroughly cleaned up. As Iflina looked at this world, which had been transformed in just a few months, her heart, frozen for 200 years, was struck by an unprecedented shock. For the first time, she discovered that a world without classes or oppression, filled with fairness and hope, was so vibrant and so beautiful. For the first time, she understood what Su Chen meant by freedom. That's not unrestrained indulgence. Rather, it is a fundamental dignity that everyone has the right to choose the life they want. She looked at the man walking in front of her, the man who had brought all of this to the world. In his icy blue eyes, besides attachment and admiration, there was a trace of emotion called love that she herself was unaware of. That night, Su Chen went to Evelina's room again. Her room remained as simple as ever, with no unnecessary decorations except for the essential furniture. But Su Chen noticed that there was a small vase on her bedside table. In the vase was a bunch of unidentified wildflowers picked from the garden. "Did you pick these?" Su Chen asked, somewhat surprised. Evelina's cheeks flushed slightly. I think it's very pretty." Su Chen smiled. He knew that this former god was gradually learning how to discover and appreciate the beauty of this world. He walked up to her, reached out, and pulled her into his arms. "You are more beautiful than it." His voice was deep and magnetic. Evelina's body trembled slightly. She buried her face in his chest, feeling the comforting aura around her, and her heart began to beat faster uncontrollably. Su Chen did not speak again. He lowered his head and kissed her lips, which carried a hint of floral fragrance. This kiss was no longer the previous one, which was full of domineering intent and possession. Instead, it carried a hint of unprecedented tenderness and pity. He wanted her to know that in his heart, she was not just a trophy or a pet. She is also a woman who needs his care and love. Evelina also sensed the change in his emotions. For the first time, her passive, always receptive heart began to actively respond to him. She reached out her fair hands, which had once held the power of life and death over the entire world, and clumsily wrapped them around his neck. She responded to his kiss in her own awkward and inexperienced way. The temperature in the room rose rapidly without anyone noticing. A tender and loving lesson was once again performed under the tranquil moonlight. This time, Su Chen did not demand things in a violent manner as before. He was like the most patient teacher, guiding this young girl who had just come to understand love step by step, exploring the most primal and beautiful mysteries of life. He made her feel a joy she had never experienced before. And so, under his nourishment, her newly sprouted seed of love quickly grew into a towering tree, large enough to completely engulf her. When everything returned to calm, Evelina nestled in Su Chen's arms like a docile cat, her face flushed with a contented and happy blush. Looking at the man who had closed his eyes to rest, with a hint of fatigue on his face, she felt an unprecedented sense of peace and contentment. She knew that she had completely fallen in love with this devil who had pulled her down from her pedestal and led her to experience the beauty of the human world. She reached out and gently stroked his handsome face. "Oh nar. I think I'm starting to like what it feels like to be a human, not." Su Chen opened his eyes, looked into her icy blue eyes filled with sincerity and love, and smiled. "This is just the beginning." He turned over and laid the former empress, who had just tasted the sweetness of love, to it. He pressed down on her again. "Next, I will make you like it even more." Chapter 129 The Eternal Epic. 9 months passed in the blink of an eye. Under Suchen's rule, the entire world presented an unprecedented and thriving scene. Sky City is no longer that cold, towering behemoth that oppresses the entire Earth. It became a true political, economic, and cultural center. Countless resources and technologies flow from here to every corner of the Earth. Above the Earth, those once barren and chaotic lands have begun to radiate new life. A new city rose from the ruins. A new order was quietly established amidst the chaos. The relationship between men and women is also beginning to undergo subtle changes. With Suchen promulgating a series of laws aimed at improving the status of men and protecting their rights. Furthermore, with the return of the creation power within the psionic matrix, the decline of the male gene chain has been effectively curbed. Although it will take a long time to completely reverse the social concept of female superiority and male inferiority that has been formed over hundreds of years. But the seeds of hope have already been sown. Everyone believed that, under the leadership of the new god, Suchen, this world would eventually move towards a truly bright future. And just as the whole world was immersed in this atmosphere of peace and development, inside the palace, a new creation that everyone is eagerly anticipating is about to begin. Zhao Xiaoya is about to give birth. On the top floor of the palace, in a birthing room filled with life, which Suchen had personally modified using a psionic matrix. The atmosphere was tense yet full of anticipation. Zhao Xiaoya lay on the birthing bed made of the softest material, her forehead covered in sweat, but her face wore a happy yet resolute expression. She was surrounded by people. Suchen's two mothers, Zhang Wanru and Su Qing, were holding her hands tightly, their faces filled with worry and anxiety. They looked at the girl who was about to give their son his first child. His eyes were filled with love and gratitude. Yi Qingchang, the business queen of the empire. At this moment, she was like the gentlest older sister, holding a soft towel and wiping the sweat from Zhao Xiaoya's forehead. Her face no longer held its usual arrogance, only the most sincere blessings. Li Yi, Luolin, and Huo Qingyi, these three powerful women who wield the empire's darkness, intelligence, and military power, also stood quietly to the side. As they looked at the girl striving for a new life, their hearts, hardened as iron, softened. Evelina stood in the far corner. She gazed at the vibrant scene before her, her icy blue eyes filled with curiosity and envy. She envied Zhao Xiaoya for being able to give birth to a new life for that man. She also longed for the day when she could have that qualification. And at the center of all this, Suchen held Zhao Xiaoya's other hand tightly the whole time. He continuously poured the pure, life-giving energy within him into her body, alleviating her pain and providing the strongest life support for the unborn child. Xiaoya, keep going, just a little more effort, I can feel it, she's about to come out. Suchen's voice was gentle yet full of strength. Yes. Zhao Xiaoya nodded heavily. Looking at Suchen's encouraging eyes, she took a deep breath and used all her strength. Wow! A clear and loud cry suddenly rang out in the quiet delivery room. A brand new life, full of hope, was born into this world under everyone's watchful eyes. The doctor in charge of delivering the babies was the empire's top physician. She carefully wrapped the still crying baby and then respectfully handed it to Suchen. Congratulations, Your Majesty, it's a healthy little princess. Suchen reached out and, somewhat clumsily, took the tiny, soft life. When his fingers touched the baby's delicate skin, a strange, blood-connected feeling instantly surged into his heart. He looked at the wrinkled little guy in his arms, who looked like a little monkey, and a gentle smile appeared on his face that he himself did not realize. This is his child. His deepest bond with this world. Just then, the baby in his arms seemed to sense his presence and slowly stopped crying. She opened her clear eyes, the eyes that had just arrived in this world. When they saw those eyes, everyone present let out a suppressed gasp. What kind of eyes are these? His left eye was like a black hole, deep, pure, and pitch black. His right eye was a brilliant and dazzling gold, like a star. Destruction and creation. Two completely opposite, most primal forces were perfectly fused together in the eyes of a newborn baby. And the moment she opened her eyes, the entire psionic matrix of the planet shuddered violently. An invisible wave, brimming with life, emanated from the palace and spread across the entire planet. The withered plants began to revive. Those dried-up rivers began to flow slowly again. Every living being on this planet can clearly feel that their own body is undergoing some kind of positive, upward change. The genetic chain of this world is beginning to be slowly repaired because of the birth of this little life. A miracle, this is a true miracle, the doctor in the delivery room murmured to himself as he looked at the baby, his eyes filled with fervent worship. Looking at the daughter in his arms, who was destined to be extraordinary, Su Chen's heart was filled with unprecedented pride and ambition. He knew that the birth of this little life was not just a continuation of his own life. It is also the true beginning of a brand new era for this world. He lowered his head and placed a gentle kiss on his daughter's smooth forehead. Then, he raised his head and looked over the women present, the women he cherished most and who loved him most. His mother, his queen, his general, his blade, his shadow, and the former queen who was learning how to love. Their faces were all adorned with happy, contented smiles. He knew he was no longer alone. He has found something he needs to protect for the rest of his life, his family. And so he has enough to create an unprecedented, most solid backing for this great era. His gaze passed through the window of the delivery room and fell upon the new world that he had personally transformed. And he will be the sole, and eternal, protagonist of this epic. He looked down and gazed again at the girl in his arms, who was curiously observing him with those divine eyes, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. Welcome to my world. The end.